With a reinforced fishing rod, Chun Lang snagged a flying monster bird midair, transforming it into an aerial delivery system. He repurposed a coconut tree into an automated turret to defend against pirates. Yet his audacious trade proposition of one serving of roasted shark meat for an entire copper mine left his peers in shock. While others were preoccupied with electing the president of the survival committee, Chun Lang's island territory had expanded to the radar's edge, armed with a harpoon spear enhanced to level 99. He gazed into the misty sea, chuckling, "Will my next cast lure me to a new continent?" Chapter 1. A collective struggle for survival on the Isles. Brain storage. Ding. All Blue Star humans have successfully transferred. Those under 18 will not join. All others revert to their 18-year-old selves, cured of all congenital and acquired ailments. In this vast, unending ocean, countless desolate islands of varying sizes float, home to bizarre and perilous creatures, and brimming with unimaginable opportunities. The collective struggle for survival on the Isles begins now. Your only task is to survive. Waves crashed upon the shore, rousing the bewildered Chun Lang from his unconscious state. The emotionless mechanical voice echoed, "A collective struggle for survival on the Isles? Where am I? Is this still my homeland?" Confusion washed over him. The mechanical voice continued, "To assist you in surviving better, we will randomly awaken one survival talent for each of you. Talents are categorized into combat, support, and comprehensive types, ranked from lowest to highest as E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and unique. Talent selection is commencing now." In the next moment, a brilliant golden light surged up, enveloping Chun Lang. Astonished by the golden spectacle, he exclaimed, "Ding! Congratulations on awakening the unique support talent, Reinforcement." Reinforcement refreshes once daily at midnight, allowing any item to be upgraded one tier. The same item cannot be reinforced multiple times. Current reinforcement opportunity, one time. To awaken a unique talent, luck is off the charts. Chun Lang was overjoyed by his good fortune, temporarily forgetting a state of undress as he leaped several times in celebration. Eager to test his survival talent, he sought an object to reinforce, but found himself empty-handed. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Tentatively, he inquired, "System, can anything truly be reinforced? Even talents?" The mechanical voice refrained from a direct response, instead presenting a panel. "Please select the item you wish to reinforce." The absence of denial implied acceptance. Chun Lang felt a surge of elation at his creative thinking. Reinforcing talents was indeed a possibility. He declared, "I choose to reinforce my reinforcement talent." As his words faded, the golden light surrounding him intensified, shooting skyward like a beacon. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Survival talent. Reinforcement has been upgraded to Super Reinforcement. Daily refresh of 3 free reinforcement opportunities at midnight. Additional energy crystals can be consumed for unlimited super reinforcements. Super Reinforcement allows any item to be upgraded one tier, with a chance of directly upgrading 2 tiers. The same item cannot be reinforced multiple times. Current reinforcement opportunities, 3 times. The transition from reinforcement to super reinforcement not only increased the number of free attempts, but also significantly raised the cap on upgrades. Even if the free attempts were exhausted, resources could still be consumed to increase reinforcement opportunities. Moreover, the free attempts were reset due to the talent upgrade, essentially a windfall. Chun Lang was filled with exuberance. He attempted to further reinforce his talent, but was met with a system notification. The same item cannot be reinforced multiple times. "No worries, this windfall has already put me ahead," he shrugged, moving on without dwelling on it. As his talent awakened, various system functions began to unlock. The first to appear was a detailed panel recording his attributes. Zuavivua, Chenlong. Domain, Island number 2887, insignificant. Talent, Super Reinforcement unique. Attributes, Spirit 13, Strength 8, Speed 8, Endurance 7, Magic 1. Level, none. 100 experience points required for advancement. Blueprints, none. Equipment, none. Items, none. Resources, none. Minions, none. Titles, none. Goodness, apart from my talent, I truly possess nothing, not even a stitch of clothing. It seems I am beginning from scratch in this island survival. Chun Lang sighed as he surveyed his barren panel and inventory. His gaze drifted toward other functions: World Channel, Trading Square, Inventory Space. He first opened the World Channel. The World Channel consisted of system announcements and regional communications. As the name suggests, Only the system could issue the former, while the latter serve as a platform for survivors within the same area to communicate, with each person allowed 3 messages per day. In any game, system announcements are an essential aspect. Thus, Chen Lang turned his attention to the system announcements. Survival Guide 1. Each survivor's initial island will contain a wooden house during the 7A novice protection period. The house cannot be breached or destroyed, serving as your only safe refuge. Inside the house, there's a bed and a fishing rod, which can randomly yield supply chests when used. 2. Personal strength and territorial development are both vital, neither can be neglected. 3. After 7 days, the novice protection period will end and a basic maritime disaster will ensue. Survive it, or perish. The time for development is limited. These 3 survival guidelines were succinct yet informative. Following the instructions, Chen Lang located the small wooden house at the center of the island. It was a classic matchbox-style wooden structure, square and built from planks, facing south with a door and 2 windows that could be opened for ventilation. Upon entering the house, he immediately grasped the meaning of bare walls. The entire room contained nothing but a wooden bed and the fishing rod placed atop in an environment so sparse that even a rat would shed tears, and a thief would feel compelled to leave behind a bag of rice. This is not creative mode. Starting with nothing is entirely normal. I can gradually develop from here. Chen Lang maintained a positive outlook, embracing his circumstances. He picked up the fishing rod, intending to cast his line by the sea while the day was still young. A detailed panel appeared. Equipment: old fishing rod, non-sellable. Great, common. Description: standard equipment for survivors allows for 3 fishing attempts daily, with a 50 chance of catching nothing, a 40 chance of obtaining driftwood chests, a 9 chance of acquiring first-tier ordinary chests, and a 1 chance of securing second-tier exquisite chests. Note: the fishing yield rate increases with the island's level. There's a 50-50 chance of catching nothing? No, this yield rate is far too low. What if I have a streak of bad luck and end up with nothing after all 3 attempts? Chen Lang shook his head at the old fishing rod's dismal odds. He promptly activated his talent. Ding! Would you like to use 1 free opportunity to super reinforce the old fishing rod? Yes. Chen Lang nodded. In the next moment, a surge of talent ignited. The old fishing rod gleamed with renewed brilliance, transforming into a pristine state, its material significantly more resilient. Ding! Super enhancement successful. The old fishing rod has been upgraded to renovated fishing rod. Equipment: renovated fishing rod, not for sale. Grade: Tier 1. Description: essential gear for survivors. Allows fishing 5 times daily, with a 20 chance of catching nothing, a 50 chance of obtaining a floating wooden treasure chest, a 20 chance of acquiring a Tier 1 ordinary treasure chest, a 9 chance of retrieving a Tier 2 exquisite treasure chest, and a 1 chance of snagging a Tier 3 superior treasure chest. The fishing yield rate increases with the elevation of the island's level. Ding! First time utilizing innate talent. Achievement unlocked. Newbies first time. Experience points 10. Ding! First time acquiring an item. Achievement unlocked. Equipment Master Eye. Experience points 10. The drop rates are looking much more promising now. Chen Lang moves it. Moreover, my fishing rod will always remain 1 tier above the island, allowing Tier 2 islands to yield Tier 3 or even higher grade resource treasure chests. I'm already ahead at the starting line. With a satisfied nod, Chen Lang positioned himself, legs apart in a bow stance, and with a swift motion, cast the hook into the sea. He then patiently settled down, silently awaiting the catch. Chapter 2. A rod at the start, fishing for miracles. The wait for a catch was a lengthy endeavor. Chen Lang decided to open his panel. He navigated to the second section of the World Channel, Regional Communication, to observe the circumstances of other survivors. Regional Communication 100,001,0000. Is it 10,000 people per region? It seems everyone is still alive. No one has met an untimely end, but how long they can survive depends entirely on their skills, Chen Lang murmured. The regional communication interface resembled a group chat, with each survivor displaying their real name and avatar, accompanied by a plus sign for adding various titles. The abrupt onset of the island survival scenario caught many off guard. Just moments prior, most were either slacking off at work or enjoying a date, only to find themselves suddenly stripped of all but their essence on the island. Consequently, most bore expressions of shock, their messages a cacophony of emotions. Luringia, is this real survival? I don't want to play. I want to go home. Lumangi, what a disaster. I awakened with a trash of grade talent. Survival? What a joke. Can I restart? Dude's eating. What are you thinking? Haven't you played Earth OL? Restarting is impossible, maybe in another life, my friend. Jiang Yao. Damn, Mom. Are you in this area too? Please reply. I'm scared. Come save me. Wang Hengwei. Reminder. Everyone, please do not recklessly enter the sea. I lingered on the beach for a moment, and a massive black shark lunged at me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been fish food. Zheng Ro. So, the wooden house is the safest spot? But we can't stay in the wooden house forever. Didn't the system say that after the 7-day novice period, sea disasters will commence? Song Shuren, precisely. Thus, we must hasten our development to survive. Shen Lang observed the exchanges. Most participants either expressed complaints or anxieties, sought family members, or began to strategize in silence. As an orphan, he had no familial ties to seek, which also meant he was utterly alone, relying solely on himself. While he silently skimmed through the group chat, a sudden movement at the end of his fishing line caught his attention. A catch. Chun Lang swiftly redirected his focus, gripping the renovated fishing rod tightly and reeling in the line. In no time, a wooden box bobbed to the surface, drifting with the waves. Ding! Obtained floating wooden treasure chest X1. Would you like to open it? Ding! First successful fishing achievement unlocked. Fisherman and the CI. Experience points 10. Chun Lang scrutinized the floating wooden treasure chest he had just reeled in. It appeared to be a dilapidated box made of wooden planks, roughly the size of a suitcase. Its contents a mystery. Item: floating wooden treasure chest. Grade: ordinary. Description: a survival treasure chest crafted from driftwood. Opening it may yield a random low-tier item, such as equipment, blueprints, potions, resources, and more. Ding! Would you like to use a free opportunity to super enhance the floating wooden treasure chest? The system's mechanical voice inquired whether Chun Lang wished to employ his talent to enhance the chest. No, not yet. Chun Lang shook his head in refusal. He currently lacked energy crystals and had only 3 free super enhancement opportunities each day. Having already used one to enhance the fishing rod, only 2 remained. Opportunities were limited and should not be squandered. Let's exhaust today's fishing opportunities first, he decided. Thus, Chun Lang stowed the floating wooden treasure chest in his backpack space. The backpack space was one of the initial functions every survivor possessed, featuring compartments that allowed identical items to occupy a single slot, stacking infinitely. Initially, 10 slots were unlocked in his backpack. He placed the floating wooden treasure chest in the first slot, leaving him with 9 available slots, which was sufficient for the time being. Should he run out of space in the future, he would need to spend energy crystals to unlock additional slots, though the cost remained unknown. The system indicated that Chun Lang's current survival level was insufficient, requiring him to reach Tier 1 survivor status before unlocking more backpack slots. Returning to the task at hand, Chun Lang resumed fishing, casting the hook into the sea once again. After a while, the bobber began to rise and fall. Ding! Obtained floating wooden treasure chest X1. Would you like to open it? Not opening. Chun Lang shook his head once more. Whether it was the system targeting him for not opening treasure chests or merely a stroke of bad luck, he caught nothing on his next attempt. After 15 minutes of the hook soaking in the seawater, it automatically retracted. System prompt: ding. Empty catch, count 1, fishing failed. Hey, is this targeted? A 20 chance of nothing? Do I have to hit it once to feel satisfied? Chun Lang grumbled. The next 2 attempts yielded no further mishaps. On his 4th fishing opportunity, he reeled in another floating wooden treasure chest. His backpack now held 3 floating wooden treasure chests in the first slot. For the final fishing opportunity, Chun Lang awaited an unusually long time, over 10 minutes. Just as he thought he might once again come up empty, the bobber suddenly bobbed vigorously. I got a catch, and it feels like a big one. Chun Lang's eyes sparkled. The effort to reel it in felt significantly greater than before, as though the item was much heavier than a mere wooden treasure chest. He strained with all his might to finally drag the item ashore. Ding! Obtained ordinary treasure chest X1. Item: ordinary treasure chest. Grade: Tier 1. Description: a survival treasure chest made of black iron. Opening it may yield a random Tier 1 item, such as equipment, blueprints, potions, resources, and more. A Tier 1 ordinary treasure chest. The potential rewards surpassed those of the floating wooden treasure chest. With a bit of enhancement, it could yield even better results. Without hesitation, Chun Lang activated his talent to super enhance this ordinary treasure chest. Super enhance for me. The ordinary treasure chest shimmered, its material transforming from black iron to bronze, appearing more refined and elevated in status. Item: exquisite treasure chest. Grade: Tier 2. Description: a survival treasure chest made of bronze. Opening it may yield a random Tier 2 item, such as equipment, blueprints, potions, resources, and more. Would you like to open it? From Tier 1 to Tier 2. What a lucrative turn of events. While others are still struggling with ordinary items, I have already secured a Tier 2 treasure chest, placing me far ahead. Chun Lang exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Open it right now. As the words left his mouth, the exquisite bronze chest lid automatically flipped open, and a radiant glow emanated from within. Ding! Successfully opened. Obtained building. Fertile farmland X1. Ding! You have acquired a new type of architecture for the first time, achieving the accomplishment, Architectural Master I, granting you 10 experience points. Chapter 3. The innate farming gene. A prompt from the system echoed in the air. Chun Lang glanced towards his backpack's inventory, where he noticed a miniature agricultural plot had suddenly appeared in the second slot. Building: fertile farmland. Tier: Level 2. Description: a carefully cultivated farmland rich in nutrients, capable of accelerating the growth of crops Tier 2 and below. Note 1. Continuous planting requires replenishment of nutrients and water. Otherwise, the farmland may become barren and degrade from Tier 2 to a lower level. Note 2. Can be extracted from the backpack and placed in a designated location with a single command, but the location cannot be changed thereafter. Please choose the placement site wisely. Gazing at the farmland in the slot, Chun Lang contemplated using his final free opportunity of the day to supercharge the Tier 2 farmland, hoping to elevate it to Tier 3 or even 4. However, upon attempting this, he found no reaction. The system explained that the farmland, being part of the reward tied to a chest, had already undergone enhancement when he activated his talent on the chest. An item that has been enhanced once cannot be enhanced again. Thus, attempting to enhance the chest first and then the rewards from it would not yield success. Indeed, exploiting the system's bugs proved to be more challenging than anticipated. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Chun Lang mused aloud. The description states that once placed, the farmland cannot be relocated, correct? In that case, I must carefully consider where to position the Tier 2 farmland. It must not conflict with future island developments. To find a suitable location for the farmland, Chun Lang began to wander the island, taking the opportunity to familiarize himself with his surroundings. The island numbered 2887 was not particularly large, measuring a little over 300 meters in length and about 200 meters in width. The outermost ring consisted of sandy beaches, while the interior housed small wooden cabins and a vast expanse of grass. After a thorough exploration, Chun Lang discovered that his island could hardly be described as bountiful. Rather, it was devoid of resources. Not a single trace of small animals like wild rabbits or chickens could be found, save for a single dead coconut tree. Beneath the tree lay 2 coconuts, one old, sprouting green shoots and likely inedible, while the other appeared relatively fresh. The fresh coconut would suffice for hydration, while the sprouted one could be planted in the Tier 2 farmland to grow a new coconut tree. With a plan forming in his mind, Chun Lang decided to place the farmland near the coconut tree, as it was situated far enough from the beach to mitigate concerns of flooding during high tide. Thus, with a mere thought, he commanded, "Place." The miniature farmland in the second slot of his backpack soared out, rapidly expanding to a 10-meter by 10-meter plot of fertile land, seamlessly replacing the patch of weeds beside the dead coconut tree. A detailed overview of the farmland materialized. Building: fertile farmland. Tier: Level 2, current nutrient level, 100. Will degrade to Level 1 if it falls below 20. Growth rate: normal crops grow at 3 times speed. Tier 1 crops at double. Tier 2 crops at normal speed. Tier 3 at half speed. And no planting is possible for Tier 4 and above. It is often said that the people of Long will possess an innate farming gene. As soon as they come of age, they yearn for a piece of land to cultivate as they please. Chun Lang had previously dismissed this notion, but upon witnessing the fertile farmland before him, he found himself captivated. He quickly retrieved the sprouted coconut, dug a hole, added some soil, and planted it. Crop: coconut tree. Tier: common. Status: sprouted. Estimated maturity time: 3 days, currently at triple speed. A coconut that has just sprouted can grow into a full coconut tree and bear fruit in 3 days? Normally, such growth takes a minimum of 5 years. This growth rate is astonishing. Moreover, with the Tier 2 farmland providing a 3-fold acceleration for ordinary crops, a new coconut could be harvested in just a day. It seems I will have more than enough water for the time being. While coconut water is indeed plentiful, relying solely on it for hydration poses a risk of diarrhea. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing for now. I will need to devise a means to obtain pure fresh water eventually. Lost in thought, Chun Lang wiped the dirt from his hands. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Ding! First time planting a crop achieved the milestone. Farming expert I, experience points, 10. Currently, during this survival tutorial phase, nearly any action can yield achievements, resulting in a substantial amount of experience points. After a day of diligent work, Chun Lang had already accumulated 50 experience points. At this rate, he would likely reach Tier 1 survivalist status before long. What changes might occur upon leveling up? Never mind. I will only discover that once I reach Tier 1. For now, I should open the remaining 3 floating wood chests and see what they contain. Since the chests and the rewards obtained from them can only be enhanced one at a time, I shall decisively open the chests first. Depending on the quality of the items acquired, I will then decide whether to enhance them. After all, if I enhance a chest first and the reward turns out to be useless, I would have wasted a free enhancement opportunity. Chun Lang had no energy crystals at the moment, and the opportunities for super enhancement refresh thrice daily at midnight. Such opportunities must not be squandered. Ding. Floating wood chest X3, successfully opened. Acquired equipment. Fishing net X1. Acquired blueprint. Campfire blueprint X1. Acquired equipment. Dagger X1. Ding. First time obtaining a blueprint achieved the milestone. Blueprint collector I, experience points, 10. A fishing net and a campfire blueprint? Both are essential for survival. Chun Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he returned to the wooden cabin. He surveyed his backpack's inventory. The 2 floating wood chests in the first slot had vanished, replaced by a new fishing rod. The second slot now housed the fresh coconut, while the third, fourth, and fifth slots contained the campfire blueprint, fishing net, and dagger respectively. Let me examine them one by one. Chun Lang first pulled out the campfire blueprint. Blueprint, campfire blueprint, type, production blueprint, can be used multiple times without disappearing. Tier, common, description, gather the required materials. Place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Required materials, wooden sticks X3, stones X3. Flint X1. Wooden sticks and stones are easy enough to come by, but flint. Chun Lang furrowed his brow slightly. He had just traversed the island and had specifically looked for fire-starting materials, but found no flint. Where could he possibly acquire it? The trading plaza. A sudden realization struck him. Just because he did not possess flint did not mean that others might not. He promptly summoned the system interface and accessed the trading plaza, beginning to search thoroughly. Chapter 4. The Trading Square, bartering coconuts for firestones to ignite a campfire. The interface of the trading platform resembles that of a certain seafood market adorned with a yellow icon. Upon entering, the homepage showcases a myriad of randomly suggested trading posts. At the top lies a search bar, while below are options for categorization and personal transactions. Chun Lang briefly scanned the homepage. Since the collective crossing into this new world, barely half a day had elapsed. In such a short span, many must still be grappling with their circumstances, with only a few having made any significant progress. Thus, valuable items were scarce. Most posts featured items of little use extracted from treasure chests or requests for goods in hopes of bartering with others. Jiao Tsong posted, a wooden box from my treasure chest, quite spacious, who wants it? Zhang Genshua offered, a complete set of lace battle attire, ladies first. But cross-dressers are welcome too, DM me with offers. Xiao Mao chimed in, the above is rather unseemly. I have just hand-woven a grass skirt. Willing to trade for food and water, other exchanges can be discussed privately. Lu Rinjia stated, I possess blueprints for arrows and am looking to purchase feathers in bulk. The more the better. Zheng Ro proclaimed, I have purified water condensed by my innate talent. Who is interested? Chun Lang perused the posts and noted that, amidst the vast number of survivors, some fortunate individuals stood out and warranted his attention, particularly Lu Rinjia and Zhang Ro. The former had arrow blueprints, enabling mass production of arrows, potentially allowing for the crafting of bows as well. It is often said, while neighbors hoard grain, I stockpile weapons, suggesting that possessing bows and arrows would grant Lu Rinjia a significant combat advantage over other survivors. Caution is advisable. Or perhaps he could reach out to procure some arrows for his own armament. As for Zheng Ro, her abilities seemed to be related to water, allowing her to conjure pure water, an invaluable resource for survival on the island. Many sought her out for water, potentially impacting his plans for trading coconuts, marking her as a potential rival. The homepage refreshed too slowly for his liking, so he opted to utilize the search bar. At present, his most coveted item was a firestone. With a firestone, he could create a campfire, essential not only for warmth but also for cooking food. Its importance could not be overstated. Thus, he promptly entered the keyword into the search bar. To his delight, he found 4 individuals, Lu Zhukai, Han Zhao, Li Yun, and Gu Min, each posting about trading firestones on their profiles. Upon reviewing their descriptions, he learned they had all originated from the same sizable island, which featured a substantial mine. While they hadn't yet dared to venture deep into the mine, shards of firestone littered the entrance, easily ignitable with a few strikes. However, as the saying goes, those in drought perish of thirst, while those in flood drown. While Lu Zhikai and his companions could effortlessly create fires with gathered grass and firestones, the majority struggled to ignite flames. The temperature fluctuations between day and night at sea are immense, and many lacked proper clothing. When darkness fell, even those sheltered in small wooden cabins might shiver from the cold, and the risk of falling ill was significant, where even a minor ailment could prove fatal in such a resource-scarce environment. Consequently, many sought out the posts created by Lu Zhikai and his companions, offering food, water, or other useful items in exchange for firestones. In this distinctly seller's market, Lu Zhikai and his peers swiftly accumulated a wealth of supplies, their development likely among the fastest in the group. Chen Lang left a comment on Lu Zhikai's post, "Coconuts for firestones, are you interested?" "Absolutely, brother," Lu Zhikai replied amiably, not allowing the thriving business to corrupt his demeanor. Both parties fulfilled their needs, and the transaction concluded smoothly. In Chen Lang's backpack, the compartment once filled with coconuts now contained the 2 freshly acquired firestones. Item: broken firestone, grade, common, description. 2 shards comprise a set, capable of generating sparks through friction. Ignition probability is low, and they are ineffective in damp conditions. At the instant the trade was completed, the system chimed with a notification. Ding. You have completed your first buyer transaction in the trading square, achieving the milestone, Procurement I, earning 10 experience points. Finally, the firestones were in hand. Within the small cabin, Chen Lang gazed out the window. The sky had dimmed, and in a few hours, the sun would surely descend below the horizon. He hastily retrieved the blueprint, preparing to craft the campfire. Constructing a campfire required 3 wooden sticks, 3 stones, and a firestone. Chen Lang quickly gathered the necessary quantity of sticks and stones from the island. Additionally, he selected some longer and sturdier grass to fashion a rudimentary grass skirt. Finally, shedding his disheveled state, adorned in his grass skirt, reminiscent of primitive attire, Chen Lang arranged the sticks, stones, and the recently acquired firestones atop the unfolded campfire blueprint. With a focused thought, he initiated the crafting process. In the next moment, the materials depicted on the blueprint were enveloped in radiant light, transforming into the final product. The blueprints come in 2 varieties: one-time use, which vanish after a single use, and production blueprints, like the campfire blueprint Chen Lang obtained, which can be utilized repeatedly, albeit with diminishing durability. Once the durability is depleted, the blueprint will wear out and require repair using a drafting table. Ding. Crafting successful. Obtained item: Campfire X1. Ding. First time use of a crafting blueprint. Achieving milestone. Engineer I, earning 10 experience points. Item: Campfire, grade, common, description. A mass-produced campfire created using a blueprint. Its flame is relatively weak, suitable for limited warmth and simple cooking. Fuel is required for prolonged burning. A cascade of notifications echoed as the durability of the campfire blueprint decreased to 99. The crafted campfire was automatically stored in his backpack. Chen Lang had achieved yet another milestone, gaining 10 experience points. He decided to place the campfire in a spot far from his bed, ensuring it provided warmth without the risk of igniting the cabin, facilitating future cooking endeavors. He retrieved the campfire and set it down in an empty space within the small cabin. Instantly, a square wooden frame resembling a grid appeared, with a stone base laid flat and a pile of burning charcoal accumulating atop, radiating an orange glow that illuminated and warmed the once bleak cabin. Ding. First time igniting a flame, achieving milestone, warmed up, earning 10 experience points. Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction. While a firestone could ignite a flame, it lacked the comprehensive utility of a campfire. The two are akin to matches and lighters. The former is not without merit, but the latter offers greater convenience. Having felt a chill, he crouched beside the campfire, extending his hands to warm himself. Once he was adequately warmed, he stepped outside. The coconuts he had intended to reserve for food had been traded for firestones. Thus, Chen Lang made his way to the shore. Planning to utilize the fishing net he had also extracted from the driftwood treasure chest, hoping to catch some fish for dinner before nightfall. Chapter 5. Advanced Fishing Net. Item: Fishing net, grade, common, description. A fishing net woven from fine fish lines, remarkably durable. Capable of catching small fish and shrimp. Supplement: automatically catches fish when thrown into the sea, to be retrieved after 3 hours. With unpredictable yield, there remains one last opportunity for enhancement. I shall use it now. I hope that after the upgrade, I can catch more fish. If all goes as planned, for the next few days, the fishing net will be my crucial tool for survival. Sharpening the blade does not hinder the woodcutter. Utilizing this final free enhancement opportunity on the fishing net is certainly worthwhile. Thus, Chen Lang focused his thoughts and activated his super enhancement talent once more. The brilliance of super enhancement enveloped the fishing net. In no time, ding, super enhancement successful. Fishing net has been upgraded to advanced fishing net. Equipped. Advanced fishing net, grade, second tier, description. Crafted with exquisite techniques, this advanced fishing net is exceptionally resilient. Capable of capturing aquatic creatures of second tier and below. Supplement 1. Automatically catches fish when thrown into the sea, to be retrieved after 1 hour. With unpredictable yield, Supplement 2 also possesses a binding effect on terrestrial creatures, including survivors, capable of imprisoning them for up to 30 minutes. With stronger targets being confined for shorter durations, remarkably, I have ascended from common to second tier, a double elevation of grades. This stroke of luck is indeed fortuitous. Moreover, the advanced fishing net post-enhancement features an additional mechanism, proving effective not only for fishing but also against beasts and foes. Chen Lang felt increasingly satisfied. This final free super enhancement was indeed a judicious choice. He promptly waded barefoot into the sea, advancing deeper until the water reached his waist. His body swayed gently with the waves. After a few more steps, he was perilously close to being swept away by a large wave. Chen Lang then halted, gripping the extended braided hand rope tightly in one hand while spinning the net in the other like a windmill. Suddenly, he released his grip. And under the influence of inertia, the net's head expanded into a perfect circle, its mouth wide open. The entire fishing net resembled a whale with its mouth agape. As Chen Lang cast it into the sea, he slowly retreated to the shore, securing the hand rope to a dead coconut tree to prevent the net from being carried away by the waves. Dripping wet, he returned to the small wooden cabin, crouching once more beside the campfire to dry off. As the moisture evaporated from his body, he contemplated his future plans, regardless of his willingness. The era of island survival had commenced, and today was merely the first day. The days ahead would be long. He must devise a strategy, as taking each step without foresight would inevitably lead to chaos. The most pressing concern was the third guideline of survival, which had mentioned a calamity that would sweep across the sea after the 7-day novice period. To endure this trial, both personal strength and island development must keep pace. Having toiled throughout the day, he had already amassed 70 experience points, needing just 30 more to elevate his survival level from mediocre to first tier, which would likely bring about special changes. For the island to ascend from mediocre to first tier, it would require at least 3 structures, and he must first break through to the first tier. Chen Lang concentrated and summoned his survivor panel. Territory: Island number 2887, mediocre. Talent: Super enhancement, unique. Attributes: Spirit 13, Strength 8, Speed 8, Stamina 7, Magic 1. Level: Mediocre, 7100. Blueprints: Campfire Blueprint 1, Equipment: Refurbished Fishing Rod 1, Advanced Fishing Net 1. Dagger 1. Items: Campfire 1. He clicked on his territory to access the details. The specifics of island number 2887 unfolded before Chen Lang's eyes. Territory: Island No. 2887. Level: Mediocre. Buildings: Initial Wooden Cabin 1, Fertile Farmland 1. Evaluation: A barren initial island, lacking in notoriety, yet possessing potential for agricultural development. Promotion conditions: 1. Lord level must reach first tier. 2. Must possess at least 3 structures. Achieving a first tier breakthrough is not particularly challenging, and I expect to reach it by tomorrow. However, constructing buildings is not as simple. Aside from the initial wooden cabin, the second-tier farmland was a stroke of luck that I found in a crate. When I will obtain another structure remains uncertain. It could come from a crate, or perhaps I might find someone selling building blueprints or similar items on the trading platform. Chen Lang muttered to himself intermittently. An hour swiftly passed. The sun began to set on the horizon. He untied the hand rope and approached the shore, gradually pulling the submerged fishing net back. The deeper the water, the better the yield. He initially thought casting the net near the shore would yield little. To his surprise, the net felt heavy, indicating a substantial catch. The weight of the fishing net filled Chen Lang with quiet joy. If he indeed pulled up a net full of fish, he would have no worries about food. He could even barter the fish for more vital supplies with other survivors. Renewed vigor surged within him as he heaved the fishing net from the water. Upon closer inspection, while the haul was not as monumental as he had imagined, it was certainly satisfactory. The net contained over 10 fish of various species, the smallest no larger than his palm, while the largest was nearly the length of his forearm, clearly weighing several pounds. Wow, what a triumph! Tonight, I can feast on grilled fish. Chen Lang cheered jubilantly. The joy of his bounty gradually alleviated his sense of impending crisis. However, at such a moment, it was likely that trouble was brewing. His earlier exclamation had attracted the attention of circling seabirds, and a large black bird, with a wingspan of 3 meters and feathers sharp as blades, descended from the skies. Its talons akin to those of a hawk, locking onto Chun Lang from above before diving down like an arrow. Chun Lang, with several fish in his net, was making his way back to the cabin when he suddenly found himself engulfed in shadow, with only his immediate vicinity remaining illuminated, as if a massive shadow loomed overhead. He quickly looked up. The sight nearly frightened the life out of him. A gigantic black bird was descending, poised to snatch him up like an eagle seizing a chick. Beast, black feathered eagle, juvenile. Level, first tier. Description, a fierce bird of prey often seen patrolling the seas, with a broad wingspan and feathers as sharp as knives. It possesses formidable combat prowess, primarily preying on other seabirds and fish, but will also hunt terrestrial creatures found on the island. Skills, none. Supplement, this individual is still a juvenile, in the process of growth and development. With limited hunting experience, goodness. A first-tier bird of prey, in its juvenile form, is already so formidable? My earlier shouting must have summoned it. I cannot confront it directly. I must flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Lang sprinted towards the wooden cabin. As it was still the novice protection period, the cabin would not be breached, and as long as he could take refuge inside, he would be safe. However, the black-feathered eagle was far too swift. No matter how fervently Chun Lang struggled, he was limited by his 2 legs. Even the shadows of his efforts could not outpace the relentless pursuit behind him. The gap between them narrowed with alarming speed, and it was clear that he was on the verge of being overtaken. With a determined resolve, he decided that one must sometimes sacrifice in order to survive. Reluctantly, he began to cast the fish he had just caught, one by one, from smallest to largest, in an effort to divert the attention of the black-feathered eagle. This tactic proved to be effective indeed. Chapter 6. A brush with death. The black-feathered eagle, a formidable raptor, seldom allows its prey to escape once it has set its sights upon them. Yet, Chun Lang found himself fortunate. The eagle diving above him was not a seasoned predator but rather a novice, much like himself, lacking in experience and skill, easily distracted by other stimuli. As Chun Lang tossed the first fish, the eagle's attention wavered momentarily. It shifted its direction, snatching the fish with its beak and increasing the distance between itself and Chun Lang. With each step, he drew closer to the cabin. Hope glimmered in his eyes. Fish could be caught again, but a lost life was a game over. Thus, he resorted to his previous tactic, akin to a butcher pursued by wolves, hurling fish from his basket to divert the young eagle's attention. When only 2 fish remained in his net, Chun Lang at last reached the cabin's threshold. As the sole survivor on the island, he had not encountered any other wildlife, so he left the door ajar, allowing him to stride in with haste. Swiftly, he secured the wooden door and closed the front and back windows, successfully retreating into his sanctuary. Chun Lang was the type to possess both courage and caution. The more dire the situation, the calmer he became, executing the locking motions with fluidity. The eagle, hot on his heels, failed to react in time and collided forcefully with the cabin's wooden wall. The bird, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, descended with tremendous kinetic energy, akin to a cannonball, causing the cabin to tremble. Fortunately, the cabin was still under the 7-day novice protection period, fortified by the system's power. A faint glow enveloped the structure, stabilizing it despite its apparent instability. No matter how fiercely the eagle flapped its wings or pecked at the walls with its sharp beak and claws, it could do nothing to breach the sanctuary. After a prolonged struggle of over half an hour, it finally retreated, cursing and screeching. Chun Lang, hidden within the cabin, exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally gone. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, murmuring to himself, "Though I've narrowly escaped death this time, it's a lesson learned. Survival on this island not only entails scarcity of resources but also threats from monstrous creatures. I had previously overlooked this aspect and nearly paid the ultimate price." As his heartbeat steadied, he retrieved the last 3 small fish from his fishing net. Using a simple dagger procured from a driftwood treasure chest, he prepared the fish by scaling and gutting them, then skewered them on a stick to roast over the campfire. Ding. First cooking attempt achieved. Achievement unlocked. A warm meal, experience 10. Another achievement notification flashed before him, bringing him a step closer to leveling up. While waiting for the fish to cook, Chun Lang accessed the system panel, navigating to the world channel to see how other survivors had fared throughout the day. His attention was drawn to the online user count displayed at the top of the page. Regional communication, 8792, 10,000. Surprised. He noted that the number had decreased by over 1,000. In this survival game, players did not log out, and the IDs of those missing had been changed to account terminated, indicating that they had truly perished. As he scrolled through the message history, it confirmed his fears. Numerous individuals recounted their harrowing near-death experiences or witnessed others meet unfortunate fates. Xiaobo. This is terrifying, guys. Just now, I was about to dive into the sea with my friend Lu Mongyi to catch some fish, when a shark larger than a bus suddenly surged into the shallows and devoured Lu Mongyi whole. His E-grade agility talent was utterly useless. If I hadn't been close to shore, I would have been swallowed too. My heart is racing. I'm never going into the water again. Wang Hengwei, brother. I warned you from the start to be cautious of the sharks in the sea. Sigh, Li Yutong, the island is unsafe too. Mine is quite large with a forest, and a pack of wolves surged out from it at night, trying to eat me. Now I'm trapped in the cabin. What should I do? Song Shuren. It seems that nightfall has prompted many nocturnal beasts to commence their hunting. Everyone should stay inside their cabins until dawn. After reading for a while, Chen Lang found wisdom in Song Shuren's words. Moving forward, he resolved to act primarily during the day and retreat to his safe haven at night, adopting a nocturnal lifestyle to evade predators. In the meantime, the fish had finished cooking. Although lacking in seasoning and reeking of fishiness, it was a rare delicacy for Chen Lang, who had gone a day without food. He devoured it ravenously, even consuming the bones, before collapsing onto the hard wooden bed, forcing himself to sleep in preparation for the challenges of survival on the island the next day. The following morning, Chen Lang awoke early. Truth be told, the collective experience of traversing into another realm and narrowly escaping death had resulted in a restless night. Yet, time waits for no one. With less than 6 days remaining in the novice protection period and impending peril at sea, he needed to expedite his development both personally and on the island. He wondered if the black-feathered eagle was lurking outside, waiting to ambush him the moment he stepped out, fearful of the unknown. He cautiously cracked the wooden door open a sliver, peering outside to ensure the coast was clear. After confirming that the eagle had long since departed, he felt reassured and pushed the door open fully. With a number of fishing attempts and the 3 free enhancements of his talent refreshed at midnight, he decided not to rush to the beach just yet. Instead, he made his way to the Tier 2 farmland to inspect the harvest. Strolling into the fertile fields, he noticed that the coconut seed he had planted the previous morning had sprouted overnight into a tall, robust coconut tree, now bearing 3 new coconuts that were not yet fully ripe. Crop, coconut tree, grade, common, status, fully grown, estimated maturity time, 10 minutes, 3x acceleration in progress, thanks to the 3-fold growth acceleration in the Tier 2 farmland. The remaining 10 minutes had been condensed to just over 3 minutes. With a few vigorous shakes, the 3 young green coconuts, larger than bowling balls, fell from the tree and into his backpack. Ding! First crop harvest achieved. Achievement unlocked. Bountiful harvest I. Experience 10. Ding! Current experience has reached the requirement for leveling up, 100-100. Would you like to level up? At last, he had gathered enough. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Lang nodded decisively. Level up. Let us do it now. Chapter 7. Promotion to Level 1. The system's prompt sounded, announcing, ding. Level up successful. Congratulations. You have become Level 1 Survivor. Simultaneously, Chen Lang's Survivor attribute panel sprang forth. Survivor, Chen Lang, Territory under Command, Island No. 2887, Substandard, Talent, Super Enhancement, Unique, Attributes, Spirit 13, Strength 8, Speed 8, Stamina 7. Magic 1, Available points for distribution, 10. Level, 1, 0, 200. Blueprints, Campfire Blueprint 1, Equipment, Refurbished Fishing Rod 1, Advanced Fishing Net 1. Dagger 1. Items, Campfire 1. Resources, Coconuts 3. Upon reaching level 1, did I acquire 10 points to allocate freely? Chen Lang murmured to himself. The elevation in level rewards points that can be utilized to enhance various attributes, thereby augmenting one's strength. This constitutes the upgrade system for survivors. My current attributes are Spirit 13, Strength 8, Speed 8, Stamina 7, and Magic 1. While my spirit is robust, my magic is rather feeble, with the rest of my attributes being relatively balanced. Should I bolster my strengths, remedy my weaknesses, or distribute points among strength, speed, and stamina? Chen Lang found himself momentarily conflicted regarding the allocation of his points. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. The reason for my indecision stems entirely from a lack of sufficient points. I must find ways to increase my attribute points. System, I wish to super enhance my points. Chen Lang attempted to invoke his talent. To his delight, it worked. It seemed that anything directly linked to him could indeed be enhanced. Ding. Super enhancement successful. 10 free attribute points have been enhanced to 20 free attribute points. Transforming 10 points into 20 points instantly provided a sense of abundance. Chen Lang could now address both his strengths and weaknesses. He wanted it all. With spirit already significantly ahead, he decided to add 2 points, raising it to 15. For strength, speed, and stamina, he allocated 5 points each, resulting in 13, 13, and 12, thereby narrowing the gap with spirit. Lastly, he assigned the remaining 3 points to magic. Although it might not be immediately useful, it could prove to be a crucial attribute in the future. Better to prepare than to be caught unawares. Thus, Chunlang allocated his 20 free points, achieving a comprehensive enhancement. The moment he completed the allocation, he felt waves of power surging from deep within his body, once again resembling a youthful version of himself. He had transformed from a slender 1.78-meter young man to a robust 1.83 meters, with muscles akin to those of a seasoned gym enthusiast. With such a physique, his speed and stamina were undoubtedly formidable. Furthermore, Chunlang sensed a significant boost in his vitality. Previously fatigued from a poor night's sleep, with dark circles under his eyes, he now felt invigorated and mentally sharp, as if a veil had been lifted. Finally, he experienced an indescribable sensation, as if the air around him suddenly brimmed with an unseen yet perceptible essence. This change must be linked to the enhancement of his magic attribute. In summary, after his promotion to level 1, Chunlang's overall strength had surged considerably. Once merely a standard exemplar of an ordinary person, he now possessed physical capabilities comparable to those of Olympic champions or elite soldiers. Retrieving his dagger from his backpack, his eyes gleamed with determination. If I encounter that juvenile black feather eagle again, I shall not be caught off guard as I was before. I now possess the strength to fight back. However, Chunlang had no intention of seeking vengeance on the black feather eagle. That would be a waste of time. Instead, he focused on his development. Having attained level 1, he had fulfilled one prerequisite for upgrading the island, now only needing to gather 3 structures to acquire buildings. There were essentially 2 avenues, the trading square or fishing by the seaside. Chunlang opened the regional communication channel, initially intending to observe the situation of the others the following day. However, he noticed a prompt in the input field. You are the first level 1 survivor in the region. Would you like to make a regional announcement? Yes. Chunlang opted to make his achievement known. In the early stages, the competitive pressure among survivors was not overwhelming. There was no need to conceal his progress, and publicizing it could bolster his reputation and influence. Consequently, on the various islands, regardless of what the survivors were engaged in, a system announcement interface emerged before them. They heard the system's notification. Ding. Chunlang has become the first level 1 survivor in the region, achieving the accolade, leading the charge, earning 50 experience points. This announcement is hereby made. Ding. Chunlang has become the first level 1 survivor in the region. Ding. Chunlang has become the first level 1 survivor in the region. The important message was repeated thrice. Upon witnessing the system announcement, the other survivors erupted in excitement, flooding the regional communication channel with astonishment. Du Zitong, no way. I've only completed 4 achievements, earning a mere 40 experience points. How has someone already amassed 100 points to break through to level 1? What kind of sorcery is this? Su Huaying. Chunlang, esteemed one. Could you share how you leveled up to level 1 so swiftly? Any secret tips? Lu Rinjia. Congratulations, brother Chunlang. May I inquire which island you are on? If it's nearby, we could support each other. Zheng Ro. How infuriating. I've already gathered 90 experience points, believing myself to be the first level 1 survivor, only to have someone leap ahead of me. I'm so frustrated. Song Shuren. It seems I must accelerate my progress. I hope to be the first to elevate my island to level 1. It was evident that Chunlang's announcement of his upgrade had significantly stimulated the other survivors in the region. Many hastened their efforts, eager to keep pace with him. However, catching up to Chunlang would not be an easy feat in truth. The vast majority of survivors were still only beginning to grasp the mechanics of the survival game, having achieved just 4 or 5 accomplishments, with a considerable journey ahead before they could break through to level 1. Only a handful, including Lu Rinjia, Zheng Ro, Wang Hangwei, Song Shuren, and Lu Jitsai, had any hope of trailing behind Chunlang. As for Chunlang, he collected the mature coconuts, and the coconut trees planted in the fields entered their next fruiting cycle, which would not yield more until the following day. Thus, he turned his attention back to the seaside. First, he cast the advanced fishing net into the shallow waters, awaiting the automatic fishing period of 1 hour. Simultaneously, during this wait, Chunlang began fishing with his refurbished fishing rod. The fishing rod bound to the island could only be used to catch treasure chests. Yesterday, he had fished up 3 driftwood chests and 1 black iron chest, along with a missed opportunity. Today, he wondered whether his luck would be favorable enough to reel in several black iron treasure chests. Casting his line into the sea, it wasn't long before he hooked a driftwood chest. Ding. Obtain driftwood treasure chest 1. Would you like to open it? Chapter 8. Narrow paths of enmity. On this occasion, Chunlang successfully reeled in a floating wooden treasure chest. True to his habits from the first day, he did not rush to open it immediately. Instead, he chose to accumulate a few more catches before unveiling the treasures within. With that, he cast his line again. After another 10 minutes, the fishing rod automatically retracted, revealing nothing. Undeterred, he persisted. Thus, each day bestowed him with 5 opportunities to fish, all of which Qinlang diligently utilized. The outcomes of his 5 fishing endeavors were as follows: 2 empty catches, 1 floating wooden treasure chest, and 2 black iron treasure chests. Although he encountered 1 more empty catch than the previous day, he also managed to retrieve an additional black iron treasure chest. Since the treasures and their contents could only be enhanced one at a time, he decided to open the chest first. Based on the value of the item he would obtain, he would then determine whether to proceed with a super enhancement. Otherwise, should he enhance the chest first and subsequently unveil something of little worth, it would lead to an awkward predicament. With this in mind, Qinlang opened the first floating wooden treasure chest. Ding! The floating wooden treasure chest has been successfully opened. You have received an empty mineral water bottle 1. An empty bottle? Qinlang gazed at the plastic bottle in his inventory. In his youth, he had often watched Bear Grylls survival challenges and understood that while this empty plastic bottle was considered trash in the city, it could be transformed into treasure on this island. Thus, he chose not to discard it. Even if he had no immediate use for it, he could always trade it at the marketplace with others. Next came the highlight of his fishing haul, the 2 black iron treasure chests. Qinlang opted to open them simultaneously. Ding! 2 black iron treasure chests have been successfully opened. You have obtained a blueprint, freshwater well blueprint 1. You have obtained an item, workbench 1. Blueprint, freshwater well blueprint type, one-time blueprint grade, tier 1 description. Gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Required materials: wooden barrel 1, wooden stick 5, hemp rope 1, large stone 10 item, workbench grade, tier 1 description. A platform for survivors to perform simple processing and manufacturing of items and equipment. A workbench and a well blueprint. One serves as a production tool, while the other is an architectural blueprint, both immensely useful for me. It is evident that the treasures obtained from the rare black iron chests surpass those from ordinary floating wooden chests by a significant margin. Qinlang felt a surge of joy. The workbench would enable him to craft basic equipment and items, while the well blueprint signified that once he gathered the materials, he could construct another building, fulfilling another condition for upgrading the island. Excellent. Qinlang contentedly stowed away his rewards and made his way to the nearby beach. During his fishing time, the advanced fishing net he had set up had also yielded results. To his astonishment, today's catch was heavier than yesterday's, boasting at least a dozen fish. As he tugged on the retrieval cord, he could distinctly feel the net weighed down more than before. However, having leveled up to tier 1 and enhanced his strength, he found it easier to pull the fishing net ashore. Upon closer inspection, he discovered only 1 fish within the net, but it was a sizable one. It measured over 1 meter in length, with sharp teeth, thick scales, and a striking blue-green hue. A ferocious carnivorous fish that was clearly not to be trifled with. Beast, blue-scaled sharp-toothed fish level, tier 1 description, a carnivorous fish frequently found in shallow waters, known for its fierce nature and will to attack any prey it encounters. Its sharp teeth and tough scales grant it formidable defense and high health. Skills, none note. As a marine creature, its power diminishes significantly when out of water, making prolonged survival on land impossible. The blue-scaled sharp-toothed fish thrashed violently even while ensnared in the net, struggling against the shore. Its hefty body and sharp-toothed jaws snapping ferociously as if it would tear Qinlang apart the moment he approached. Having landed the fish, Qinlang was resolute. This would be his meal, and he would not tolerate its defiance. He gripped an ordinary quality dagger obtained from fishing and boldly approached. After a vigorous struggle, the fish was increasingly entangled in the net, and deprived of water for a prolonged period, it could barely move, only gasping for air through its gills. Seizing the opportunity, Qinlang plunged the dagger into the fish's gill opening as it momentarily opened its gill cover. Despite the blue-scaled sharp-toothed fish's sturdy defense, the ordinary quality dagger found its mark, piercing not only through the gills, but also driving into the fish's brain. With this decisive blow, even the shallow water tyrant succumbed to its fate. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a tier 1 ferocious beast, blue-scaled sharp-toothed fish 1, earning energy crystal 1, experience points 10. Ding! First time kill of a tier 1 ferocious beast, achievement unlocked. First blood, earning experience points 10. Resource, energy crystal grade. Tier 1 description, contains a significant portion of the ferocious beast's energy essence, with diverse applications. Slaying a ferocious beast of tier 1 or higher grants additional experience points and energy crystals. Classic mechanics dictate that only by defeating beasts of tier 1 or above can one acquire these rewards. Currently, 99 of survivors lack the capability to defeat tier 1 beasts. For now, Only Chen Lang can expedite his leveling through hunting. He hastened his pace. After the last fishing trip, lingering too long by the shore had attracted the attention of a juvenile black feather eagle. This time, he aimed to leave promptly. Having learned from past experiences, Chen Lang, after dispatching the blue-scaled sharp-toothed fish, did not linger. He stowed the fish in his inventory and prepared to return to his dwelling. However, whether by coincidence or due to the juvenile black feather eagle's lingering resentment from their previous encounter, it began to circle the area. This time, the eagle's approach was even swifter than before. Chen Lang had only taken a few steps when he heard a fiercely aggressive cry from above. Turning around, he confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed the black feather eagle. Spotting Chen Lang, the juvenile eagle was enraged at the memory of being outwitted by such a seemingly inferior prey. Chen Lang had long since marked the eagle as a target for revenge. Having ascended to Tier 1, he vowed to settle the score if they crossed paths again. With enmity afoot, Chen Lang reacted first. He sprinted towards the small wooden cabin, mimicking his previous tactic, but this was merely a ruse. Now a Tier 1 survivor. His speed was slower than the day before, deliberately luring the eagle. As it swooped down, drawing near the ground, he prepared to surprise the fledgling with the advanced fishing net from his inventory, showcasing the treachery of human hearts. Chapter 9. A Quest for Vengeance. Slaying the black-feathered eagle. In the sky, the black-feathered eagle, consumed by a desire to avenge its previous humiliation and eager for swift results, failed to perceive Chen Lang's feigned weakness, which was, in fact, a cunning ruse to lure the enemy deeper into its trap. Suddenly, it accelerated, darting downward like an arrow released from a bow, extending its sharp, hooked talons, intending to snatch Chen Lang before he could reach the small wooden cabin, thus indulging in a feast. At that moment, Chen Lang, fully aware of the eagle's actions, felt a surge of delight as he observed it not retreating but instead charging towards him. In the blink of an eye, he retrieved a high-grade fishing net from his backpack and hurled it into the air. The net unfurled, as if descending from the heavens like the hand of a deity, enveloping the diving black-feathered eagle. Originally an ordinary fishing net, it had been supercharged to become a high-grade net, acquiring a new mechanism. It could bind not only fish but also other creatures, including survivors, for up to 30 minutes, with stronger targets being restrained for shorter durations. Thus, it had transformed into a formidable tool for control. The black-feathered eagle, ensnared by the net, found itself at a disadvantage, as its first-tier status paled in comparison to the second-tier high-grade fishing net. No matter how vigorously it flapped its wings, escape was impossible. It plummeted to the sandy beach, the momentum of its descent reversing the tides of battle in an instant. Huh, you were so arrogant, weren't you? After chasing me twice, you've finally fallen into my grasp. At last, I can exact my revenge, Chen Lang exclaimed, brandishing a dagger as he approached with a triumphant laugh. As a fierce raptor, the black-feathered eagle was nearly invincible in the air, possessing a natural advantage over ground-dwelling creatures. Even a first-tier survivor would find themselves at a disadvantage without ranged attacks. However, Chen Lang had no intention of engaging in honorable combat. With a swift motion, he ensnared the eagle in a large net, rendering it helpless like a fish on a chopping board, awaiting its fate. A standard dagger would require considerable effort to find weaknesses in the tough-scaled, blue-scaled, sharp-toothed fish, but the black-feathered eagle's feathers and skin were not as resilient. Thus, Chen Lang easily inflicted damage with his ordinary dagger. With his feet firmly planted on either side of the eagle's wings, he grasped its neck with one hand while wielding the dagger in the other, slicing across its throat as one might do to a chicken. A rush of hot blood sprayed forth. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a first-tier ferocious beast. Black-feathered eagle, juvenile, 1, earning energy crystal 1, experience points 10. With a sigh of relief, Chen Lang felt a wave of satisfaction. Today had proven fruitful. Not only had he captured a first-tier prize, but he had also avenged himself against the bird that had nearly claimed his life the day before. Dragging the carcasses of the black-feathered eagle and the blue-scaled sharp-toothed fish into the wooden cabin, he neatly stacked the sticks he had collected during his wanderings on the island in a corner by the door to serve as firewood. Chen Lang then took several sticks and tossed them into the bonfire, reviving its flickering flames into a vibrant blaze. Next, he began to process his freshly hunted prey. Starting with the blue-scaled sharp-toothed fish, he made an incision near the gills with his dagger, decapitating the fish before slicing open its belly to remove the entrails. Finally, he pried off the hard, bluish scales from its body, successfully harvesting resources. Blue hard scale 488. With such an abundance of scales, he could craft arrowheads or weave them into a protective arm guard. Chen Lang had plans in mind. He then employed a similar technique to skin the black-feathered eagle, extracting its meat for sustenance and other materials. The eagle's flesh and fish meat would serve as his meals. While the bones tin could later be ground into bone meal to accelerate crop growth, the entrails would be placed in the fishing net, as their scent would attract more fish, and he also collected 30 flight feathers, dark as ink and sharp as knives, of great utility. After a considerable amount of work, Chun Lang skewered the fresh eagle and fish meat, placing them over the bonfire to reward himself with a sumptuous roasted meal. He cracked open a coconut, satisfying his hunger and thirst, and before he knew it, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Chun Lang had set a task for himself, to swiftly gather all necessary materials to construct a freshwater well. This would ensure a continuous and stable supply of fresh water and allow the island to develop 3 structures, elevating it from a mediocre isle to a first-tier island. Without hesitation, he set about the construction of the freshwater well, which required 1 wooden barrel, 5 wooden sticks, 1 hemp rope, and 10 large stones, significantly more materials than the bonfire had required. Fortunately, he had collected a good number of wooden sticks, but the remaining materials were nowhere to be found on the island. It seemed prudent to check the trading square first. Chun Lang opened the trading square interface once more, finding himself in possession of a wealth of resources. Securing enough materials for his needs should not prove difficult. Indeed, it wasn't long before he discovered his first required material. Dukong, selling large stones, private message for price, serious buyers only please. Chun Lang promptly initiated a private chat. My friend, what is the price for the stones? The response came quickly, the tone tinged with surprise. Oh, it's you, Chun Lang. Since you've come to me for business, I'll offer you the most favorable price. 1 large stone in exchange for a portion of food or water. These stones were painstakingly extracted from a mountain, and I guarantee they are worth it. Dukong's warm hospitality was evident. Chun Lang had already gained a modicum of fame as the first-tier survivor in the area, following the system's announcements. However, as he considered Dukong's offer, he shook his head internally. Despite the effort involved, large stones were not an essential commodity for most survivors at this stage, and given Dukong's multiple trading posts, it was clear that he had ample room for negotiation. Thus, Chun Lang directly proposed 10 units of large stones for 2 coconuts. What do you say? Dukong hesitated, sensing that this offer fell short of his expectations. He had hoped to charm Chun Lang into exchanging a greater quantity of resources. However, Chun Lang remained unmoved. Dukong, having felt the pangs of hunger for some time, realized that this opportunity might slip away. Gulping, he made up his mind. All right, I'll sell. If you need anything else, do come back. With the exchange completed seamlessly through the platform, Chun Lang traded 2 fresh coconuts for 10 units of large stones, each roughly a cubic meter in volume, stacked together like a formidable stone wall, a truly impressive sight. With the first requisite material secured, he pressed on to seek the next component needed for the well's construction. Chun Lang, riding the momentum, continued his quest to gather building materials. Chapter 10. Constructing the freshwater well. Conditions for island upgrade met. The remaining materials consist of wooden barrels, sticks, and hemp rope. A few sticks can easily be extracted from the firewood pile at the entrance, eliminating the need for further collection. Thus, only the wooden barrels and hemp rope remain to be gathered. As for the wooden barrels, the workbench should suffice for their creation. Chun Lang positioned the workbench beside the bed, serving as both a nightstand and a workspace. The workbench featured an intricately carved grid. Clicking on the grid would enlarge it, allowing items to be arranged in a specific order to craft tools, reminiscent of the familiar essence of Minecraft. Additionally, if blueprints were available, they could be stored in the workbench for future crafting, negating the need to place materials on the blueprint itself, instead allowing for direct placement on the workbench. Of course, the workbench only accepted reusable blueprints. The blueprint for the freshwater well, being one-time use, was not accepted, so Chun Lang stored the campfire blueprint instead. In addition to the blueprints added later, the workbench came equipped with an initial set of crafting recipes. Upon inspection, he found wooden tools such as fishing rods, wooden swords, axes, pickaxes, shovels, hoes, and barrels, as well as a complete set of leather armor. There were no advanced stone or iron tools available, suggesting that further blueprints would need to be added or the workbench upgraded to unlock higher-tier equipment. Nevertheless, the wooden tools would suffice for the time being. Crafting a wooden barrel required 4 wooden planks and 3 sticks. While he had an abundance of sticks, he still needed to trade for the wooden planks. Trading required resources, and the supplies Chun Lang had on hand were critical items such as first-tier fish scales and feathers, making it imprudent to exchange such valuable materials for wooden planks. Observing that many survivors were still short on food resources, he decided to trade food instead. Chun Lang ventured to the seaside, using a high-quality fishing net, and within an hour, he netted a bounty of fish. The yield was akin to his first catch. He failed to capture any first-tier large fish like the azure-scaled toothy fish, instead reeling in a dozen smaller fish, ample for trading. He then accessed the Trading Plaza's search bar, inputting the keywords hemp rope and wooden planks. After a brief wait, several trading posts appeared. Su Liang. I have oak produced through my unique ability, guaranteed quality and quantity, first come, first served. Fong Shu Fong. I found a piece of hemp rope in a floating box. I'm trading it for food, as I'm starving. Yang Xian. Seeking to purchase 4 wooden planks. If you have them, please message me. I promise a fair price. Chun Lang opted to trade with Fong Shu Fong first. During their private conversation, she revealed that her island, number 1145, was devoid of resources, and she had been hungry for a day and a night. Thus, when Chun Lang offered a fish in exchange for the hemp rope, she readily agreed. Ding. Trade successful. Obtained item, hemp rope 1. Item, hemp rope. Quality, ordinary. Description, a rope woven using traditional craftsmanship, relatively durable, but with low longevity. With the hemp rope secured, Chun Lang contacted Su Liang, who was selling oak, proposing the same trading condition of exchanging fish. However, Su Liang shook his head, stating, I have a fishing rod and can catch my own food, so I'm not lacking. Just as Chun Lang thought the trade was about to fall through. Su Liang pivoted, suggesting, instead, let us change the terms of trade. I won't ask for anything, but hope that you can assist me in the future. I will give you the wooden planks for free. How does that sound? This approach revealed Su Liang's astuteness, clearly aiming to foster a relationship with Chun Lang for future support. Chun Lang did not mind Su Liang's intention to befriend him. In the unpredictable landscape of island survival, cultivating friendships was far more advantageous than making enemies. He nodded in agreement, all right, that works. However, as the system did not recognize informal agreements, Su Liang traded 5 wooden planks for a stick. Afterward, Chun Lang returned to the workbench, arranging the 3 sticks and 5 wooden planks according to the shape of the barrel, leaving 1 space in the middle. With a thought, the workbench gleamed, and a standard-sized wooden barrel materialized. Item, oak barrel. Quality, ordinary. Description, a barrel made of oak and sticks, lightweight, but of average durability. Prone to aging and damage over time. With the wooden barrel acquired, all materials for the freshwater well were now complete. Chun Lang clapped his hands, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Finally, he took out the blueprint for the freshwater well, placing the 10 large stones, 5 sticks, 1 wooden barrel, and 1 hemp rope on the blueprint. Ding. Manufacturing successful. Obtained building. Freshwater well 1. The system notification chimed. The one-time blueprint vanished in a burst of light, and a miniature well icon appeared in Chun Lang's backpack. Building, freshwater well. Quality, Tier 1. Description, a water well constructed from common materials. Capable of producing 3 units of pure freshwater daily. Note, can be retrieved from the backpack and placed at a designated location with a single click. But the placement location cannot be changed afterward, so choose wisely. Producing a maximum of 3 units of freshwater daily was quite satisfactory. Chun Lang was pleased with the well's output. As per the system's classification, 1 unit of water equated to 1 cubic meter. Currently, he was the sole inhabitant of the island, and even with a 10 by 10 Tier 2 farmland requiring occasional watering, 3 cubic meters of freshwater daily would suffice. Chun Lang then stepped out of the wooden house. With a thought, he positioned the freshwater well beside the farmland. Before him, a deep well encircled by stones emerged, complete with a pulley at the top, entwined with hemp rope, the other end of which was tied to the wooden barrel for drawing water. After placing the building, a more detailed water usage panel appeared. Building, freshwater well, water production, 3 units day, water used today, 0 units, crucially, with the completion of the freshwater well. The island now boasted 3 structures. The system notification chimed once more. Ding. Detected that island number 2887 has met all upgrade conditions. Would you like to advance? This was the moment he had been awaiting. Chun Lang would certainly not refuse. He eagerly nodded, upgrade. As his words echoed, the island underwent a tremendous transformation. Chapter 11, Island Upgrade. Resource Refresh. The island's upgrade commenced with an expansion of its area. Originally measuring approximately 300 meters in length and 200 meters in width, the island has now expanded outward, reaching a length and width of around 400 meters, thus significantly increasing its size. Furthermore, it is not merely the area that has changed. An abundance of new resources has randomly emerged on the island. For instance, several trees have sprouted in the newly revealed regions, and faint glimpses of small animals can be seen scurrying about. However, the most eye-catching transformation is the sudden appearance of a small mine, coinciding with the island's upgrade. Chun Lang is filled with eagerness to explore it. Ding. Promotion successful. Island number 2887 has been upgraded to Tier 1 Island. Would you like to make a regional announcement? The system's inquiry resounds once more. The last announcement unlocked an achievement and awarded experience points, this time A similar outcome is anticipated. Consequently, Chunlang nods in agreement and opts to proceed with the regional announcement. Thus, all survivors within the area receive a flurry of system notifications once again. Ding! Chunlang has upgraded island number 2887 to Tier 1, achieving the milestone, one step ahead. Gaining 50 experience points, hereby announced. Ding! Chunlang has upgraded island number 2887 to Tier 1. Ding! Chunlang. The familiar flood of announcements stirs excitement anew, igniting chaos in the World Channel's regional communications section. Luringia. Wow, that was fast. I just broke through to Tier 1 survivor, thinking I could catch up to Chunlang. Yet he has upgraded the island to Tier 1 already? Songshuren. It seems our gap with him has not only failed to narrow, but is instead continuously widening. Now I am curious about the talent Chunlang has awakened. Could it be above S rank? Otherwise, there's no reason for such rapid development. And it's only the second day? Su Liang, congratulations, Chunlang. Zhengro, brother Chunlang, can I cling to your success? I have plenty of water. Guaranteed to satisfy you. Du Zitong. Although I know that Sister Zhengro possesses a water attribute talent, her words sound a bit strange. Chunlang pays particular attention to other rapidly developing survivors. According to their own accounts, Luringia, Songshuren, Zhengro, and Lu Jichai have all broken through to become Tier 1 survivors. It won't be long before the island also advances to Tier 1, placing them in the first echelon. The second echelon consists of Du Zitong and Su Liang, who have also reached Tier 1, but their islands predominantly feature only one structure, making their promotion to Tier 1 a distant prospect. The vast majority, who have yet to attain Tier 1 status, are relegated to the third and fourth echelons. If they do not manage to develop in the coming days, their chances of survival when the novice period concludes and disaster strikes the seas will be exceedingly low. In summary, while Chunlang currently stands as the foremost figure in regional development, with progress far ahead of others, he is far from a position of complacency. The requirements for upgrading the island to Tier 2 necessitate his own ascension to Tier 2 survivor, alongside possessing at least 6 structures, with more than half of them reaching Tier 2. This presents a challenge significantly greater than that of Tier 1. Chunlang inhales sharply. He glances at his experience points, 100 and 3,200. Thanks to the 2 announcements and the defeat of the first tier beasts, the blue-scaled fongfish and the black-feathered eagle, his experience gauge is already over half full. He decides to first circumnavigate the island to observe the resources that have emerged following the upgrade to Tier 1 and the area expansion. The most apparent change accompanying the island's enlargement is the emergence of varied terrains. Prior to the upgrade, the island was merely a ring of beach encircling a central patch of mud. Now, a small grove of several trees has appeared, along with a mining area featuring a small mine. The grove consists of 5 sturdy oak trees. Chunlang utilizes a basic dagger, exerting considerable effort to fell these trees. Ding! First-time logging achievement unlocked. Lumberjack I, gaining 10 experience points. He collects dozens of wooden sticks, several planks, and a handful of saplings. The sticks and planks are standard materials, which he casually piles around the small wooden house for easy access. As for the oak saplings, he plants them in the Tier 2 farmland. Crops, oak sapling, grade, ordinary, status, established, expected maturation time, 3 days, accelerated at 3x, thanks to the exceptional fertility of the Tier 2 farmland. Nearly all ordinary grade crops mature in just 1 day, with minimal depletion of fertility. Currently, the fertility of this plot has only dropped to 99, alleviating any concerns about it diminishing to Tier 1 or lower. He can plant freely without worry. This ensures a stable source of timber supply. Development unfolds step by step, gradually transitioning from nothing to abundance. While felling the oak trees, Chunlang also observes that 2 sheep, 1 chicken, and 2 rabbits have emerged on the island, which previously harbored no wildlife. This ignites an idea within him to construct an enclosure for these animals, thus creating an additional structure and fostering a breeding industry. However, this idea is temporarily set aside as his primary interest lies with the small mine. He is eager to delve into the depths of the mine, yet preparations are necessary before doing so. Thus, Chunlang returns to his dwelling, retrieves 2 sticks and 3 planks, and crafts a wooden pickaxe at the workbench. Additionally, he combines a stick with the charcoal remnants from the campfire to fashion a torch. Equipped with a torch in his left hand for illumination and a pickaxe in his right for mining, he completes his preparations and strides toward the mining area, where he encounters the newly manifested small mine. Resource: barren small mine. Grade: Tier 1. Description: previously mined and now barren vein. With a stroke of luck, one might discover some remaining mineral resources. Types of minerals and their proportions: iron or 50, copper or 40, lapis lazuli 8, gold or 2. The mine contains iron and copper, along with lapis lazuli and gold, but their quantities are likely minimal. for other survivors. The discovery of such a mine on the island would elicit jubilant cheers. However, Chen-Lang feels a tinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, it matters not. He possesses a talent. Ding. Would you like to use one free opportunity to super enhance the barren small mine? Yes, I wish to enhance this mine. A radiant glow envelopes the mine. Once the brilliance dissipates, the size of the mine has doubled. Ding. Super enhancement successful. Barren small mine has been upgraded to abundant small mine. Chapter 12. The Gold Miner and the Cave Poison Spider. Resource. Bountiful small mine. Grade. Second stage. Description. A small mine rich in mineral resources, where various minerals can be extracted, but the mine is also home to various monsters, presenting both risks and opportunities. Types of minerals and proportions. Iron or 10. Copper or 8. Lapis lazuli 4. Gold or 2. Upon advancing to the second stage, the total quantity of mineral resources doubled, yet the mine would also spawn monsters. Thus caution was necessary. Holding his breath and concentrating, Chen-Lang raised his torch and stepped into the dark and profound small mine. Although termed a small mine, its scale was not insignificant. The paths twisted and turned, shrouded in dimness. The flickering torch in his left hand provided a faint glow, barely illuminating a 3-meter radius around him. As he walked, he occasionally struck the rocky walls with the wooden pickaxe in his other hand, leaving marks to delineate his path and prevent getting lost in the gloom. As he continued, a discovery awaited him. Was that iron ore? Chen-Lang noticed a gleam beneath his feet, illuminated by the warm glow of the torch, differing from the surrounding rocks. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed iron ore. Resource: inferior iron ore. Grade: ordinary. Description: a stone containing trace amounts of iron, which can be refined into iron grains through smelting. Indeed, it was iron ore. Although the iron content was low, every little bit counts. Iron products would undoubtedly be essential in future developments. Thus, not a single speck of iron could be overlooked. Consequently, Chen-Lang planted the torch into the ground, grasped the wooden pickaxe with both hands, and swung it vigorously. His robust physique as a first-stage survivor facilitated a remarkable efficiency in mining. In no time, the piece of inferior iron ore was extracted and stored in his backpack. The system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations on mining inferior iron ore. Gaining coarse iron 1. Experience points 1. Ding. First-time mining achievement unlocked. Gold Miner I. Experience points 10. He had accrued 11 additional experience points. Chen-Lang pressed on, delving deeper into the mine, soon making another discovery. The stones within the mine could also be mined. After striking a few times with his pickaxe, he unearthed 10 stone blocks. It appeared that while metals such as iron, copper, and gold were scarce, stones were abundant. Hence, in the future, he could mine for stones instead of purchasing them from others at the trading square, even selling surplus stones. However, stones were not classified as minerals, so mining them would not yield experience points. Otherwise, he could mine dozens, if not hundreds, of cubic meters of stone to accumulate enough experience for a second-stage upgrade. Chen-Lang mused to himself as he reached a fork in the path. In addition to continuing straight ahead, there was a slanted tunnel adjacent to him. Uncertain of where either path might lead, he whimsically decided, "I'll choose the one that calls to me," and opted for the slanted tunnel. Estimating he had traversed over 100 meters within the mine, and given the mine's overall downward slope, he was now approximately 10 to 20 meters beneath the surface. As he descended further, the resources within the mine began to flourish. Chen-Lang soon stumbled upon several more iron ores. Ding. Congratulations on mining inferior iron ore. Gaining coarse iron 1. Experience points 1. Ding. Congratulations on mining inferior iron ore. Gaining coarse iron 1. Experience points 1. He also uncovered copper ore. Ding. Congratulations on mining copper ore. Gaining coarse copper 1. Experience points 1. Ding. Congratulations on mining copper ore. Gaining coarse copper 1. Experience points 1. After a vigorous round of mining, Chen-Lang's backpack was now filled with 7 pieces of coarse iron and 6 pieces of coarse copper, the yield closely aligning with the resource proportions indicated on the details panel. However, he had yet to discover any lapis lazuli or gold, likely buried deeper within the mine. He resolved to descend further, but if nothing else was found, he would retreat, as he did not wish to linger in the mine for too long. Just as he prepared to leave, a series of rustling sounds abruptly echoed in the dim silence of the mine, instantly heightening his alertness. He recalled that the mine, having been supercharged, could spawn monsters. Swiftly, he switched his wooden pickaxe for a dagger, scanning his surroundings with the meager light of the torch. In the next moment, a greenish figure the size of a basin, with multiple legs, suddenly lunged down from above. An aerial ambush. Chen-Lang's hair stood on end as he rolled aside just in time, narrowly escaping the assailant's grasp. The feeble light from the torch revealed the true identity of the attacker, a large green spider, with 8 powerful hairy legs and venomous fangs that ooze toxic fluid. Its multifaceted eyes glinting crimson like blood in the torchlight. Beast, cave poison spider, grade, first stage, description, a monstrous insectoid creature inhabiting dark places such as mines. Relatively large in size, with weak web-spinning capabilities, typically ambushing prey with its venomous fangs. Its venom is potent enough to kill beasts of the second stage or higher. Having grasped the nature of the cave poison spider, Chunlang barely had time to mount a counterattack before it lunged at him once more. The spider scurried up the mine's rocky wall, intending to launch another attack from above, determined to sink its fangs into him. Humph, no matter how formidable, you are but a large insect. The black feather eagle is no match for me. Do you think a mere bug can turn the tables? Chunlang scoffed, retrieving his advanced fishing net. Seizing the moment, he dodged the cave poison spider's fangs with the agility granted by his first-stage survivor physique and swiftly threw the fishing net. Utilizing its entrapment mechanism, the advanced fishing net, being of the second grade, ensnared the first-grade cave poison spider inescapably, unless the binding effect wore off after half an hour. The spider would remain trapped. However, Chunlang had no intention of granting it that opportunity. While you are weak, I shall strike. He brandished his dagger and pierced the cave poison spider's head. Aware that even decapitated arthropods could still move for a time, he swiftly dismembered the spider, severing all 8 of its legs. Ding. Congratulations on defeating a first-stage beast. Cave poison spider 1, gaining energy crystal 1, spider eye 1, spider silk 1, experience points 10. In addition to the 10 experience points and 1 energy crystal, the cave poison spider, like the azure scale fong fish and the black feather eagle, yielded an array of additional drops. Chapter 13. The Iron Smelting Furnace. After vanquishing the cave spider, Chunlang temporarily exited the mine, taking a moment to summarize his findings from the expedition. He had procured 7 lumps of crude iron, 6 pieces of crude copper, as well as spider eyes and silk dropped from the slain creatures. This could be deemed a bountiful harvest. Upon returning to his humble wooden cabin, it was noteworthy that this dwelling, as the initial building bound to the island, would elevate in grade alongside the island's advancement. Although the cabin's size remained unchanged, it exhibited significant improvements. The wooden planks were now thicker, presenting a sturdier and more robust appearance. Building. Initial wooden cabin. Grade. Tier 1. Description. The survivor's foundational structure, furnished with rudimentary furniture to meet basic survival needs. Supplement 1. The cabin's level will ascend with the island's progression. Supplement 2. Currently under a novice protection period, the cabin is safeguarded from destruction, ensuring absolute safety within. In addition to the cabin, the fishing rod used for treasure fishing had also upgraded with the island. The current details of the equipment were as follows. Equipment. Refurbished fishing rod, not for sale. Grade. Tier 2. Description. Standard equipment for survivors, allowing 5 fishing attempts daily. With a 20 chance of catching nothing, a 30 chance of obtaining a floating treasure chest, a 30 chance of acquiring a Tier 1 ordinary chest, a 20 chance of earning a Tier 2 exquisite chest, a 9 chance of landing a Tier 3 superior chest, and a 1 chance of snagging a Tier 4 rare treasure chest. Supplement 1. The fishing yield rate increases with the island's level. Supplement 2. Today's fishing attempts have been exhausted. Refreshes at midnight. Having previously utilized his talent to enhance the old fishing rod into a refurbished one, Chunlang found himself a tier above the island's level. Thus, when the island reached Tier 1, the fishing rod ascended to Tier 2, always remaining 1 tier higher than the island itself. However, as he could not use the upgraded fishing rod until the following day, he redirected his focus to the spoils from his mining venture. The crude iron could not be processed directly. It required smelting into iron particles or ingots for weapon or equipment crafting. Yet, to smelt iron, a furnace was essential, prompting him to seek his fortune at the trading square. The existence of the trading square significantly facilitated the exchange of resources among survivors, effectively alleviating developmental bottlenecks caused by the scarcity of crucial materials. For instance, Chunlang posted a request for purchasing furnace blueprints or complete furnaces, offering generous rewards. With 2 consecutive system announcements, his name became well known in the vicinity. Within a short time, his post garnered thousands of views, with many users commenting, inquiring if he would accept other items in lieu of a furnace. Chunlang clarified that he was only interested in a furnace or any tools or equipment capable of smelting metals. This response made it evident that Chunlang was venturing into metal resources. Wafuchen, no way, I just unlocked the workbench blueprint, and he is already smelting iron? Lu Rinjia, Chunlang, big shot, where did you procure your metal resources? Can we exchange secrets? Let us chat privately. Ultimately, it was Lu Jichai who managed to connect with Chunlang. Brother, do you need a furnace? He inquired. Lang nodded, recalling that he had previously exchanged a coconut with Lu Zhichai for flint, which he then used to craft a campfire. He had a favorable impression of him. Do you have a finished furnace? He probed. Not yet, Lu Zhichai replied, detailing that Gumin from their island had caught a black iron chest while fishing today, which contained a furnace blueprint. If you provide us with 8 stone blocks as materials and a small labor fee, we can craft a complete furnace for you. What do you think? What kind of labor fee are you asking for? Lang did not immediately agree but sought further details. Lu Zhichai seemed to consult with a few others on the island before responding. We guard a mine but lack the tools to exploit it. If you have a suitable tool, we could accept that as the labor fee. A suitable tool? Lang glanced at the wooden pickaxe at his side. Equipment: oak pickaxe, grade, ordinary, description, a pickaxe crafted from oak, suitable for mining stones or minerals. Durability: 77-100, with its durability waning below 30. It was clear that using a wooden pickaxe for mining resulted in rapid wear, necessitating a replacement soon. Since he would need to craft a new pickaxe anyway, he decided to offer this wooden pickaxe as the labor fee. Upon learning that Lang was offering a pickaxe, Lu Zhichai expressed satisfaction, and the two parties reached an agreement. Before long, Lang received a brand new furnace in exchange for 8 units of stone and the wooden pickaxe. The furnace was roughly the same size as the workbench, a cubic structure with 1-meter edges. Constructed entirely from stone and divided into 2 levels, fuel was added to the lower layer, while the upper layer was used for smelting. Item: stone furnace, grade, tier 1, description: a furnace for survivors to perform simple smelting and crafting. Lang placed the furnace beside the workbench and retrieved a few pieces of partially burnt charcoal from the campfire, placing them into the furnace. It was worth mentioning that the campfire could occasionally produce charcoal, a hidden feature that Lang was now exploiting. However, given that the campfire burned for most of the day and only yielded 2 or 3 pieces of charcoal, it was evidently insufficient to meet the furnace's fuel demands. Thus, he planned to use this small quantity of charcoal to produce more. The process involved placing wooden planks in the upper section of the furnace, allowing the charcoal in the lower section to burn and gradually convert the planks into charcoal. Lang placed a total of 10 units of wooden planks inside. After a period of waiting, they all transformed into charcoal, which should suffice for the upcoming iron smelting. During the charcoal production, since it was his first time using the furnace, an achievement notification popped up. Ding! First use of the furnace, achievement unlocked. Smelting all things I, experience points 10. Lang began the iron smelting process, transferring all the charcoal produced from the 10 units of wooden planks into the lower layer of the furnace and placing the 7 lumps of crude iron in the upper layer. The furnace ignited with flames, and the lengthy process of iron smelting commenced. Rather than linger by the furnace and waste time, he allowed it to operate independently and stepped outside the wooden cabin to check on the progress of the farm. Chapter 14. Spirit Rice Seed. Second-tier survivor. The farmland remains unchanged. Currently, Lang has cultivated 2 types of crops, both trees, a towering coconut tree and 8 robust oak trees. The coconut tree flourishes, reaching over 10 meters in height, bearing 4 still green, unripe coconuts. Thanks to the growth acceleration effect of the second-tier farmland, harvest is expected by tomorrow. The 8 oak trees are similarly thriving, albeit planted a bit later. They have taken root and grown to around 3 meters in height, with trunks measuring 30 centimeters in diameter, growing nearly an inch every minute. Lang checked the details of the farmland. The fertility is at 98. Though there is a slight deficiency in water, he decided to fetch some water to irrigate the field. Approaching the freshwater well, he began hauling buckets of water to tend to the crops. After completing this task, he opened the trading square. His second-tier farmland seemed underutilized, having only produced ordinary crops. He sought to acquire seeds for different crops to expand his agricultural endeavors. After a thorough search, he discovered a survivor named Zhang Xiaoxing, who had listed several unhulled rice seeds for trade. Zhang Xiaoxing: 5 unhulled rice seeds obtained from a fishing box can be planted in the ground, exchanged for fresh water. Just 1 bottle. A bottle of water for 5 rice seeds. While some might consider this deal unfavorable, Lang found it quite advantageous. With access to the freshwater well, he had achieved water independence and was more concerned about food production. Thus, he promptly sent a message to initiate a private chat. On the other end, upon receiving Lang's willingness to trade, Zhang Xiaoxing was overjoyed. He understood the significance of the rice seeds, but lacked the land and tools to cultivate them, forcing him to part with them reluctantly. The transaction was completed, and Lang's nearly overflowing backpack now contained 5 unhulled rice seeds. Resource: rice seed, grade, ordinary, description: a high-yield rice variety that can satisfy the food needs of ordinary people when cultivated on a large scale. This seemed promising. Yet Lang was not satisfied. He immediately activated his talent. Ding. Would you like to use a free opportunity to super enhance the rice seeds? Ding. Super enhancement successful. Rice seeds have been enhanced to spirit rice seeds. Resource, spirit rice seed. Grade, 2nd tier. Description, rice containing trace amounts of spiritual energy. Long-term consumption can enhance physical fitness, greatly beneficial to survivors. Supplement, requires a large amount of water for planting and must be cultivated in 2nd tier or higher farmland. Otherwise, it will affect yield and final quality. 2nd tier spirit rice, which can slowly enhance physical strength with prolonged consumption, is indeed remarkable. To elevate from ordinary to 2nd tier in one go is a substantial gain. Qianlang nodded in satisfaction and promptly crafted a wooden hoe at the workbench. He dug several holes in the fertile soil, poured in water, and planted the 5 spirit rice seeds he had super enhanced. He awaited the seeds to sprout, grow into seedlings, and ultimately mature for harvest. Crops, spirit rice seeds, grade, 2nd tier, status, planted, expected maturation time, 2 days, 1x acceleration in effect, due to it being a 2nd tier crop. The growth acceleration effect of the 2nd tier farmland was not as exaggerated as it had been for lower tier crops, yet it was still decent, with a harvest expected by tomorrow. At the moment Qianlang planted the spirit rice in the field, the system notification sounded. Ding. Accumulated planting of 3 types of crops, achievement unlocked, farming expert 2. Experience points 30. The farming expert achievement reached the 2nd stage, granting an additional 30 experience points. Current total experience points, 213,200. Ding. Current experience points have reached the upgrade requirement. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Qianlang decisively nodded. Once again, the familiar sensation washed over him. After the upgrade, he received 20 attribute points. It appeared that the higher the level, the more attribute points one could gain per upgrade. Qianlang realized this and proceeded to use his final free super enhancement opportunity for the day. Ding. Super enhancement successful. 20 free attribute points have been enhanced to 40 free attribute points. The attribute points acquired from the upgrade doubled again. Initially, he added 20 points, allowing him to stand firm even against 1st tier beasts. Now, with 40 additional points, he had a total of 60 points to allocate. Typically, one would need to be a 3rd tier survivor to achieve such a significant boost in attributes. This gap would only continue to widen over time, perhaps as a 7th tier survivor. His attributes could rival those of 9th or even 10th tier survivors. Qianlang reveled in his accomplishments. He began a new round of attribute allocation. Attributes, Spirit 15, Strength 13, Speed 13, Endurance 12, Magic 4. Qianlang aimed to develop into a balanced warrior, ensuring no attribute fell short. Thus, his allocation plan was Spirit 5, Strength 7, Speed 7, Endurance 8, with the remainder allocated to Magic. His final 2nd tier attributes were Attributes, Spirit 20, Strength 20, Speed 20, Endurance 20, Magic 17, aiming for comprehensive balance. He left no weaknesses. Once again, Qianlang triggered a system announcement. Ding. Qianlang has become the first 2nd tier survivor in the region. Achievement unlocked. Far ahead. Experience points 50, hereby announced. The regional communication channel erupted with excitement. Lu Zhichai, congratulations. Brother Qianlang. Lu Rinjia, impressive. Songshuren, wait. I just upgraded my island to 1st tier, and you've already broken through to 2nd tier? Yu Zitong. Is this what it means to be a big shot? Always a step ahead of us. I'm in awe. Zhengro. Qianlang. Big shot. Do you accept leg ornaments? The astonishment among the survivors escalated, collectively gasping in surprise, contributing to global warming. Qianlang had grown accustomed to the awe of others. Returning to the wooden cabin, he enjoyed a dinner of roasted meat by the campfire, then lay on the wooden bed, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. On the 3rd day, Qianlang's first task was to check if the iron in the furnace had finished smelting. Upon inspection, he found that indeed, the smelting was complete. With a thought, the iron particles produced from the crude iron in the furnace were transferred to his backpack. 7 pieces of inferior crude iron yielded a total of 21 iron particles. At the workbench, he combined 9 iron particles to form a single iron ingot. In total, Qianlang acquired 2 iron ingots, with 3 iron particles remaining. There was no rush to utilize them. Equipped with a fishing rod and a high-grade fishing net, Qianlang stepped out of the wooden cabin and made his way once more to the seaside, ready to commence his 3rd day of fishing. Chapter 15. The Beginner's Treasure Map. As usual, I first cast the advanced fishing net into the sea. Then, while waiting for an hour, I went to the shore to fish for treasure chests. Due to the island's upgrade, the fishing rod in Qianlang's hand had also advanced a level, progressing from the 1st tier of super enhancement to the 2nd tier. The daily fishing opportunities remained at 5, with a 20 chance of catching nothing. 30 chance of obtaining a driftwood treasure chest, 30 chance of acquiring a first-tier treasure chest, 20 chance of receiving a second-tier treasure chest, 9 chance of landing a third-tier treasure chest, and a mere 1 chance of securing a fourth-tier treasure chest. What would my first cast yield? With anticipation, Chen Lang cast his line. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, he reeled in a driftwood treasure chest. Ding! You have obtained a driftwood treasure chest X1. Would you like to open it? The driftwood treasure chest could only yield ordinary items, which did not pique Chen Lang's interest much, so he opened it immediately. Ding! Driftwood treasure chest X1 opened successfully. You have obtained the item, Arrow Blueprint X1. Item, Arrow Blueprint. Type, Crafting Blueprint, Reusable, Grade, Ordinary, Description. Gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the final product. Required materials, Stick X1, Feather X1, Iron Shard X1. The Arrow Blueprint was satisfactory. Once he acquired a bow or crossbow, he could craft a set of ranged weapons. Chen Lang felt quite pleased with his first fishing haul and stowed away the Arrow Blueprint. He cast his line again for the second time. This time, the wait was longer, with the bobber bobbing on the waves for quite a while before he finally hooked something. Ding! You have obtained a black iron treasure chest X1. Would you like to open it? Open. Chen Lang opened it without hesitation. Ding! Black iron treasure chest X1 opened successfully. You have obtained the equipment, leather chestplate X1. Equipment, leather chestplate. Grade, first tier. Description, a chestplate crafted from the tough hides of wild beasts, offering a degree of protection. Armor is indeed a valuable asset. Chen Lang promptly donned the leather chestplate, no longer going into battle bare-chested, although he still wore the grass skirt he had woven himself. His eclectic style was rather unique. In wilderness survival, who cares about aesthetics? Practicality is paramount. Chen Lang tested the leather chestplate with his dagger. The ordinary quality dagger could not penetrate the leather, leaving only a few white scratches on the surface. Ordinary daggers could not breach this defense. Its protective quality was commendable. With renewed determination, Chen Lang continued casting his line, utilizing all 3 remaining fishing opportunities. Miraculously, he did not catch a single empty-handed haul. Instead, he reeled in 2 black iron treasure chests and 1 second-tier bronze treasure chest. Chen Lang opened them one by one. Ding! Black iron treasure chest X2 opened successfully. You have obtained the item, Ranch Blueprint X1. You have obtained the equipment, Iron Sword X1. Item, Ranch Blueprint. Type, One-time Blueprint. Grade, first tier. Description, gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the final product. Required materials, Fence X100, Fence Gate X2, Stone X20, Wooden Plank X30, Equipment, Iron Sword. Grade, first tier. Description, a sword forged from iron ingots, featuring a wide attack range and high damage. The Ranch Blueprint, akin to the previous freshwater well blueprint. Once the materials are gathered, I could construct another building on my island. The iron sword was excellent. With it, I could finally retire the ordinary quality dagger I had been using. Finally, Chen Lang's gaze settled on the last treasure chest, the most significant reward of the day, the second-tier bronze treasure chest. The last time he opened a second-tier chest, he received a piece of second-tier farmland. What would this one yield? Filled with anticipation, Chen Lang focused his mind and opened the bronze treasure chest. Ding! Bronze treasure chest X1 opened successfully. You have obtained the item, Beginner's Treasure Map X1. A treasure map? What kind of item is this? This was the first time Chen Lang encountered such a system item. He quickly accessed the details. Item, Beginner's Treasure Map, Single Player, Grade, Second Tier, Description, a map depicting ancient treasures. Click to use it, and you will be teleported to the starting point of the treasure map route to begin your treasure hunt until you reach the final destination and discover the treasure. Supplement 1. The location of the treasure map is often fraught with danger. It is advisable for survivors to be of equal or higher level than the treasure map's grade before attempting the challenge, or the failure rate will be exceedingly high. Supplement 2. During the treasure hunt, there is one opportunity to retreat. Using this retreat opportunity will teleport you back to your bound island. But it will also be deemed a failure, causing the treasure map to vanish and become irretrievable. Supplement 3. Treasure maps can be either single-player or multiplayer. Multiplayer treasure maps allow survivors to team up for the hunt. Such a system item exists, capable of uncovering treasures. Chen Lang could not help but feel intrigued by the beginner's treasure map. He was determined to set out on an exploration. However, it was best not to act recklessly. Just like before when mining, he needed to make ample preparations to ensure he was well-equipped for the journey. After all, as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Thus, Chen Lang returned to his wooden cabin to prepare for the treasure hunt. First, he retrieved the advanced fishing net from the sea, where it had soaked for an hour. Today, he had caught a dozen ordinary small fish, all under the first tier. Chen Lang decided to roast some fish and meat over the campfire and filled an empty mineral water bottle with water. After all, this treasure hunt would teleport him to an unfamiliar area, leaving his current island for an unknown number of days. He must stockpile some food and water. Next, he ensured to carry weapons and armor, such as the leather chest plate and first-tier iron sword, along with the advanced fishing net that could be used to ensnare enemies. Finally, he packed a torch for illumination and a workbench that might prove useful. After a thorough organization, he was fully prepared. Chen Lang took the beginner's treasure map from his backpack, focused his thoughts, and clicked to use it. In the next moment, a beam of teleportation light descended from above, enveloping him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer on the bound island 2887, but rather standing in a vast desert. More precisely, he was on a desert island amidst the boundless ocean, characterized by its expansive area and sandy terrain. The beginner's treasure map in his hand displayed a clear starting point and endpoint, marking an entire treasure route. Ding! You have embarked on your first treasure hunt with the treasure map, achieving the accomplishment, Treasure Hunter I, gaining 10 experience points. The system notification rang out, signifying that there was no turning back. If he retreated now, the treasure map would vanish, rendering his efforts futile. He had come this far. He must retrieve something before leaving. Chen Lang oriented himself, holding the treasure map in one hand and the iron sword in the other, and set off from the route's starting point, traversing the endless sands in search of the treasure's hidden location. However, as the system's supplementary description had indicated, the treasure's location was often fraught with peril. Presently, the desert island where Chen Lang stood was inhabited by numerous unique ferocious beasts. One after another, these beasts began to take notice of him. Chen Lang had not ventured far before he encountered the first wave of their attacks. Chapter 16, The Sand Scorpion. The ancient altar and the yellow sand puppet. Upon his arrival, Chen Lang exhibited remarkable caution, frequently glancing around him. He aimed to confirm that he was steadfastly following the route marked on the treasure map, ensuring he had not strayed from his path. Additionally, he sought to identify any potential dangers lurking in his surroundings. It was this vigilance that soon alerted him to an unsettling development. The ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble ever so slightly, not due to an earthquake, but rather as if some unknown creature was scuttling beneath the sandy surface. And there were more than one, gradually encircling him. Trouble had arrived swiftly. The quest for treasure was indeed fraught with peril, he thought with a huff. With a dismissive snort, he stowed the treasure map and gripped his sharp iron sword tightly. In the next instant, the sand beneath him erupted, and a dark brown scorpion, adorned with a pair of massive pincers, emerged from the earth. Beast, Sand Scorpion, Level 1, Description, a monstrous insectoid beast inhabiting arid desert regions, encased in a heavy exoskeleton, capable of burrowing through the ground. Its venomous tail stinger is lethal, often attacking in groups of 2 or 3. The sand scorpion struck with remarkable speed. An ordinary level 1 survivor would likely be caught off guard, but Chen Lang was no ordinary individual, officially a level 2 survivor. His actual attributes rivaled those of a level 3. Thus, he deftly evaded the scorpion's ambush. Another insectoid menace. Chen Lang spat in disgust, recalling a previous encounter with cave spiders during a mining expedition. Anger surged within him. Gripping his iron sword, he charged forward, intent on dismantling the meter-long creature before him. The cunning sand scorpion, realizing its attack had failed, swiftly attempted to retreat into the sand. Oh, you wish to flee? Chen Lang scoffed. Advanced fishing net and snare. He hurled the net, which unfurled instantly, ensnaring the scorpion attempting to burrow away. Under the binding mechanism of the advanced fishing net, the sand scorpion met the same fate as the black feather eagle and the cave spider. Chen Lang approached, thrusting his iron sword downwards. The sharp blade, augmented by his immense strength, easily pierced the scorpion's exoskeleton, delivering a fatal blow. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a level 1 beast, Sand Scorpion X1, acquiring Energy Crystal X1, Venom Gland X1, Scorpion Tail Hook X1, Experience Points 10. The system's notification echoed, yet Chen Lang remained vigilant. He recalled the description of the sand scorpion, which noted that these creatures often attacked in pairs or groups. Having dispatched only one, he suspected others might be lurking nearby. Indeed, behind him, 2 scorpion tails stealthily emerged from the ground, their curved stingers glinting ominously in the sunlight, exuding a sinister aura. The 2 sand scorpions planned to ambush him while he was distracted by the defeat of their kin. Whoosh! The sound of swift movement filled the air. Anticipating this very tactic, Chen Lang spun around. With 20 points of mental acuity, he was exceptionally perceptive. Within a 3-meter radius, every rustle of grass or whisper of wind was detected by his senses. Though the scorpions attempted a stealthy assault, he was well prepared. He immediately gripped his iron sword and countered with a swift slash. A gleaming arc of light sliced through the air, severing both scorpion tails. In pain, The two sand scorpions emerged from the sand, brandishing their exaggerated pincers, ready to confront him head-on. How laughable. Their ambush had failed. And who gave them the audacity to believe they could win in a direct confrontation? Chen Lang, confident in his abilities, remained humble. He deftly tossed the advanced fishing net to ensnare one of the sand scorpions. Simultaneously, he threw a dagger, which was deflected by the other scorpion's pincers. However, this was merely a distraction. Chen Lang seized the opportunity to maneuver to the side, delivering a horizontal slash with a sword that severed several legs from the scorpion's right side, rendering it immobile. Seizing the moment, he thrust his sword into the sand scorpion's body, twisting it forcefully before making a decisive cut, eviscerating the creature. With only one sand scorpion remaining, now trapped in the advanced fishing net, it was helpless against Chen Lang's assault, easily dispatched. The system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Congratulations on slaying level 1 beasts. Sand Scorpion X2, acquiring Energy Crystal X2, Venom Gland X2, Scorpion Tailhook X2, experience points 20. With this brief interlude concluded, Chen Lang retrieved the treasure map and continued along the marked route. Perhaps due to the 3 sand scorpions he had slain, his aura of menace had deterred any potential threats. For the remainder of his journey, he encountered no further attacks from desert beasts, allowing him to focus on his path. He pondered the identity of the treasure's creator, buried so far away. After hours of trekking through the desert, he had covered a considerable distance, yet the treasure remained elusive. The area of this desert island was undoubtedly vast, far exceeding that of the island numbered 2887, to which he was bound. As he walked, he grumbled to himself. Having traversed this desert for 7 to 8 hours, from midday into the afternoon, with the sun setting, he quickened his pace. At last, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Lang arrived at the destination marked on the treasure map, a long-abandoned ancient altar. Could this be the final resting place of the treasure? Circling the dilapidated remnants of the altar, he noted its age, weathered by the sands of time, much of it buried beneath the earth. Only the uppermost section remained exposed, albeit heavily damaged, featuring a peculiar statue resembling a creature clad in armor, crafted from yellow-brown rock. Chen Lang ascended the altar, eager to locate the treasure chest's hiding place. However, the moment he set foot on the altar, the statue in the center suddenly glowed with red light, emitting a hoarse, furious roar. It had come to life. This unforeseen development sent a chill down Chen Lang's spine. Monster, Yellow Sand Puppet. Level 3. Description: a battle puppet from ancient times, constructed entirely of hard sandstone, adept in both offense and defense. Supplement: this puppet serves as the guardian of the altar, tasked with annihilating any who dare covet the treasure buried beneath. Chapter 17. Ascend and Conquer. Discover the treasure. A third-tier puppet monster? Chen Lang's expression suddenly turned grave. It is no exaggeration to say that, apart from the day he was attacked by the black feather eagle while fishing, this was the most dire situation he had encountered. Although his attributes were comparable to those of a third-tier survivor, one must not be complacent, otherwise he would face peril. Life is singular and precious. Despite having Lang in his name, Chen Lang is not one to frivolously celebrate victories. His approach is decidedly cautious. The key point is that the treasure map allows for a single retreat option, although using it would mean forfeiting all progress. It could be a lifeline in a critical moment. Therefore, Chen Lang resolved to give his all and take the initiative. Clang! As his iron sword clashed against the massive stone axe wielded by the sand puppet, sparks flew. They appeared evenly matched. Yet the strength of the sand puppet subtly exceeded Chen Lang's, gradually overpowering his sword. This sand puppet was likely a third-tier creature with notable strength attributes. Realizing this, Chen Lang decided to leverage his speed to secure victory. Adapting swiftly, he abandoned the notion of brute force and instead opted for agile maneuvers. The towering 2-meter sand puppet, though formidable in strength, was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in agility. As predicted, once Chen Lang evaded the grapple and maneuvered behind the sand puppet, he seized the opportunity. With a thrust of his sword, a crisp sound echoed. He struck true. However, the sand puppet's body, composed of hard sandstone, boasted impressive defenses among third-tier creatures. The iron sword in Chen Lang's grip, though imbued with strength akin to a third-tier survivor, was merely a first-tier weapon and struggled to penetrate its defenses. Weapon level low? It matters not. Super Enhancement, activate. Chen Lang summoned his innate talent, consuming a free activation to super enhance his iron sword. Instantly, the blade was enveloped in radiant light, which quickly dissipated. The sword, originally measuring 1.2 meters in length, transformed into a 1.5-meter two-handed greatsword, its blade broader and glimmering ominously. Clang. Super enhancement successful. Iron sword has been enhanced to Mystical Heavy Sword. Equipment: Mystical Heavy Sword. Grade: Tier 3. Description: forged from large blocks of mystical iron. It is more formidable and unstoppable. What a splendid sword. The ordinary first-tier iron sword had been elevated 2 tiers through super enhancement, now a third-tier mystical heavy sword. Qianlang marveled, gripping the sword tightly and thrusting it once more. This time, the sand puppet's rocky exterior could no longer withstand the onslaught. A fissure appeared at the tip of his blade. Undeterred, Qianlang pressed on, exploiting the crack as a breach to launch a relentless assault. He struck several times, causing the fissure to widen and the damage to escalate. The sand puppet, sensing its own deterioration, intensified its attack, wielding the stone axe to cleave deep gashes into the altar, exacerbating the already battered relic. Yet, Qianlang deftly utilized his speed, narrowly evading the descending axe time and again, controlling the distance like a master. You are but at the end of your rope. How long can you endure? Qianlang remained calm, maintaining his rhythm as he danced around the sand puppet. As night fell, the desert, once scorched by the midday sun, turned frigid. The vast temperature disparity crystallizing a thin layer of frost upon the altar. The battle approached its climax. Perish! Qianlang leaped into the air, the mystical heavy sword descending with the force of a mountain. It shattered the sand puppet's upper body, exposing its core, which resembled a heart and served as the puppet's vital weakness. Without hesitation, Qianlang thrust his sword forward. Crack! The crimson, crystal-like core shattered, and the sand puppet collapsed lifelessly. Clang! Congratulations on defeating the third-tier monster. Sand Puppet 1, earning Energy Crystals 1, Rock Axe 1, Damage Puppet Core 1, Experience Points 30. Clang! First time victory over an enemy of a higher tier. Achievement unlocked. Tier-defying Conqueror I. Experience Points 10. Resource: Energy Crystal, Grade, Tier 3. Description: a crystal formed from the essence of third-tier beasts or monsters, useful for crafting and enchanting, among other applications. 2 notifications rang out, accompanied by a plethora of loot. Defeating the sand puppet, akin to a final boss, meant that nothing else could obstruct Qianlang from obtaining the treasure. However, this battle had drained considerable energy, prompting Qianlang to sit and recuperate for a moment. Rising thereafter, he unfurled the treasure map. After a thorough search around the altar, he pinpointed the precise location of the buried treasure, right at the very center of the circular altar. Without delay, Qianlang summoned a workbench from his inventory. He arranged 2 wooden sticks and a plank in a grid, crafting a shovel. He then proceeded to the altar's center, digging down to a depth of 3 meters until he finally unearthed the treasure chest. Item: Basic Treasure Chest. Grade: Tier 3. Description: a long-lost chest containing unknown treasures. Opening it may yield 1 or more random rewards. After a painstaking effort, he finally unearthed it. Open! Qianlang opted to open the chest on the spot. The lid swung back, and a burst of light erupted from within. Clang! Basic Treasure Chest 1, successfully opened. Reward: Gold Coins 1,000. Grade: Common. Description: currency from ancient times, still circulating in some regions, can be smelted into gold nuggets or ingots for various uses. The first reward from the treasure was a sack of gold coins, which felt substantial in his hand. If only I had received this sack of gold before the survival event, I could have achieved financial freedom in an instant. Qianlang secured the coins, and the system's notification chimed once more. Acquired item: Enchantment Table 1. Grade: Tier 3. Description: a table infused with mysterious power. Consuming lapis lazuli can resonate with the enchantment table, applying enchantments to equipment. An enchantment table? What a remarkable find! Qianlang's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his previous experiences with Minecraft, he had frequently enchanted a complete set of top-tier armor and weapons, enhancing his survival immensely. Just as Qianlang reveled in the joy of acquiring the enchantment table, the third treasure reward surfaced. Acquired equipment: Mystical Heavy Armor 1. Grade: Tier 3. Description: a complete set of armor forged from mystical iron, comprising a helmet, chest plate, arm guards, leg guards, and boots. It offers high defense, significantly mitigating damage, though it does limit mobility and agility. Upgrading to a mystical heavy sword, and now obtaining a full set of mystical heavy armor. What a fortuitous turn of events. However, it would be a travesty not to super enhance such an exceptional set of armor. Qianlang activated his innate talent once more. Clang! Super enhancement successful. The Xiantai heavy armor has been enhanced to become the Flowing Silver Armor. Chapter 18. Flowing Silver Armor. Energy Crystal Defense Tower. Equipment: Flowing Silver Armor. Grade: Tier 5. Description: a special armor crafted by a master blacksmith using radiant silver, endowed with formidable defensive capabilities, exceptional flexibility, comfortable wear, and a high price tag, making it highly sought after. Additional: the flowing silver armor can transform into various styles according to the wearer's will, requiring a drop of blood to bind. Haha. With this Tier 5 armor, I no longer need to worry about inadequate defense. Chen laughed heartily. The flowing silver armor had yet to be donned. It remained a sphere of silver fluid the size of a basketball. Chen bit his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the armor. The blood was absorbed by the silver orb. In the next moment, the orb liquefied and flowed over Chen entire body, transforming into a luxurious and elegant suit of knight's armor. Not only was it aesthetically pleasing, but its defensive prowess was also remarkable. Chen swung his Tier 3 Xian iron heavy sword against his arm several times, only to find that it inflicted no damage whatsoever on the flowing silver armor, not even a scratch. Moreover, upon being struck, the surface of the armor displayed iridescent ripples, dissipating the majority of the force, to the extent that Chen felt no impact from his own strikes. However, maintaining the flowing silver armor required a significant expenditure of the wearer's stamina. Even after wearing it for a short while, he felt a noticeable depletion of his endurance. A hint of fatigue crossed Chen face as he realized that exerting himself fully to maintain the flowing silver armor would greatly drain his energy. Thus, with a thought, he commanded the armor to alter its form, shifting from the heavy knight's armor to a form-fitting combat suit, its color transitioning from a radiant silver to a subtle gray. While this transformation would reduce its defensive capabilities from withstanding Tier 5 attacks to merely buffering Tier 4 attacks, it sufficed, as the strongest adversaries he faced thus far were only Tier 3 sand puppets. The Tier 4 resilience would be adequate, especially as the form-fitting suit would not excessively deplete his stamina, allowing him to wear it comfortably for 24 hours. At last, he bid farewell to the days of wearing a leather breastplate above and a grass skirt below, which hardly offered any coverage. Initially, he believed he had uncovered all the treasures of this discovery, but unexpectedly, another orb of light flew forth from the treasure chest. Another master? Chen quickly checked his backpack, and to his astonishment, he found a miniature blueprint of a building in the last slot. The final reward from the treasure was, indeed, a structure. Building, Energy Crystal Defense Tower, Grade, Tier 3, Description, a high tower inscribed with mysterious runes. Upon activation with energy crystals, it generates a defensive barrier that envelopes a radius of 100 meters. Additional, each activation consumes 300 energy crystals, lasting for 1 hour, extendable. With one final opportunity for super enhancement remaining, he decided to use it here. Chen decisively activated his talent. Consequently, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Super enhancement successful. Energy Crystal Defense Tower, Tier 3, has been enhanced to Energy Crystal Defense Tower, Tier 4. The overall description of the Tier 4 Energy Crystal Defense Tower remained largely unchanged from its Tier 3 counterpart, with the most significant alteration being the increased activation cost. The Tier 3 tower required 300 energy crystals per hour, while the Tier 4 escalated to 400 energy crystals. The expenditure was indeed substantial, but considering that the barrier's range expanded to 150 meters and its strength significantly increased, it was a reasonable trade-off. This last reward genuinely delighted Chen. After all, while the flowing silver armor could only protect him, this energy crystal defense tower could generate a defensive barrier to safeguard the island he had painstakingly developed. With this tower in place, he felt more assured about surviving the impending maritime calamities that awaited the conclusion of the novice phase. He would need to collect more energy crystals, which meant he must slay more monsters in the future. Chen clenched his fist, muttering to himself. With the treasure hunt concluded, he considered lingering a while longer to explore any remaining secrets of this desert island. However, as soon as he stepped outside the altar's range, a beam of teleportation light descended from above. When Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself back on his bound island, number 2887. It was already deep into the night. He decided to lie down on his bed and drift off into a deep slumber. It was not until the 4th day that he stretched and awakened. The arrival of the 4th day meant that the 7-day novice protection period had officially surpassed its halfway mark. The time left for survivors to develop was dwindling. Chen routinely opened the regional communication section of the World Channel to see how other survivors fared. The first thing that caught his eye was the number of survivors still alive in the region. Regional communication, 6,654. 10,004 days had passed. The number of deceased had steadily increased. Now only a little over 6,000 remained, struggling to survive. Luringia, Tier 2. I have broken through to Tier 2, haha. Han, you're impressive. I've only reached Tier 1. But my island has also advanced to Tier 1. Wang Hangwei, in the early stages of survival. Fishing for treasure chests and personal talents are both crucial. Luck and skill are equally necessary. Zheng Ro, by the way. Now that we have over 6,000 people in our region, how many have advanced to Tier 1 survivors? Du Zitong, that is simple. We can just tally it up. Du Zitong, everyone. Could those who have reached Tier 1 please chime in? Gumin, I'm here. Song Shuren, here? Lu Zhizai, I've reached Tier 2. Kong Heng, count me in. Chen Lang also sent a message, count me in. He noticed that over the course of 4 days, numerous survivors had indeed advanced to Tier 1, with messages flooding in one after another. Then came this message, Zhou Zhao, haha, I've also broken through to Tier 1. I just killed a Tier 1 big fish with a harpoon and finally accumulated 100 experience points, haha. With Zhou Zhao's announcement, the system's notification echoed, ding. The number of Tier 1 survivors in the region has reached or exceeded 1,000. Regional resource refresh will now occur, revealing more unknown islands awaiting exploration. Resource refresh? Chen Lang paused momentarily, then peered out the window of his wooden cabin at the vast expanse of azure sea. He witnessed waves rolling and mist gathering, only to dissipate. After the fog cleared, several new islands emerged in the previously empty waters. Not only on his island, number 2887. But the other over 6,000 survivors were equally astonished to discover that new islands had materialized around theirs, as if conjured from thin air, an extraordinary sight indeed. Chapter 19, Day 4. Area Resource Refresh. Live Island Exploration. This sudden change ignited a frenzy within the regional communication board. Song Shuren, are there already 1,000 first-tier survivors in the area? Dukong, no, my friends, 3 new islands have suddenly appeared around my island. Is this what the system refers to as an area resource refresh? Duziteng, it seems so. I also see a new island nearby. Wang Songyan, these islands are likely quite different from the ones we are bound to. I have a telescope on hand. And I just observed that these newly emerged islands are teeming with ferocious beasts, and some even appear to harbor ancient ruins. Luringia, danger and opportunity coexist. These newly emerged islands are undoubtedly fraught with peril, yet they may also conceal significant fortunes. Panduan, however, these islands seem quite distant from us. Generally about 400 to 500 meters across the sea, where sharks and other sea monsters lurk. Venturing to explore these islands won't be an easy task. One might very well become shark bait along the way. Zhang Guang. All right, brothers, all eyes on me. I happen to have a boat that I just pulled from a crate. And I plan to row to the nearest island to assess the situation and relay the information back to you all. Wang Hengwei, Zhang Guang, be careful. If things look dangerous, retreat swiftly. Zhang Guang, yes, I've set off. My speaking time is limited. I'll message once I reach the island. Zhang Guang volunteered to be the first survivor to set foot on the new island. Almost everyone in the region was absorbed in following the developments. Chen Lang, too, awaited news while making his way to the shore, gazing at the several islands shimmering in the distance. He set up a high-grade fishing net and cast out his fishing rod, anticipating a treasure chest while keeping an eye on the communication board. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Chen Lang reeled in his first chest of the day. Ding. You have obtained a driftwood treasure chest 1. Would you like to open it? Open. Ding. Driftwood treasure chest 1 opened successfully. You have obtained small wooden boat blueprint 1. Item, small wooden boat blueprint. Type, production blueprint, reusable. Does not disappear. Grade, common. Description, gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Required materials, wooden plank 5, wooden shovel 2. A blueprint for a wooden boat? This would allow for free travel between the islands. It seems I could craft several more to sell. Chen Lang casually stowed away the blueprint. Just then, he noticed a new message from Zhang Guang on the communication board. Zhang Guang, brothers, I have reached the island. The system just informed me that this is an adventure island. If I can defeat the island's lord, I can claim it for myself. However, I have no idea who the lord is or how strong they might be. Since I'm new here, I'll play it safe for now. Accompanying the message were several images. The communication channel supports image uploads, allowing up to 3 images per message. The 3 images Zhang Guang uploaded depicted the scenery of his island. The images revealed a lush island brimming with forest vegetation, abundant in wooden resources and various other plants, resembling a verdant primeval forest. It was evident that danger lurked everywhere. After a while, Zhang Guang sent another message. Brothers, this place feels eerie. The forest is overwhelmingly dense. I'm struggling to navigate, and I can barely discern my direction. Well, terrifying. I just spotted a 5-meter-long tiger wandering through the forest. I checked the system's description, and it says this tiger is actually a 3rd-tier beast, not something to mess with. Zhang Guang attached an image of the tiger. In the image, the tiger displayed an unusual pattern of deep and light green stripes, deviating from the traditional tiger coloration, seemingly evolved to blend into the forest environment. The green tiger was massive, with a formidable maw and 2 half-meter-long, robust saber teeth. Just the sight of it would send most people into a panic. Chen Lang's expression turned serious. This tiger's strength likely surpassed that of the desert puppet, and it could very well be the lord of the island. Zhang Guang, the green tiger seems oblivious to my presence. In that case, I'll explore the island's edge to see if I can find anything valuable. After all, when I first arrived, I stumbled upon a first-tier fruit, which I believe is called the cleansing fruit. Consuming it granted me an attribute point. What a windfall. Zhang Guang posted an image of the fruit, resembling a dragon fruit, but with translucent flesh. Could there truly be a fruit that directly enhances attributes? Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. The others in the communication channel expressed their envy and jealousy toward Zhang Guang. However, just then, Zhang Guang suddenly posted a new message. Filled with panic. This is bad. I've been targeted by a monster, not the green tiger, but... The message abruptly cut off. Communication in the channel requires only thought input, and Zhang Guang's sudden silence, along with his avatar turning gray and his ID reverting to default, indicated one possibility. He had met with misfortune. Accompanying this message was a blurred image, revealing only a mass of inky black mist and a pair of flickering scarlet eyes, eerily terrifying. The entire communication channel bore witness to Zhang Guang's journey from departure to arrival, culminating in his sudden attack and demise. A chill ran down everyone's spine as they realized that these newly refreshed adventure islands were far more perilous than they had imagined. In an instant, many who had contemplated venturing to the islands withdrew their intentions, while others who still harbored aspirations felt an unsettling apprehension. Many began speculating about the shadow that had claimed Zhang Guang's life. Chen Lang shared his thoughts in the channel. The shadow is likely the true lord of the island. It recognized Zhang Guang as an outsider and eliminated him. This perspective resonated with everyone, garnering unanimous agreement. Chen Lang himself harbored intentions of exploring the island, but for now, he decided to complete some tasks at hand. For instance, he utilized the remaining 4 chances on his fishing rod. Aside from 1 empty catch, he managed to reel in 3 treasure chests, 2 black iron, and 1 bronze. Rubbing his hands together, he prepared for a new round of openings. Chapter 20, Lu Renjia's team invitation and the crafting of the advanced hornbow success. Black iron chest X2 opened. Acquired item, storage wooden box X1. Grade, first order, description, a special wooden box with 18 compartments, each capable of stacking up to 64 items. Note, multiple boxes can be combined into a larger one to increase the number of compartments and the stacking limit per compartment. Acquired item, hornbow blueprint X1. Type, one-time blueprint. Grade, first order, description, gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the final product. Required materials, horn tendon X1. Wooden stick X3, silk thread X1. Having opened 2 black iron chests, the rewards were satisfactory. The storage wooden box was placed in the small wooden hut to store bulk supplies that were not suitable for carrying, thereby saving backpack space. Chen Lang arranged the storage wooden box and placed stones, wooden planks, and other moderately important items into it. He then turned his attention to the newly acquired equipment blueprint, the hornbow blueprint. Aside from the horn tendon, which was somewhat challenging to obtain, he had access to the other necessary materials. Crucially, he had previously acquired the arrow blueprint, and now he could finally assemble a complete set of bow and arrows, gaining a means of ranged attack. This would undoubtedly enhance his chances when venturing to other islands. Chen Lang immediately began his research. He planned to try his luck at the trading platform for the horn tendon. He posted a request for purchase. Due to his considerable reputation, his post quickly garnered numerous replies. Among the many survivors, the renowned Lu Renjia sent a private message. Chen Lang, I see you're looking to acquire horn tendons. It seems you've obtained the blueprint for the hornbow as well. I possess this blueprint too, and I happen to have a horn tendon from a cow I hunted, which I can trade with you. Lu Renjia has the goods? Chen Lang replied promptly, what do you want in return? After a moment of thought, Lu Renjia responded, well? Chen Lang, while I was fishing today, I opened a beginner's treasure map from a chest. I feel uncertain going alone and would like to find a few others to join me. The treasure or other rewards can be distributed based on the situation. If you agree to team up with me, I can give you the horn tendon for free. You have a treasure map? Chen Lang's interest was piqued. He had just completed a treasure hunt the previous day and was quite familiar with the process, having tasted its sweetness. After contemplating for a moment, he nodded and replied, all right, I agree to team up with you. When shall we set off? Ha ha ha, Chen Lang, you're so agreeable. I expect we can go this afternoon or tomorrow. Once everything is ready, I'll message you. Let us complete the trade first. Lu Renjia, delighted by Chen Lang's agreement to team up, quickly finalized the trade. They exchanged the horn tendon for a wooden stick symbolically. The most crucial material for crafting the horn bow was now in hand. As for the silk thread, Chen Lang approached the workbench and discovered that 3 spider silks could be synthesized into one. Currently, he possessed only 1 spider silk, a drop from defeating a cave venom spider. This was straightforward. He would venture back into the mine, defeat a few more cave venom spiders, and mine some additional resources. Without further ado, Qin Lang crafted a wooden pickaxe at the workbench, slung it over his shoulder, and wielded a torch in the other hand. He once again entered the mine. Success. Congratulations on mining poor iron ore, acquired rough iron X1. Experience points, 1. Success. Congratulations on mining poor iron ore, acquired rough iron X1. Experience points, 1. Success. Congratulations on mining poor iron ore, acquired rough iron X1. Experience points, 1. As Qin Lang's survival level increased, his physical condition became increasingly robust with each attribute point allocated. Swinging the pickaxe felt like wielding a relentless mining machine. This time, he ventured deeper into the mine and encountered several cave venom spiders. Back when he was a first-order survivor, he had no fear of these creatures. And now having leveled up and equipped with advanced gear, Qin Lang swiftly dispatched them without a care. He successfully defeated 4 cave venom spiders. Success. Congratulations on defeating a first-order fierce beast. Cave venom spider X4, acquired energy crystal X4, spider eye X4, spider silk X4. Experience points, 40. Upon exiting the mine, Qin Lang assessed his haul from the day, 18 rough iron, 9 rough copper, and, rather fortuitously, he unearthed a piece of lapis lazuli, suitable for enchanting. He also accumulated a total of 68 experience points, marking a fruitful expedition. Returning to the wooden hut, Qin Lang continued his labor. He first tossed the rough iron into the furnace to smelt. Then, he focused on the workbench, arranged the 3 spider silks on the grid, and with a mere thought, the workbench began to synthesize. 1 silk thread was created. He promptly unfolded the hornbow blueprint, placing the horn tendon, wooden sticks, and silk thread upon it. The blueprint vanished, and the system's notification chimed. Success. Manufacturing complete. Acquired equipment. Hornbow X1. Equipment. Hornbow. Grade. First order. Description. A powerful longbow capable of striking distant targets with precision when paired with arrows. The hornbow was entirely black, measuring approximately 1.2 meters in length, with considerable draw strength. Qin Lang then retrieved the arrow blueprint. Item. Arrow blueprint. Type. Production blueprint. Can be used multiple times without disappearing. Grade. Ordinary. Description. Gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the final product. Required materials. Wooden stick X1, feather X1, iron grain X1. He had both the wooden sticks and iron grains. As for the feathers, Qin Lang had previously slain a first-order juvenile black feather eagle, acquiring 30 feathers. Now, they would finally serve a purpose. The furnace had already smelted some rough iron, and his total of iron grains had reached 32. With a decisive motion, he used them all to craft arrows. Success. Manufacturing complete. Acquired equipment. First-order arrows X30. At long last, the bow and arrows were complete. However, Qin Lang felt they were insufficient. Though arrows are consumables, the first-order bow and arrows were somewhat beneath him. Thus, he decided to enhance them. Consequently, he activated his talent. Would you like to use one free opportunity to super-enhance the hornbow? Qin Lang nodded. The sleek black hornbow in his hands was suddenly enveloped in radiant light. Super enhancement successful. Hornbow has been upgraded to Advanced Hornbow. Equipment. Advanced Hornbow. Grade. Second order. Description. An upgraded version of the hornbow, with enhanced durability and power limits. Note. When drawing and nocking an arrow, it can be charged for an extended period, increasing the power of a single arrow up to 3 times, or simultaneously releasing 3 standard power arrows. Chapter 21. Establishing the harbor. Harvesting the fields. Constructing the ranch. The upgraded second-tier hornbow, now enhanced with a charging mechanism. Indeed, a splendid addition. With this, I find myself devoid of any shortcomings in ranged capabilities. The newly enhanced hornbow feels significantly sturdier in my hands. Qin Lang drew an arrow, knocking it with precision, and released it towards the sandy shore beneath him. The arrow penetrated the sand with such force that it sent up a cloud of dust upon impact. Digging into the sand with a wooden spade, Qin Lang discovered that the arrow had burrowed a full 3 meters deep. The power it wielded was nothing short of terrifying. This arrow could undoubtedly inflict grave injury upon second-tier ferocious beasts, and even typical third-tier foes would likely hesitate to withstand its assault. Taking a deep breath, he opened 2 black iron chests. Next, he proceeded to open the final bronze chest. Ding! Bronze chest 1, successfully opened. Acquired building, harbor 1. Building, harbor, grade, second tier, description. A harbor constructed from stone and wooden planks, situated along the shore, allowing for the docking of vessels, facilitating the movement of people and goods. Supplement 1. Using a fishing rod in the harbor area slightly reduces the likelihood of aerial attacks. Supplement 2. Can be retrieved from the backpack and placed at a designated location with a single click, but cannot be relocated afterward. Therefore, Choose the placement site wisely. To his delight, it was a complete second-tier structure. Chen Lang's eyes lit up as he promptly set the harbor in place. With this, the total number of structures on the island had risen to 4, 2 of which were second-tier buildings. But that was not all. Upon opening the treasure, he had also acquired a defensive tower, which he decided to set up as well. Chen Lang once again opened his backpack and retrieved the 4th-tier energy crystal defensive tower, which he had further enhanced. He positioned this tower in the core area of the entire island, encompassing the freshwater well, the small cabin, and the second-tier farmland, ensuring that this region received the utmost protection. With a mere thought, a towering structure, over 10 meters high, constructed of ancient stones adorned with mysterious engravings and crowned with a massive crystal, rose majestically upon Island 2887. By channeling energy crystals into this tower, he could activate a defensive barrier with a radius of 75 meters, enveloping a total area of 150 meters. With this tower in place, the impact of maritime disasters could be minimized considerably. Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction, surveying his surroundings. The number of buildings on the island had now increased to 5, with more than half being second-tier constructions. Just one more building would fulfill all the requirements necessary to elevate the island to the second tier, granting him a larger area and greater resources. As for the final structure, Chen Lang was well prepared. It was the ranch blueprint he had obtained from the fishing treasure chest during his angling endeavors. Item: Ranch blueprint. Type: one-time blueprint. Grade: first tier. Description: gather the required materials. Place them on the blueprint, and it will automatically synthesize into a completed product. Required materials: fence 100, fence gate 2, stone 20. Wooden planks 30. The materials listed were no challenge for Chen Lang at this stage. He would soon gather them. He began with the wooden planks. After several days of consumption, the wooden planks he had harvested from the oak trees when upgrading the island to the first tier were nearly depleted. However, he had planted saplings in the fertile farmland after cutting down the trees, allowing them to grow alongside the coconut trees and spirit rice seeds. Under the accelerated growth conditions of the second-tier farmland, a day passed, and all 3 types of crops had matured, ready for harvest. What a bountiful yield! Chen Lang approached the second-tier farmland behind the cabin, where 8 oak saplings had flourished into thick, tall trees, all ready for harvesting. He immediately wielded his dark iron sword and felled the trees one by one. Ding! Congratulations, you have felled 8 oak trees, earning 80 oak logs, 800 wooden sticks, and 18 saplings. The oak logs could be processed into 4 times the amount of wooden planks. This meant that from this round of logging, Chen Lang had directly acquired over 300 units of wooden planks, 800 wooden sticks, and 18 saplings. He had essentially achieved a state of wood abundance. After replanting the saplings, he turned his attention to the other 2 crops. First, the coconut trees. With the freshwater well established, coconuts were no longer the sole source of fresh water. Chen Lang now regarded them more as a beverage. Thus, he merely shook down the 4 ripe coconuts, opting not to plant additional coconut trees. Finally, the true highlight of the farmland, the spirit rice seeds. Previously, Chen Lang had exchanged for 5 ordinary rice seeds, which, after enhancement, transformed into spirit rice seeds. He had planted these on the 3rd day. The system's crops had a relatively short growth cycle, and with the growth acceleration effect of the second-tier farmland, even second-tier crops could mature in just 1 day. However, with only 5 seeds, even if all sprouted and produced plump rice ears, he would ultimately harvest only a little over 200 grains of spirit rice. This was hardly enough for a meal, so it was clear they could not be consumed just yet. Without hesitation, Chen Lang replanted the 200 grains back into the earth. To expedite the process, he returned to the cabin and retrieved the bones of the black feather eagle he had previously hunted, which he ground into 100 units of bone meal at the workbench. Sprinkling this bone meal across the farmland would not only replenish its fertility, but also accelerate the growth of the fertilized crops. With the addition of the bone meal, the spirit rice's growth rate increased further, allowing for a harvest in just half a day. This time, Chen Lang gathered approximately a shopping bag's worth of spirit rice, enough for 4 or 5 meals. Consequently, he set aside a portion of the spirit rice as seeds for a 3rd planting, keeping the remainder for dinner that evening. With the farmland harvested, Chen Lang returned to the workbench with a substantial amount of wooden planks and sticks. The workbench initially contained numerous crafting blueprints for wooden products, allowing him to create building materials such as fences and fence gates. As the grid unfolded, he placed 2 wooden planks in the left and right columns, while vertically positioning 2 wooden sticks in the middle column. Then, he began the synthesis process. Ding, ding, ding. The system's notification sounds rang incessantly. Ding. Manufacturing successful. Acquired item. Fence 100. With enough fences crafted, Chen Lang swapped the positions of the wooden planks and sticks, creating 2 columns of sticks with a plank in the center. and continued the synthesis. Ding. Manufacturing successful. Acquired item. Fence gate 2, finally. He placed the crafted fences and fence gates, along with a substantial amount of stones and wooden planks, onto the ranch blueprint and clicked to produce. Ding. Manufacturing successful. Acquired building. Ranch 1. Chapter 22. The second tier island. Confrontation with the wolf pack. The construction of the ranch has been completed. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Lang ultimately decided to position the ranch on the western side of the farmland, on the western edge of the island. This strategic choice would allow both the ranch and farmland to have ample room for expansion, avoiding overcrowding. Additionally, the western part of the island occasionally attracted small animals, making it easier to lure, capture, and tame livestock in the future. With a mere thought, a square ranch, measuring 25 meters on each side, materialized upon the island, sufficient to sustain a dozen pigs, cattle, sheep, or a large flock of chickens and ducks. Following the establishment of the ranch, the system's prompt echoed once more. Ding. Island number 2887 has met all upgrade conditions. Would you like to promote it? Upgrade. Chen Lang nodded eagerly. Thus, the scene from earlier repeated itself. The island expanded in size, gradually rising from the depths of the sea like a continent. More of its land emerging above the water's surface. The radius of the island increased to 500 meters, and a rocky peak, towering over 10 meters high, appeared. The terrain became more intricate, and correspondingly, the island refreshed with an abundance of resources. Trees and flowers flourished, and the populations of wild chickens and ducks doubled. The originally deforested area, stripped bare by Chen Lang, became lush once again. In the heart of the forest, a small lake emerged. The scale of the mine also increased with the island's upgrade, though Chen Lang had yet to examine it closely. This upgrade, however, not only brought benefits but also introduced new troubles. Fearsome beasts began to spawn on the island. Chen Lang observed several wolves lurking in the forest. Ding. Promotion successful. Island number 2887 has been upgraded to second-tier island. Regional announcement forthcoming. The system's prompt resounded in his mind, and soon after, the regional communication board began to vibrate. Thousands of survivors in the area received a flurry of system notifications. Ding. Chen Lang has upgraded island number 2887 to second tier. Achieving the accomplishment. Swift steps, steady progress, earning 50 experience points. The important message was repeated thrice. Given previous experiences, the survivors anticipated the announcement's content. And although they were still quite astonished, the communication interface did not erupt into a flurry of messages as before. Some sighed in admiration, while others secretly harbored jealousy. Thinking to themselves, I could do that too. Chen Lang paid little mind to the reactions. He was solely focused on maintaining his lead. With the island's resources and troubles needing attention, he prioritized addressing these matters before contemplating any sea adventures. The fourth day still held ample time, and Chen Lang began to explore the upgraded island. His first stop was the mine area. The so-called mine area was merely an exposed entrance on the surface, while the dark, winding tunnels lay hidden deep beneath the ground. As Chen Lang approached, he observed the detailed information about the mine: resource, complex chain mine, grade, third tier, description, a mine containing various materials, extracting resources such as coal, crude iron, crude copper, crude gold, lapis lazuli, emeralds, and diamonds. However, various monsters will also spawn within the mine. Danger and opportunity coexist. Mineral types and proportions: coal 30, iron or 20, copper or 10, lapis lazuli 5, emerald 5, gold 5, diamond 3. It seemed that the mine's level increased alongside the islands, transforming from a small mine to a complex chain mine, significantly enriching its mineral resources. Chen Lang stroked his chin and mused. This means the next mining expedition should yield considerably greater rewards than the previous two. After inspecting the mine, Chen Lang turned his attention elsewhere. He arrived at the seashore and noted that the port construction along the coast would shift positions in accordance with the island's expanding coastline. It remained on the shore, unaffected by the rising ground, and was still fully operational. After circling the area, Chen Lang's gaze fell upon the now expansive forest. Although it could not yet be classified as a true forest, it occupied a third of the island's area. Most crucially, upon entering this wooded area, he discovered a variety of fearsome beasts. Not only were there the wolves he had previously spotted, but also creatures resembling centipedes with multiple legs, and large predatory birds akin to owls, yet significantly larger than eagles. Fortunately, these beasts were all of the first tier, while Chen Lang was a second-tier survivor, exuding an imposing aura that intimidated them, causing them to cautiously circumvent him, driven by their survival instinct. Yet, an unwelcome guest emerged. The pack of wolves Chen Lang had encountered earlier. While wandering through the woods, he suddenly found himself surrounded by 7 or 8 vicious wolves. Their fur a dark gray, eyes reflecting a sinister purple light. each nearly 2 meters in length. At the center of the pack stood a larger, darker wolf, presumably the alpha, baring its teeth and fixating a piercing gaze upon Qianlang. The atmosphere grew tense and charged. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. As the wolves scrutinized him, Qianlang returned the gaze. Beast, purple-eyed evil wolf, level, 1st tier, 3rd tier, description, a wolf-like beast often found in forested areas. Possessing a strong territorial instinct and frequently acting in packs. Should an enemy or prey intrude upon their territory, they will launch a fierce assault without mercy. Skill, pack will, initiated by the alpha, causing the entire pack to enter a frenzied state, abandoning defense for all-out attack, exchanging injury for injury. And life for life, the ordinary members of the pack ranged from 1st tier to 2nd tier, while the alpha had reached the 3rd tier. But so what? Did they truly believe this grove belonged to them? This is my island. They could either submit as my loyal hounds or face my wrath. Qianlang snorted coldly and drew his dark iron-heavy sword from his backpack, wielding it in his hand. The broad, weighty blade struck the ground with a resounding thud, heralding the onset of battle. Howling. The 3rd-tier alpha wolf threw back its head and let out a chilling howl. At its command, the other 7 purple-eyed evil wolves lunged forth, intent on tearing Qianlang apart. Seeking death. Witnessing the wolves' defiance, Qianlang no longer hesitated. He raised his sword and charged. The dark iron sword swung down with tremendous force, cleaving the first charging wolf in half from head to tail. Chapter 23. Total Annihilation. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a 1st-tier ferocious beast, purple-eyed evil wolf 1. You have received an energy crystal 1, beast meat 10, bones 10, wolf fangs 30, wolf skin 1. And 10 experience points. The notification of the kill echoed. Blood sprayed forth as the purple-eyed evil wolf, cleaved by Qianlang, disintegrated into a radiant light midair, automatically decomposing into loot and being stored in Qianlang's backpack. With the first kill under his belt, Qianlang's momentum surged, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Meanwhile, the remaining wolves, momentarily dispirited, halted their advance, fearful of meeting the same fate as their fallen companion. However, the lead wolf remained cunning and composed. Realizing that its underlings could not match this human in single combat, it let out a piercing howl, activating the skill wolf pack will. Under the influence of this ability, the previously intimidated purple-eyed evil wolves transformed into ferocious predators once more. A 2nd-tier evil wolf, bearing its fangs, propelled itself forward like an arrow, aiming to bring Qianlang down. With his silver armor, Qianlang stood resolute, allowing the wolves to gnaw at him without losing health. Consequently, he did not flinch or evade. Gripping his heavy sword of dark iron, he re-engaged in battle against the pack, undeterred by their newfound ferocity. Begone! Qianlang launched a powerful kick. With 2nd-tier level and 3rd-tier attributes, he focused on a single wolf, swiftly reducing it to a bloody mess. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a 2nd-tier ferocious beast, purple-eyed evil wolf 1. You have received an energy crystal 1, beast meat 10, bones 10, wolf fangs 30, wolf skin 1. And 20 experience points. The notification rang out again. Qianlang claimed another kill. Observing this, the lead wolf, previously aloof, could no longer remain passive. It realized that if it allowed its pack to continue depleting their strength, the entire group would be obliterated before Qianlang's energy was exhausted. Thus, the lead wolf joined the fray. With its leadership, the wolves' combat prowess escalated. Initially, they had charged in a chaotic frenzy, but now they coordinated their attacks, becoming a formidable challenge. Yet, as the adage goes, all struggles are futile in the face of absolute power. As the wolves began to employ guerrilla tactics, Qianlang decisively altered his combat style. With a mere thought, he stowed away his heavy sword and retrieved a high-grade hornbow from his pack. After a brief moment of tension, he released an arrow that whistled through the air, striking true at one of the evil wolf's heads. Despite the wolf's skull being its most fortified area, the high-grade hornbow's power-enhancing mechanism proved formidable, rendering even the toughest defenses vulnerable. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a 2nd-tier ferocious beast, purple-eyed evil wolf 1. You have received an energy crystal 1, beast meat 10, bones 10, wolf fangs 30, wolf skin 1. And 20 experience points. 3 kills. Recognizing the importance of targeting the leader, Qianlang now focused on the head wolf. If he could eliminate this 3rd-tier beast, the remaining purple-eyed evil wolves would be left vulnerable and easily dispatched. Consequently, Qianlang knocked 3 arrows simultaneously onto the bowstring. While deftly dodging the attacks of the other wolves, he concentrated intently on the agile head wolf. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows flew forth. Although each arrow's power was slightly diminished compared to the previous shots, their quantity compensated for this deficiency, providing a greater margin for error. The head wolf, possessing extensive combat experience, darted through the trees, evading the first 2 arrows that narrowly grazed its fur, which caused the arrows to explode against a nearby tree and a moss-covered boulder. However, as the saying goes, one might deceive twice, but not thrice. The first 2 arrows were mere distractions, as Chunlang never intended to hit the target with them. They were meant to restrict the head wolf's movements. As expected, after dodging the first 2 arrows, the head wolf found itself unable to evade the third, which was nearly upon it. In a desperate leap, it sprang into the air, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow but still sustaining a strike to its thigh. The arrow's tremendous kinetic energy sent the head wolf crashing to the ground, blood spewing from its mouth, emitting a whimpering roar that summoned the pack to retreat. Though the purple-eyed evil wolves would typically engage an intruder without hesitation, the instinct for survival prevailed when faced with imminent death. At that moment, the head wolf was terrified. Its mental fortitude shattered, the wolf pack it had invoked faltered, and the remaining purple-eyed evil wolves quaked in fear, unwilling to confront this formidable human any longer, seeking to retreat. Yet, their escape was contingent upon Chunlang's approval. Humph. Attempting to flee? I shall cleave you. Chunlang refused to let them escape. Today, these purple-eyed evil wolves were destined to meet their end, regardless of the circumstances. He immediately pursued, launching a barrage of arrows that felled the last 3 first-tier evil wolves. Ding! Congratulations on slaying first-tier ferocious beasts. Purple-eyed evil wolf 3. You have received energy crystals 3, beast meat 30, bones 30, wolf fangs 90, wolf skin 3, and 30 experience points. Switching back to his heavy sword, Chunlang beheaded another second-tier evil wolf. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a second-tier ferocious beast. Purple-eyed evil wolf 1. You have received an energy crystal 1, beast meat 10, bones 10, wolf fangs 30, wolf skin 1, and 20 experience points. After a relentless slaughter, nearly the entire wolf pack lay vanquished. Only the injured lead wolf, limping and stumbling, remained in a futile attempt to escape. Did it think it could flee? If it had all 4 legs intact, perhaps it might have outpaced Chunlang. But now, with 1 leg wounded by his arrows, where could it possibly run? Without much effort, Chunlang caught up to the fleeing head wolf. This third-tier beast, if encountered on other islands, would pose a considerable challenge for most survivors. Yet, it had the misfortune of appearing on Chunlang's island. Even with its wolf pack activated, it was no match for Chunlang, who left it in utter ruin. Perish! The heavy sword of dark iron descended, delivering a fatal blow to the head wolf. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a third-tier ferocious beast. Purple-eyed evil wolf 1. You have received an energy crystal 1, beast meat 10, bones 10, wolf fangs 30, wolf skin 1, and 30 experience points. The system notification resounded. The wolf pack had been utterly decimated. The greatest threat on the island had been eradicated by Chunlang's own hands. Coincidentally, just as the battle concluded, Chunlang noticed a red dot illuminating his regional communication interface. Someone had sent him a private message? He promptly opened it and discovered a message from Lu Rinjia. Lu Rinjia, big brother Chunlang, everything on my end is ready. We can team up to search for treasure now. Are you available? Chapter 24, Forming Teams. The quest for treasure resumes. Earlier, when Lu Rinjia and Chunlang were discussing their collaboration in the trading square, Lu had mentioned that he would reach out either this afternoon or tomorrow. Chunlang, having spent considerable time upgrading his island and hunting wolf packs, had begun to think that Lu might not contact him after all. He had set the treasure hunt for the following day. However, to his surprise, Lu indeed reached out this afternoon, just as he had promised. With the message received, Chunlang casually replied, "All right." Seeing Chunlang's response, Lu Rinjia felt a surge of excitement. Due to the limited number of messages allowed in the regional chat channel, they quickly moved to a private conversation to discuss the details of their treasure hunt. Lu Rinjia initiated the conversation. "Brother Chunlang, with you on board, I have contacted a total of 4 individuals, making 5 of us survivors in total. The other 3 are LV Liang, Ming Daxuan, and Zhang Xiang. They are all first-tier survivors, and while they may have advanced later, their strength should not be a hindrance. For this treasure hunt, you and I will take the lead, with a reward distribution of 40% for me and 30% for you, while the others will each receive 10%. If there's any reward that cannot be evenly divided, we can discuss it later. What do you think?" "Sounds good," Chunlang nodded. After all, the treasure map belonged to Lu Rinjia, and it was reasonable for him to take a larger share. As a powerful external aid, a 30% share for himself was also justifiable. The remaining 3 survivors, having agreed to team up, must have accepted this proposal as well. However, Chunlang noted the implications behind Lu Rinjia's reward distribution. In the initial days, when everyone was starting from scratch, there was no significant disparity among them. But from the 4th day onward, as more individuals advanced to the first and even second tiers, the gap in strength widened, leading to differences in status and treatment. This was merely the novice phase. In the future, the stratification based on levels and abilities would undoubtedly become even more pronounced. If one wished to avoid being trampled underfoot, the only option would be to continually ascend and secure the top position. In summary, after a fruitful discussion, Lu Rinjia revealed his treasure map and entered the names of Chun Lang, LV Liang, Meng Daxuan, and Zhang Xiang, along with his own. With a thought, the treasure hunt commenced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of transport beams descended from the sky, landing on distant islands. Chun Lang, Lu Rinjia, and the others felt a blinding light engulf them, reminiscent of a flashbang exploding before their eyes, leaving them in a white haze. As their vision cleared, Chun Lang found himself, once again, transported to a mysterious island, entirely unfamiliar and devoid of any prior knowledge. This time, the island's environment was not a desert, but a rugged terrain of jagged rocks, interspersed with underground caves that appeared to be naturally formed, yet bore signs of human excavation. It seemed that the treasure was hidden within these caverns. Indeed, Chun Lang muttered to himself, analyzing the situation. Beside him, Lu Rinjia appeared to have regained his composure from the initial shock of teleportation. Nodding in agreement with Chun Lang's assessment, he unfurled the treasure map. Upon witnessing this, Chun Lang, along with LV Liang, Meng Daxuan, and Zhang Xiang, gathered around to focus on the map. This is a multi-person treasure map, which is likely why it indicates 3 treasure locations. All 3 treasures are situated within the rocky caverns beneath our feet. It appears we are destined for an adventure in these caves, Lu Rinjia declared. We are all teammates, although we have exchanged messages in the chat. This is our first time meeting in person. Let's take a moment to introduce ourselves to foster familiarity for our cooperation, Lu Rinjia proposed, and everyone agreed. LV Liang was the first to step forward. Due to the system's enforcement of a return to the age of 18, regardless of their previous appearances, everyone now looked like youthful individuals. LV Liang, previously a hefty man, now presented himself as a fit young lad. My name is LV Liang, and I am a first-tier survivor with a C-grade talent in strength enhancement. My strength attribute is a remarkable 15 points, which can be boosted to 20 upon activating my talent, he proclaimed, patting his chest. He was shirtless on the upper half, wearing a pair of vibrant shorts he claimed to have found in a fishing treasure chest, stating that otherwise, he would be dressed rather sloppily. After LV Liang's introduction, it was Meng Daxuan's turn. He appeared somewhat shy, likely just having turned 18. He spoke while subconsciously raising his hand. Hello everyone. I am also a first-tier survivor with a B-grade talent as a wind mage. I have already mastered 3 wind spells and have slain 3 first-tier ferocious beasts. My strength should be commendable, right? Hearing this, LV Liang was taken aback by the impressive credentials. He placed an arm around Meng Daxuan's shoulder. Well done, young man. That's impressive. Oh, it's just luck, Meng Daxuan replied, feeling bashful as he scratched his head. Next was Zhang Xiang's turn. If LV Liang was boisterous and Meng Daxuan was socially awkward, then Zhang Xiang was a different breed of social anxiety, a true social terror. While LV Liang sported vibrant shorts and Meng Daxuan had donned a gray tracksuit from a treasure chest, Zhang Xiang took a more simplistic and crude approach. Wearing a grass skirt fashioned from grass rope, much like Chun Lang had initially, he seemed indifferent to modesty and exuded a carefree attitude. Upon seeing Chun Lang, it was as if he had encountered an idol. He rushed over enthusiastically. Well, Brother Chun Lang, the man whose exploits the entire server knows. I admire you so much. You are undoubtedly the top figure in our region. Could you give me an autograph? Oh wait, I don't have a pen. No pen? That's fine. Let's embrace. From now on, I shall be your loyal follower, clinging to your fame. Hey, calm down a bit, my friend. Chun Lang was caught off guard by Zhang Xiang's exuberance. Fortunately, Lu Rinjia stepped in to defuse the situation, pulling the exuberant Zhang Xiang aside. Introduce yourself first, brother. All right. I got a bit too excited, haha. Zhang Xiang sheepishly laughed, finally managing to rein in his enthusiasm. Clearing his throat, he began his introduction. I am Zhang Xiang, a peak first-tier survivor. Just 100 experience points away from advancing to the 2nd tier. My talent is C-grade environmental perception, allowing me to clearly sense the surroundings within a 10-meter radius centered around myself. So, you can also call me by my newly coined nickname, Human Radar. Chapter 25. Entering the Cavern. Encountering the blue flame lizards. Is your ability one of detection and perception? Upon hearing Zhang Xiang reveal his capability, the others, including Lu Rinjia, L Liang, Meng Daxuan, and even Chun Lang, expressed varying degrees of surprise and delight. Given the island's rugged terrain, teeming with cavernous openings, it was evident that their treasure hunt would necessitate venturing into these dark, intricate spaces. In such unpredictable conditions, possessing the ability to sense one's surroundings would be immensely advantageous. It was no wonder Luringia had recruited Zhang Xiang into their ranks. Observing the reactions of his companions, Zhang Xiang crossed his arms, wearing a self-satisfied expression. Luringia then stepped forward, declaring, "Now it's my turn. I recently advanced to the second tier, and my talent is a B-grade warrior ability, which can be categorized as a combat specialization." Finally, it was Chen Lang's turn for self-introduction. He candidly disclosed his level but chose to keep his talent a secret. Luringia and the others understood his discretion. Firstly, Chen Lang was indeed the strongest among them, and they required his assistance rather than the other way around. Secondly, his rapid rise to prominence hinted at a significant secret he was unwilling to share. Prying too insistently could easily offend him. In summary, the members of this treasure-seeking team had some understanding of one another. As the initiator of the team, Luringia was unanimously recognized as the leader. He stated, "We need to locate 3 treasures. Time is short, and the task is daunting. Let us commence our expedition immediately." To begin their quest for the first treasure, Luringia pointed ahead. "The starting point of our route should be that peak ahead, known as the one-line sky." The group followed his gesture and beheld a towering mountain in the distance, its center seemingly cleaved by a sword, revealing a narrow, straight fissure, indeed a fitting description of one-line sky. Without hesitation, they set forth. After a considerable trek, they arrived at the base of the peak and discovered a sizable cavern entrance. What a grand cave! The mouth's diameter was nearly 10 meters. How deep, deep. Ah, even our voices echo, echo, echo. Indeed. This was the location marked on the treasure map. Only by entering this cavern could they uncover the first treasure. Luringia glanced at the treasure map in his hand, confirming its accuracy with a nod. Without further ado, they should enter. Chen Lang retrieved a torch from his backpack, the second he had crafted, for the previous one had been extinguished after 2 mining excursions. As he ignited the torch, the previously pitch-black cavern was finally illuminated. Luringia, Liang, Meng Dashuan, and the others gathered around Chen Lang. Even the socially aloof Zhang Xiang momentarily set aside his cavalier demeanor, activating his ability. A faint green beam of light, akin to a laser, emanated from him, expanding outward. After a brief pause, Zhang Xiang remarked, "For now, it is safe. We are surrounded by rock walls, and there are no unusual occurrences. Which direction shall we take next?" Luringia checked the map. Ahead, they were faced with 2 branching paths. The treasure map indicated they should take the right one. The team advanced. Moments later, maintaining his detection ability, Zhang Xiang spoke up, "I sense 2 forks ahead." Chen Lang extended the torch, its flickering light faintly illuminating the way. Indeed, 2 paths diverged in the cavern, leading left and right. Consequently, they proceeded along the right tunnel as indicated by Luringia's earlier inspection of the map. Tick, tick, tick. The further they descended into the cavern, the more humid it became. Occasionally, water dripped from the ceiling, striking the ground with a crisp sound. As they continued, the treasure-seeking team found themselves in a spacious underground chamber, roughly the size of a football field. Suspended within this subterranean space were numerous fist-sized blue flames, casting an ethereal blue glow throughout the area. Notably, the cavern's walls bore marks of claw scratches and sharp teeth, along with dried, darkened bloodstains. Scattered in some corners were remnants of bones, some large enough to retain portions of skulls, unmistakably from ferocious beasts, while others were evidently human remains. Human bones? Cautiously, Chen Lang approached the pile of bones, scrutinizing them. Item: adventurer's remains. Grade: common. Description: the skeletal remains of ancient adventurers, long since lost to time. Completely weathered and without value. Indeed, these were human bones, specifically those of adventurers from an ancient era. Chen Lang shared his findings with the group. Adventurers' bones? From an ancient time? This suggests that long ago, others ventured here and met their demise. Are we the first group of survivors on this island? What entity could have slain these adventurers? The group, not lacking in intelligence, quickly deduced a series of unsettling questions. Just as they were grappling with their thoughts, the ground of the cavern suddenly trembled, followed by fierce roars echoing from the depths of another tunnel. Not good. We must remain alert, Luringia commanded. Chen Lang reacted even more swiftly, already gripping his heavy sword. Liang and Ming Dashuan assumed defensive stances. Zhang Xiang, emboldened by his detection ability, stepped in front of Chen Lang to activate his talent. However, what he perceived caused him to gasp in shock. A horde of ferocious beasts, at least 20 or 30, was charging toward them, resembling lizards the size of Komodo dragons, and they appeared capable of breathing fire. In the blink of an eye, the swarm of lizards surrounded them. What manner of creature is this? Chen Lang and the others turned their gaze toward the lizard beasts, and details materialized before them. Beast: blue flame rock lizard. Level: tier 1 to 3. Description: a fire element lizard beast inhabiting subterranean caverns, exhibiting pack behavior, hunting in groups, and relentlessly pursuing prey due to scarce food resources. Skills: Blue Fireball, Fire Lizard Role, Chapter 26, The Treasure Hunting Team versus the Blue Fire Lizards. Blue Fire Lizards? What kind of ferocious beasts are these? Beasts that could devour us. As the treasure hunting team found themselves encircled by a formidable horde of blue fire lizards, a palpable tension gripped El Liang, Meng Daxuan, and Zhang Xiang. Lu Rinjia, the team leader, recognized the imminent drop in morale and swiftly intervened. We have come this far. We cannot retreat now. We must not be intimidated by these monsters. If we are men, we shall confront them head-on. Indeed. Chen Lang nodded in agreement, asserting, furthermore, these blue fire lizards do not intimidate me. With those words, Chen Lang charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Whoosh! He plunged into the midst of the blue fire lizards, brandishing his heavy iron sword and engaging in combat with the fiery creatures. The combat instincts of the blue fire lizards were formidable. Upon witnessing Chen Lang's advance, their first instinct was to open their mouths and, after a brief moment of gathering energy, unleash basketball-sized, blazing blue fireballs from their throats. This technique, known as the blue fireball, was one of their specialties. A reliable attack against foes and prey alike. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 7 or 8 blue fireballs hurtled towards Chen Lang. To maintain his agility, he refrained from fully activating his flowing silver armor, remaining clad in his tight-fitting battle attire. He skillfully evaded several fireballs, the explosions illuminating the underground space with dazzling light, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Chen Lang's speed was remarkable, with attributes of speed, strength, and spirit all reaching or nearing 20 points. This level of prowess, comparable to a third-tier survivor, far exceeded the blue fire lizards' expectations. By the time they finished launching their volley of blue fireballs and refocused their attention, Chen Lang had already closed the distance and was upon them. Die! Chen Lang struck without hesitation, his heavy iron sword slicing through the air, claiming the first kill. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a first-tier beast, Blue Fire Lizard X1, earning Energy Crystal X1, Flame Sack X1, Beast Meat X10, Bones X10, and 10 experience points. Excellent. Impressive. As expected of the great Chen Lang. Witnessing Chen Lang's decisive first kill invigorated the rest of the treasure hunting team, inspiring them to engage the nearby blue fire lizards. Meng Daxuan wielded a wooden stick, serving as a staff for casting spells. His awakened talent was that of a B-grade wind mage, making him stand out among the survivors, at least possessing a commendable level of aptitude. Having researched his talent extensively, Meng Daxuan had developed his abilities sufficiently, resulting in a notable combat prowess. In fact, he had previously slain 3 first-tier beasts on the island. However, his introverted nature, coupled with the overwhelming chaos of encountering a beast horde for the first time, had left him momentarily flustered. Now, with Chen Lang as an exemplar, Meng Daxuan had finally regained his composure, facing 3 blue fire lizards before him. The moment they launched their fireballs, Meng Daxuan swiftly swung his wooden stick, casting his wind spell, Whirlwind Shield. A gust of wind erupted in the underground space, coalescing into a small green tornado that enveloped Meng Daxuan. The fireballs shot forth from the blue fire lizards were deflected away by the rapidly spinning shield. Boom, boom, boom. The blue fireballs exploded, engulfing Meng Daxuan in flames. Yet as the fire dissipated, he emerged unscathed, ready to counterattack. Wind thrust. The wooden stick jabbed forward, unleashing a flurry of gusts that shot like arrows towards the blue fire lizards. The 3 first-tier blue fire lizards, unwilling to confront this assault head-on, evaded in all directions, intentionally drawing Meng Daxuan's attention to allow other lizards to mount a surprise attack. To Meng Daxuan's left, a second-tier blue fire lizard activated a new skill, Fire Lizard Roll. Cloaked in ethereal blue flames, it coiled its tail and rolled forward like a blazing wheel, charging directly at Meng Daxuan. So engrossed in battling the 3 first-tier blue fire lizards, Meng Daxuan neglected the other threats around him. By the time he heard the commotion and turned to look, it was already too late. The second-tier blue fire lizard was upon him, mere moments away from colliding with him. It's over. Meng Daxuan felt despair wash over him. In that critical moment, an arrow shot forth, expertly avoiding Meng Daxuan and striking the second-tier blue fire lizard just inches away from him. The arrow's force sent the creature crashing aside, the tip embedding deeply into its flesh. Realizing he had been saved, Meng Daxuan was drenched in cold sweat as he turned to see who had fired the arrow, none other than Chen Lang. How are you? Are you all right? Chen Lang cautioned Meng Daxuan. Your talent is commendable, but your reaction in the heat of battle needs improvement. Be more careful next time. Understood. I will remember. Meng Daxuan nodded, vowing to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiang, possessing a C-grade environmental detection talent, had been quite helpful throughout their journey, providing significant assistance to the team. However, in the midst of battle, he became a liability. With low combat power, he struggled to defend himself, let alone defeat enemies. Consequently, Chun Lang and Lu Rinjia unanimously directed El Liang to stay by Zhang Xiang's side for protection. Get away from me. El Liang activated his strength enhancement talent, further augmenting his already impressive physical attributes to reach 20 points, matching Chun Lang's level and attaining the status of a second-tier evolved survivor. Additionally, El Liang had equipped a pair of iron arm guards obtained from a fishing crate, fortifying his defenses while absorbing numerous attacks from the blue fire lizards. Zhang Xiang, meanwhile, maintained his talent, continuously perceiving the environmental conditions within a 10-meter radius. Whenever a blue fire lizard prepared to launch a frontal attack or attempt a flanking maneuver, he provided timely warnings like a human radar. Their cooperation proved effective, allowing the treasure hunting team to maintain an equilibrium against the blue fire lizard horde. However, we came here to seek treasure, not to slay monsters. Prolonged engagement with these creatures will only drain our energy. Lu Rinjia, a B-grade hunter, despite being somewhat average in mental and magical attributes, possessed commendable scores in strength, speed, and endurance. Chapter 27. The hidden space behind the stone wall. At this moment, arrows were incessantly loosed from the hornbow, striking down several blue flame lizards with remarkable precision. Yet, he understood that this protracted engagement was unsustainable. Chen Lang was acutely aware of Lu Rinjia's thoughts, and thus resolved to charge forth. Lu Rinjia, indicate the next course, and everyone follow closely behind me. I will lead you out. With that, Chen Lang switched from the advanced hornbow to the heavy black iron sword, advancing with determination. Clearly, he intended to lead the group out of the encirclement of the blue flame lizards, ceasing further entanglement with these creatures. Excellent. Lu Rinjia immediately nodded in agreement. Following Chen Lang, he unfurled the treasure map and pointed the way. The exit to the underground space lies at the end of the passage from which the blue flame lizard emerged. With newfound direction, the 5-member team sprinted forward. The blue flame lizards pursued relentlessly from behind, while some veered ahead, unleashing blue fireballs and executing rolling attacks to obstruct the treasure-seeking party's advance. Observing this, Ming Dashyuan promptly initiated a wind-based spell, Whirlwind Shield. The underground space was once again enveloped in a swirling tempest. The spiraling tornado surrounded the 5. As Ming Dashyuan's complexion paled, this should block a significant amount of their attacks, but I cannot sustain it for long. Hurry. With a decisive swing, Chen Lang cleaved a straight-flying blue fireball in two, even without fully activating his flowing silver armor. Its 4th-tier defense allowed him to disregard the onslaught of the blue flame lizards. As he wielded the heavy black iron sword, any lizard that crossed his path suffered grievous wounds. The system's kill notification chimed repeatedly in his mind. At last, the treasure-seeking party broke free from the siege, escaping the harassment of the blue flame lizards and continuing through the intricacies of the cavern. However, as they proceeded, they encountered a fork in the path this time. It branched into 3, presenting them with 3 separate tunnels leading in different directions. Which path shall we take? The middle one. With the treasure map in hand, Lu Rinjia quickly indicated the new route. Zhang Xiang continued to maintain environmental detection, ready to react at the first sign of danger akin to the blue flame lizard's attack. Fortunately, the subsequent journey was devoid of peril, and they ultimately arrived at the designated endpoint marked on the treasure map. However, Lu Rinjia, are you certain this is the endpoint depicted on the treasure map? There is nothing here whereas the treasure. Are we being led astray? Lu Liang, holding the torch that Chen Lang had entrusted to him, peered into the depths of the tunnel, having scoured the area in vain. As the torchlight merely illuminated the mottled stone walls, with no sign of treasure chests to be found, Lu Rinjia was equally perplexed, continuously examining the treasure map. This cannot be right. The map indicates this is the location of the first treasure. Allow me to investigate. Zhang Xiang stepped forward, activating his environmental detection ability once more, wandering about in search. To their astonishment, his efforts bore fruit. Suddenly, Zhang Xiang's eyes lit up as he pointed to the stone wall directly facing the tunnel, exclaiming, "This wall seems unusual. The other 2 walls are solid, but this one appears hollow. There seems to be a hidden space behind it." Precisely. The group quickly realized that this stone wall was a ruse, designed to mislead anyone who found it into believing there was nothing here, thus causing them to depart in disappointment. Unbeknownst to them, the treasure awaited just beyond the wall. Then let me take care of it. Lu Liang, endowed with enhanced strength, volunteered. He activated his ability once more, his power surging, and with his armored arms, he struck the stone wall with a mighty punch. Boom. Lu Liang's punch held considerable force, capable of shattering boulders, yet the wall remained impervious. Is it truly that resilient? I'll strike again. Unyielding. Lu Liang continued to pummel the wall with several more blows, but despite the aching and numbness in his arms from the recoil, the wall only bore a few superficial cracks. Just as Chen Lang was about to intervene, Lu Renjia stepped forward. "Allow me. My hunter ability is formidable as well. And as the team leader, I cannot let you all take the glory." Taking a deep breath, Lu Renjia focused his gaze on the fissures created by Lu Liang's fists. Marked weakness. His ability activated, revealing a red dot on the cracks. This mark denoted the weak point, indicating vulnerability in the stone. As a hunter, if Lu Renjia's attack struck this mark, it would convert the damage into a critical strike, significantly amplifying its potency. With his strength comparable to Lu Liang's, he gripped the dagger tightly. "Stand back. I shall break it." With all his might, he swung the blade, striking the marked weakness. The wall, unable to withstand the assault, finally crumbled, revealing the hidden space behind. As the group stepped inside, their eyes were immediately drawn to a treasure chest at the center of the chamber, surrounded by 3 ancient stone statues wielding colossal swords. "Haha, treasure. Here I come." Having long coveted the prize, Lu Liang dashed forward, eager to seize the first opportunity to open the chest. However, Zhang Xiang, still attuned to his environmental detection, urgently called out, "Lu Liang, come back. It's not that simple. Those 3 statues seem to be awakening." "What?" Lu Liang halted abruptly, glancing back at Zhang Xiang, seeking confirmation. Yet, he noticed the grave expressions on Chen Lang, Lu Renjia, Meng Daxuan, and Zhang Xiang's faces. The air was thick with tension, and he heard a series of creaking noises behind him, as if inanimate objects were suddenly coming to life. Could it be those statues have truly awakened? Lu Liang turned stiffly, only to find his heart plummeting. The 3 statues encircling the treasure chest had indeed come to life, one standing directly behind him, its massive sword raised high, poised to strike down. Not good. Lu Liang instinctively raised his arms to block, but even with his strength-enhancing ability activated and wearing armored gauntlets, he was sent flying by the statue's colossal sword. Thankfully, the gauntlets softened the blow. Otherwise, he might have been cleaved in 2 on the spot. One strike was all it took to send Lu Liang hurtling away. Were these statues of the same caliber as the sand puppets I encountered before? Drawing on his past experiences, Chen Lang stared intently at the 3 statues as their detailed panels appeared before him. Chapter 28. The Destruction of the Statues. The first treasure obtained. The details of the 3 statues vary significantly. Colossal Sword Warrior. Level, 2nd tier. Description. One of the 3 statues guarding the treasure in this location. Wielding an exaggerated great sword, rugged and resilient, possessing immense strength, but relatively sluggish. Fire Demon Puppet. Level, 2nd tier. Description. One of the 3 statues guarding the treasure in this location, with an energy crystal embedded in its chest. Capable of casting various fire-based spells, lacking in close combat capabilities. Blade Assassin. Level, 2nd tier. Description. One of the 3 statues guarding the treasure in this location, incredibly swift. Adept at launching surprise attacks through agile maneuvers, but with weak defenses. The 3 2nd-tier statue puppets were manageable. They were not overly difficult to contend with. After examining the enemy's details, Chen Lang felt the tension within him ease slightly. The foes currently present were within his capacity to handle, posing no genuine threat to him. However, the other members of the treasure hunting team would likely find them more challenging to combat. As the battle commenced, the colossal sword warrior swung its massive sword, sending Lu Liang flying, and then charged aggressively towards the next target, Lu Renjia. "I'll hold this guy off. You 2 take care of the other statues," Lu Renjia declared, drawing his hornbow. An arrow shot forth. Having initially obtained the arrow blueprint from a fishing treasure chest, Lu Renjia had crafted numerous arrows for this treasure hunt, ensuring a sufficient stockpile of ammunition. He chose to engage the evidently melee-oriented colossal sword warrior from a distance, seeking to exploit any vulnerabilities while attempting to activate his talent and affix the hunter's mark. Meanwhile, Meng Daxuan faced the fire demon puppet, engaging in a magical duel within the concealed space. Wind spike. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sharp green spikes formed from the gust of wind, pierced towards the fire demon puppet. The energy crystal embedded in the puppet's chest glowed, and a magical circle emerged before it. A torrent of flames erupted from the center of the circle. Boom. The wind spikes collided with the fireball, resulting in a fierce explosion. Meng Daxuan was pushed back several steps, realizing that the wind spikes were ineffective. He brandished his wooden staff, preparing to unleash a more potent wind spell. Observing this, the fire demon puppet began to gather energy for its own formidable spell. It was evident that the next exchange of spells would be even more chaotic. In total, there were 3 statues. Lu Renjia managed to keep the colossal sword warrior at bay with his own prowess, although Meng Daxuan faced a disadvantage against the fire demon puppet. When Lu Liang recovered and joined the fray for a 2-on-1, they were able to hold their ground for a while. Thus, Zhang Xiang turned to Qinlang and said, "Qinlang, it's your turn. Our hope of breaking through lies with you. You must eliminate that blade assassin." Rest assured, Qinlang nodded. His full attention was fixed upon the blade assassin. The assassin's form was also imposing, yet unlike the colossal sword warrior, which relied on brute force. The blade assassin exhibited far superior agility, darting towards Qinlang in an instant. However, Qinlang's reaction was equally swift. Each level up had allowed him to significantly enhance his attribute points, resulting in a cumulative gain that far exceeded that of others. Although he was a second-tier survivor, his overall attribute panel could be likened to that of a third-tier survivor, devoid of weaknesses. Thus, even against the blade assassin's rapid movements, Qinlang was able to react in time and evade the dual dagger strikes. Instead, the heavy Xian iron greatsword appeared in his grasp, a weapon forged from dense iron, which would be cumbersome for an ordinary person, felt as nimble as a rapier in Qinlang's hands. After dodging the blade assassin's assault, he countered with a swift thrust, severing one of the assassin's arms. Crash! The heavy stone arm fell to the ground. As a puppet, the blade assassin felt no pain and continued to attack relentlessly. This time, Qinlang stood his ground, absorbing the blow. Clang! The dagger struck Qinlang, but instead of blood, it merely glanced off his silver armor, failing to penetrate. The metallic clash echoed, rendering the situation somewhat awkward. The blade assassin appeared momentarily stunned. "Is that all you've got?" Qinlang smiled at the blade assassin. "Now it's my turn." One hand reached out, firmly grasping the assassin's remaining arm. With an exaggerated surge of strength, Qinlang lifted the blade assassin and, akin to the Hulk throwing Loki, slammed it repeatedly against the ground. The blade assassin, known for its speed, had weak defenses and could not withstand Qinlang's brutal onslaught, cracks forming on its stone exterior. Finally, Qinlang gripped the Xian iron greatsword tightly and delivered a decisive thrust that pierced the blade assassin's chest. The sharp blade obliterated its core. The system's kill notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the second-tier monster. Blade Assassin 1, gaining 20 energy crystals, 1 Assassin's Dagger, 1 damaged puppet core, and 20 experience points. With the Blade Assassin vanquished, only 2 statues remained, and the previously balanced struggle was abruptly disrupted. Qinlang turned to join the other 2 battles, first drawing his advanced horn bow and unleashing a powerfully charged arrow that severely injured the fire demon puppet, aiding Lu Liang and Ming Daxuan in overcoming their foe. The 3 then encircled the last statue, the colossal sword warrior. Zhang Xiang's environmental detection skills proved invaluable once more, revealing a weakness in the warrior's lower back. "There. Attack there. It's worn down and vulnerable." Following Zhang Xiang's guidance, Lu Renjia successfully marked the colossal sword warrior with the hunter's mark. Armed with his weapon, he maneuvered behind the statue and delivered a fierce strike to its flank. Crack! The critical damage effect of the hunter's mark triggered, and the blow was equivalent to 3. The colossal sword warrior was cleaved in 2. Lu Renjia heard the system's kill notification echo in his mind, claiming the loot. At last, there were no obstacles remaining before them, and they could finally secure the first treasure. "Let me open the chest." Lu Liang eagerly stepped forward as he had done previously. With a thought, the chest lid flipped open, and a burst of light erupted from within, several luminous orbs flying forth. The group examined the contents one by one. First, they discovered a finished piece of equipment. Equipment, glazed staff, grade, second tier, description, a staff crafted for mages, featuring a glazed crystal orb at its head, capable of conserving magical energy. Chapter 29, Promotion to Tier 3 Survivor. The Staff of Glass. Upon seeing the glass staff, Meng Daxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a wind mage, the glass staff was akin to a boon for him. He immediately raised his hand and declared, "Esteemed colleagues, I desire this glass staff. I understand that according to our initial agreement, my share of the rewards is comparatively modest. Therefore, I shall present the items I acquired from defeating the fire golem. 20 energy crystals, 1 shattered golem core, and 25 pieces of lapis lazuli. Captain Lu, esteemed Qinlang, would you grant me this request?" Ming Daxuan's sincerity was palpable, as he was even willing to relinquish his loot solely to obtain the glass staff. At this point, it would be rather unreasonable to refuse him. Qinlang nodded in agreement. "Very well, it shall be done." Captain Lu Renjia also handed the glass staff to Ming Daxuan, who received it with uncontained joy, carefully wielding it to conjure the wind shield spell. This time, the whirling winds spun faster and enveloped a larger area, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Previously, he could only withstand first-tier attacks, but now, with the augmentation from the glass staff, he could even mitigate a portion of second-tier assaults. All right, Ming Daxuan has chosen his reward. Who shall select next? Hiki, allow me. El Liang stepped forward. Initially, 5 orbs of light had emerged from the treasure chest. After Ming Daxuan chose the glass staff, 4 orbs remained, 10 units of gold ingots, one enchantment book along with 50 pieces of lapis lazuli, 300 energy crystals, and one beast egg. Liang deliberated for a moment before ultimately opting for the 10 units of gold ingots. Among the remaining rewards, the gold ingots were relatively less valuable, ensuring that neither Qin nor Lu Rinjia would be displeased, while also providing Liang with practical benefits. He intended to use these ingots to enhance his current pair of armors. Strengthening equipment, to a certain extent, equates to augmenting one's power. Well then, I shall take 100 energy crystals, and you two can divide the rest. Zhang Xiang also approached, choosing the energy crystals. However, he did not claim all 300. Rather, he took only 1/3, leaving the remaining 200 for Qin and Lu Rinjia to distribute. Thus, only Qin and Lu Rinjia had yet to select their treasures. The two quickly reached a consensus. They would evenly split the 200 energy crystals. Consequently, each received 100 energy crystals. Then, Qin made his choice. I select the enchantment book and the 50 pieces of lapis lazuli. It was not difficult to deduce his reasoning behind this selection. After all, during his previous treasure hunt, he had discovered an enchantment table within a treasure chest beneath the desert altar. However, he had yet to gather enough lapis lazuli to enchant his gear. With the enchantment book and 50 pieces of lapis lazuli in hand, the enchantment table would no longer gather dust. Very well, then the beast egg shall be mine, Lu Rinjia declared as he secured the egg. The first treasure marked on the treasure map had been divided among the treasure hunting team. This journey had provided Lu Rinjia and the others, who were embarking on their first treasure hunt, with numerous close calls. The team was acutely aware that without Qin presence, they would likely have faced total annihilation or been forced to abandon their quest. They had discovered their first treasure only by relying on his expertise. Even so, Liang, Zhang Xiang, and Ming Daxuan had exhausted considerable energy, leaving most of the team in a state of fatigue, ill-suited for further treasure hunting. Fortunately, as long as they found at least one treasure on a multi-person treasure map, even if they departed temporarily, the system would not classify it as a failed mission but would instead save their progress. When they returned, they would reappear at the same location. Thus, after some discussion, the treasure hunting team decided to conclude their expedition for the time being, to save their progress. They would return to their respective islands to recuperate, adjust their conditions, and assimilate their gains. In a flurry of teleportation beams, everyone was enveloped once more. When Qin opened his eyes again, he found himself back on his bound island, island number 2887. Let me summarize my gains. He first checked his experience points. 621,400. Goodness, over 600 experience points, exceeding half of what was needed for leveling up. Qin was astonished to find that he had amassed such experience in just a couple of days. Evidently, defeating monsters expedited the leveling process. Previously, while completing the treasure map task, he had not paid attention. Upon returning to the island, the system's prompt resonated. Ding. Current experience points have reached the requirements for leveling up. Would you like to level up? Was there even a question? Of course, he would level up. Qin confirmed with a nod. Thus, he received a number of attribute points to distribute at his discretion. Advancing to the first tier granted 10 attribute points. The second tier granted 20, the third tier 30, and so forth, implying that the fourth tier would yield 40 points in the fifth 50. Having deduced this pattern, Qin proceeded with his usual method, activating his super reinforcement talent. Ding. Super reinforcement successful. 30 free attribute points have been enhanced to 60 free attribute points. Each time my attribute points could be doubled through super reinforcement, meaning my total attribute points would always surpass those of other survivors. At tier 2, my total attributes had already equaled that of a tier 3, and with these additional 60 points, my attributes would surpass even those of tier 4 survivors. Drawing closer to tier 5. Hee, delightful. Qin grinned as he accessed his attribute panel. Following his last attribute allocation, his specific 5-dimensional attributes were as follows: Spirit 20, Strength 20, Speed 20, Endurance 20, Magic 17. His allocation strategy remained one of balanced development, distributing 10 points each to Spirit, Strength, Speed, and Endurance. As for Magic, previously Qin was uncertain of its significance, but after witnessing Ming Daxuan's Wind Mage talent and the Fire Golem's Fire Magic, he had come to understand its importance. Although I currently lack abilities or equipment related to spells and magic, my intuition tells me that magical attributes will undoubtedly be crucial in the future. In his musings, Qin allocated the remaining 20 attribute points entirely to his magic attribute. Ultimately, his tier 3 total attributes were as follows: Spirit 30, Strength 30, Speed 30, Endurance 30. Magic 37. The enhancement of attributes, even by a single point, should not be underestimated. Qin could distinctly feel his power significantly increase compared to before he allocated his points, as evidenced by the energy consumption involved in activating his flowing silver armor. Chapter 30. Enchanted Weapons. Surviving on the 5th day. Combined Edition. Upon acquiring the silver armor, Chen Lang found himself unable to fully master its capabilities. Should he invoke its maximum defensive potential, his energy would swiftly deplete, rendering him vulnerable in the long run. However, now, with a mere thought, the form-fitting silver armor expanded dramatically, transforming into the visage of medieval knightly armor, heavy, robust, and shimmering with a silvery light that radiated impenetrability and formidable defense. Most remarkably, while he could previously maintain this state for a mere 3 minutes, he now found he could sustain it for the better part of a day without issue. Finally, he could unleash the full potential of this 5th-tier armor. Muttering to himself, Chen Lang reverted the silver armor back to a more agile form. With his enhanced capabilities, his control over the armor had improved significantly. He had previously only been able to transform it into a silver bodysuit, which, albeit warm and protective, appeared rather peculiar. Now, however, he could alter its style and color at will. In a moment of inspiration, he transformed the silver armor into a casual outfit, complete with sneakers in place of boots, maintaining the same level of defense while enhancing its aesthetic appeal. Now this is more like it, he thought as he gazed out at the sea. The night had fallen, and the moonlight cast a brilliant glow, reflecting off the ocean's surface in a mesmerizing dance of light. Yet, amidst this beauty, Chen Lang's ears caught a series of jarring sounds. Roar, roar, hisses. Following the source of the noise, he was met with the sight of several grotesque figures, their decaying flesh exuding a foul stench, staggering toward him, accompanied by a few cave spiders. Monster, zombie, level, tier 1, description, a creature that has mutated from a human corpse, eroded by dark energy after death. Residing in shadowy places, exhibiting extreme aggression towards humans, and fearing light, ignites under the sun. His brow furrowed, zombies and cave spiders? When did so many monsters appear on the island? Chen Lang pondered. He had already eliminated the purple-eyed wolves from the forest. Where did these zombies and cave spiders come from? Never mind. No point in overthinking it. Let us deal with them first. Recently promoted to Tier 3. Chen Lang felt a surge of excitement at their arrival. He promptly retrieved his heavy sword from his backpack and charged toward them. There were a considerable number of zombies and cave spiders, perhaps 7 or 8 in total. For an ordinary Tier 1 survivor, such a sight would warrant a hasty retreat. Even a Tier 2 survivor would find it a challenge. Yet, for Chen Lang, they posed no threat whatsoever. With swift movements, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. Be it the venomous cave spiders attempting to shoot webs, or the zombies lunging at him, he dispatched them with ease. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain Tier 1 beasts. Cave Spider 3, gaining energy crystals 3, Spider Eyes 3, Spider Silk 3, and 30 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain Tier 1 monsters. Zombie 5, gaining energy crystals 5, rotten flesh 5, bones 10, and 50 experience points. With little effort, he amassed another 80 experience points. However, the experience required to ascend from Tier 3 to Tier 4 had doubled, now totaling 800 points. His experience bar had increased by approximately 1/10. Curious about the source of these monsters, Chen Lang followed the trail they had left, leading him back to their origin. To his surprise, he discovered a mine. Previously, when he had checked the mine's details, he learned that upgrading the mine would increase the spawn rate of monsters. He had assumed this meant a rise in the number of creatures within the mine itself, not that some lower-tier monsters would wander out into the open world. This time, he recognized his oversight. Fortunately, he had not been away for too long and had caught it early enough to take action. The fact that monsters could emerge from the mine was a matter of grave concern, while the zombies and cave spiders that had appeared were merely Tier 1. Who could guarantee that more numerous and powerful monsters would not one day stray from the mine? Chen Lang resolved to take precautions. Thus, he returned to his small wooden cabin and approached his workbench. He crafted a series of wooden fences, though their strength was limited. They would suffice for the time being to deter mindless, clumsy creatures like zombies. Once he accumulated more iron, he planned to construct a sturdier set of iron fences for further fortification. Equipped with a substantial number of wooden fences, Chen Lang made his way back to the mine entrance. In the time it took him to make this round trip, a few more zombies had already wandered to the mouth of the cave. Without hesitation, he brandished his heavy sword, dispatching them in an instant. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain Tier 1 monsters. Zombie 2, gaining energy crystals 2, rotten flesh 2, bones 4, and 20 experience points. He then used the wooden fences to seal off most of the spacious mine entrance, leaving only a barred gate for his own comings and goings. With this, he could momentarily set aside the worry of monsters spilling out from the mine. Chen Lang exhaled deeply, realizing that night had fallen. As night fell, monsters and beasts became particularly active. Lang noticed a few black-feathered eagles soaring overhead, evidently mistaking him for potential prey. It was unwise to linger in this area. Better to return to the safety of his cabin and avoid being surrounded by monsters after dark. Upon returning to the safety of his wooden cabin, Lang did not immediately retire to bed. Instead, he approached the enchantment table he had acquired during his first treasure hunt just yesterday. With a sufficient quantity of lapis lazuli now at his disposal, he was finally ready to activate the enchantment table and commence the enchanting process. The enchantment table resembled the furnace and workbench, square in shape, but was distinguished by a floating, ancient book filled with inscrutable texts. Thanks to the system's guidance, Lang understood how to use the table by placing the equipment he wished to enchant upon it and adding a variable amount of lapis lazuli. He could randomly generate different enchantment effects and select one to apply to his gear. The enchantment table he possessed was the most basic type, capable of enchanting equipment from Tier 1 to Tier 3. The more lapis lazuli he contributed, the better the random enchantment effects would be. Lang had initially intended to enchant his highest tier armor, the 5th tier silver armor. However, since it exceeded the enchantment table's maximum enchanting threshold, he decided to settle for enchanting his heavy sword instead. Thus, he placed the heavy sword upon the enchantment table. Under the influence of the table's magic, the heavy sword, which was otherwise cumbersome, floated as lightly as a feather. Next, it was time to add the lapis lazuli. Lang glanced into his backpack, discovering a total of 51 pieces of lapis lazuli, one from his mining endeavors and the remaining 50 extracted from chests. "Let us go all out," he declared, adding the maximum amount of lapis lazuli. The enchanting process would require him to add the stones 10 at a time. So he waved his hand and contributed 50 pieces to the enchantment table. Lapis lazuli was absorbed by the enchanting table, transforming into waves of magical light that flowed into the ancient tome resting upon it. The pages began to flutter, producing a rustling sound. Before Lang's eyes appeared 3 enchanting effects. Sharpness increases attack damage, 1st tier enchantment. Lightness reduces weapon weight, 1st tier enchantment. Sword chi grasp the weapon tightly to enter a charging state, unleashing a reinforced sword energy that inflicts substantial damage, 3rd tier enchantment. The third one. I choose the third one. Lang made his decision in an instant. The reason was simple. Compared to sword chi, both sharpness and lightness paled in significance. As soon as Lang's words fell, the mysterious rune representing the sword chi enchantment leapt from the pages and integrated into the dark iron greatsword. A system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations. Your 3rd tier equipment, dark iron greatsword, enchantment successful. Equipment, dark iron greatsword. Tier, 3rd, description. Forged from massive blocks of dark iron, it is more formidable and unstoppable. Supplement, 3rd tier sword chi enchantment applied, capable of charging to unleash reinforced sword energy. Gazing at the supplementary description of the dark iron greatsword, Lang's imagination soared. Although an item that had been enhanced once could not be enhanced again, enhancing the enchantment effect should not conflict, right? Thus, with a spirit of experimentation, he activated his super enhancement talent. To his delight, the ancient runes on the dark iron greatsword began to glow. Another system notification sounded. Ding. Super enhancement successful. Sword chi enchantment, 3rd tier, has been upgraded to sweeping sword chi enchantment, 4th tier. Sweeping sword chi. Grasp the weapon tightly to enter a charging state. Capable of briefly charging to unleash a reinforced sword energy or charging for an extended period to unleash multiple reinforced sword energies. With a 3rd tier weapon and a 4th tier enchantment, the value of my dark iron greatsword has surpassed that of an ordinary 4th tier weapon, a tremendous gain. Stowing away the dark iron greatsword, Lang retrieved a tome shimmering with magical light from his backpack, which was the 2nd treasure he had obtained while teaming up with Lu Rinjia and others. Item, instant damage enchantment tome. Tier, 3rd. Description, this book contains the complete instant damage enchantment effect, using a workbench or anvil. It can apply the instant damage enchantment to other items. Supplement, this enchantment tome is a one-time use item. Once the enchantment is applied, it will automatically disappear and cannot be reused. Instant damage, as the name implies, delivers a burst of high damage in an instant. He decided to hold onto this enchantment tome for now, as it might prove invaluable someday. However, he could certainly super enhance this tome right away, especially since midnight was approaching. And the free enhancement attempts would soon reset. Failing to use them would be a waste. Ding. Super enhancement successful. Instant damage enchantment tome, 3rd tier, has been upgraded to instant damage enchantment tome, 5th tier, transitioning from 3rd tier to 5th tier, while the other descriptions of the enchantment tome remained unchanged. The potential damage it could inflict had significantly increased. In simpler terms, prior to super enhancement, it could at most severely injure a 3rd tier target. Now, It could pose a threat to 5th-tier opponents. Excellent. A 2-tier leap in one go, quite satisfactory. With that, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. 5th day of survival on the island. Today marked the 5th day. And with the end of the novice protection period nearing, he needed to seize these last few days to elevate the island to 3rd-tier status. As always, the key to survival on the island lies in the island itself, in the act of surviving. Chen Lang's survivor level had already surpassed 3rd tier, so it was time to methodically elevate the island to 3rd tier as well. The difficulty of upgrading the island was steadily increasing. 1st tier required 3 buildings, 2nd tier required 6 buildings, with over half needing to be 2nd tier structures. Now, to advance to 3rd tier, the requirement had risen to 9 buildings, with 3 of them needing to be at 3rd tier level. Never mind, he would fish for now. When in doubt, fishing solves it. Now, each survivor's first task upon waking was to take their fishing rod to the seaside. Chen Lang was no exception. He had developed the habit. This time, he arrived at the port, which had a unique geographical advantage. Using a fishing rod in the port area slightly reduces the probability of aerial attacks. Thus, Chen Lang settled cross-legged on the wooden platform constructed from stone blocks and wooden frames, flinging his arms to cast the bait into the water. Fishing commenced. Remarkably, the port's reduced aerial attack probability was not an exaggeration. After 5 fishing attempts, not once did he encounter an aerial attack. Moreover, luck was on his side. He pulled up 2 black iron chests, 2 bronze chests, and a 3rd-tier silver chest. What a bountiful fishing haul. Beholding the 5 chests neatly arranged at the port, Chen Lang felt an exhilarating rush. Eagerly, he began to open the chests, starting from the lowest tier. Ding! Black iron chest 2, successfully opened. Obtained item, storage wooden box 1. Tier, 1st, description, a special wooden box divided into 18 compartments, each capable of stacking up to 64 items. Supplement, multiple wooden boxes can be combined into a large box, increasing the number of compartments and the stacking capacity of individual compartments. Another storage wooden box, which was a bad outcome. He could combine it with the one inside the small wooden house to create a large storage box. Obtained equipment, iron hoe 1. Tier, 1st, description, a tool crafted from iron ingots and wood, primarily used for tilling soil and planting crops. It can also be used for attack, though with low damage. A storage wooden box and an iron hoe, while not entirely useless, they offered minimal utility. For Chen Lang, they merely added a touch of embellishment, failing to provide substantial assistance. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the 2 bronze chests. Ding! Bronze chest 2, successfully opened. Obtained resource, energy crystals 100. Tier, 1st, description, condensed from the energy essence of ferocious beasts, with diverse applications. 100 energy crystals, Chen Lang nodded. This equated to an additional opportunity to utilize his super enhancement talent. Very good indeed. The second item he opened, however, genuinely surprised him. Obtained equipment, stone pickaxe, luck enchantment 2nd tier. A 2nd tier luck enchanted stone pickaxe? Chapter 31. Unlocking the silver treasure chest. Acquiring the building teleportation array. As Chen Lang opened the chest and discovered the enchanted stone pickaxe, the system notification chimed. Ding. Achieved a total of 10 pieces of equipment. Accomplishment, Equipment Master 2. Experience points, 30. Another achievement unlocked? Delightful. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. He then accessed the regional communication channel, where familiar upgrade announcements vibrated through the screen amidst the envious exclamations of fellow survivors. Ding. Chen Lang has become the region's first 3rd-tier survivor. Accomplishment, cannot fall behind. Experience points, 50, hereby announced. In the blink of an eye, another 80 experience points were credited, pushing his experience bar up by 1/10. Who said leveling up was slow due to a lack of experience? It seems I'm progressing quite swiftly. Even if I wished to slow down, I couldn't. Chen Lang joked to himself, redirecting his gaze to the enchanted stone pickaxe. Equipment, stone pickaxe, enchanted. Grade, Tier 1, description, crafted from sturdy stone and wood. With slightly enhanced durability, it proves more effective for mining minerals. Supplement 1, a Tier 2 luck enchantment has been applied, granting a 20 chance of obtaining double the same type of mineral with each mining attempt. Supplement 2, this enchantment effect is only applicable to mineral resources of enchantment level or lower. It cannot trigger on Tier 3 or above. Ah, so that's the nature of the luck enchantment. Quite impressive, though the grade is somewhat low. Chen Lang decided to initiate a super enhancement on the pickaxe. Ding. Would you like to use a free chance to super enhance the Tier 2 luck enchantment? Confirmed. Ding. Super enhancement successful. Luck enchantment, Tier 2, has been upgraded to Luck enchantment, Tier 3. Luck, Tier 3 each time a mineral resource is mined. There is a 30 chance of obtaining triple the same type of mineral. Supplement. This enchantment effect is only applicable to mineral resources of enchantment level or lower. It cannot trigger on tier 4 or above. Now, this stone pickaxe will serve me longer, avoiding premature obsolescence. Stowing away the enchanted stone pickaxe, Chen Lang turned his attention to the final chest, which happened to be the highest grade chest he had fished out so far, a tier 3 silver treasure chest. With a racing heart and trembling hands, he slowly lifted the lid of the treasure chest. Ding! Silver treasure chest X1, successfully opened. Acquired building, short distance teleportation array X1. Building, short distance teleportation array, grade, tier 3. Description: this array consists of a dual array system, which can be set up in 2 locations no more than 3 kilometers apart. Energy crystals are required for teleportation between the 2 arrays. Supplement 1. Each use incurs a 12-hour cooldown period. Supplement 2. Once the dual array is set, it cannot be moved unless significant changes occur in the terrain, at which point it will be automatically retrieved to the survivor's backpack by the system. A teleportation array type of building? The rewards from the silver treasure chest exceeded Chen Lang's expectations and filled him with joy. He immediately envisioned its applications. Recently, several other uncharted adventure islands had appeared around the surrounding sea. I could set up the sub-array on the island after landing, eliminating the need for rowing and the peril of encountering those sharks and other oceanic beasts. At the same time, positioning the main array on my island No. 2887 would add another structure to my domain. What a twofold advantage. Chen Lang refined his plan. Just in time, he intended to explore those nearby uncharted islands. There's no time like the present. I'll finish up my current tasks and then set sail for the islands. Without hesitation, Chen Lang began seeking a location for the teleportation array. The array must be placed within the protective shield of the energy crystal defense tower, yet not too close to the small wooden cabin, allowing for a buffer zone to prevent monsters from being teleported alongside him. After much contemplation, Chen Lang decided to position the main teleportation array to the north of the island. With a thought, he retrieved the miniaturized teleportation array from his backpack. The main array and the sub-array separated with a tremendous rumble, dust swirling in the air. It resembled both a circular platform and an ancient altar, inscribed with mysterious patterns. As the main teleportation array was completed, building, short-distance teleportation array, main, status, not connected to the sub-array, temporarily unusable, the main teleportation array is set. Now I just need to reach the island and deploy the sub-array, and this short-distance teleportation system will be fully operational. Clapping his hands, Chen Lang returned to the wooden cabin to prepare for his upcoming adventure on the sea and island. First, he naturally checked on the farmland. Building, fertile farmland, grade, tier 2, current fertility 90, water source 50, if it falls below 20. It will downgrade to tier 1, growth rate. Ordinary crops grow 3 times faster, tier 1 crops twice as fast, tier 2 crops at normal speed, tier 3 crops at half speed, and tier 4 and above cannot be planted. Crop status, coconut trees, mature, oak trees, mature. Spirit rice, mature, all 3 crops are mature. It is time to commence the new harvest. Chen Lang began his day's work, starting with chopping trees. Let me test the lethality of the enchanted heavy iron sword. With a burst of creativity, Chen Lang gripped the heavy iron sword, imbued with the tier 4 sword chi enchantment. After a brief moment of charging, he swung it fiercely, unleashing a silvery energy sword that swept through and felled all 18 robust oak trees. Ding! Congratulations on chopping down 18 oak trees, acquiring 180 oak logs, 180 sticks, and 36 saplings. The sticks and planks filled his inventory, prompting Chen Lang to leave them in heaps beside the farmland. Whenever the storage boxes inside the cabin were empty, he would return for more. Next, Chen Lang vigorously shook the coconut trees. Thud, thud, thud. 3 fresh green coconuts, the size of bowling balls, plummeted to the ground, which he promptly gathered into his backpack. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring food. Coconuts X3. Lastly, for the spirit rice, Chen Lang similarly wielded the heavy iron sword, carefully angling the sword chi to slice through the roots of the rice plants. Ding! Congratulations on harvesting spirit rice X208, acquiring spirit rice X8528, and straw X208. In summary, after several rounds of normal planting and bone meal fertilization, Chen Lang had accumulated a small bag filled with spirit rice, weighing approximately 2 to 3 pounds, enough for him to enjoy a bowl of rice a day. For now, he is well stocked with staple food. Chapter 32. Rowing out to sea. Escaping the sharks. Successfully landing on the island. After harvesting the fields, Chen Lang circled the island, focusing particularly on inspecting the forest area where a few first-tier ferocious beasts still lingered, as well as the mine area he had barricaded. The forest was calm and tranquil, while the mine had some monsters wandering at the entrance. However, Due to the barricade, they were temporarily unable to escape. Excellent. The hidden dangers on the island have been eliminated. Chen-Lang clapped his hands in satisfaction and turned towards the cabin. Inside the cabin, his first task was to merge the two storage boxes. The first storage box he had obtained was placed by the door, filled with various materials such as wooden planks, stones, and fish scales. 18 slots were already occupied. Thus, Chen-Lang took out the second storage box he had acquired today from fishing, placing it beside the first one. The system prompt chimed. Ding, do you wish to merge storage box 2? Yes, merge it. Chen-Lang nodded. The two boxes gradually became enveloped in light, merging into one, transforming from two boxes occupying one slot each into a larger box occupying 2 slots. Item: medium storage box, grade, tier 2, description. Formed by merging 2 storage boxes, it contains 36 slots, each capable of stacking up to 128 items. Though the number of slots did not increase, the stacking limit per slot had doubled. The capacity of the slots has increased? Previously, due to the stacking limit of the single slot, he had to separate the wooden planks into 2 slots. Now, they could be combined. In any case, the box was larger, allowing for more storage. Chen-Lang approached the bedside, where a workbench, furnace, and enchanting table were arranged from right to left. Today, he primarily utilized the workbench. Although after establishing the teleportation array on the island, he could return via teleportation, he still needed to devise a way to get there initially. While murmuring to himself, Chen-Lang retrieved a blueprint from his belongings. Item: small wooden boat blueprint. Type: production blueprint, reusable, grade, common, description, gather the required materials. Place them on the blueprint, and it will automatically synthesize the finished product. Required materials: wooden planks 5, wooden shovels 2. Chen-Lang stored this blueprint in the workbench. In the future, the workbench would enable the mass production of small wooden boats using various types of wood. Currently, he had stored the bonfire blueprint, arrow blueprint, and small wooden boat blueprint in the workbench, totaling 3 blueprints. Along with the wooden tools provided by the workbench, he had over a dozen crafting options available. Following the synthesis chart, Chen-Lang first crafted 2 wooden shovels. He then opened the workbench's grid again, placing 5 wooden planks and 2 shovels onto it. Ding! Crafting successful. Obtained item: small wooden boat 1. Item: small wooden boat. Grade: common. Description: a simple wooden boat assembled from planks, with shovels serving as paddles for propulsion. Capable of carrying 2 people for short to medium distance water travel. Note: the small wooden boat can also be combined with a storage box to create a box boat, sacrificing 1 passenger space to carry more supplies. With the boat ready, everything was set. Chen-Lang took the small wooden boat to the port, securing it to the wooden post with ropes made of spider silk. He then gazed into the distance. On the 4th day of survival on the island, due to the number of first-tier survivors exceeding 1,000, the system refreshed regional resources, revealing new islands in the surrounding waters for every survivor. On Island 2887, 3 unexplored unknown islands had emerged in the nearby waters. Which island should I visit first? Staring at the 3 indistinct unknown islands on the horizon, Chen-Lang felt a moment of hesitation. Deciding not to overthink it, he pointed randomly. Whichever little chicken points to, I'll choose. You, the first island on the left. Having selected his target, he immediately set off. Chen-Lang boarded the small wooden boat, untied the mooring rope, and paddled vigorously, pushing through the waves. The sea did not reflect a beautiful white tower, nor were there green trees or red walls nearby. I need to hurry, alone on the sea in this small boat. If I were to be targeted by formidable sea creatures like sharks, capsizing would be disastrous. Chen-Lang remained vigilant, paddling furiously while closely observing the surface of the water for any signs. The first island on the left was approximately 2,000 meters away. With his robust physique, he could reach it in just a few minutes. Yet, often what one fears comes to pass. Chen-Lang's pupils suddenly narrowed as he spotted a massive, deep blue shark fin, resembling a flag, rising ominously behind him. That fin was extraordinarily large, about a meter high. One could only imagine the actual shark lurking beneath the surface, likely exceeding 10 meters in length. It could swallow both him and the boat in one bite. Damn it, what bad luck. Chen-Lang felt his hair stand on end. On land, he would dare to confront even a tier 5 monster with his sword. But at sea, humans were like fish out of water, their strength diminished. Thus, the only option was to flee. Chen-Lang paddled with all his might, speeding away. The small wooden boat creaked under the strain. It was nearly falling apart from his vigorous effort. The great shark in the water seemed to notice his desperate attempt to escape and quickened its pace, although it did so with a leisurely air, almost as if it were toying with him. As Chen-Lang drew closer to the island, the shark finally grew anxious, vigorously swishing its tail to accelerate. But Chen-Lang was slightly faster. Huh, you didn't speed up earlier, and now you want to hurry? It's too late. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm landing on the island. With a thought, Chun Lang stowed the small wooden boat into his backpack. He then let out a hearty laugh and leaped forward. Before him loomed the edge of the island, a rugged and steep cliff face. With his formidable physique, he jumped high enough to reach the upper half of the cliff, about 10 meters above the sea. He quickly scrambled up the cliff, standing triumphantly on this new island. Successfully evading the shark below, he had landed. Chapter 33, Island number 9527. Upon reaching the island, Chun Lang glanced back at the tumultuous sea below the cliff. The formidable shark that had pursued him relentlessly was now in a state of frenzy, witnessing its prey slip away right before its eyes. With a massive body exceeding 10 meters, it breached the water multiple times, opening its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. As if attempting to leap to the cliff's summit to drag Chun Lang into the depths of the ocean and swallow him whole. Huh, you wish to feast on me? Not a chance. Rage all you like in the sea. Chun Lang made an international gesture of camaraderie towards the shark before turning his back and venturing deeper into the island. A prompt from the system echoed, "Ding. You have successfully set foot on Adventure Island number 9527. This place is rich in resources, teeming with monsters, and guarded by a powerful island lord who annihilates all intruders. Should you succeed in vanquishing the island lord, you may usurp their position and become the new island lord." Observing the panel that appeared before him, Chun Lang nodded in realization. Indeed, it aligned with what Zhang Guang had conveyed during the previous live broadcast of his island arrival. The presence of a lord on the Adventure Island indicated a peril level comparable to treasure hunting. Despite the inherent danger, Chun Lang held confidence in his abilities. As long as the island lord's level did not exceed 5, he was assured of his capacity to handle the situation, at the very least ensuring his escape. Thus, the danger was indeed present, yet not entirely overwhelming. It could be classified as a mere cautionary threat. As he traversed the terrain, Chun Lang murmured to himself. Although he spoke of caution, he remained vigilant, allocating part of his focus to the surrounding environment, wary of potential threats. The first task he undertook upon arriving at the island was to establish a teleportation array. With a mere thought, a thunderous boom resonated as the subarray of the close-range teleportation array was activated on Adventure Island number 9527. Ding! Close-range teleportation array successfully established. Structure: Close-range teleportation array subarray. Status: Connected to the main teleportation array, requiring 10 energy crystals for a round trip, with a 12-hour cooldown period. The details panel emerged, and the teleportation array was activated. Henceforth, if Chun Lang wished to return, he would no longer need to risk crossing the sea to evade the shark. Instead, he could simply utilize 10 energy crystals. With this matter settled, he felt relieved about his escape route and could confidently explore the Adventure Island. Chun Lang clapped his hands and ventured deeper into the island. Adventure Island number 9527 was predominantly enveloped in lush forests, abundant in tree resources. However, Chun Lang had no immediate need for wood, and his gaze quickly shifted from the towering trees to the small flowers and grasses on the ground, which captured his attention. Plant: Flame Blossom. Grade: First Order, Fifth Order. Description: A rare fire attribute plant, brimming with fiery energy, used as a material for concocting certain magical potions. Supplement: Flame blossoms can be transplanted into farmland for mass cultivation. It was a novel plant he had never encountered before, and it could be used for potion making. Though he was yet unsure how to brew magical potions, one should never refuse such an opportunity. He promptly uprooted a flame blossom resembling a rose, its heart flickering with a faint flame. After walking just a few steps, he found himself fortunate, confirming that the resources on Adventure Island were indeed more plentiful than those on his bound island. With a promising start, Chun Lang's spirits soared. Then, he made another discovery: a few stalks of wild rice submerged in a puddle. Plant: Wild rice. Grade: Ordinary. Description: Wild rice plants that have matured, yielding straw and rice seeds upon harvesting. Although he already possessed spiritual rice, the wild rice would be of little use to him. However, many other survivors in the area were in dire need, and selling straw and rice seeds on the trading platform would certainly attract interest. Ding! Congratulations! You have harvested wild rice 3, obtaining straw 3, rice seed 76. But soon, Chun Lang encountered a predicament. He found himself surrounded by a horde of emerging skeletal warriors. Monster: Skeleton Soldier. Level: First Order. Description: The bones of the deceased, buried in the earth, have been corrupted by an eerie force, transforming into skeleton soldiers. A type of undead monster. Supplement: Skeleton soldiers typically come in various forms, including skeleton swordsmen, archers, and knights. Casting a glance at the system's description and surveying his surroundings, Chun Lang noted that approximately 7 or 8 skeleton soldiers had encircled him. 3 wielding decayed bows, and the rest brandishing rusty swords. At that moment, these overtly skeletal figures began to advance stiffly towards him, step by step. "Is this all you've got?" Chen Lang remained calm and composed. "Just a bunch of crumbling skeletons daring to emerge from the earth to bother me. How could I allow myself to be seen as a pushover?" Initially, he suspected that these skeleton soldiers might serve a greater master. Perhaps the island lord had dispatched them to eliminate him. However, it appeared he was merely unfortunate enough to encounter randomly spawned monsters. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them all. Chen Lang conjured forth a shimmering enchanted heavy sword, its magic glowing brightly. The 3 skeleton archers drew their bows and loosed several arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew swiftly from different directions. For an ordinary survivor, even with quick reflexes, it would be difficult to evade them all. Yet Chen Lang, unfazed, merely stood his ground. The flowing silver armor activated, enveloping him completely. The silvery knight's armor provided comprehensive protection. The arrows shot by the 3 skeleton archers were all deflected, producing a series of sharp clinks as they struck the armor, leaving Chen Lang unscathed. In contrast, the heavy sword in his grasp had charged to its maximum potential. With a fierce swing, he executed a spinning strike, releasing waves of white energy sword chi that swept in all directions. The skeleton swordsmen, who had approached within a mere step of him, were obliterated into bone fragments by the powerful sword chi. The distant skeleton archers met the same fate, cleaved in 2 by Chen Lang's relentless assault. Ding! Congratulations. You have slain 8 first-order skeleton soldiers, earning 8 energy crystals, 3 rotting wooden bows, 5 rusted iron swords, 16 bones, and 80 experience points. If the monsters on this island were all of such a low caliber as skeleton soldiers, they posed no threat to him whatsoever. He could effortlessly harvest them. With a single strike, Chen Lang dispatched the skeleton soldiers and continued his exploration of the island. Before long, he stumbled upon a significant discovery in the forest. Ahead, it appeared there was a ruin of a building. Chapter 34, Salvaging in the Ruins. The Chest Monster. In a landscape dominated by dense, unspoiled forests, an ancient structure, overgrown with moss and long abandoned, suddenly comes into view. This sight, while unexpected, also feels entirely reasonable, as Chen Lang has encountered similar experiences before. For instance, he had discovered a sandy altar while treasure hunting on a desert island and unearthed hidden chambers behind stone walls deep within caverns. With these prior experiences in mind, upon discovering the ruin, Chen Lang refrained from recklessly advancing. He carefully observed the surroundings to ensure there were no puppets or other creatures lurking nearby before activating his silver armor and wielding his heavy iron sword as he stepped into the ruins. The scale of this ruin was impressive. Upon closer inspection, Chen Lang realized that this ancient structure was the largest he had encountered thus far. However, its state of disrepair was severe. Only remnants of walls remained, making it impossible to discern its original grandeur. After wandering through the ruins for a while, Chen Lang anticipated leaving empty-handed. Just as he was about to give up, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a familiar object. Was that an enchanting table? He hurried over. Having already tasted the benefits of enchantment, which could enhance his abilities, the area around the enchanting table might still harbor some enchanting materials, presenting a significant opportunity for salvage. Chen Lang first examined the enchanting table. Item: damaged high-level enchanting table, grade 7th. Description: an enchanting table infused with high-level magic, capable of bestowing enchantments of up to 7th grade on items, but now damaged and unusable. What a pity for this 7th grade enchanting table, Chen Lang lamented, shaking his head. Although the table was of high grade, it was utterly destroyed and rendered valueless. Even utilizing his talent for super enhancement would yield only a damaged enchanting table. Much like a robust corpse resulting from late-night workouts, it remained fundamentally flawed. Thus, Chen Lang's gaze shifted elsewhere. The existence of a 7th grade enchanting table implied that its previous owner was likely of high rank and possessed considerable wealth. There might still be treasures, remnants of time's passage, hidden within the ruins. Without hesitation, Chen Lang began to dig earnestly. After some searching, he indeed made a discovery. He unearthed 2 treasure chests. From the rubble and dirt of the ruins, he excavated 2 severely damaged chests, their surfaces moldy and rust-covered, appearing as though they would crumble to dust with the slightest touch. He hoped there might be something worthwhile inside. With a silent prayer, Chen Lang opted to open the left chest. However, the moment he lifted the lid, the once rusted chest suddenly revealed its true form. Rather than containing any items, the open lid transformed into a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. I sprouted on the lid as well. This was no ordinary chest. It was a monster disguised as one. Startled, Chen Lang instinctively withdrew his hand just in time. The creature, now revealed, relentlessly pursued him, repeatedly opening and closing its blood-soaked mouth, attempting to bite him. Monster, Chest monster, grade. Third, description. A relatively rare and special creature that disguises itself as a treasure chest to deceive its prey. Launching surprise attacks when the chest is opened, often leaving victims defenseless. Such a creature exists? Chen Lang's expression reflected rare astonishment. He had heard of chest monsters in various games and anime, but he never imagined he would encounter one in real life after his transmigration. The creature was indeed as deceptive as described, its disguise remarkably lifelike. He had narrowly avoided becoming its victim. Realizing that his hard-earned reputation for caution could have been ruined in an instant, Chen Lang's ire ignited towards the chest monster. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick. Although Chen Lang was only of the 3rd grade, his stats surpassed that of an average 4th grader, coupled with his formidable silver armor, which boasted 5th grade defense. The force behind his kick was considerable, potent enough to fell a 1st grade beast. The chest monster was sent reeling, losing several teeth and causing its lid to tilt askew, transforming it into a crooked-mouthed creature. This blow made the chest monster realize who truly held the power and, in a panicked retreat, it attempted to escape. "Oh, you think you can flee?" Chen Lang scoffed. "After offending the master, you wish to depart?" He swiftly switched to his advanced hornbow, nocked an arrow, and drew it back to its full potential before releasing it with great force. The arrow, charged with power, soared swiftly, catching up to the fleeing chest monster in the blink of an eye, piercing it through. The chest monster experienced the chilling reality of its demise at the hands of Chen Lang. Chen Lang, encountering a cunning chest monster during an island adventure. He fought with all his might and emerged victorious. Ding! You have accumulated kills of over 10 types of monsters beasts, achieving the accomplishment. Monster Hunter I. Gaining 10 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 3rd grade monster, Chest Monster 1. Earning 100 energy crystals, a large storage chest 1, 23 lapis lazuli. A jump enhancement enchantment book 1, a saddle 1, and 30 experience points. Item, large storage chest, grade, 3rd. Description, comprising 2 medium-sized storage chests, it contains 64 compartments, each capable of holding up to 256 items. Item, jump enhancement enchantment book, grade. 1st, description, this book contains the complete jump enhancement enchantment effect, which can be applied to other items using a workbench or anvil. Note, this book is a one-time use item. It will disappear after the enchantment is applied. Equipment, saddle, grade, common. Description, a saddle made from leather, designed to be fitted onto a tamed horse, enhancing riding comfort and control over the horse. He had unearthed a significant treasure. Did it also release some items that the chest monster had previously consumed, but not yet digested? Chen Lang nodded in agreement. He then approached the bottom of the pit where the treasure chest had been found, eyeing the other unopened chest. To be fair, that previous chest monster nearly gave me PTSD. I hope this chest is genuine and not another monster in disguise. Chen Lang muttered a silent prayer. With a swift motion, he flung open the lid. He quickly recoiled, but fortunately, this time the chest did not transform. It was indeed a true treasure chest. Ding! You have opened a lost treasure chest 1, gaining 300 energy crystals, 100 lapis lazuli, a brewing station blueprint 1, and a healing potion recipe blueprint 1. Ding! You have acquired over 10 types of blueprints, achieving the accomplishment. Blueprint Collector 2, gaining 30 experience points. Chapter 35, Blueprint for the Brewing Station. Recipe for healing potions. Item, Blueprint for Brewing Station. Type, Production Blueprint, reusable and does not disappear. Grade, Tier 1. Description, gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the final product. Required materials, Tier 1 energy crystals X3, stones X3, cauldrons X4, campfire X1, fire attribute energy crystal X1. Goodness, is it really this complicated? The complexity of the materials required to craft the brewing station certainly exceeded Chen Lang's expectations. Currently, he was lacking 2 essential ingredients, cauldrons and fire attribute energy crystals. The cauldrons were manageable, but the fire attribute energy crystals, he had no leads at present. He decided to stow the blueprint for now and ponder over it later upon returning. Then, Chen Lang turned his attention to another blueprint he had discovered in the treasure chest. Item, Blueprint for Healing Potion Recipe. Type, Single-use blueprint, can be repeatedly used after being recorded in the brewing station. Grade, determined by raw materials and refining conditions. Description, contains the detailed recipe for the healing potion. Once the ingredients and the brewing station are assembled, one can concoct a healing potion. Required materials, energy crystals X10, dew fruit X1, Qingling herb fruits X2, flame blossom X1. This recipe also demanded a fair amount of rare ingredients. Chen Lang realized that potion crafting was not a pursuit for the faint-hearted. It often required an array of bizarre materials. As a novice survivor, gathering a single set of these ingredients would be a monumental task, let alone 10, 100, or 1,000. Unless, of course, someone had an extraordinary stroke of luck and awakened a talent like alchemist upon their arrival. With a sigh, he tucked the potion recipe away. He was confident that he would eventually gather all the necessary materials for the healing potion. Such life-saving items would undoubtedly prove useful in due time. Anyone who discarded them would be considered foolish. In addition to these two blueprints, the remaining contents of the chest were a plethora of energy crystals and lapis lazuli. My collection of energy crystals is steadily increasing. With these lapis lazuli, I can once again utilize the enchanting station back home. This expedition into the ruins has yielded substantial rewards, with the most significant being the blueprints for the brewing station and a healing potion, providing him with a new developmental avenue in potion crafting. Should he successfully concoct the potions, not only would he be the primary beneficiary, but he could also sell them. Such invaluable treasures would surely attract many eager individuals at the trading square, each of them hoping to exchange their coveted items for his creations. Having thoroughly scoured the ancient ruins, Chen Lang found no additional chests, suggesting that no opportunities had escaped his notice. Thus, he departed from the site and continued wandering through the forest, paying special attention to the peculiar plants growing in various locations. Following the flame blossoms and wild rice, he gathered numerous new plants, including one of the ingredients for the healing potion, dew fruit. Plant, dew fruit, grade, Tier 1 to Tier 5, description, a rare water and wood attribute material, abundant in juice and vitality. It is one of the ingredients for certain magical potions. Supplement, dew fruit can be transplanted into farmland for mass cultivation. Finding dew fruit suggested that there may be other ingredients for crafting healing potions on this island. The Qingling herb fruit might also be lurking within this forest. Having already gathered 2 of the 3 required plants, Chen Lang felt optimistic about locating the final ingredient. He immediately intensified his search. Although he had never encountered Qingling herb fruits, he scrutinized every unfamiliar plant, checking the details provided by the system. With the system's assistance, Chen Lang ventured forth, and during his exploration, he encountered some unexpected finds. For instance, he spotted a wild boar foraging. Silently, he switched to his high-grade horned bow, drew an arrow, and swiftly shot the boar in the head. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the ordinary beast. Wild boar X1, earning pork X12, bones X10, leather X2, wild boar tusks X2. While defeating ordinary beasts does not yield energy crystals or experience points, the other drops were quite plentiful. As a hunter, Chen Lang had indeed made a modest gain. Crucially, not far ahead, he noticed a vine entwined around a tree, lush and bearing several translucent fruit, with glowing seeds resembling a string of light bulbs, a peculiar plant he had been seeking. Plant, Qingling herb fruit, grade, Tier 1 to Tier 5, description, a wood attribute material. It grows on vines, emitting a faint glow and brimming with energy, serving as one of the ingredients for certain magical potions. Supplement, Qingling herb fruit can also be transplanted into farmland for mass cultivation. Without hesitation, Chen Lang approached and harvested the cluster of Qingling herb fruits along with their connecting vine, placing them into his backpack. Upon returning to the island, he promptly transplanted the Qingling herb fruits, flame blossoms, and dew fruit into the Tier 2 farmland, ensuring a continuous supply of raw materials. Moreover, after gathering the Qingling herb fruits, Chen Lang turned his head and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had been wandering in the forest for quite some time. Unbeknownst to him, he had ventured deeper into the interior from the edge of Island 9527. A deep gorge lay ahead, seemingly carved by a colossal sword, cleaving the forest into 2 distinct sides. At the far end of the gorge, he discerned what appeared to be a long-abandoned artificial mine. Mines can be categorized into natural and artificial. Natural mines typically have narrow, chaotic entrances, while artificially excavated mines exhibit clear signs of human intervention. The mine on Island 2887, which he had previously sealed off with a fence, and the one before him at the gorge's base were undoubtedly the result of past human excavation. The only difference was that the mine on Island 9527 was significantly larger than the one on Island 2887. Venturing into the mine recklessly would undoubtedly pose risks. However, with his strength and a recently acquired luck-enchanted pickaxe, he felt compelled to explore the mine rather than miss out on potential rewards. Without further ado, Chen Lang decided to descend into the mine. He quickly made his way to the bottom of the gorge, retrieving a torch from his backpack. Using its flickering light to illuminate the dark, empty expanse of the abandoned mine, he stepped inside. Although this mine had been deserted for some time, it still harbored a wealth of mineral resources. After only a few steps, he spotted iron ore embedded in the rock wall. He promptly switched the torch to his left hand and brandished his Tier 3 luck-enchanted pickaxe in his right. ready to begin his excavation. Chapter 36. The Convenient Enchanted Stone Pickaxe. Achievement. Golden Miner 2. In previous excursions into the mine, Chen Lang had merely utilized a wooden pickaxe crafted from sticks and planks at the workbench. This time, however, he had upgraded to a stone pickaxe, which felt significantly more adept in his grasp, markedly increasing his efficiency. With a series of crisp sounds, he successfully extracted a block of iron ore, triggering the pickaxe's inherent level 3 luck enchantment, yielding an additional 3 drops. Ding. Congratulations on mining inferior iron ore. Gaining rough iron x4, experience points 4. The extra rough iron gained from the enchantment also contributed to his experience. Splendid. Initially, he had presumed that the surplus 3 pieces of rough iron would not be counted by the system, yet to his delight, they indeed added an extra 3 experience points. This unexpected boon filled Chen Lang with joy. Moreover, the vicinity was rich with iron ore, illuminated by the flickering light of torches. He spotted several more deposits within the expansive cavern. Without hesitation, he resumed wielding the enchanted stone pickaxe. The level 3 luck enchantment activated intermittently. Ding. Congratulations on mining standard iron ore, gaining rough iron x2, experience points 2. Ding. Congratulations on mining inferior iron ore, gaining rough iron x4, experience points 4. Ding. Congratulations on mining standard iron ore, gaining rough iron x6, experience points 6. Iron ore varied in quality based on its iron content. Inferior ore yielded a single rough iron, while standard ore could produce 2 or 3. Beyond standard quality, there were also exquisite and supreme grades. The higher the quality, the more minerals dropped upon extraction, augmented further by the benefits of the enchantment. In just half an hour, Chen Lang amassed a substantial amount of rough iron and garnered a significant quantity of experience, achieving a milestone. Ding. Cumulatively mined over 100 blocks of ore. Achievement unlocked. Golden Miner 2, experience points 30. The efficiency of experience gained from mining rivaled that of slaying monsters, yielding a remarkable amount. Chen Lang's experience bar steadily progressed, drawing him closer to the coveted level 4 survivor status. However, the commotion from his fervent mining attracted the attention of the creatures lurking within the cavern. The clanging sounds echoed, drawing them nearer. Soon, Chen Lang discerned hoarse growls and the patter of tiny footsteps approaching from the dim depths of the mine. Had he lured monsters towards him? As the creatures drew closer, he paused his mining activities, switching his enchanted stone pickaxe for a superior hornbow, planting the torch firmly in the ground to illuminate his surroundings. He knocked an arrow and released it, striking a creature concealed within the shadows of the cavern. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 1 beast, Cave Poison Spider X1. Gaining Energy Crystal X1, Spider Eye X1, Spider Silk X1, experience points 10. The system's notification echoed in his ears. But his initial attack provoked the monsters that had previously been wary of him. Zombies, cave poison spiders, and skeleton soldiers surged forth from the darkness, claws bared, intent on his demise. Fear not your approach. Rather, fear your absence. Chen Lang scoffed. These level 1 and level 2 creatures posed no threat to him. In his eyes, they were merely walking vessels of experience. He continued to draw and release arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each arrow soared through the air, its sharp tip cutting through with a sound reminiscent of birdsong or a whistle, potent in its lethality. Each shot that struck was enough to instantly eliminate a creature. The system's notifications chimed in his mind as he expended the remaining arrows in his quiver. The marauding monsters were systematically dispatched, and Chen Lang accumulated a total of 140 experience points, bringing him tantalizingly close to his level 4 breakthrough. Approaching the slain monsters, he noted that the valuable components had been automatically harvested by the system upon their demise and stored in his inventory. Would he face a storage overflow with so many drops? Not at all. Each survivor began with 10 inventory slots, and with each level gained, additional slots were added, 10 for level 1, 20 for level 2, and 30 for level 3. Thus, Chen Lang's inventory capacity had expanded to a generous 70 slots, ample for storing essential gear for his adventures without concern for overflow. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Lang collected the arrows embedded in the corpses. Arrows were a precious resource for him, necessitating careful conservation. He retrieved 11 out of the 14 arrows he had shot, discarding only those that were irreparably damaged. Having nearly exhausted the iron ore in this section, he decided to explore further. He removed the torch from the ground and ventured deeper into the artificial mine. The mine's pathways branched extensively, and to avoid losing his way, Chen Lang marked the route with his black iron sword, carving arrows that pointed the way back. After traversing a fork, he arrived at a new artificial tunnel. Here, he found no iron ore but discovered a considerable quantity of coal. with the deposits significantly larger than those of iron, often comprising several interconnected blocks. Ding. Congratulations on mining inferior Coal X5, gaining Coal X5, experience points 5. Ding. Congratulations on mining standard Coal X1, gaining Coal X6, experience point 6. Ding. With the enchanted stone pickaxe. Not only was Chun Lang's mining efficiency high, but he also enjoyed an additional 30% yield. After approximately 10 more minutes, he had thoroughly mined the coal in this tunnel. Once again, he shifted direction, entering an uncharted dark passage. He placed the torch against the rock face, lighting the tunnel. However, this time, a frown creased his brow. Strange. Where have all the years gone? It seems to have transformed into pits, illuminated by the torchlight. He observed that various ores, iron, coal, and even gold and lapis lazuli, once embedded in the tunnel walls, had vanished. It appeared as though some creature had excavated them, leaving behind mere impressions and remnants of mineral debris. Could it be the zombies, skeletons, or cave poison spiders that were responsible? Chun Lang pondered, but quickly dismissed the notion. No, these creatures lacked the intelligence required for mining. A sense of unease enveloped him as two choices presented themselves. Should he cease to probe further, taking the ores he had gathered and retreating? Or should he delve deeper into the mine, seeking the unseen hand that had pilfered his resources? While I pride myself on my prudence, an instinct stirred within me, suggesting that profound secrets lay hidden in the depths of this cavern, perhaps even great rewards. Fortune favors the bold. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Lang resolved to press on, determined to uncover the truth. Chapter 37. Forging the Master Weapon. The Silver Flow Longsword. The Iron-Eating Ant Swarm. Additional update. Following the traces left by the dragged ore, Chun Lang pursued relentlessly. After navigating through numerous twists and turns within the mine, he stumbled upon signs of previous activity, remnants akin to the ruins found in a forest. However, this site within the mine was evidently related to human endeavors, likely a locale where miners once repaired their forging tools. Here, Chun Lang discovered a heavily rusted and cracked forging platform. Item: deteriorating intermediate forging platform. Grade: level 5. Description: crafted from precious metals such as fine iron and secret silver by a master. This forging platform can repair and enhance weapons, armor, and tools of level 5 and below. Note: this forging platform is severely damaged and can only be used once. It will be rendered completely unusable thereafter. Is it truly limited to a single use? One opportunity. Chun Lang contemplated. My silver flow armor is already level 5 and remains undamaged, needing no enhancement or repair. As for tools, while the enchanted stone pickaxe could benefit from some enhancement, its current efficiency suffices for my needs. Indeed, it is the weapon that requires enhancement. The advanced hornbow and the enchanted heavy black iron sword, given my combat style, which balances ranged control and melee output. The heavy black iron sword holds greater importance for me. Chun Lang made his decision and placed the heavy black iron sword upon the forging platform. With a mere thought, the deteriorating intermediate forging platform activated. The sword was enveloped in radiant light. Once the brilliance faded, the platform was utterly destroyed, but the heavy black iron sword transformed. Its length remained unchanged, yet its form evolved from a broadsword to a longsword that harmonized strength with agility. With its material upgraded to the same silver flow as his armor, the enchantment effect remained intact. Details are as follows. Equipment: silver flow longsword, enchanted. Grade: level 5. Description: a finely crafted longsword forged from radiant secret silver, with a razor-sharp blade and lightweight body. It is a rare weapon for slaying foes. Note: it possesses a level 4 enchantment effect. Sword chi traverses the air. Gripping the weapon enters a charging state, allowing a brief accumulation of power to unleash a reinforced sword chi, or a prolonged charge to unleash multiple reinforced sword chis. As Chun Lang caressed the silver flow longsword, his satisfaction grew, nodding repeatedly. Yes, now my primary weapon is enhanced to level 5, forming a cohesive set with my silver flow armor, ensuring both offense and defense. This unexpected weapon upgrade bolstered Chun Lang's confidence. Armed with his attributes and this formidable equipment, he felt assured of victory, even against particularly powerful level 5 monsters. Continuing his pursuit, he noticed the traces extending beyond the forging platform, ultimately leading him into a deep underground cavern. The cavern was quite spacious, approximately 100 meters long and wide, and 3 to 4 stories high, with bizarre rock formations emitting a faint greenish glow. Upon closer inspection, the source of the glow revealed itself to be the abdomens of monstrous insects resembling both ants and fireflies. These creatures lined the cavern walls, their abdomens rhythmically contracting and expanding, the ethereal green luminescence akin to a starry sky. At that moment, a portion of the insects was using their large mandibles to grasp chunks of or extract it from the mine. forming an orderly line as they methodically fed the ore to the central figure of the cavern, the colossal ant queen, whose abdomen was a staggering 5 meters in size, providing sustenance for her progeny. In this artificial mine, there thrived a swarm of ants. Qinlang gasped in disbelief. Beast, iron-eating ant, level, ordinary level 3, description, a mutated ant species residing deep underground, feeding on various minerals, exhibiting a strong social structure with a vast colony. Skill, and acid spray, note 1. Iron-eating ants are divided into worker and soldier ants, both possessing remarkably hard exoskeletal armor, with soldier ants equipped with exaggerated mandibles as weapons capable of spraying acid. Note 2. All iron-eating ants obey the ant queen. Should she perish, the entire colony will meet the same fate, leading to total annihilation. Beast, iron-eating ant queen, level 4. Description, the ant queen, holding the highest status and strength within the colony, is responsible for breeding and governing the swarm, and will personally engage in battle against formidable foes. Skills, colony control, and acid spray, giant mandible bite, scythe-like cutting, accelerated egg-laying. Goodness, a level 4 ant queen and so many ants. Qinlang had uncovered the hidden culprits competing for the ore. Yet at that moment, the iron-eating ant swarm also detected the uninvited guest trailing them. Hisses. The ant queen raised her head, emitting a shrill call, her antennae wildly waving to release pheromones, commanding the swarm. In an instant, worker and soldier ants surged forth, intent on encircling Qinlang to eliminate the intruder. Having already been exposed, Qinlang decided to reveal himself, leaping from the shadows. The silver flow armor activated fully, transforming into a complete set of imposing knightly armor, enveloping him entirely. The ant acid sprayed from the rear of the iron-eating ants landed upon him, but all were thwarted by the protective barrier of the silver flow armor. Hisses. The intensely corrosive acid emitted plumes of smoke. Yet, the level 5 silver flow armor remained unscathed, allowing Qinlang to plunge into the midst of the swarm with abandon. With the upgraded silver flow longsword firmly in hand, Qinlang knew that even though these iron-eating ants boasted exceptionally hard exoskeletons, having spent their lives consuming minerals since hatching, they posed a challenge for survivalists of the same or even higher levels. However, before the might of his silver flow longsword, their defenses crumbled effortlessly. Swish! The blade swept through the air, cleaving an iron-eating ant in half. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain an ordinary beast. Iron-eating ant 1, earning acid sac 1. Qinlang reveled in the thrill of battle. Yet, the swarm was vast, and with every wave he vanquished, another would inevitably follow. He had no desire to linger here for days on end battling the ants. A swift resolution was necessary. If he could eliminate the ant queen, the entire colony would fall alongside her. Thus, Qinlang gripped the silver flow longsword tightly, determined to carve a path through the swarm and confront the level 4 ant queen directly. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Chapter 38. One against many. The ant queen also sensed Qinlang's intentions. Seeing him charging forward with a murderous intent, she promptly activated her skill, Ant Swarm Control. She commanded the surrounding soldier ants to converge, determined to thwart Qinlang's advance and prevent him from reaching her side. Hiss! A series of threatening hisses echoed, as 5 or 6 soldier ants, who had been guarding the ant queen, surged forth like unleashed wild dogs. As soldier ants, their levels were distinctly higher, with 3 among them reaching the 2nd tier and the remaining 4 having broken through to the 3rd tier, making them formidable, second only to the ant queen herself. Their bodies were considerably larger than the worker ants, with thicker exoskeletons adorned with numerous spikes, resembling a suit of armor. Their powerful mandibles, akin to hydraulic pincers, could effortlessly snap through hardened steel. As Qinlang drew nearer, these soldier ants turned to face him, their swollen abdomens glowing with a ghostly green hue, ejecting a stream of highly corrosive ant acid from their rear. Qinlang swiftly maneuvered, evading the onslaught of the acidic projectiles. The liquid splattered harmlessly to the ground, where it quickly corroded deep pits, releasing wisps of smoke. Some unfortunate iron-eating worker ants were splashed by the acid, emitting agonized cries as they were reduced to mere puddles of sludge. To eliminate the ant queen, the obstructive soldier ants had to be dealt with first. Qinlang switched weapons, brandishing an advanced hornbow. He drew the bowstring, channeling his energy before releasing a flurry of 10 arrows. Whoosh! Several arrows struck true. One soldier ant of the 2nd tier was simultaneously pierced through its head and abdomen, causing its acid sac to rupture and dissolve it into a pool of blood. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a 2nd tier ferocious beast. Iron-eating soldier ant 1, obtained 2nd tier energy crystal 1, damaged acid sac 1. Experience points 20. The other soldier ants bore varying degrees of injury from the arrows, their formation becoming disordered. Seizing the opportunity, Qinlang charged into their ranks. The soldier ants wielded both long-range acid sprays and close-range mandible strikes, the latter being their true deadly assault. However, Chunlang's attributes were not something an ordinary third-tier survivor could contend with. Engaging him in close combat was akin to seeking death. With 5th-tier armor encasing him and a 5th-tier greatsword in hand, Chunlang did not even need to employ the enchantment effects of the Silverflow greatsword. A single, powerful swing was sufficient to cleave through the soldier ant's proud exoskeleton. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Iron-eating soldier ant 1. Obtained 3rd-tier energy crystal 1. Acid sac 1. Experience points 30. Seeing the heavy casualties among the soldier ants, the ant queen grew frantic. She once again commanded her swarm, ordering all worker and soldier ants to launch an all-out assault on Chunlang. Upon witnessing this, Chunlang smiled. Oh, Ant Queen, do you not realize that I have grown weary of picking you off one by one? You command them to swarm me, enabling me to take them all down in one fell swoop? Hearing Chunlang's mocking words, the Ant Queen sensed impending doom. She attempted to order the ants to disperse, but it was too late. Chunlang gripped his Silverflow longsword tightly. The higher his magical attributes, the greater the enhancement he received when activating skills or enchantments. His impressive 37 points in magical attributes came into play. A surge of magical energy coursed through him, resonating with the enchantment runes on the Silverflow great sword. It began to radiate with an enchanting glow. He bellowed, sword aura unleashed. In an instant, waves of white energy sword auras erupted, radiating from Chunlang in all directions, executing a comprehensive assault without any blind spots. The worker and soldier ants had no time to flee, being shredded into countless pieces by the onslaught. The closer they were to Chunlang, the more gruesome their demise. The system's kill notifications rang incessantly. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain ordinary ferocious beasts. Iron-eating worker ant 837. Obtained acid sac 837. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. Iron-eating soldier ant 3. Obtained 3rd-tier energy crystal 3. Acid sac 3. Experience points 90. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain. As the sword aura gradually subsided, the runes on the Silverflow great sword dimmed, entering a cooldown phase before it could be unleashed again. However, the massive ant swarm had been decimated, leaving only a handful of limping survivors, which posed no threat. The 4th-tier ant queen was now left vulnerable and exposed. Now it was her turn. Chunlang pointed his sword at the ant queen. The ant queen, filled with terror and rage, let out a roar that seemed to threaten to burst her lungs. In a fit of fury, she contorted her body, severing her 5-meter-long abdomen, designed for laying eggs, to transform into a more streamlined and elongated form. Her forelimbs morphed into exaggerated, sharp sides, resembling a fearsome mantis rather than an ant, transitioning into a battle-ready state. Have you summoned all your strength? Yet it will be of no use. Your fate remains unchanged. Chunlang was consumed with a singular thought, to revel in battle. Thus, even facing the 4th-tier ant queen, he boldly advanced with his sword. The Silverflow greatsword lunged toward the ant queen's head. The ant queen, harboring profound hatred for Chunlang, swung her scythe-like forelimbs, intent on dismembering him. Clang! Clang! The ant queen's scythe arms crossed to intercept the thrust of Chunlang's Silverflow longsword, producing a sharp, resonant clash. Yet, the 5th-tier Silverflow longsword proved superior in sharpness. After a brief stalemate, the ant queen was horrified to discover that her scythe arms had been chipped by the sword. Terrified, she retreated, bending her abdomen forward to unleash an even more potent stream of corrosive acid. But Chunlang, fueled by an unyielding fury, did not even flinch. The acid could not breach the defenses of his Silverflow armor. With high attack and defense, Chunlang needed only to focus on relentless offense, while the ant queen was burdened by the need to strategize. Realizing that neither her giant scythe nor acid spray could harm Chunlang, she faced the crushing weight of despair. In a swift motion, Chunlang closed the distance to the ant queen, his Silverflow great sword's enchantment runes recharged, ready for another round of sword aura unleashed. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped the hilt and gathered his energy. The ant queen, having witnessed the devastating power of Chunlang's sword aura unleashed, knew that if it struck her, it would spell her doom. In a desperate bid, she lunged at Chunlang, activating her skill, giant mandibles, as if to say, I will die, but you shall not escape. We shall perish together. Yet, she could not penetrate the defenses of his Silverflow armor. Meanwhile, Chunlang had completed his charge. Instead of dispersing his energy into a wide attack, he concentrated it all into a massive, towering white sword aura. With a resounding slash, the ant queen was abruptly severed in two by the sword's energy, struggling a couple of times before falling still. The system's notification of a kill echoed. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the 4th-tier ferocious beast, Iron-eating ant queen 1. Acquiring a 4th tier energy crystal 1, iron mother essence 1, maternal acid sac 1, and 40 experience points. Chapter 39, Iron Mother Essence. Ascending to the 4th tier. Island Lord, Blackwing Demon Dragon. Item, Iron Mother Essence, Grade, 4th tier. Description, the essence condensed from various metallic minerals consumed by the Iron Ant Queen. A rather rare biological material that can be integrated into a vein, enhancing the grade of an entire mining area. Consuming the essence condensed from the mining vein can elevate its grade, a fitting recompense. With a mere thought, Chen Lang enveloped the Iron Mother Essence in the radiant glow of his super enhancement talent. Ding. Would you like to use a free opportunity to super enhance the Iron Mother Essence? Yes. Chen Lang nodded. In the next moment, his talent activated. Ding. Super enhancement successful. Iron Mother Essence 4th tier has been enhanced to Iron Mother Essence 6th tier. Super enhancement has the potential to elevate by 2 tiers at once, and this enhancement of the Iron Mother Essence was indeed one such instance, significantly boosting the upgrade effects for the mining vein. Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction. Soon after, another system notification chimed. Ding. Current experience has reached the requirements for upgrading. Would you like to level up? Level up. It is essential. Chen Lang was eager to ascend as a 4th tier survivor and had no intention of stalling his progression. The sooner he advanced, the better. Thus, he received an additional 40 attribute points. As was his custom, Chen Lang activated super enhancement on these attribute points. Ding. Super enhancement successful. 40 free attribute points have been enhanced to 80 free attribute points. He continued to distribute them evenly across his 5 attributes, each being increased by 16 points. The results were as follows: Spirit 46, Strength 46, Speed 46, Stamina 46, Magic 53. The total attribute value had reached 237 points, and even among the 6th tier survivors, few could rival him. Moreover, Chen Lang was a perfectly balanced pentagonal warrior, without any discernible weaknesses. Opening the regional communication channel. The official system announcement rang out as per usual. Ding. Chen Lang has become the first 4th tier survivor in the region, achieving the accolade, Unmatched, earning 50 experience points. Hereby announced. Ding. Chen Lang has become the first 4th tier survivor in the region. Ding. Chen Lang has become the first 4th tier survivor in the region. Those lagging behind were rendered numb by the flood of messages about Chen Lang. As the saying goes, if the gap is small, witnessing another's progress may cause envy. But when the disparity is vast, jealousy transforms into admiration. For one knows they can never surpass the other. Survivors like Lu Rinjia, who ranked among the top, felt an acute sense of urgency seeing Chen Lang's remarkable lead as he became the first to break through to the 4th tier. Song Shiren, 4th tier. I've just broken through to the 3rd tier. Let us keep pushing. We mustn't let Chen Lang leave us in the dust. Lu Rinjia, 666, Chen Lang, I've also broken through to the 3rd tier. Shall we gather with Meng Dashuan and continue searching for the treasures on that treasure map? Chen Lang replied, sure, set a time. And I'll see if I'm free. Then, he exited the chat channel. Checking his experience bar, he noted that with each level gained, the experience required for the next level would double, from 100 to 200, then 400, and finally 800. Now, to ascend from 4th to 5th tier, the required experience had reached 1600, with the progress standing at 3451600. Crucially, as levels increased, the acquisition of experience also underwent changes. As survivor levels rise, the difficulty of acquiring experience increases. Killing 1st tier and ordinary beasts will no longer yield experience. However, loot drops remain unaffected. Upon reading this system prompt, Chen Lang rolled his eyes. I had thought I could farm 1st tier beasts for rapid experience, much like I did with the ant swarm earlier. Now, it seems you blocked that route for me, huh? Well played. Extending his middle finger, Chen Lang scoffed at the system's mechanism for indirectly raising the experience required for leveling up after reaching the 4th tier. He then began to scour the underground cavern occupied by the ant swarm. During his battle with the swarm, he had observed a corner of the cave piled high with or excavated by worker ants, likely stored as reserves for the colony. With the ant swarm annihilated, these resources had now become his spoils. Holding a torch, he searched through the dim underground cavern. After a thorough search, he indeed struck a rich vein. No wonder the Ant Queen had ascended to the 4th tier. It seemed she had nearly excavated the entire artificial mine. He found 547 chunks of crude iron, 213 chunks of crude copper, 986 units of coal, 234 pieces of lapis lazuli, and 71 gold ingots. Just the ores hoarded as reserves were this abundant. How much must the Ant Queen have consumed to condense the Iron Mother Essence? Now all of this is mine. Chen Lang collected all the minerals, packing them into his backpack, which had expanded by 40 slots after his 4th tier ascension. He then left the underground cavern with a flourish. Emerging from the artificial mine, he returned to the surface of the forest on Island 9527. Now a fourth-tier survivor, Chen Lang resolved not to dawdle any longer. With his current strength, directly challenging the island lord seemed quite feasible. Once he defeated the boss, he would claim Island 9527 as his own, turning the entire island into his territory. There would be ample time to search for various resources later. With that joyous decision made, he set out to hunt the boss. Clapping his hands, he began to seek out the whereabouts of the island lord. Island 9527 was quite expansive, significantly larger than the 2887 island he was bound to, and its terrain was more complex. Chen Lang initially believed it would not be easy to locate the island lord. However, upon exiting the forest and arriving at the arid desert on the other side of the island, he soon discovered a cave perched on a cliff. At the base of the mountain, a heap of bones lay scattered, the remnants of various ferocious beasts, evoking a sense of dread and trepidation at first glance. At that moment, as Chen Lang spotted the cave, a thunderous roar filled the air, emanating from within. It seemed the master of the cave had sensed the formidable aura he projected. A massive, pitch-black figure suddenly soared out from the cave on the cliff. With fierce eyes, sharp claws, and expansive wings that could blot out the sun, it was none other than a Western dragon, entirely cloaked in darkness. "Are you the lord of this island?" Gazing up at the dark dragon above, Chen Lang felt no fear, only a spirited eagerness for battle. Fierce beast, Blackwing Demon Dragon, level, 5th tier, description, a terrifying giant dragon imbued with dark magic. With broad and sharp wings, it can unleash fiery dragon breath. And its nature is rebellious, making it a true overlord. Skills, Dark Dragon Breath, Fiery Wing Tornado, Black Dragon Inferno Explosion, Dragon Pressure, Chapter 40, Not Dead Yet? How is this possible? The black-winged demon dragon circled ominously above the Gobi Desert, offering no response to Chen Lang's inquiries. However, its thunderous roar, imbued with the formidable presence of the dragon race, unequivocally conveyed its disdain. For an intruder like Chen Lang, trespassing upon its territory, the black-winged demon dragon was left with but two choices: to be vanquished by the invader or to annihilate the intruder instead. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, the black-winged demon dragon launched its offensive. The overwhelming aura of the dragon surged forth, filling the immediate vicinity with its potent presence. For lesser beasts, the sheer might of the dragon could induce paralyzing fear, rendering them incapable of harnessing their full potential unless they possessed a comparable or superior lineage. Yet, Chen Lang was an exception. As a human rather than a beast, and having recently ascended to the 4th tier after defeating the 4th tier Ant Queen, he stood merely one tier below the 5th tier black-winged demon dragon. In terms of overall attributes, the balance of power was far less certain. Consequently, the dragon's oppressive aura bore no effect on Chen Lang, whose combat prowess remained unscathed. Instead, the pressure only ignited a spark of indignation within him. How dare it attempt to intimidate me? He swiftly retrieved his advanced hornbow from his backpack, knocked an arrow, and, after channeling energy, sent a projectile soaring towards the black-winged demon dragon. The dragon, dismissive of the attack, flicked its tail with a force that shattered Chen Lang's arrow with ease, as if swatting away an insect. With a mighty beat of its wings, it swooped down, its gaping maw capable of engulfing a cow. As searing heat gathered deep within its throat, in an instant, a deep purple fireball erupted from its mouth. Chen Lang, recognizing the peril, deftly evaded the fiery onslaught. The fireball detonating beside him with a resounding boom, creating a vast, dark crater in the ground. If he had been struck, even with the protection of his flowing silver armor, he would have sustained grave injuries. He needed to seize the initiative. With a powerful leap, Chen Lang propelled himself off the ground, the sheer force fracturing the rocky terrain beneath him. He soared into the air, colliding head-on with the descending black-winged demon dragon. Sword energy surged forth. The flowing silver longsword materialized in his grasp, its enchanted runes shimmering with arcane brilliance. With a fierce swing, a massive white energy blade sliced through the air, aimed straight for the dragon's head. The black-winged demon dragon reacted swiftly, its claws, larger than a small cottage, crushing the energy blade with a resounding crack. However, the scattered shards of energy grazed its palm, leaving several small wounds that dripped with its crimson blood. The wounded black-winged demon dragon roared in fury, having not tasted injury in quite some time. This human must be exterminated. It retaliated with a sweeping tail strike, the powerful appendage crashing into Chen Lang with ferocity. Boom! Chen Lang was sent crashing to the ground. But fortunately, his 5th-tier flowing silver armor absorbed most of the damage. He felt a jolt but emerged relatively unscathed. Is this all you can muster? Bring it on. Having successfully breached the dragon's defenses and drawn its blood, Chen Lang felt emboldened. Especially as the dragon's fiery breath and tail strike had failed to inflict significant harm upon him. Seizing the advantage, he pressed the attack. At that moment, the black-winged demon dragon touched down, and the two engaged in a fierce battle across the windswept Gobi. The dragon unleashed a new attack, the dark demon dragon breath. Unlike the previously expelled fireball, this time a torrent of dark flames surged forth, engulfing the surroundings in a blazing inferno. Chen Lang felt as though he had plunged into a volcano. The intense heat threatened to scorch him from within. I cannot afford to be at a disadvantage in this sea of flames. Adapting his combat style, he began to seek out the dragon's vulnerabilities while leveraging his own strengths, aiming to exploit the dragon's weaknesses. As a fifth-tier dragon beast, the black-winged demon dragon excelled in strength, endurance, and magic, rivaling even some sixth-tier creatures. However, once it landed, its massive size hindered its agility, significantly impairing its speed. Thus, Chen Lang refrained from direct confrontation, instead dancing around the dragon's attacks while waiting for the cooldown of his enchanted sword to strike again, targeting areas where the dragon's scales were less fortified. As time passed, the black-winged demon dragon grew impatient and prepared a decisive move. It began gathering energy, opening its maw wide as dark and fiery energies converged into a swirling vortex, drawing power from the very elements around it. With an ominous escalation, the dragon's presence surged, resembling an overinflated balloon or a bomb on the brink of detonation, leaving Chen Lang with a sense of foreboding. Black Dragon's Inferno. The ground shook violently as an explosion of terrifying magnitude erupted from the dragon, its epicenter obliterating the landscape within a 100-meter radius. The fiery shockwave consumed everything in its path, reducing the terrain to charred wasteland. Chen Lang, caught in the maelstrom, was engulfed by the searing flames of the dark magic. The extreme heat of the inferno, unleashed by the full might of the black-winged demon dragon, would terrify even those of the 6th tier or higher. Were it not for his flowing silver armor, he would likely have emerged from the conflagration a charred husk, his vitality nearly extinguished. Gratefully, the armor shielded him. Yet, even it began to show signs of wear, its once brilliant sheen dimming, surface cracks appearing as its durability waned under the strain of the dragon's assault. You failed to vanquish me in one blow. Now, it is my turn to retaliate. Chen Lang gripped his flowing silver sword tightly, his stance somewhat disheveled, but resolute as he advanced toward the black-winged demon dragon. In an unusual display, a flicker of surprise crossed the dragon's eyes, as if to say, "How can you still be standing?" Chapter 41. Slaying the Island Lord. The Dragon Slayer. The Pioneer. To speak frankly, as this battle has progressed, the black-winged dragon has begun to feel a sense of trepidation. It had never encountered a human who could match it blow for blow at the 4th tier, and even seemed to gain the upper hand, forcing it to unleash one of its lethal skills, the black dragon's infernal fire explosion, which still did not vanquish its opponent. If it were any other ferocious beast, it might have chosen to retreat at this point. However, the black-winged dragon is a proud member of the dragon lineage, known for their arrogance and defiance. While they may embrace death, they would never bow their heads. Moreover, the black-winged dragon is the lord of this island, claiming it as its territory. How could it simply abandon its lair? Thus, despite the immense depletion of its magical powers and entering a state of languor, the black-winged dragon mustered the strength to rise. It let out a fearsome roar, intending to flap its colossal wings and ascend into the sky, preparing to unleash another devastating attack. The dragon's oppressive aura, the black dragon's breath, and the infernal fire explosion, all these skills have been employed. And your trump card, the dragon-winged firestorm, remains your last resort, does it not? Unfortunately for you, I shall not grant you the opportunity to utilize it, Chen Lang declared resolutely. After an extended and grueling battle, both he and the black-winged dragon were on the brink of exhaustion, having exhausted their resources. The black-winged dragon, in particular, was grievously wounded by Chen Lang's flowing silver sword, its once proud, impenetrable scales now scattered on the ground. It was at its last gasp. Chen Lang intended to seize this moment of weakness to strike a fatal blow. He aimed to interrupt the black-winged dragon's charge, preventing it from unleashing its skills. In a flash, Chen Lang surged forward with incredible speed, reaching the black-winged dragon's side in an instant. The flowing silver sword gleamed ominously as he poured all his strength into the strike. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the scales and plunged deep into the belly of the black-winged dragon. Roar! The black-winged dragon let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing from its maw. The energy it had been gathering for the dragon-winged firestorm was forcibly disrupted, sending chaos through its body. The agony intensified as it struggled desperately to extract the flowing silver sword embedded within it, but it was too late. While the exterior was defended by its hard scales, my sword's lethality was limited against them. However, your insides lack such protection. The moment my sword pierced your flesh, your fate was sealed. Chen Lang's gaze was resolute as he gripped the hilt of the flowing silver sword tightly. With a magical attribute of 53 points, his sword aura, though only at the 4th tier, could unleash power comparable to that of a 5th tier attack. Sword aura unleashed. Chunlang shouted, and waves of white energy surged forth from the blade, wreaking havoc within the black-winged dragon's body. In an instant, it obliterated the dragon's internal organs, reducing them to a bloody pulp. Roar! The black-winged dragon was utterly beyond salvation. After releasing a final roar filled with resentment and fury, the colossal dark beast collapsed to the ground. The system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the 5th tier beast. Black-winged dragon 1. Obtained 5th tier energy crystal 1. Dragon ring 1. Black dragon wings 1. Dragon bones 18. Black dragon scales 22. Dragon meat 10. Dragon blood 3. Experience points 50. Ding! First time slaying a dragon beast. Achievement unlocked. Dragon Slayer I. Experience points 100. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Island Lord. Black-winged dragon. Becoming the new Lord of Adventure Island number 9527. Regional announcement imminent. Ding! All members. Chunlang has successfully defeated the Island Lord. Becoming the first survivor to occupy Adventure Island in the region. Achievement unlocked. Pioneer I. Experience points 100. Ding! All members. Chunlang has successfully defeated the Island Lord. Becoming the first survivor to occupy Adventure Island in the region. In the regional communication channel. Less than half a day had passed since Chunlang's ascension to the 4th tier. Even the previous 3 regional announcements had not yet been overshadowed. Suddenly, a new system announcement flooded the screen, still concerning Chunlang, but the content was strikingly different, igniting a wave of excitement. Su Liang, wow. Chunlang has become a lord? He actually occupied an Adventure Island? Does that mean he now possesses 2 islands? Song Shuren, based on the information gathered. The weakest lords of those Adventure Islands are at least tier 3, with some larger islands having lords that are tier 4 or 5 beasts. Chunlang's power has far exceeded our expectations. Lu Zikao, impressive. Zhengro, Chunlang, are you accepting followers? If not, I can be your leg accessory. I promise not to drag you down. Ming Dashuan, yes, yes, yes. Chunlang, take me with you. Didn't we team up to search for treasure before? Chunlang merely glanced at the communication channel before turning his attention elsewhere, for he had countless treasures to assess. First and foremost were the spoils from the 5th tier black-winged dragon. Defeating monsters of tier 1 and above always yields an energy crystal corresponding to their tier. 1 5th tier energy crystal is equivalent to 10 4th tier crystals, 100 3rd tier, 1,000 2nd tier, and 10,000 1st tier crystals. This single victory nearly multiplied Chunlang's total energy crystals by 10. With sufficient resources for enchantment enhancements, activation of energy crystal defense towers, and exchanges for super enhancements, he was now akin to a wealthy individual enjoying financial freedom. Aside from the energy crystals, the black-winged dragon also dropped black dragon wings, black dragon scales, dragon bones, dragon meat, and dragon blood among its valuable materials. The black dragon wings and scales could be used to craft equipment, while the dragon meat was a sumptuous source of sustenance. Dragon bones could be fashioned into gear or ground into powder, surpassing the efficacy of skeletal remains from ordinary ferocious beasts. Dragon blood served as an excellent component for concocting magical potions. The black-winged dragon was truly a treasure trove. Moreover, in addition to these materials, it had exceptionally dropped a rare finished piece of equipment, the dragon ring. Equipment, dragon ring grade, 5th tier, description, an accessory crafted from the heart and bones of a dragon. Possessing active skills and various passive effects. Active skill, Dragon's Might, upon activation, releases dragon pressure, imposing suppression, intimidation, and dispersal effects on beasts of tier 5 and below. Passive skill, Strength amplification, when worn, the user's strength, endurance, and magical attributes are increased by an additional 3 points. Chapter 42. The Dragon Egg. Blood Bonding. The Abyssal Black Dragon. It exudes a pressure effect and can further enhance attributes. Truly a fitting reward for slaying the formidable 5th tier dragon beast. Chunlang was exceedingly satisfied with the dragon ring. Yet, there was still room for improvement. He had 2 opportunities for super enhancement left to use today. With a mere thought, the system prompted Ding. Would you like to use 1 free opportunity to super enhance the dragon ring? Yes, Chunlang nodded. Thus, the dragon ring in his palm was enveloped in radiant light. Ding. Super enhancement successful. Dragon ring tier 5 has been upgraded to dragon ring tier 6. Following the upgrade, the dragon ring's appearance became even more opulent, crafted from a dull white bone with a petite ebony dragon head embedded at its pinnacle. In terms of attributes, the pressure effect of the active skill, Dragon Might, had its upper limit raised to tier 6. Additionally, the attribute enhancement it provided increased to 6 points, doubling the benefits compared to its previous state. Upon donning the upgraded dragon ring, Chunlang observed the changes in his attribute panel: mentality 45, strength 51, speed 45. Endurance 51, Magic 59. Except for mentality and speed, the remaining attributes had all surpassed 50 points, marking a significant enhancement in his overall power. It appeared that his once formidable mentality had, ironically, fallen to the bottom tier alongside speed. It seemed he would need to devise a means to bolster his mental fortitude in the future, he mused quietly. Soon after, his gaze swept across the entirety of Island 9527. As the island's lord, he possessed a unique ability known as the Goddess Perspective, allowing him to detach his vision from his own body and survey the island from above, akin to controlling a drone. While various resources on the island would be summarized into data for his convenience. Among the multitude of resource data, one particular item caught his attention. Was there a dragon egg nestled within that cliff? From his aerial vantage point, Chen Lang noticed a dragon egg within the cave of the black-winged demon dragon's lair on the cliff. He immediately climbed the precipice and entered the cave. As the lair of the black-winged demon dragon, the cavern was notably spacious, with numerous beast remains piled on either side. Evidently the remnants of prey devoured by the black-winged demon dragon. Deep within the cave, he discovered a nest resembling that of a bird. Inside, he beheld a jet-black dragon egg, roughly the size of a person. Item: Black-winged demon dragon egg, grade, tier 5, description, enclosing a developing black-winged demon dragon embryo. It possesses the potential to reach tier 5 to tier 7 upon maturity. Supplement 1. Blood bonding may be performed while the young dragon remains within the egg. Supplement 2. The hatching of the embryo requires a substantial energy supply, typically provided by the mother. If the mother's energy is lost, the embryo will exhaust its energy and fail to hatch, leading to death. Prompt energy supplementation, such as energy crystals, is necessary. Gazing at the enormous, jet-black dragon egg, Chen Lang felt a surge of excitement. While adult black-winged demon dragons are notoriously rebellious and impossible to tame, the juvenile form is different. If I bond with it through blood and raise it from a young age, the fully grown black-winged demon dragon will still heed my commands. Just imagine. I could possess a magnificent black dragon steed. The thought was utterly exhilarating. Riding a dragon is akin to piloting a mecha or transforming into a superhero, an irresistible allure for any young man. Without hesitation, Chen Lang pricked his fingertip with the tip of his silver sword, allowing his blood to drip onto the jet-black dragon egg. The blood was swiftly absorbed, merging into the embryo within. In an enigmatic connection, he sensed a bond forming between himself and the embryo, akin to that of a superior to an inferior. Once the young dragon successfully hatched, it would acknowledge him as its master, granting him a formidable black dragon steed to ride wherever he pleased. However, the black-winged demon dragon was not the pinnacle. Chen Lang yearned for a steed with even greater potential. Therefore, he resolutely activated his final opportunity for a free super enhancement. Ding. Would you like to use one free opportunity to super enhance the black-winged demon dragon egg? Ding. Super enhancement successful. Black-winged demon dragon egg has been upgraded to Abyssal Black King Dragon Egg. Item: Abyssal Black King Dragon Egg, grade, tier 7, description. Born from the annihilating dragon clan in the bottomless abyss, the embryo possesses formidable annihilation power, and upon maturity, it wields the terrifying ability to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Astounding. Has this egg undergone a super evolution? Chen Lang gasped in awe as he beheld the significantly larger dragon egg, its pitch-black shell now more resilient, adorned with dark red patterns. His eyes sparkled with joy. This was an incredible windfall. Yet, following the upgrade, the egg's energy demands escalated. The embryo quickly consumed all the energy stored within the egg, only to realize it was left with nothing to sustain it. It began to tremble in distress, causing the entire egg to sway. Oh dear, I cannot allow you to starve. If you were to perish, my steed would be lost, and I would be left weeping over my meat. Chen Lang was determined not to let his newly acquired treasure falter at the outset. He hastily retrieved a plethora of energy crystals from his backpack, placing them around the dragon egg. Soon, tendrils of pure energy began to emanate from these crystals, merging into the egg and allowing the embryo to feast once more. Before long, the remaining hatching time of the dragon egg appeared before Chen Lang. One day, so soon it would hatch. Tomorrow, I could ride a dragon with flair. After ensuring the egg would not go hungry, Chen Lang gathered the resources he had collected and approached the sub-teleportation array established on Island 9527, inserting 10 Tier 1 energy crystals to activate the array. With a flash of light, Chen Lang returned to his original Island 2887, currently the most developed territory in his possession. The teleportation array entered a 12-hour cooldown period. He had returned, yet much remained to be done, with daylight still ahead. He decided to resume his tasks, starting with a visit to the farmlands. Without a moment's rest, Chen Lang hurried to the fertile fields, watering and fertilizing the crops to replenish their vitality and ensure they would not degrade from Tier 2 to Tier 1. He intended to continuously cultivate and expand within this farmland, utilizing the various plants he had discovered on Island 9527 to bolster his stockpile of potion-making materials, red flame flowers, dew fruits, and spirit grass berries. With a fervor, Qin Lang wielded his iron hoe, planting each crop into the soil before scattering a bag of bone meal over them. Absorbing the nutrients from the bone meal would accelerate their growth. With the growth acceleration of Tier 2 farmland combined with the bone meal's ripening effects, it wouldn't be long before he could harvest the first batch, which he would then use to propagate further, repeating the process until he amassed a substantial stockpile of materials. After tending to the fields, Qin Lang returned to his wooden cabin and approached the furnace, ready to smelt the ores he had mined into iron ingots and other semi-finished products for future crafting endeavors. The furnace processes such a considerable amount of ore. Its efficiency is undeniably rather low. It is indeed time to expand its capacity. Perhaps we should consider adding a few more furnaces. Chapter 43. The enemy cannot harm me, yet will suffer my retaliation. Qin Lang lacked the blueprints for a furnace, rendering him unable to manufacture one directly. The furnace he currently possessed was obtained through exchanges with fellow survivors at the trading plaza. Thus, he accessed the trading plaza and, based on transaction records, identified the survivor, Lu Jichai, who had sold him the furnace. After some negotiations, they reached a consensus to adhere to the previous trading terms. Qin Lang would exchange 8 stones for a finished furnace, with no labor costs involved, purely as a favor. Ding. Transaction successful. The system's notification chimed as Qin Lang's backpack lost 40 stones, gaining him 5 furnaces in return, including the one he already had. He now possessed a total of 6 furnaces, significantly accelerating the iron smelting process. However, the abundance of furnaces posed a spatial dilemma within his modest abode, which was too small to accommodate them all comfortably. The cramped wooden cabin lacked even a separate living room, and the simultaneous operation of so many furnaces would undoubtedly fill the air with smoke. Resolutely, Qin Lang decided to relocate the furnaces outdoors, envisioning a future construction of a blacksmith shop for iron smelting and equipment forging. He arranged the 6 furnaces in 2 rows of 3, stacked together like a diminutive wall, 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. He deposited the crude iron, copper, and gold he had mined during his recent adventure into the furnaces, ensuring each was filled with coal beneath. After igniting the furnaces, all 6 began smelting iron simultaneously, with the expectation that by dawn, the process would be complete. Whether for constructing buildings or crafting equipment, the development of the island and enhancement of strength were inextricably linked to metal resources. Metals such as gold, silver, copper, and iron would remain indispensable for all survivors for the foreseeable future. Allowing the furnaces to smolder, he retreated indoors to enchant his equipment. Previously, due to a limited supply of lapis lazuli, Qin Lang had only enchanted the dark iron heavy sword, now transformed into the silver flow longsword. However, after his recent treasure hunting and mining endeavors, he now possessed a substantial quantity of lapis lazuli, making it an opportune moment for further enchantments. Approaching the enchantment station, Qin Lang considered the equipment he frequently used but had yet to enchant: the advanced hornbow, silver flow armor, and the dragon ring. Although the advanced fishing net was also an auxiliary item with control capabilities, it had gradually become obsolete, as he had not utilized it in recent battles. He planned to assign it to its primary role of fishing. The lapis lazuli in his possession should suffice to enchant one piece of equipment. Yet the enchantment station's level was insufficient. Qin Lang glanced down at the station within the cabin. This enchantment station was a prize from his first treasure hunt, an initial level station capable of enchanting items up to Tier 3. However, his only Tier 2 item was the advanced hornbow, while the rest of his main equipment exceeded this limitation. Therefore, he resolved to enhance the enchantment station. He had already exhausted his quota of 3 daily free super enhancements while on Island 9527. He could either wait until the 6th day of his novice period, which was tomorrow, or consume energy crystals to purchase additional enhancement opportunities. The starting price for purchasing super enhancement opportunities was 100 energy crystals per use, applicable to Tier 3 items and below, which conveniently included the initial enchantment station. Without hesitation, Qin Lang withdrew 100 first-tier energy crystals. With a mere thought, he activated his innate ability. The system's notification sounded. Ding. Confirm consumption of 100 first-tier energy crystals to super enhance the initial enchantment station? Affirmative. Qin Lang nodded. The next moment, the enchantment station was enveloped in a radiant glow of super enhancement. Once the light dissipated, he beheld a more opulent enchantment station, its obsidian base adorned with intricate mithril patterns, and the magical tome hovering above it had grown thicker and larger, with the pages now inscribed with more complex and esoteric enchantment runes. Item: Intermediate Enchantment Station. Grade: Tier 6. Description: a surface imbued with mysterious powers. Consuming energy crystals and lapis lazuli can resonate with the enchantment station, bestowing enchantments upon equipment. Supplement. The enchantment range for items is Tier 1 to Tier 6. The level was now sufficient. Qinlang nodded in satisfaction. He then removed the silver flow armor, reverting it to a silvery liquid, and placed it upon the enchantment station. He also added 100 pieces of lapis lazuli and 500 energy crystals, the requisite consumption to activate the intermediate enchantment station. Upon activation, the enchantment station absorbed the energy crystals and lapis lazuli, transforming them into waves of magical light that surged into the mystical tome. The pages began to turn, and a series of mysterious runes emerged, morphing into a language Qinlang could comprehend. 3 enchantment effects materialized before him. Durability. Increases resistance to wear. Prolonging lifespan. Tier 3 enchantment. Defense. Provides an additional boost to equipment defense. Tier 6 enchantment. Thorns. When attacked, 30 of the damage received is returned to the attacker, provided the attacker's level does not exceed Tier 5. Tier 5 enchantment. At first glance, Qinlang promptly dismissed the durability effect. Although the silver flow armor had sustained some damage after battling the Blackwing Dragon, it would fully restore durability upon repair, rendering the durability enchantment unnecessary. The true dilemma lay in the choice between the defense and thorns effects. Opting for the defense effect would elevate his silver flow armor's defense to the Tier 6 level. Conversely, the thorns effect represented a noble retaliatory capability, allowing him to inflict damage on his assailants, an enticing prospect indeed. After much contemplation, Qinlang made his decision. I choose the thorns enchantment. The defense enchantment merely provided passive protection, while the thorns enchantment allowed me to retaliate. I prefer to deal damage. Thus, the rune representing the thorns enchantment soared from the tome, merging into the silvery liquid of the silver flow armor, imbuing it with a mystical glow. Qinlang then activated his innate ability once more, retrieving a 5th-tier energy crystal dropped by the Blackwing Dragon and converting it into a staggering 10,000 first-tier energy crystals. Ding. Confirm consumption of 10,000 energy crystals to super enhance the Thorns enchantment. Ding. Super enhancement successful. Thorns enchantment, Tier 5, has been upgraded to Hard Thorns enchantment, Tier 7. Hard Thorns increases equipment defense, and when attacked, returns 50 of the damage received to the attacker, provided the attacker's level does not exceed Tier 7. The Hard Thorns enchantment effectively combined the attributes of both Thorns and defense enchantments. With this upgrade, the Silver Flow armor now boasted the equivalent of Tier 7 defense, while also inflicting damage upon attacks from Tier 7 and below. Donning this armor, Qinlang transformed into a formidable tortoise-like figure, not only impervious to damage, but now capable of reflecting harm back upon his foes. The thought alone exhilarated him, and he couldn't help but chuckle in delight as he reveled in his newfound power within the cozy confines of his wooden cabin. Chapter 44. The 7th Grade Equipment. Blackscale Dragon Armor. After applying an enchantment to the flowing silver armor, Qinlang retrieved several pieces of black dragon scale armor from his backpack, obtained from defeating the Blackwing Demon Dragon. The defensive power of this black dragon scale armor is unquestionable, even with a basic attack using the flowing silver longsword. It is challenging to penetrate its defenses. Only by launching an enchanted attack can one inflict a few cuts. If these scales and the black dragon wings could be incorporated into the flowing silver armor, its performance would ascend to new heights. Qinlang gazed at the black dragon scales and wings in his hands, his eyes ablaze with ambition. However, such modifications to already established equipment cannot be accomplished merely with a workbench, a forging table, or a simplified version. The anvil is required. Having exhausted his fishing attempts for the day, Qinlang turned his attention to the trading square. After a thorough search, he indeed found someone selling the blueprint for an anvil. Lu Yang, the anvil blueprint obtained from fishing requires dozens of iron pieces. I simply cannot spare the resources. Whoever desires it, please bid. Without hesitation, Qinlang sent a message. Upon realizing it was Qinlang contacting him, the seller's enthusiasm soared. After a few pleasantries, he expressed a desire to exchange for food. Qinlang had no shortage of provisions. He offered either pork or rice seeds in exchange for the anvil blueprint. After a long hesitation, Lu Yang ultimately chose the rice seeds. A full meal now, and then is great, but I'll opt for the latter. Let us trade, Qinlang. Ding. Trade successful. The system's notification chimed as the anvil blueprint appeared in Qinlang's backpack. Item: Anvil blueprint, campfire blueprint. Type: production blueprint, repeatable. Grade: common. Description: gather the required materials, place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Required materials: iron block 3, iron ingot 4. The anvil is undoubtedly one of the tools that consumes the most iron in the early game, even surpassing the amount needed for a complete set of iron armor. It is a situation where those who can afford it do not want it, and those who desire it lack the means, stuck in a dilemma. Only survivors like Chen Lang, who have a need to upgrade their equipment, would specifically seek it out. Given that he possesses both artificial mines and natural caverns, the iron resources needed to craft an anvil are but a trifling matter. He stored the blueprint in the workbench and then headed to the furnace wall. Thanks to 6 furnaces refining iron simultaneously, numerous iron ingots had already been produced during this time. Chen Lang returned to his dwelling with these ingots and directly synthesized 3 iron blocks at the workbench, leaving him with 4 remaining ingots. He placed these materials on the disposable blueprint. Ding. Manufacturing successful. Obtained item. Anvil 1. Item. Anvil, grade, common. Description. A simplified forging tool derived from the forging table, used for repairing or upgrading weapons, tools, and other equipment. Note: the level cap for repaired or upgraded equipment is less than or equal to 3rd grade. Exceeding this range will cause the anvil to overload and become unusable. Overloading will lead to scrap? No matter, if the anvil breaks, it can be remade. Iron is abundant. Chen Lang waved his hand dismissively. Once more, he removed the flowing silver armor and placed it along with the black dragon scales on the anvil. Ding. Confirm using black dragon scales and black dragon wings to repair and upgrade the flowing silver armor? Yes. Chen Lang nodded. Ding. Anvil overloaded. Now scrap. Ding. Repair and upgrade successful. Obtained 7th grade equipment. Black scale dragon armor. Equipment. Black scale dragon armor. Enchanted. Grade. 7th. Description. Upgraded through the fusion of flowing silver armor, black dragon wings, and black dragon scales. It can switch between a retracted state and a defensive state, and can unfurl the black dragon wings on the back to consume stamina for brief flight. Note: has a 7th grade hard thorn enchantment applied, returning 50% of damage received to the attacker, provided their level does not exceed 7th grade. Wearing the black scale dragon armor, Chen Lang exuded an aura distinctly different from before. If the flowing silver armor resembled a noble knight of the medieval era, then clad in the dark dragon scale armor with magical dragon wings unfurled, Chen Lang now resembled a formidable demon lord. As time flowed, the 5th day gradually came to a close with the setting sun, awakening to the dawn of the 6th day of the novice protection period. Chen Lang donned the black scale dragon armor continuously for 24 hours. Just like the flowing silver armor, he maintained a retracted state in normal circumstances, transforming into a sleek black ensemble, sharp and stylish. When combat arose, he would fully engage his defensive stance, metamorphosing into a humanoid demon lord. What was the first task upon waking? To head to the port for fishing. Chen Lang, rod in hand, arrived at the port to fulfill his daily routine of 5 fishing attempts. Fishing at the port reduces the probability of air raids and enhances chest drop rates. Today, during his 5 fishing opportunities, he surprisingly encountered a rare air raid once, but the remaining 4 yielded remarkable rewards. 4 chests appeared before him, with the least being a 2nd grade bronze chest, 2 3rd grade silver chests, and for the first time, a 4th grade golden chest, though he experienced an air raid once. To reel in the 4th grade golden chest, which had only a 10% chance of biting, was a stroke of luck. Chen Lang gazed appreciatively at the 4 chests lined up neatly on the wooden dock of the port. He immediately began the chest opening spree. Ding. Bronze chest 1, opening successful. Obtained building. Fertile farmland 1. Grade. 2nd. Description. Meticulously cultivated farmland, rich in soil fertility, allows for rapid growth of crops up to 2nd grade and below. Note 1. Multi-crop planting requires replenishing fertility and water. Otherwise, the farmland may become barren due to excessive consumption, dropping from the 2nd grade to a lower level. Note 2. Can be extracted from the backpack and placed at a designated location with 1 click, but cannot be changed afterward. Choose the placement location wisely. Another 2nd grade farmland? This adds another building, crucially allowing for expanded crop production, as the existing farmland is already fully planted. The sustenance of the populace relies on food. For survivors, farmland serves the dual purpose of growing staple crops and cultivating rare treasures like the red flame flower, making it highly beneficial to have more. He continued opening chests. Ding. Silver chest 2, opening successful. Obtained item. Basic forging table 1. Obtained resource. 3rd grade energy crystal 1, lapis lazuli 100. The basic forging table, energy crystal, and lapis lazuli are all somewhat useful. Chen Lang stored these rewards in his backpack. Then, he opened the 4th and most significant chest. Chapter 45. The Fiery Sandstorm Crossbow. The Farmer. The dragon egg is about to hatch. Ding. 1 golden treasure chest, successfully opened. Obtained equipment. Sandstorm Crossbow X1. Equipment. Sandstorm Crossbow, grade. Tier 4, description, a soil attribute ranged weapon crafted primarily from molten crystal sand. Steeped in dragon's blood for 49 days. Wow, a golden legend. The treasure chest revealed a Tier 4 hand crossbow. Xinlang was overjoyed. The high-grade horned bow could now gracefully retire. He excitedly grasped the sandstorm crossbow, which boasted a rugged yet exquisite design, enveloped in a yellow-brown hue. Adorned with orange-red crystals at various points, emanating a fiery aura. He immediately activated its innate ability, Ding, confirming the consumption of one free opportunity to super-enhance the sandstorm crossbow. Yes, Xinlang nodded. The sandstorm crossbow was instantly enveloped in the brilliance of his talent. Ding. Enhancement successful. Sandstorm crossbow has been enhanced to Fiery Sandstorm Crossbow. Equipment. Fiery Sandstorm Crossbow, Grade. Tier 6, Description. The upgraded version of the Sandstorm Crossbow infused with a molten core. Possessing both fire and earth attributes, significantly amplifying its power, and endowed with various skills. Skills. Sandstorm Arrow Rain. One arrow splits into a torrential downpour of arrows, resembling a howling sandstorm, inflicting area damage. Skills. Magma Arrow. After drawing the bowstring to charge, it fires a molten arrow, guaranteeing critical damage and inflicting a lingering burn effect. The super-enhanced Fiery Sandstorm Crossbow transformed from a singular Earth attribute into a dual fire and Earth attribute weapon, gaining 2 new skills in the process. It was a splendid addition to the existing capabilities, with the Black-Scale Dragon armor providing defense and the Fiery Sandstorm Crossbow for range defense. The previously esteemed Tier 5 Silver Longsword had now fallen to the bottom rung of necessary upgrades. Observing the other survivors in the exchange channel, who rejoiced over acquiring a mere Tier 3 equipment, Xinlang chuckled and shook his head. Sometimes, rapid advancement can be a burden. Adjusting his mindset, he acknowledged that it was already the 6th day of the novice protection period. The impending maritime catastrophe loomed closer. Xinlang had many tasks to accomplish today. First, he visited the fields. He retrieved the 2nd-tier farmland obtained from the treasure chest and placed it adjacent to the first plot, effectively doubling the tillable area. Then, he began harvesting the mature crops from the first plot, resulting in a surplus of wood. Various oak logs, planks, and sticks piled up in heaps. The wood supply exceeded current demands, and further expansion was unnecessary, maintaining the current output sufficed. The remaining saplings were listed on the trading platform. At this stage, over half of the survivors were no longer in need of wood, leading to a decline in trade prices for timber at the market. Xinlang listed the oak saplings in exchange for lapis lazuli. Over 200 saplings yielded only 10 pieces of lapis lazuli. Better to have something than nothing at all. Maintaining an optimistic outlook, Xinlang opened a freshly picked coconut and drank heartily. Afterward, he began harvesting spirit rice. After several rounds of cultivation, Xinlang's spirit rice had grown significantly. Recently, he crafted a wooden barrel to draw water from the freshwater well, placed it over the campfire, and tossed a handful of spirit rice into the barrel to cook into porridge. He also grilled some fish caught in a net and the Tier 5 dragon meat acquired from the black-winged dragon. Oh, what a feast! The spirit rice and dragon meat were both substantial sources of nourishment, greatly benefiting the survivors over extended periods. After several meals, Xinlang's strength and endurance attributes had each increased slightly. His current attributes were as follows: Spirit, 45, Strength, 52, Speed, 45, Endurance, 52. Magic, 59. If he continued consuming such nourishing food, these 2 attributes would further grow, making him increasingly formidable. Returning to his tasks after chopping wood and harvesting rice, Xinlang also collected 3 types of rare herbs from the fields, which had flourished remarkably due to bone meal. After a night's growth, he harvested red flame flowers X3, dew fruit X4, and blue spirit grass fruit X2. He took one of each and replanted the remainder to continue their propagation and enhance production. Having completed his work in the fields, Xinlang then proceeded to the pasture. This pasture had initially been hastily constructed with blueprints to upgrade the island to Tier 2, with plans to capture some small animals from the island for domestication. However, amidst other pressing tasks, he had neglected this endeavor. Now was not too late to begin. During his recent patrols, Xinlang had noticed many chickens, pigs, and cows residing in the wooded area. Thus, he ventured into the woods, palms filled with spirit rice. The rice, rich in energy, held a powerful allure for wild animals, especially birds. Soon, 5 or 6 colorful wild chickens were drawn in by the spirit rice. Xinlang took a few steps, deliberately dropping some grains. The wild chickens, oblivious to his intentions, eagerly followed him, pecking at the rice. It was only when he closed the pasture gate with a clang that they realized they were trapped within the coop, surrounded by stone walls and covered by a net above, unable to escape. Cackling, Chun Lang crossed his arms, feeling triumphant. Ding! Successfully domesticated a type of animal. Achievement unlocked. Farmer I, experience points 10. With the first experience under his belt, Chun Lang repeated the method, successfully luring 3 pigs and 2 cows into the pasture. The once barren space was now bustling with life. After completing these tasks, he glanced at the sky and noted that it was nearly noon. By his calculations, the dragon egg on Island 9527 should soon be hatching. Without delay, he approached the main teleportation array, expending 10 first-tier energy crystals to activate the formation. With a whoosh, he was transported to Island 9527. Initially, a few wild beasts were roaming near the sub-teleportation array, but upon seeing Chun Lang, they scattered in fear. As a Tier 4 survivor who had defeated the previous lord, the black-winged dragon, the island's beasts naturally regarded him with trepidation. With a dismissive scoff, Chun Lang activated his full-power black-scale dragon armor, unfurling a magnificent pair of black dragon wings from his back. He soared effortlessly toward the mountain cave. Short-distance flight demanded considerable stamina, which would typically overwhelm an ordinary Tier 4 survivor. Yet Chun Lang ascended without the slightest strain, reaching the black-winged dragon's lair with ease. Deep within the dragon's lair, the dark and formidable black king dragon egg was indeed nearing the moment of hatching. Chapter 46. The young dragon recognizes its master. Dragon Rider. The bountiful multi-layered chain mine. The immense surface of the egg was now adorned with a myriad of cracks, trembling increasingly with vigor. At last, Chun Lang beheld the emergence of a dark, pitch-black dragonling, measuring nearly 3 meters in length with a wingspan approaching 5 meters. It burst forth from its shell, letting out a resounding roar that marked its arrival into this world. Roar. One could only marvel at the overwhelming power of this dragon race. Renowned for its world-destroying might, as even this newly hatched fledgling emitted a pressure far more daunting than the previous 5th-tier black-winged demon dragon. The ferocious beasts on Island 9527, having just been startled by Chun Lang, were caught off guard once more by the dragon's roar, trembling in fear as they retreated to their lairs. No longer daring to roam in search of food, the island's ferocious beasts collectively thought, today is a day to stay home, avoid going out. Within the cave on the cliff, the freshly hatched dark black king dragonling immediately caught sight of Chun Lang before it. High-level dragon beasts do not possess the instinct to recognize a parent at first glance and were about to instinctively launch an attack. Chun Lang snorted coldly. You wretched creature, do you not even recognize me? With a commanding shout, the young dark black king dragon's gaze suddenly cleared. It sensed a profound connection between itself and this human before it, one of subordinate and superior. This human was its master, having just emerged from its shell. The dark black king dragon readily accepted this designation. Its demeanor swiftly transformed from fierce and wary to obsequious and endearing as it trotted up to Chun Lang, nuzzling its head against him. Chun Lang, intrigued, looked down at the dragon's detailed panel. Beast, dark black king dragon, master recognized. Level, 1st tier, juvenile, growing. Attributes, spirit 20. Strength 33, speed 30, stamina 18, magic 40. Description, born of the world-destroying dragon clan from the abyss, even in its juvenile form, it possesses formidable extinction powers. And upon maturity, it wields terrifying destructive force. Skills, Great Extinction Dragon Breath, Black King Annihilation, Dark Absolute Claw, Dragon Pressure, Goodness, despite being merely 1st tier. Its attributes are astonishingly high. It seems that even an ordinary 4th tier survivor would struggle against you, truly a testament to the dragon race's superiority. Starting life from a position of advantage, Chun Lang marveled at the dragonling's remarkable attributes. Had it not been for his super enhancement doubling his own attributes, he feared he wouldn't stand a chance against this little creature. So impressive, from this day forth, I shall call you Little Black. Chun Lang, who was lacking in creativity for names, decided that once you grow stronger, you can choose a title for yourself, perhaps Black Dragon King or Tyrant Dragon God. For now, however, you shall be known as Little Black. Little Black, possessing remarkable intelligence, seemed to grasp Chun Lang's words almost immediately upon birth. Yet, it was apparent that the name did not particularly please it. Alas, as its master, Chun Lang had the final say, and Little Black could only acquiesce. Chun Lang, eager to embrace the role of a dragon rider, noted that although Little Black was still a fledgling, it was already substantial enough to carry a person. Thus, he placed the saddle he had previously unboxed while fishing onto Little Black's back and mounted it. With a firm command, he declared, "Take flight." Immediately, Little Black dug its claws into the ground, exerted its strength, and flapped its wings, soaring into the sky with Chun Lang aloft. Ding! Taming a dragon beast and riding it to fly has achieved the accomplishment. Dragon Rider, gaining 100 experience points. What exhilaration! Though Chun Lang had flown a bit on his own prior, the sensation of being carried by a dragon was an entirely different experience. He directed Little Black towards Island 2887. Little Black flew swiftly, and soon, their aerial journey caught the attention of numerous avian beasts. These creatures, known for diving into the sea to hunt small fish and shrimp, were equally unyielding towards any aerial intruders. Before long, Chen Lang observed several avian beasts, their intentions far from benign, approaching with flapping wings. They are walking into their own demise. Chen Lang was just about to unleash the dragon's might from the dragon ring when Little Black, eager to showcase its prowess before Chen Lang and driven by hunger, viewed the approaching birds not as adversaries, but as prey delivered to its doorstep. With a roar, the pressure of a dragon, as a superior being, surged forth. The advancing avian beasts, such as the black-feathered eagle, who had been menacing just moments before, were suddenly struck with fear, their vision darkening as they realized they had provoked an entity far beyond their reckoning. They hastily flapped their wings and scattered in retreat. Little Black let out a disdainful low growl, as if to say, "You think you can escape?" Too late. It then flapped its wings and gave chase, though still first tier. Little Black's speed was impressive, matching Chen Lang's own flight. To these avian beasts, it was a complete mismatch. In mere moments, it caught up, and with a swift motion of its claws, the sharp talons effortlessly tore apart the fleeing avian beasts, blood spilling across the skies. Ding! Congratulations! Your battle pet Little Black has slain 3 first-tier black-feathered eagles, earning 33 feather flakes, 15 poultry meat, and 12 bones. As Chen Lang's pet, the spoils from the defeated monsters would automatically be credited to his inventory. Here, this is your bounty. Feast upon it. Chen Lang tossed the poultry meat to Little Black, which devoured it voraciously. With the black-feathered eagle serving as a warning, and with Little Black continuously emanating its dragon pressure, the remainder of their journey was undisturbed. No avian beast dared to approach the pair. Thus, Chen Lang rode Little Black and descended upon the port of Island 2887. After dismounting, Little Black shrank in size, transforming from a nearly 3-meter-long, 5-meter wingspan creature into a diminutive form that could comfortably perch on Chen Lang's shoulder. You can change size? How convenient. It will be easier for you to accompany me. Chen Lang smiled, tearing off another piece of poultry meat to feed to Little Black before heading towards the natural mine. With a flick of his hand, the iron mother crystal he had obtained after slaying the iron-eating ants in the underground caverns of Island 9527 appeared in his palm. Although the artificial mine on Island 9527 was of a higher level, its mineral resources had been nearly depleted by the iron-eating ants, rendering it of little value. In contrast, the natural mine on Island 2887 still held a wealth of mineral resources. Let us use this iron mother crystal here, he murmured to himself. Chen Lang tossed the iron mother crystal into the mine. Upon contact with the ground, the crystal integrated into the earth like a ginseng fruit, continuously releasing mineral essence that expanded the natural mine and elevated the quality of its mineral deposits. After a considerable time, the nutrients from the iron mother crystal were entirely absorbed by the natural mine, resulting in a significant expansion of its scale, rendering it even more profound and enigmatic. Resource: abundant multi-layered chain mine. Grade: 6. Description: a mine rich in diverse resources, capable of yielding coal, crude iron, crude copper, crude gold, lapis lazuli, emeralds, diamonds, dark iron, mithril, and special crystalline ores. However, this cavern also spawns various monsters, presenting both danger and opportunity. Types of minerals and their proportions: coal 20, iron or 10, copper or 5, lapis lazuli or 10, emerald or 5, gold or 5, diamond 5, dark iron 10, mithril 10, special crystalline 20. Supplement: monster levels have escalated to tier 6. Each layer of the mine harbors a boss-level overseer. As the ore veins rise in rank, so too do the mineral resources and the monsters dwelling within the cavern. Boom, boom, boom. Several monsters meandered to the mouth of the cave. The once sturdy wooden barricade that could contain them has now become utterly feeble. In mere moments, it was shattered. A horde of zombies surged forth from the depths of the mine, ravenously lunging towards Chen Lang, who stood at the entrance. Have the zombies at the cave's mouth reached tier 2? An idea sparkled in Chen Lang's mind. While tier 1 monsters yielded no experience upon defeat, tier 2 monsters piqued his interest. He swiftly drew the Crimson Sandstorm crossbow, a newly acquired ranged weapon, eager to showcase its prowess. Loading the bolts, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh. The power of the tier 6 crossbow far surpassed that of the tier 2 horned bow, the two weapons belonging to entirely different realms. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a tier 2 monster. Cave Zombie 1. Awarded tier 2 Energy Crystal 1. Rotten Flesh 4. Bones 8. Experience points 20. Just as Chen Lang fired the crossbow and felled the first zombie, a small figure leaped from his shoulder. Little Black transformed from its diminutive form back into its true self, a black dragon, charging into the mine, actively clearing a path for Qinlang. Chapter 47. Can mining encounter hidden monsters? Ding. Your battle pet, Little Black, has slain 3 second-tier monsters, cave zombies, and has obtained 3 second-tier energy crystals, 12 pieces of rotten meat, 15 bones, and 60 experience points. The notifications echoed in succession. With Little Black by his side, Qinlang found that he need not lift a finger. The monsters blocking his path were swiftly eradicated, allowing him to stride confidently into the depths of the mine. Indeed, the environment within the cavern had transformed. The markings he had previously left behind to avoid losing his way had vanished, covered and refreshed with the mine's upgrade. He raised a torch and noted that all the signs he had once made were now gone, necessitating a new round of markings. With a resounding roar, Little Black, following closely behind Qinlang, exhaled a plume of deep crimson flame that floated around him, providing illumination in place of the torch. This flame also emanated the imposing pressure of a dragon, instilling fear in even the higher-tier monsters, preventing them from approaching recklessly. Qinlang, armed with a luck-enhanced stone pickaxe, could focus solely on the task of mining. He was doing splendidly. Rewards awaited him after a short while. He affectionately patted Little Black's dragon head, turned, and began to swing his third-tier luck-enhanced pickaxe. The crisp sounds of mining resonated through the cavern. As the mine upgraded, the quality of the mineral resources improved correspondingly. Initially, this natural mine yielded only inferior iron ore with a high impurity content. A piece of rough iron, no larger than a palm, could produce only a few iron grains, making the forging of an iron ingot quite challenging. However, with successive upgrades, especially after this latest leap to a 6th-tier vein, the quality of the minerals surged. The density and yield of the resources saw significant enhancement. Ding. Congratulations. You have mined high-quality iron ore, obtaining 3 pieces of rough iron. Ding. Congratulations. You have mined standard iron ore, obtaining 2 pieces of rough iron. Ding. Congratulations. You have mined premium iron ore, obtaining 12 pieces of rough iron. Not only iron was abundant, coal, a vital fuel source, was also plentiful. Ding. Congratulations. You have mined standard coal ore, obtaining 2 pieces of coal. Ding. Congratulations. You have mined excellent coal ore, obtaining 8 pieces of coal. Ding. Congratulations. You have mined high-quality iron ore, obtaining 5 pieces of coal. Thus, Qinlang, accompanied by Little Black, continued to delve deeper into the now intricate mine, unearthing resources. In no time, he had collected over 100 pieces of rough iron, 200 pieces of coal, and more than 40 pieces of rough copper. He had reached the end of a particular tunnel, only to find that it seemed devoid of minerals. Or was there something ahead? Activating his black-scale dragon armor, Qinlang observed a faint glow emanating from the tunnel's end, evoking a sense of deja vu. Could there be a colony of iron-eating ants residing here? He and Little Black, each taking care to tread lightly, approached the mysterious presence at the tunnel's conclusion. To their relief, it was not a colony of iron-eating ants. However, the bad news was that it was an unfamiliar monster, a green, putrid zombie. The stench was overwhelming, far worse than the unwashed socks of his neighbor's uncle, who hadn't he bathed in over 30 days. A foul odor assaulted Qinlang's senses, causing his features to scrunch up in disgust. The more sensitive sniffer of Little Black couldn't hold back and retched on the spot, suppressing his nausea. Qinlang focused on the source of the repugnant smell, a grotesque zombie, glowing with a sickly green hue, its body covered in green fur and festering sores. Monster, corrupted phantom, level, 4th tier. Description, an evolved form of the cave zombie, thoroughly eroded by strange energies, its body grotesquely covered in ominous green fur and festering sores. It remains still until disturbed, at which point it reveals its formidable aggression. Skill, decaying toxic gas exhales a cloud of dark green toxic mist. Skill, pus bombardment, shoots out blobs of pus from its numerous sores. Skill, corrupted self-detonation, will explode upon reaching a critical health threshold. Additional info. This entity is a subordinate of the first layer boss. Slaying it will yield extra rewards. Ah, so mining can unearth hidden monsters as well? Qinlang scoffed softly. He had never held any fondness for such repulsive creatures, and the prospect of additional rewards for slaying it only served to bolster his resolve. Little Black, you go first, Qinlang commanded. Sharing his disdain for the 4th-tier corrupted phantom, Little Black charged forward, releasing the skill dragon's pressure. The formidable aura of a superior being enveloped the subterranean space at the end of the cave. All enemies with bloodline levels lower than Little Black were subdued. The 4th-tier corrupted phantom felt the pressure. Though being a monster, it was not as severely affected and interpreted the pressure as a provocation. It opened its mouth and exhaled a swirling cloud of dark green toxic mist. Skill, decaying toxic gas. Even the slightest inhalation of this noxious gas would cause the respiratory system and other internal organs to rot painfully. Fortunately, Little Black was already prepared and immediately unleashed its own skill. Great Annihilation Dragon Breath. A deep crimson flame surged forth from Little Black's maw. In the presence of this flame, imbued with the power of annihilation, the toxic mist expelled by the corrupted phantom was incinerated at a visible rate. However, the corrupted phantom produced an even greater volume of toxic gas, resulting in a standoff between the two, with a first-tier level being able to contend with a fourth-tier monster. Little Black's strength was indeed formidable. Chen Lang, observing Little Black's display of prowess, nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the sixth-tier ranged weapon, the Crimson Flame Sandstorm crossbow, materialized in his hand. The crossbow had already been preloaded with a set of arrows, allowing Chun Lang to raise it without needing to reload. He aimed it at the corrupted phantom, which was now enveloped in toxic gas, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth, piercing the head of the corrupted phantom. The formidable power of the sixth-tier ranged weapon dealt a devastating blow, causing the monster to retaliate in fury. It unleashed the skill pus bombardment, shooting out numerous blobs of putrid, toxic pus from its many sores, densely aimed at Chen Lang and Little Black. Little Black prepared to unleash its ultimate skill, Black King's Extinction, but Chen Lang waved his hand, initiating one of the crossbow's inherent skills, Sandstorm Arrow Rain. Chapter 48. Triple Kill. Unveiling the hidden treasure chest. In an instant, a single arrow split into dozens, perhaps hundreds, resembling a torrential downpour of arrows, far exceeding the scale of the vile liquid ejected by the putrid zombies. Not only did this barrage neutralize the assault, but a considerable number of the dispersed energy arrows struck the corrupted specter. Although area attack skills typically inflict lower damage on individual targets, the sixth-tier crossbow bolts, even diminished in potency, were far beyond the threshold of a severely weakened fourth-tier putrid specter. The specter's health bar dwindled to the final thread. The passive skill of self-detonation triggered, as it let out a garbled, menacing roar akin to a certain double agent known as Armadillo, bellowing at Chun Lang and Little Black. I am certain to perish, but do not think you shall emerge unscathed. But self-destruction? Not on our watch. Chen Lang and Little Black shared a silent understanding. As soon as Chen Lang's words faded, Little Black acted decisively, unleashing another breath of annihilation, forcibly interrupting the self-detonation and thereby terminating the putrid specter for good. Ding. Your battle companion Little Black has slain a fourth-tier monster, Putrid Spectre 1, earning a fourth-tier Energy Crystal 1, fourth-tier Rotten Flesh 10, fourth-tier Bones 8, Venom Sac 1, and 40 experience points. Ding. You have slain one of the hidden monsters on the first level of the mine, 1-3. By defeating all hidden monsters on this level, you will receive an additional reward, Basic Treasure Chest 1. Slaying 3 hidden monsters on the first level grants a treasure chest. Does this mean I've received a hidden quest? Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. Regardless, I must cleanse all the creatures in this mine sooner or later. Now, with the chance of additional rewards, it would be foolish not to seize this opportunity. Let us go, Little Black. Today we shall mine no further. Instead, let us seek out the hidden monsters. I am determined to claim that basic treasure chest. Stowing away the Crimson Flame Sandstorm crossbow, Chen Lang patted Little Black, who immediately fell into step beside him. The newly upgraded mine had become significantly more intricate, now divided into numerous upper and lower levels, with a labyrinthine network of branching tunnels. Finding the remaining 2 hidden monsters in such a convoluted environment, akin to a spider's web, was no simple task. Fortunately, Little Black was there to assist. As a fierce beast of the dragon lineage, Little Black possessed keen senses. At this moment, it continuously nodded up and down, using its nose to sniff the air. The higher the level of a beast or monster, the more pronounced its residual scent, lingering for a longer duration. After wandering for a while, Little Black suddenly detected something, dashing toward a branching tunnel with urgency. Found it? Chen Lang realized that Little Black had traced the scent of a high-tier monster and hastened to follow. However, upon arrival, the outcome was somewhat unexpected. Indeed, it was a monster of a higher tier, reaching the 3rd tier, a skeletal swordsman wielding an iron sword. Yet, upon checking the system description, it was not one of the 3 hidden monsters on the first level. What a disappointment. Chen Lang, feeling somewhat disheartened, redirected his frustration toward the skeletal swordsman. With the flowing silver longsword in hand, a surge of white energy slashed through, reducing the skeletal swordsman to a pile of shattered bones. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a 3rd-tier monster, Skeletal Swordsman 1. The system's kill notification echoed, and without a backward glance, Chen Lang instructed Little Black to continue searching for the next potential target. Little Black complied without delay. After another stretch of time, under Little Black's guidance, Chen Lang arrived at the end of another branching tunnel. This time, surely, it could not be mistaken, could it? peering into the dim underground space. A smile crept across his lips. Found it. In the murky depths, a massive centipede, measuring 6 or 7 meters and indeterminate in the number of legs, with glowing red eyes, was entwining a second-tier cave zombie, injecting venom into its body. In the blink of an eye, the zombie's flesh and blood began to dissolve, as the giant centipede began to feast upon its essence with great delight. Fierce beast, giant centipede, level, 4th tier, description, a ferocious centipede-like beast with a strong desire to attack, dwelling in subterranean and dark places. Skill, centipede constriction, uses its long, thick body to ensnare and immobilize prey. Skill, venomous bite, stabs prey with a pair of front legs resembling venomous fangs. Injecting venom. Skill, centipede resilience, when critically injured, it will choose to sever its tail to survive. Note, this individual is a subordinate of the first level's boss. Slaying it grants additional rewards. The giant centipede appeared to possess strength comparable to the previous putrid specter. Chen Lang, feeling no inclination to test its mettle, opted to strike directly from a distance. The Crimson Flame Sandstorm crossbow was once more in his grasp, this time unleashing the second skill, Lava Arrow. The energy of fire and earth in the mine began to merge gradually into the crossbow, and as the charge reached its peak, Chen Lang pulled the trigger. A molten arrow, seemingly forged from hard rock and ignited by fierce flames, shot forth. The molten arrow traced a fleeting red line through the dim tunnel, striking the giant centipede precisely in the head. Boom. The arrow exploded on impact, with the critical damage from the 6th-tier crossbow proving utterly devastating. One moment the centipede was indulging in its zombie feast, and the next, it was felt by Chen Lang's arrow, the accompanying burning effect continuing to ravage its remains. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a 4th-tier fierce beast, giant centipede 1, earning a 4th-tier energy crystal 1. 40 experience points. Ding. You have slain another hidden monster on the first level of the mine 2-3. By defeating all hidden monsters on this level, you will receive an additional reward, basic treasure chest 1. The system notifications rang out in succession. The progress of the hidden quest was now over halfway complete. Only one more hidden monster remained to be slain to secure the hidden rewards. Let us go, let us move quickly, Chen Lang urged Little Black, simultaneously adhering to the principle of rewarding effort. He produced a large chunk of beast meat from his backpack and tossed it to Little Black, encouraging it to perform well. Awoo. Little Black joyfully barked, swiftly devouring the meat. Indeed, it began to sniff and search even more diligently. Additionally, due to their previous exploration, most of the remaining monsters of level 3 and above on the first level had been cleared out, with many distractions eliminated. The difficulty of locating the true target was significantly reduced. Before long, with Little Black's assistance, Chen Lang discovered the final hidden monster. This creature too met the same fate as the previous two. With a swift thrust of his sword, the flowing silver longsword unleashed its energy. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a 4th-tier monster. Ding. You have slain all hidden monsters on the first level of the mine, 3-3. Congratulations on receiving an additional reward, basic treasure chest 1. With the system notification echoing, a basic treasure chest, identical to those discovered previously, appeared in Chen Lang's backpack. Chapter 49, Intermediate Treasure Chest. The island ascends to Tier 3. Additional update, item, Intermediate Treasure Chest, grade, Tier 6, description, an upgraded version of the treasure chest obtained upon completing a hidden quest, which, when opened, yields 1 or more random rewards. The fishing treasure chest can only yield a single reward. Hence it is prudent to open the chest first and evaluate the reward's quality before deciding whether to proceed with a super enhancement. However, treasure chests typically offer multiple rewards. Thus, if one opens the chest before enhancing, it may be more beneficial to enhance first and then open the chest. Consequently, Chen Lang activated his innate ability. Ding. Confirm consumption of 1-tier energy crystal 100, super enhance the primary treasure chest 1? Yes. Chen Lang nodded. Thus, amidst the astonished gaze of Xiaohei, the treasure chest was enveloped in a radiant glow. As the light dissipated, the treasure chest transformed into an even more luxurious and noble version. Item, Intermediate Treasure Chest, grade, Tier 6, description, an upgraded version of the treasure chest obtained upon completing a hidden quest, which, when opened, yields 1 or more random rewards. Would you like to open it? Open. Chen Lang replied without hesitation. In the next moment, the lid of the intermediate treasure chest slowly creaked open. Numerous luminous orbs emerged from within, each presenting itself before Chen Lang, and none were ordinary. The expenditure of those 100 energy crystals was undeniably worthwhile. Chen Lang was brimming with excitement, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. He immediately began to examine the rewards within the orbs. The first orb typically contained basic resource rewards. And indeed it did. Acquired resources, 1 tier fire attribute energy crystal 1, 1 tier energy crystal 1000, primary lapis lazuli 300. The second orb revealed. Acquired building, fertile farmland 1. With this second tier farmland, possessing 3 such plots would allow for the synthesis of a third tier farmland. Chunlang continued to open the orbs. Acquired item, crucible blueprint 1. Type, one-time blueprint. Grade, tier 1. Description, gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the final product. Required materials, iron block 1. Iron ingot 4, clay 1. Acquired item, watchtower blueprint 1. Type, production blueprint, reusable. Grade, tier 3. Description, gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the final product. Required materials, tier 3 energy crystal 1, stone block 9, iron block 3, iron ingot 8, logs 10, planks 9, ladders 7, fences 8. Acquired resource, essence fruit tree 1. Grade, tier 5, growth potential. Description, a rather rare treasure of heaven and earth. The fruit produced has the effect of cleansing one's marrow. Long-term consumption enhances physical constitution and potential. Acquired equipment, Demon Slayer Blade 1. Grade, tier 6. Description, a massive blade that once slain countless demons in ancient times. Its edge is sharp, the body broad, and adorned with the image of a black dragon's head, exuding a fearsome aura. Skill, Demon Slash, consumes personal stamina to unleash a powerful blade aura, dealing additional damage to undead and other demonic beings. A bountiful harvest. Undoubtedly, this was the most rewarding chest-opening experience Chunlang had ever encountered. Haha. What a windfall, Chunlang exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. He hastily gathered his spoils and exited the mine, returning to the surface. Previously, he had fretted over how to acquire so many buildings, but it seemed that opening a single treasure chest had resolved his dilemma. With this, he could elevate the island to tier 3 today. Without a moment's delay, Chunlang first fulfilled the promise he had made to Xiaohei in the mine. Unloading a substantial quantity of meat from his backpack, he instructed, "Stay right here. I shall elevate the island's tier." Chunlang proceeded to the farmland. Previously, he had opened 2 plots of second-tier farmland, and with this latest acquisition, he now possessed 3. With 3 plots of farmland, he could contemplate fusion, as 3 second-tier farmlands could combine into 1 third-tier plot, albeit with a reduced area of 10 meters by 10 meters. After a moment's reflection, Chunlang shook his head. No need. Farmland can also be upgraded by enhancing its fertility. The initial second-tier farmland he obtained had been enriched over time with bone meal and buried rotten meat, significantly increasing its fertility. Saying this, Chunlang buried the rotten meat he had collected from slaying zombies into the soil. A qualitative change from quantitative accumulation ensued. Ding! Fertility has reached the tier 3 standard. Fertile farmland, tier 2, has been upgraded to fertile farmland, tier 3. Building, fertile farmland. Grade, tier 3. Description, a meticulously cultivated farmland with abundant fertility, capable of promoting the rapid growth of crops at tier 3 and below. Note, continuous planting requires replenishment of fertility and water. Otherwise, the farmland may become barren due to excessive fertility consumption, dropping from tier 2 to a lower grade. Current fertility, 100. Current water source, 80. Crops planted, spirit rice, oak trees, coconut trees, red flame flowers, dew fruits, and blue spirit grass fruits. Growth rate, ordinary crops 3 times, tier 1 crops 3 times, tier 2 crops 2 times, tier 3 crops 1 time, tier 4 crops 5 times, tier 5 and above cannot be planted. With the first plot of farmland ascending to tier 3, alongside the tier 4 energy crystal defense tower and the teleportation array connecting to island 9527. One of the requirements for the island's ascension to tier 3, possessing more than 3 tier 3 buildings, was successfully met. Furthermore, with the completion of the third plot of farmland, the island now boasted 3 farmlands, 1 freshwater well, 1 energy crystal defense tower, 1 pasture, 1 cottage, 1 port, as well as the main array of the Mother-Son teleportation array, totaling 9 buildings. Chunlang's survivor level also surpassed tier 3, achieving tier 4. All conditions for ascension were fulfilled. The long-awaited notification of the island's upgrade finally echoed in Chunlang's ears. Ding! Detected that island 2887 has met all upgrade conditions. Would you like to ascend? Ascend. I wish to elevate the island now. Chunlang could scarcely contain his anticipation. As soon as he uttered these words, the familiar sequence of events began anew. First, the island's area expanded once more, this time more significantly than in previous expansions. The east-west and north-south diameters of island 2887 reached 1,000 meters, quadrupling its area compared to the previous tier 2. The forests on the island grew even more lush. The rocky peaks soared higher, and the mining area underwent an upgrade from Tier 6 to Tier 7. Accompanying the island's ascension were the small cottage and fishing rod, the initial two pieces of beginner gear. After the prior two upgrades, the cottage had become considerably more spacious and sturdy. And this time it was divided into a living room, a bedroom, and a kitchen, no longer just bare walls. The fishing rod, having been super enhanced by Chun Lang at the outset, was now permanently a tier above the island, upgraded to Tier 4. The yield from fishing significantly increased as well. The details of the panel are as follows. Chapter 50, Tier 4 Farmland. Spirit Water Fountain. Cultivating the cleansing fruit tree. The probability of obtaining rewards has slightly increased, particularly due to the refreshing of the prize pool, which now allows even Tier 5 and Tier 6 treasure chests to be fished up. Unfortunately, I have exhausted all my fishing opportunities for the day. As soon as the clock strikes midnight tomorrow, I shall head to the seaside for fishing. Chun Lang stored away his fishing rod, now more resilient and significantly improved in quality. At that moment, the system's regional announcement appeared as customary. Ding. Promotion successful. Island number 2887 has been upgraded to Tier 3. Regional announcement forthcoming. The familiar vibrations flooded the screen, and the system announcement, repeated thrice, forced the attention of the many survivors before it. Ding. Chun Lang has upgraded island number 2887 to Tier 3, achieving the accomplishment. Always striving, gaining 50 experience points. Chun Lang was indifferent to the chatter in the chat interface, where others expressed their envy or sought assistance. With only one day left to develop, despite his current strength and the Tier 3 island, weathering the maritime disaster should pose little challenge. However, celebrating prematurely carried too much risk. Prudence was essential. Chun Lang remained grounded, diligently managing the routine tasks following the island's upgrade. Each time an island advanced, the expansion of forests and other landscapes would lead to the spawning of many ferocious beasts. Although these creatures no longer posed a significant threat, allowing any potential danger to linger was unacceptable. It must be eradicated. In previous instances, Chun Lang had personally dealt with this task, but today he entrusted it to his battle pet, the dark absolute black dragon, Little Black. Little Black. Eliminate all ferocious beasts and monsters on the island that are at least Tier 1. Only leave behind pigs, cows, chickens, and sheep. Use your dragon's might to drive them to the pasture over there. Not if you understand. Little Black nodded vigorously. Good, go ahead. Chun Lang patted Little Black on the head, signaling him to commence his work. Like an arrow released from a bow, Little Black dashed away. And soon Chun Lang heard the system's kill notifications echo in his mind. Ding. Your battle pet Little Black has slain a Tier 1 ferocious beast, Black Feather Eagle 1. Gaining 11 flying feathers, 5 poultry meat, and 4 bones. Ding. Your battle pet Little Black has slain a Tier 3 monster, Skeleton Soldier 1. Gaining 1 Tier 3 energy crystal, 1 damaged chainmail, 12 bones, and 30 experience. Ding. Your battle pet Little Black has slain. While Little Black undertook the task of monster eradication, Chun Lang did not remain idle. He strolled over to the 3 farmland plots. One of the plots had already advanced to Tier 3, increasing both yield and planting capacity. If the remaining 2 plots maintained this momentum by continuously adding rotten meat to enrich the soil, it wouldn't be long before they too reached Tier 3. The crops planted that morning were thriving splendidly. Observing the flourishing red flame flowers and spirit rice, Chun Lang nodded, clearly pleased with his efforts. Then, he retrieved a new type of crop from his backpack, a cleansing fruit tree, one of the rewards he had obtained from a Tier 6 intermediate treasure chest. This cleansing fruit tree was still a sapling, yet it had already achieved a Tier 5 status, with potential for further growth. Crucially, the cleansing fruit it bore possessed the unique ability to enhance one's attributes with prolonged use. However, a slight issue arose. The planting capacity of the Tier 3 farmland was capped at Tier 4, preventing the cultivation of crops of Tier 5 and above. Thus, I must elevate this Tier 3 farmland to Tier 4 or higher. This was not an insurmountable challenge. I could simply enrich the soil and water it extensively. Using the workbench, Chun Lang crafted all the bones collected from various ferocious beasts and monsters into bone meal. Without hesitation, he scattered the bone meal generously across the Tier 3 farmland. The crops thrived remarkably under the nourishment of the bone meal, rapidly maturing. At this point, the water supply was somewhat lacking. Chun Lang proceeded to the freshwater well. Since constructing the freshwater well using blueprints, he had achieved a state of freshwater abundance, occasionally indulging in the luxury of a hot bath. However, it was evident that the freshwater well's output and quality were beginning to lag behind the island's development. This was to be expected. After all, while the island had reached Tier 3, the freshwater well remained merely a Tier 1 structure. It was time to enhance it significantly. Chun Lang activated his innate ability, Since he had already used his 3 free attempts for the day, he opted to consume energy crystals. Upgrading the structure would require a minimum of 100 Tier 1 energy crystals, with the possibility of enhancing up to Tier 3 items. To upgrade to Tier 4, the requirement would escalate to either 1,000 Tier 1 energy crystals or 1 Tier 4 energy crystal. In the initial days, it was a struggle to gather even 10 energy crystals, necessitating the waiting for the next day once the free attempts were exhausted. However, as Qinlang's strength increased and his efficiency in defeating monsters improved, he amassed a growing stockpile of energy crystals. Even when the free attempts were depleted, he could still utilize energy crystals to purchase upgrade attempts. Ding. Confirm consumption of 100 energy crystals to super enhance Tier 1 building. Freshwater well 1? Yes, enhance it for me. Qinlang nodded. The next moment, his ability activated. Ding. Super enhancement successful. Tier 1 building freshwater well has been upgraded to Tier 3 building. Spirit water fountain 1. Building, Spirit water fountain grade, Tier 3 description, a larger scale water well that can produce 100 units of freshwater daily. Energy crystals can be infused to create spirit water, yielding up to 10 units of spirit water daily. Qinlang immediately infused 10 Tier 1 energy crystals, and a steady stream of water gushed forth from the well, filling the wooden barrel he had placed. He carried the barrel and irrigated the Tier 3 farmland. After applying 9 units of spirit water, the farmland finally met the dual conditions of nutrient enrichment and water supply for upgrading. The Tier 3 farmland was now ready to ascend to Tier 4. Chapter 51. Little Black's Ascension to the Second Tier. The terrifying racial advantages of the Dragon Clan. Beep. Fertility has reached the 4th tier standard. And the fertile farmland, 3rd tier, has been upgraded to fertile farmland, 4th tier. Building, fertile farmland, grade, 4th tier, description, meticulously cultivated farmland with rich soil fertility, allowing crops of 4th tier and below to grow rapidly. Note, continuous planting requires replenishing fertility in water, otherwise, overexhaustion will lead to infertility. Dropping from the 2nd tier to a lower level. Current fertility, 100, current water source, 100, crops planted, spirit rice, oak trees, coconut trees, crimson flame flowers, dew fruits, blue spirit grass fruits, growth rate, normal crops 5x, 1st tier crops 4x, 2nd tier crops 3x, 3rd tier 2x, 4th tier 1x, 5th tier 0, 5x, and 6th tier and above cannot be planted. Although the growth rate would be halved, it was finally possible to plant 5th tier crops. After a flurry of activity, Qinlang was eager to proceed. He promptly planted the essence cleansing fruit tree into the 4th tier farmland. Crops, essence cleansing fruit tree, grade, 5th tier, status, firmly rooted and growing, estimated maturation time, 2 days, under 0, 5x acceleration, originally taking 2 days to mature. The growth time had now extended to at least 4 days before the first batch of essence cleansing fruits could be harvested. It seemed he would not be able to taste the fruits before the novice protection period ended. Patience was required. Good things come to those who wait. Having managed the farmland, he turned his attention to Little Black as progress, discovering that Little Black had performed admirably. Following Qinlang's instructions, he had successfully eliminated all the monsters and ferocious beasts that had appeared on the island, accumulating a considerable amount of useful and useless loot in his backpack. The wild boars, wild bulls, wild chickens, and wild sheep dwelling in the forests and wastelands trembled under the pressure of Little Black's dragon lineage, completely obedient to his commands. Under Little Black's guidance, they willingly entered the pasture Qinlang had constructed. Good job. Let us go eat. After a busy morning, Qinlang's stomach began to growl. With each elevation in survivor level, his attributes had grown stronger, and he found his energy requirements increasing significantly. 3 meals a day had become essential, and the portions could not be small. For instance, today he had consumed a wooden tub of spirit rice, 5 grilled fish, and 3 large pieces of grilled dragon meat. Both the spirit rice and dragon meat were exceptionally nourishing. After this feast, he noticed a qualitative change. His mental and endurance attributes each increased by 1 point. His current 5-dimensional attributes were as follows: mental 46, strength 52, speed 45, endurance 53, magic 59. Due to his large size, Little Black could not fit inside the house. So he sat at the door, eagerly devouring the grilled beast meat Qinlang tossed his way. Remarkably, despite being a 1st-tier creature, Little Black, as a dragon, had an extraordinary appetite, consuming more than Qinlang himself. After these meals, most of the beast and poultry meat had been devoured by Little Black. Yet he still seemed unsatisfied. Qinlang chuckled playfully. You really can eat. From now on, I'll only provide half of your meals. You'll have to forage for the rest. Roar Little Black let out a soft whimper, showing no signs of embarrassment, but rather a sense of pride. As if to say, I can eat, and I'm proud of it. In the next moment, the dragon's aura surged, and he ascended from the first tier to the second tier. The details of his panel changed accordingly. Beast, dark absolute black king dragon, bound. Level, second tier, juvenile. Growing. Attributes, mental 30, strength 43, speed 40, endurance 38, magic 60, description, born from the abyss of destruction. The world-ending dragon species possesses formidable obliteration power even in its juvenile form, achieving terrifying strength upon maturity. Skills, Great Obliteration Dragon Breath, Black King Annihilation, Dark Absolute Claw. Dark Energy Dragon Armor, Dragon Clan Pressure, in addition to acquiring a defensive skill, Dark Energy Dragon Armor. Little Black's 5-dimensional attributes had increased by over 10 points each compared to his first-tier state. The racial advantages were vividly showcased at this moment, even as a mere second tier. His attributes left many second and third-tier survivors envious, while fourth and fifth-tier survivors could only sigh in admiration. It was evident how high Little Black's potential for growth would be as a dark absolute Black King Dragon. Having eaten his fill, Qinlang stood up. Although night had fallen, he had no intention of sleeping just yet. There were still tasks to attend to. First on his list was the matter of alchemy. The blueprint for the brewing station, obtained from a treasure chest during his previous island adventure, had remained untouched for a couple of days, nearly forgotten. Tonight, he would finally craft it. Without further ado, he proceeded. Item, brewing station blueprint. Type, production blueprint, reusable, grade, first tier, description. Gather the necessary materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the final product. Required materials, first tier energy crystals 3, stone blocks 3, cauldrons 4, campfire 1, fire attribute energy, crystal 1. Qinlang had most of the materials on hand. He had also kept an eye on cauldrons in the trading square. After checking the post, he found the seller still active with the items available. He promptly purchased a cauldron for 10 energy crystals. The price was steep, indicating the seller's keen awareness of the demand among resource-rich survivors. For such individuals, basic materials like food, stone blocks, and even crude iron and copper had become less significant. Consequently, energy crystals, being versatile and relatively easy to obtain, gradually evolved into the recognized hard currency of trade, becoming the main medium of exchange at the trading square. Regardless, with the cauldron secured, Qinlang had gathered all the materials needed to create the brewing station. He placed them on the blueprint. Beep. Production successful. Item acquired. Brewing Station 1. A flash of light revealed an apparatus reminiscent of a chemistry lab filled with various glass tubes, akin to the magical cauldron seen in fantastical works. Materializing before Qinlang's eyes. Item, primary brewing station, grade, third tier, description, an essential tool for alchemists. Allowing various raw materials to be placed in the slots of the brewing station, which, after specific procedures, can produce magical potions with various effects. Note, the maximum brewing potion level is capped at third tier. A primary brewing station? The grade seemed a bit low as his strength increased. Qinlang's standards had risen accordingly. His room was now filled with intermediate enchanting tables, medium-sized storage chests, and intermediate forging tables. The primary brewing station seemed rather out of place alongside these tools. Thus, he decisively activated his innate ability once more. Chapter 52. Healing Potion. Expansion. Bloodletting. Additional update. Beep. Do you wish to consume 100 energy crystals to super enhance the first tier item, Basic Brewing Table 1? Qinlang nodded. The brewing table was enveloped in radiant light. Beep. Super enhancement successful. Item, Intermediate Brewing Table, grade, tier 5. Description, an indispensable tool for alchemists. By placing various raw materials into the respective slots of the brewing table and following specific procedures, one can concoct various magical potions with differing effects. Note, the maximum level for brewing magical potions is tier 5. With one enhancement, the table ascended 2 tiers, from tier 3 to tier 5, transforming from basic to intermediate. Indeed, this brewing table will suffice for my needs for a while, since the furnace has been removed. A vacancy between the workstation and the enchantment table has been conveniently filled by the intermediate brewing table. With the brewing table ready, I can now commence my alchemical endeavors. With one arm crossed over my chest and the other supporting my chin, Qinlang murmured to himself. He then casually rifled through his belongings, retrieving the healing potion recipe parchment that had come along with the brewing table blueprint from the box. Item, Healing Potion Recipe Parchment. Type, one-time blueprint, can be reused once entered into the brewing table. Grade, determined by raw materials and brewing conditions. Description, contains detailed instructions for creating healing potions. Once the recipe and brewing table are gathered, one can brew the healing potion. Required materials, energy crystals 10, dew fruit 1, blue spirit grass fruit 2, red flame flower 1. Although it is a one-time blueprint, once entered into the brewing table, it can be reused. Chunlang already possessed an abundance of the required materials, enough to fill a warehouse. He promptly placed 10 first-tier energy crystals, 1 dew fruit, 2 blue spirit grass fruits, and 1 red flame flower into the respective slots of the brewing table. The energy crystals transformed into pure energy, while the dew fruit, blue spirit grass fruits, and red flame flower gradually melted into potion liquid. Gurgle, gurgle. After a period of waiting, a puff of pink smoke ascended. Beep. Alchemy successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a first-tier potion, Basic Healing Potion 1. Item, Basic Healing Potion. Grade, Tier 1. Description, a potion brewed from various rare materials that, when consumed, temporarily invigorates vitality and accelerates wound healing. Note, effective on non-undead beings from Tier 1 to Tier 10, with diminishing effects at higher levels. Let me sample its flavor. Although I am uninjured, curiosity drove Chunlang to take a sip of the freshly concocted basic healing potion, contained within a glass vial. The pink liquid surprisingly tasted of strawberries, sweet and delightful. Upon swallowing, a warm sensation enveloped his stomach. Indeed, he felt a surge of healing power coursing through him. For a first-tier survivor suffering from severe injuries, even if they faced a grievous wound, as long as it wasn't a severed limb, consuming this potion could restore them significantly, if not entirely. For me, a 4th-tier survivor, it could also heal minor external wounds or light internal injuries. The efficacy of potions not only relates to the level of the brewing table, but also to the quality of the raw materials involved. Achieving such results on my first attempt at alchemy has left Chunlang thoroughly pleased. Beat. First time using the brewing table to concoct a potion. Achievement unlocked. I am not a medicine god. Experience 10. Beat. First time consuming a magical potion. Achievement unlocked. Potion jar. Experience 10. Achieving 2 accomplishments in a single brewing session was indeed a delightful surprise. But that was not the end. Chunlang approached the intermediate enchantment table. Previously, he had nearly exhausted his supply of lapis lazuli. He had only enchanted the flowing silver armor with a thorn enchantment, while the crimson blaze crossbow had yet to be enchanted. He had also acquired a new melee weapon, the demon slayer blade, from the intermediate treasure chest, which also remained unenchanted. While mining earlier, he had unearthed a batch of lapis lazuli, so it was time to enchant these 2 pieces of equipment. Muttering to himself, Chunlang activated the intermediate enchantment table. He placed the ranged weapon, the crimson blaze crossbow, onto the enchantment table, followed swiftly by 100 lapis lazuli and 1,000 first-tier energy crystals. Though the minimum requirement was only 500 energy crystals, the more lapis lazuli and energy crystals he placed, the better the randomly generated enchantment effects would be. As Chunlang watched, ancient pages turned, and mysterious runes aligned into 3 rows. Durability, enhances wear resistance. Extending lifespan, Tier 5 enchantment. Piercing, increases the penetration layers of fired arrows by 3, Tier 3 enchantment. Expansion, maximum magazine capacity increased 6-fold, allowing 6 arrows to be loaded at once. Tier 6 enchantment. Hiss. Should I choose to increase penetration layers or enhance magazine capacity? After careful consideration, Chunlang resolved to apply the Tier 6 expansion enchantment. The reasoning was simple. He was afflicted with a fear of insufficient firepower. Previously, he could only load 1 arrow at a time. Now he could shoot 6 at once, dramatically amplifying his firepower. Beep. Enchantment applied successfully. The crossbow shimmered with a magical luster, and its details adjusted accordingly. Equipment. Crimson Blaze Crossbow, enchanted. Grade, Tier 6. Description, an upgraded version of the crossbow infused with a molten core, possessing both fire and earth attributes, significantly enhanced power. And various skills. Skill, Sandstorm Arrow Rain. 1 arrow splits into a rain of arrows, causing area damage akin to a raging sandstorm. Skill, Magma Arrow. After drawing the bowstring and charging, fires a molten arrow that guarantees critical damage and inflicts a burning effect over time. Note, has been enhanced with a Tier 6 enchantment effect. Expansion, maximum magazine capacity increased 6-fold, allowing 6 arrows to be loaded at once. With the enchantment of the Crimson Blaze crossbow complete, it was time for the Tier 6 Demon Slayer blade. Chunlang similarly placed 1,000 energy crystals and 100 lapis lazuli onto the table. 3 enchantment effects appeared randomly. Sharpness, increases attack damage by 40. Tier 4 enchantment, Bloodletting. Each attack inflicts ongoing bleeding damage on the target, dealing 4 of the attack's power as bleeding damage per second for 1 minute. Effects can stack. Tier 4 enchantment, Durability, enhances wear resistance. Extending lifespan, Tier 6 enchantment. Given my current pace of leveling, the durability of my equipment would be surpassed before it was fully depleted, making durability enchantments less significant. Sharpness enchantments directly increase damage, while bloodletting enchantments provide sustained, cumulative damage over time, causing enemies to bleed continuously. After much deliberation, Qinlang opted for the bloodletting enchantment. This choice was not overly complex. A simple calculation of damage output would yield the answer. Sharpness enchantments offer a fixed 40 increase in damage, while bloodletting, although having a lower single-instance damage output of only 4, is frequent, lasts longer, and can stack. Even without stacking, in 1 minute of 60 seconds, the cumulative bleeding damage from 60 instances at 4 totals 240 additional damage, overshadowing the mere 40 increase from the sharpness enchantment. Beat. Enchantment applied successfully. Equipment. Demon Slayer Blade, Enchanted. Grade. Tier 6 Description. A legendary greatsword that once vanquished countless demons in the ancient era. Featuring a razor-sharp blade and a robust body intricately carved with the visage of a jet-black dragon, exuding an aura of dread. Skill. Demon Cleave. Consumes personal stamina to unleash a potent blade aura, inflicting additional damage to undead creatures and other malevolent beings. Supplement. Imbued with a Tier 4 enchantment. Bleeding. Each strike inflicts lingering hemorrhagic damage on the target, dealing 4 of the attack's power as bleeding damage per second for a duration of 1 minute. With effects that can stack. Chapter 53. The final day of the Novice Protection Period. The enchanted Demon Slayer Blade had taken on an even more formidable and menacing presence. It signified that Qinlang's melee and ranged weapons, as well as his armor, had all undergone a complete upgrade, greatly enhancing his prowess. Unbeknownst to him, the hour had already struck midnight. As his level increased, so did his physical capabilities, rendering sleep less crucial for him. After 3 consecutive days and nights without rest, he remained spirited and lively. Coincidentally, as the clock struck 12, the 7-day Novice Protection Period reached its conclusion. The daily 3 free opportunities for super enhancement granted by his talent, along with 5 chances to fish with his fishing rod, were also refreshed. Deciding to seize the moment, Qinlang stepped out of his wooden cabin, strolling along the moonlit beach towards the harbor dock. For the first time, he cast his fishing line into the night, hoping to catch a box. By night, ferocious beasts tended to be more active than during the day. Numerous nocturnal predators and large fish circled above or swam below, on the prowl for prey. Among them were a few audacious creatures that had set their sights on Qinlang, who was peacefully fishing from the wooden dock. Foolish enough to seek death, Qinlang scoffed. Previously, he had been weak and had to hide in his cabin at night, for venturing out could turn him into a meal for these monsters. But times had changed. The past was behind him. Now, Qinlang possessed the means to ensure that those who targeted him would meet their demise. With a flick of his wrist, the active skill of the Dragon Ring was activated. A fierce and terrifying pressure emanated from Qinlang, rapidly expanding in all directions. The beasts surrounding the island during the Novice Protection Period were generally of lower levels. Even the stronger ones were merely Tier 3 or Tier 4. Thus, they could not withstand the might of the Dragon Ring, either scattering in fear or remaining frozen in place, only to be struck down by Qinlang's enchanted Crimson Flame crossbow. Congratulations on your kill. The system's notification chimed as several unfortunate creatures fell one after another, causing the remaining beasts to steer clear of the waters surrounding Island 2887. At that moment, Qinlang reeled in his first box of the night. Success. You have successfully fished a silver treasure chest. Congratulations. Your cumulative fishing days during the Novice Protection Period have reached 7, achieving the achievement, Fisherman of the Sea 2. Gaining 50 experience points. Completing 7 days of fishing also granted him an achievement, adding another 50 experience points to his tally. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Beyond slaying monsters, accomplishing various unexpected system achievements was a significant source of experience points for survivors. Qinlang opted to open the silver treasure chest. Success. Silver treasure chest opened. Obtained equipment. Golden Hoe X1. Tier 3 Description. A hoe forged from gold, with performance similar to that of an iron hoe, albeit slightly less durable, yet appearing more luxurious. Note, particularly favored by certain goblin races. A golden hoe favored by goblins? Upon reading the description, Qinlang keenly grasped this crucial information. This implied that he might encounter other races in the future. He pondered whether these races would be allies or foes of the survivors. Regardless, he temporarily stowed the golden hoe away. After some time had passed and with no response from the fishing line, he decided to reel it in after 15 minutes. Rarely did he encounter an empty catch. Damn it, a 10 chance of an empty catch at the harbor, and I happened to hit it. What bad luck, Qinlang muttered, albeit pleasantly surprised by an unexpected achievement. Congratulations. You have achieved the accomplishment. Fisherman never goes empty-eyed, gaining 10 experience points. So, achieving milestones could occur even through empty catches? Well, that was acceptable. At least he could still earn some experience points. Comforting himself, Chen Lang resolutely continued casting his line. Success. You have successfully fished a silver treasure chest. Success. You have successfully fished a silver treasure chest. Success. You have successfully fished a golden treasure chest. With his remaining 3 chances, Chen Lang concluded his fishing session without encountering further empty catches, ultimately reeling in 2 silver and 1 golden resource chests. He opened them one by one. Success. Silver treasure chest opened. Obtained resources: Sword Tusk Demon Boars X2, 1 male. 1 female, Tier 3 description, a type of aggressive and gluttonous pig-like beast. When a male and female are together, they can rapidly reproduce, forming a herd. Note: recognized as a delicacy by both predatory beasts and ancient adventurers, they are relatively easy to raise, though one must possess the strength to subdue them and a sufficiently sturdy enclosure. Chen Lang gazed at the 2 sword-tusk demon boars in his inventory, reminiscent of miniaturized buildings, and marveled, treasure chests can yield beasts too? He felt a sense of satisfaction. According to the details, while these boars were wild, they would likely provide delicious meat. Moreover, having a male and female would ensure a stable source of meat without the need to capture wild poultry or livestock for his farm. Muttering to himself, Chen Lang resolved to raise this pair of sword-tusk demon boars long-term, confident that they would not rebel, even if they proved impossible to tame. He had ample means to deal with them. Worst-case scenario, he could simply eat them. Obtain building. Blacksmith Shop X1. Tier 3 description, a structure primarily built from stone, consisting of a resting area and a working area, with ample space for multiple furnaces, forging tables, anvils, and other tools. Note 1. The blacksmith shop has a certain probability of spawning small storage chests, which can yield various rewards upon opening. Note 2. Performing metal smelting and equipment forging within the blacksmith shop will enhance work efficiency and product quality. Note 3. Can be removed from the inventory and placed at a designated location at the click of a button. But the location cannot be changed afterward. Please choose the placement site carefully. Once again, he had acquired a building, and a Tier 3 one at that. Without hesitation, Chen Lang set the blacksmith shop next to his wooden cabin, where he had previously arranged 6 furnaces, relocating them to the work area of the blacksmith shop. He also moved the intermediate forging table from his cabin over. With the establishment of the blacksmith shop, the total number of buildings on the island reached 10. He was now slightly closer to the goal of upgrading to a Tier 4 island, which required 12 buildings, including 6 of Tier 4 or above. Chen Lang returned to the harbor to open the final treasure chest. Success. Golden treasure chest opened. Obtained item. Beginner's Skill Book X1. Chapter 54. Intermediate Skill Book. Frost Freeze. Item. Beginner's Skill Book. Grade. Tier 4. Description. After use, one may randomly acquire a beginner-level skill. Skill category. Combat. Survival. Skill level. Beginner. Intermediate. Advanced. A skill book? Such a system item actually exists? The rewards extracted from the box exceeded Chen Lang's understanding. He was aware that many ferocious beasts or monsters inherently possess certain skills, and some high-grade weapons and equipment could also come with 1 or 2 skills. Yet, he never anticipated that skills could also be learned postnatally. This revelation implied that survivors, beyond the innate talents awakened upon crossing over, could possess additional means. However, Chen Lang did not hastily use the beginner's skill book. Having fished for so long to obtain a skill book, it was evident how low the drop rate must be. Utilizing it immediately would indeed feel like a loss. He must enhance it significantly. To maximize his gains, Chen Lang decisively activated his talent. Ding. Would you like to use one free opportunity to super enhance beginner's skill book 1? Yes. Chen Lang nodded. Ding. Super enhancement successful. Remaining free attempts, 2. The beginner's skill book has been enhanced to Intermediate Skill Book. Item. Intermediate Skill Book. Grade. Tier 5. Description. After use, one may randomly acquire an intermediate level skill. Skill category. Combat. Survival. The level of obtainable skills had risen from beginner to intermediate. Although it seemed like a mere single-level upgrade, Chen Lang had nearly grasped the system's nature. This disparity in levels was indeed substantial. Without delay, he focused his intent and chose to use the skill book. The skill book gradually opened, transforming into a flurry of light particles that entered his forehead. A flash of inspiration surged through Chen Lang. Ding. Intermediate Skill Book learning completed. Congratulations on acquiring the intermediate skill, Frost Freeze. Skill, Frost Freeze. Level, Intermediate. Type, Combat. Description, consumes one's own energy to condense the surrounding vapor into ice, temporarily immobilizing the target. Supplement, the effectiveness of the skill is influenced by the caster's magical attributes. The higher the magical attribute value, the stronger the skill effect. Ding. First-time acquisition of a skill has achieved the accomplishment. Skill diversity I. Experience points 10. The frost-free skill, categorized under combat, was inclined towards auxiliary crowd control, effectively restraining enemies. It could be regarded as an advanced variant of a fishing net. Chunlang was quite pleased with this newly acquired skill. Without hesitation, he activated it to test its effects. He stomped his foot, and with a magical attribute of 59 points, the power of the skill was significantly enhanced. A thick layer of frost rapidly spread across a 10-meter radius around Chunlang, encompassing both the beach and the sea surface. Several icy spikes even protruded, glimmering ominously under the moonlight. Little Black, who had been trailing behind Chunlang, instinctively attempted to withdraw upon witnessing the activation of the skill but was a moment too late, finding its limbs ensnared by the frost and rendered immobile. Despite its struggles, it could not break free from the icy prison, with the frost gradually creeping up its limbs, threatening to encase Little Black entirely in ice. Little Black, a Tier 2 Dark Absolute Black King Dragon, possessed strength comparable to some Tier 4 or even Tier 5 ferocious beasts or survivors. If even it found it difficult to escape, the potency of the Frost Freeze skill's immobilization was evidently formidable. Eventually, when pushed to its limits, Little Black unleashed a deep crimson dragon breath imbued with annihilation power, which melted the encroaching frost, allowing it to escape, albeit with great effort. It let out a few gentle roars, seemingly pleading with Chunlang to retract the spell. Chunlang was quite satisfied with the performance of the Frost Freeze skill. He gently patted Little Black's head, offering a few words of comfort before immersing himself in the construction of the island. Today marked the 7th day since his arrival in this new world, the final day of the novice protection period. Tomorrow, the impending maritime calamity foretold by the system would arrive. Before that, he aimed to elevate the island's level by another tier, reaching Tier 4. His concern was not that the island would not withstand the maritime disaster, but rather to maintain a leading position in the new survival phase that would follow the catastrophe. Muttering to himself, Chunlang set a goal. He opened the regional communication interface. Regional communication 4876-10,000 in the past few days. Over 1,000 individuals had ascended to Tier 1 survivors, yet the number of those who remained was continuously dwindling. Currently, the first echelon of survivors had mostly advanced to the pinnacle of Tier 2 or even Tier 3, while the islands had generally progressed to Tier 2 or 3 as well. These individuals achieved their status through strength, good fortune, or a combination of both. In any case, they all possessed some degree of genuine skill. Some of Chunlang's acquaintances, such as Lu Renjia, Lu Jichai, Song Shuren, and Zheng Ro, were primarily members of this elite group of survivors, numbering only around a few dozen, thus maintaining a significant lead. Following them was the second echelon of survivors, comprising a considerably larger group of approximately 700 to 800 individuals. Most of these were among the first 1,000 to ascend to Tier 1. Although they still lagged behind the first echelon, many had reached Tier 2, with a few not far from Tier 3. The progress of their islands was somewhat slower, yet most had attained Tier 2. The situation for the third echelon was less favorable, with about 2,000 individuals. Most of these were at the pinnacle of Tier 1 or Tier 2. The development of their islands was even more sluggish, with only a handful reaching Tier 2, while many remained stagnant at Tier 1, akin to the level of the first echelon days ago. Frankly speaking, both the first and second echelons should have no major issues surviving the maritime disaster. The likelihood was quite high. As for the individuals in the third echelon, their survival was a matter of luck. However, they were not the worst off. The true bottom dwellers were the fourth echelon of survivors. These individuals represented the true underclass. They generally possessed low talent levels, only reaching F or E grades, and their luck was equally dismal. The resources of their bound islands were barren, and the boxes they fished up yielded little of value. As they lagged further behind, they fell increasingly out of step with the progress of the survivors ahead of them, gradually being left behind. When the maritime calamity struck, it was likely that 9 out of 10 of these individuals would be eliminated. Competition is indeed brutal. To avoid falling behind, one must always strive to stay ahead. Feeling reflective, Chunlang sighed deeply. He then rummaged through his backpack and produced a blueprint. Item, Watchtower Blueprint. Type, Production Blueprint, Reusable. Grade, Tier 3. Description, gather the required materials. Place them on the blueprint, and it will automatically synthesize into a finished product. Required materials, Tier 3 Energy Crystal 1, Stone Blocks 9, Iron Blocks 3. Iron Ingots 8, Logs 10, Wooden Planks 9, Ladders 7, Fences 8. He was about to transform into a construction enthusiast. Chapter 55, Will the island ascend to the 4th tier? The architectural blueprint for the watchtower was obtained yesterday after completing a hidden quest in the mines, alongside the Demon Slayer Blade and other rewards from a mid-tier treasure chest. The significance of this blueprint lies in its rarity and its reusable nature. This implies that as long as sufficient materials and appropriate terrain are available, Chunlang can construct as many watchtowers as he desires to rapidly enhance the number of buildings on the island. The materials required to build a single watchtower include 1 tier, 3 energy crystal, 9 stones, 3 iron blocks, 8 iron ingots, 10 logs, 9 wooden planks, 7 ladders, and 8 fences. To elevate the island to the 4th tier, it must possess at least 12 buildings, with over half needing to be at the 4th tier. This means Chunlang must construct at least 3 watchtowers to satisfy the fundamental requirement for the number of buildings. This task is straightforward, and Chunlang perceives no difficulty in it. Given his current progression, he possesses an abundance of materials. 3 sets, or even 8 or 10 sets, can be procured in mere moments. The only shortcoming is that he has recently expended a considerable amount of energy crystals on purchasing enhancement attempts and enchanting equipment, leaving his stock of Tier 3 energy crystals depleted. He cannot substitute them with Tier 1 or Tier 2 crystals. Thus, Chunlang beckoned to Little Black, instructing, "Little Black, I have a task for you. Swiftly eliminate 3 Tier 3 monsters." Without hesitation, Little Black dashed into the mining area and descended into the natural cave. At this moment, the natural cave had ascended a tier alongside the island, progressing from Tier 6 to Tier 7. Although the 3 hidden monsters that had been defeated did not respawn, the mineral resources and other wild creatures had become abundant once more. On the first level, where danger is minimal, Tier 1 and Tier 2 monsters are scarcely present, while Tier 3 and Tier 4 creatures abound. Consequently, Little Black completed the task assigned by Chunlang in remarkably little time. The system's kill notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Your battle pet Little Black has slain a Tier 3 beast, Earth Sand Scorpion 1, gaining a Tier 3 Energy Crystal 1, Poison Spike 1, Scorpion Carapace 1, and 30 experience points. Ding! Your battle pet Little Black has slain a Tier 3 monster, Zombie 1, gaining a Tier 3 Energy Crystal 1. Ding! Your battle pet Little Black has slain a Tier 3 monster, Skeleton Archer 1. With all materials finally gathered, Chunlang wasted no time extracting them from his inventory and placing them on the blueprint. Then, ding! Crafting successful. Gained building. Watchtower, Tier 3. The system's notification chimed as 3 miniature models of watchtowers appeared in Chunlang's inventory. He circled the island, strategically positioning these 3 watchtowers at the easternmost, southernmost, and westernmost edges of island number 2887. These watchtowers are automated. Though they lack the defensive barriers of energy crystal towers, they can autonomously detect the surrounding environment. If any ferocious beasts or monsters intrude upon their alert radius, an alarm will sound, allowing Chunlang to receive timely notifications in case of any disturbances on the island. Island 2887, level, Tier 3 buildings, Tier 4 farmland 1, Tier 2 farmland 2, Tier 3 watchtower 3, Tier 4 energy crystal defense tower 1, Tier 3 initial log cabin 1, Tier 3 spirit water fountain 1, Tier 3 short distance teleportation array 1, Tier 3 blacksmith shop 1, Tier 2 port 1. Ascension conditions, survivor level reaches Tier 4, possess 12 buildings. Own 6 Tier 4 buildings, not yet fulfilled. The first 2 ascension conditions have been met. Only the quantity of Tier 4 buildings remains unmet at 6. Chunlang mused to himself. Regardless, he is determined to elevate the island to Tier 4 today. As for how to acquire 4 additional Tier 4 buildings in a short time, activating the super enhancement talent should suffice. Thus, Chunlang approached the buildings that he had not yet enhanced with his talent. Starting with the 2 Tier 2 farmlands obtained from treasure chests, he decided to forego the free attempts. With a mere thought, he activated. Ding! Do you wish to consume 200 Tier 1 energy crystals to super enhance Tier 2 farmland 2? Chunlang nodded. Ding! Super enhancement successful. Tier 2 farmland 2 has been super enhanced to Tier 3 farmland 1, Tier 4 farmland 1. The super enhancement carries an additional probability of elevating 2 tiers in one go. Among the 2 Tier 2 farmlands, one was particularly fortunate and ascended directly to Tier 4, raising the count of Tier 4 buildings on the island to 3. The other not reaching Tier 4 is of no concern. Chunlang has a plan. He began to sprinkle bone meal into the farmland, pouring buckets of the spirit water from the fountain onto the Tier 3 farmland. Reminiscent of his previous efforts to elevate the first farmland from Tier 3 to Tier 4 for planting the rejuvenating fruit tree. After a flurry of activity, this third farmland too was elevated to Tier 4. Phew, another Tier 4 building completed, habitually wiping away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. Chunlang exhaled in relief and continued on his way. He arrived at the main teleportation array installed on the island. This teleportation array, a fishing reward obtained from a silver treasure chest, had greatly facilitated his travels between island number 2887 and island number 9527. Although he now possesses the black scale dragon armor and Little Black, allowing him to either fly independently or ride Little Black for travel, the teleportation array remains valuable. Chen Lang activated his talent once more, expending 100 energy crystals. Ding. Super enhancement successful. The short-distance teleportation array has been enhanced to multi-point short-distance teleportation array. Building. Short-distance teleportation array grade. Tier 5 description. This array consists of a main array and 3 subarrays, which can be placed within a distance of no more than 5 kilometers apart. Energy crystals can be consumed for teleportation between the subarrays and the main array. Supplement. Each subarray has a cooldown period of 1 hour after use, with the cooldown periods being independent of each other. Supplement. Direct teleportation between different subarrays is not possible. Travel must be routed through the main array. Supplement. Once the subarray and main array are established, they cannot be moved unless a significant change in terrain occurs, prompting the system to automatically retrieve them into the survivor's inventory. The teleportation distance has increased by 2 kilometers, and 2 additional subarrays have been added, enabling the placement of teleportation arrays on the other 2 yet-to-be-explored adventure islands for seamless travel. Gazing at the 2 additional subarrays awaiting placement in his inventory, Chen Lang could not help but look out towards the vast sea, where 2 unexplored adventure islands lie adjacent to island number 9527. Subsequently, he enhanced the port, elevating it from Tier 2 to Tier 4. Its scale has expanded, becoming more robust. What was once a rudimentary wooden dock has transformed into a port that resembles its intended purpose. The probability of successful fishing has also improved, making it less likely to return empty-handed. After completing these tasks, the ascension conditions read: Survivor level reaches Tier 4, possess 12 buildings. Own 6 Tier 4 buildings. All ascension conditions have finally been fulfilled. The system's notification once more echoed in Chen Lang's mind. Ding. Detected that island no. 2887 has met all upgrade conditions. Would you like to ascend? Chapter 56. The end of the novice protection period. A maritime catastrophe approaches. Survive. Chen Lang nodded in affirmation. Just yesterday, having ascended to a Tier 3 island, today it once again underwent expansion. The island's dimensions increased from 1,000 meters to 2,000 meters per side, quadrupling its area once more. Now, the entire island, upon closer inspection, could not be comprehensively viewed. Chen Lang had to switch to the Goddess Eye perspective exclusive to island lords in order to behold the entirety of the upgraded island. First came the customary area expansion. The forest and mining regions became even more expansive, each occupying a quarter of the island's area. The natural mine, upgraded to Tier 6 using Iron Mother Crystal Essence, ascended another tier along with the island's promotion to Tier 3, reaching Tier 7. And now it had risen yet again to Tier 8. As a resource production area on the island, its level far surpassed that of the island itself, turning the tables, so to speak. In addition to these 2 regions, a new area emerged on the island, an open lava lake. This was a lava lake approximately 100 meters in diameter, its depth unknown, with only the bubbling molten lava visible to the eye, along with several creatures inhabiting this unique ecological niche. Area: open lava lake. Level: Tier 4. Description: a distinctive geographical feature rich in fire attribute energy. Home to numerous fire attribute and a few earth attribute creatures, possessing abundant thermal resources. Supplement: easily attracts other fire attribute beasts or monsters within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Ah, it was indeed a natural spawning ground. Chen Lang sighed slightly. This lava lake was not something that could be easily filled, and he could not yet conceive how to utilize it. To prevent the monsters from the lava lake from escaping, Chen Lang decided to forge a large batch of copper fences from the copper ingots made in the furnace, surrounding the lava lake, much like he had enclosed the entrance of the natural mine with iron bars. Yet, he had an inkling that as he continued to develop, this lava lake would not only avoid becoming a hazard, but might evolve into an indispensable resource. For now, that would suffice. After clapping his hands, Chen Lang turned toward the wooden cabin. On his way, the familiar system announcement once again vibrated and flooded the screen. Ding! Promotion successful. Island no. 2887 has been upgraded to Tier 3 Island. Regional announcement forthcoming. Ding! Chen Lang has elevated island number 2887 to Tier 4, achieving the accomplishment unmatched, gaining 100 experience points. 3 as expected. The chat interface erupted with lamentations, envy, and jealousy. However, this did not last long, for they all knew today marked the final day of the novice protection period. Once midnight struck, the maritime catastrophe would descend. This was their last window for development. Rather than envy others, it would be more prudent to seize every fleeting moment to enhance their strength or upgrade their islands, thus increasing their chances of survival. Songshuren. Haha, finally. We've upgraded the island to Tier 3. The maritime catastrophe should be manageable now. Luringia, congratulations. I'm grinding monsters in the mine. Accumulating experience points to swiftly reach Tier 4 after the catastrophe. Lu Jichai, a few of us on the island are somewhat special, bound to the same island. Making upgrades easier. We just elevated our island to Tier 4, but alas, we were still a step behind. Chunlang's speed is astonishing. I admire it. Zhang Ro. Hehe, I just returned from treasure hunting. Guess what I found in the beginner treasure chest? A Tier 2 energy crystal defense tower, which can generate a protective barrier when infused with energy crystals, perfect for safeguarding the wooden cabin during the maritime catastrophe. Glimpsing the chat channel. Chunlang found himself at the doorstep of his wooden cabin. The cabin had also reached Tier 4. Its size expanded from a one-bedroom layout to a two-bedroom configuration, and its sturdiness had received the customary enhancement. Yet, he felt it was still insufficient. Although protected by the energy crystal defense tower, the wooden cabin needed fortification. Having neglected this task for several days, he decided to address it today, the final day. Once again, Chunlang activated his innate ability. Ding. Would you like to consume a free opportunity to super enhance the initial wooden cabin, Tier 4, 1? Yes. Chunlang confirmed. Thus, the wooden cabin was enveloped in radiant light. Ding. Super enhancement successful. Initial wooden cabin, Tier 4, has been enhanced to Rock Fortress, Tier 5. Building, Rock Fortress. Grade, Tier 5. Description, an upgraded structure following the initial wooden cabin Tier 4, featuring a more spacious interior, a more rational layout, enhanced security, and diverse counterattack mechanisms. Supplement, capable of withstanding attacks from enemies of Tier 5 and below, with automatic crossbows positioned atop the fortress that can actively target nearby foes. No matter how much the wooden cabin was upgraded, it could not compare to the imposing and majestic fortress build of rock before him. It exuded an aura of invulnerability. Stepping inside the fortress, Chunlang discovered that the entire structure was divided into 3 levels, 1 basement and 2 above ground. The basement was clearly designated as a workspace, where he had previously placed the enchantment table, workbench, and brewing station, all now relocated to the basement. The stone walls of the basement were adorned with torches, radiating a warm glow. Returning from the basement to the first floor, he found it was a typical living area, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, a dining area, and even a bathroom equipped with a bathtub, aside from the absence of electricity. It bore a striking resemblance to a 2-bedroom layout from his previous life. The second floor featured a semi-open platform, complete with a lookout tower similar to a watchtower. Standing atop the lookout tower, one could survey the surroundings, taking in the entire environment encircling the rock fortress. Additionally, at each corner of the fortress, there were automatic crossbows of Tier 5, all enchanted to autonomously seek out and attack enemies. Well, the fortress master merely needed to let the automatic crossbows do the fighting, while I had the more arduous task of replenishing the arrows. He jested lightly. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped into the evening. In the kitchen of the rock fortress, Chunlang personally prepared dinner, a delightful feast of seafood, roasted meat, and spirit rice. After the meal, his stamina and speed attributes increased slightly. Mentality, 46. Strength, 52. Speed, 45. Stamina, 53. Magic, 59. Of course, Chunlang did not forget to prepare a meal for his battle pet, Little Black. Having ascended to Tier 2, Little Black had grown significantly, and his appetite had correspondingly increased. During the day, he had hunted numerous ferocious beasts in the mine for meat. Yet by night, he still devoured a whole net full of fish that Chunlang had caught using a high-grade fishing net. After a hearty meal, they rested and recuperated. Chunlang ascended to the lookout tower atop the fortress, gazing up at the night sky. Simultaneously, a blood-red countdown materialized before all survivors. Time until the maritime catastrophe, 1 hour, 13 minutes, and 54 seconds. Time until the maritime catastrophe, 49 minutes and 27 seconds. Time until the maritime catastrophe, 6 minutes and 8 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The blood-red countdown reached 0. At that moment, the previously clear, moonlit night sky was suddenly engulfed in dark clouds, and a howling wind surged forth. The serene scene was abruptly shattered by the onslaught of the storm. Within the region, all the survivors who have endured until now were expressions of grave tension, even trembling with fear. The cold chime of the system's prompt reverberates in Chunlang and the others' minds. Ding. The novice protection period has concluded. The first wave of calamity, a tempest at sea, approaches. Your sole mission is to survive. Chapter 57. Tempest. Titanic waves. The arrival of sea monsters. During this maritime catastrophe, the system will continuously monitor the performance of all survivors and assign ratings. The better the rating, the higher the ranking, and the more substantial the rewards. Rating: average, acceptable, good, excellent, stunning. Is there a ranking reward? I am determined to strive for the highest accolade of stunning. I am to seize the most prestigious reward. Chen Lang's eyes sparkled with determination. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Observing the cataclysmic winds and waves approaching from the distance, he promptly positioned himself before the Energy Crystal Defense Tower. Structure: Energy Crystal Defense Tower, Grade 4. Description: a towering structure inscribed with mysterious patterns. Upon activation with energy crystals, it generates a protective barrier encompassing a radius of 150 meters. Note: each activation consumes 400 energy crystals and lasts for 1 hour. Extendable. This defense tower was one of the treasures Chen Lang acquired during his first treasure hunt using a map on a desert island. Ever since its discovery, he had been eagerly awaiting the day it would prove its worth. Thus, without hesitation, he invested 2,000 energy crystals, sufficient to sustain the energy crystal defense tower for 5 hours. Buzz. The moment Chen Lang inserted the energy crystals, a wave of energy radiated from the tower, shooting upward like a beam of light. The brilliance soared to over 100 meters, blooming like fireworks, scattering countless luminous dots like raindrops, creating ripples of light. It enveloped a radius of 150 meters, providing a protective barrier over the rock fortress, farmlands, blacksmith shop, and the spirit water fountain. At that moment, the first wave of monstrous tides surged forth. The intensity of the maritime disaster was directly related to the island's development. The stronger the island, the more terrifying the calamity. As the sole combination of a Grade 4 survivor and a Grade 4 island, Chen Lang naturally faced the most formidable maritime disaster. A hurricane, several times more fearsome than a 13th grade typhoon, swept across the island in an instant, leaving destruction in its wake. Sturdy rocks were ravaged and dense forests uprooted. Buildings of the first and second grades were rendered as fragile as paper before such a tempest. Even third and fourth grade structures could not guarantee their integrity. Fortunately, the barrier of the Grade 4 Energy Crystal Defense Tower proved remarkably resilient. It withstood the onslaught of the hurricane, flickering in brilliance, but never succumbing to the storm's might. Excellent, Chen Lang exclaimed approvingly. However, he was acutely aware that behind this seemingly impregnable defense lay the rapid depletion of the tower's energy. The 2,000 energy crystals he had invested were equivalent to 2 Grade 4 energy crystals, enough to endure 5 hours, yet at this rate, it seemed unlikely to last even 2 hours. Moreover, the hurricane was merely the first wave of attack. The maritime disaster was only just beginning. Soon, Chen Lang beheld a colossal wave, over 10 meters high, surging from the darkened horizon, akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses. Its momentum resembled a divine hand, intent on shattering the entire island and sinking it into the depths of the sea. Roar! Xiaohe braved the dwindling hurricane and charged headlong into the massive wave, unleashing its skill. With its jaws agape, a torrent of deep crimson dragon breath erupted forth. This overwhelming firepower could obliterate a Grade 4 beast or incinerate a substantial portion of the island into barren land. Yet, it failed to evaporate the oncoming deluge, a mere drop in the bucket. Xiaohe, return. Chen Lang urgently called, summoning Xiaohe back within the protective barrier. He then poured all his remaining energy crystals into the Energy Crystal Defense Tower. We must endure. We must persist. With a thunderous crash, the massive wave crashed upon the island. The Grade 3 port, situated by the shore, was swiftly engulfed, swept away by the torrential flood. Alert! Grade 3 Structure 2887. Port has been destroyed. The system's notification sent Chen Lang's heart racing. At last, the defensive barrier collided directly with the monstrous waves. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, reverberating through the air. The bad news was that the wave's destructive force was overwhelmingly potent. Even the open lava lake was inundated by the seawater, the icy waters meeting the molten lava, solidifying the surface into hard obsidian. The good news, however, was that the Energy Crystal Defense Tower's barrier, though riddled with cracks, held steadfast and was not breached by the waves. Chen Lang had weathered the first 2 waves of calamity with remarkable resilience. Checking his system rating in real-time, he discovered that his evaluation had risen to good. At this moment, the third wave of assault was already upon him. Unlike the previous 2 natural disasters, this third wave comprised various ferocious sea creatures and monsters emerging from the ocean depths. Leading the charge were a battalion of crustaceans, including shrimp and crab warriors. Their ranks varied, with some at Grade 3 or 4, while many others were lowly Grade 1 and 2 minions, all glowing with malice as they charged toward Chen Lang's position. Clearly, a fierce battle with these monsters was imminent. sea monsters landed from all directions. To facilitate the island's ascension to Grade 4, the 3 Grade 3 watchtowers Qinlang had previously constructed and deployed began to sound their alarms. Some agile sea creatures even reached the vicinity of the rock fortress. The fortress's automatic crossbows activated, launching a flurry of arrows at the advancing sea monsters. Whether Qinlang could elevate his rating from good to stunning depended on whether he could vanquish these foes. Fueled with battle fervor, Qinlang activated his black-scale dragon armor. Donning heavy armor that made him resemble a human form of a black dragon king. In his left hand, he wielded a flowing silver longsword, and in his right, a demon-slaying blade. With a mighty leap, he descended from the fortress's watchtower, bursting forth from the protective barrier to confront the encroaching sea monsters. Roar! Xiaohei flapped its wings, landing beside Qinlang. Together, they engaged in combat. With a fierce swing of the flowing silver sword, Qinlang unleashed a barrage of sword energy. Waves of white energy sliced through the air, toppling a dozen sea monsters in an instant. Alert! Congratulations! You have slain 7 Grade 1 sea monsters, obtaining 7 Grade 1 energy crystals. Alert! Congratulations, you have slain 5 Grade 2 sea monsters, obtaining 5 Grade 2 energy crystals and 100 experience points. The notifications echoed, revealing that these sea monsters had been summoned by the survival system. While slaying them would yield no additional rewards, they would drop energy crystals and experience points. For Qinlang, that was more than sufficient. With a sword in his left hand and a blade in his right, relying on the protection of his dragon armor, he faced the throngs of landing sea monsters without the need for defense, slaughtering them with abandon. Experience points surged rapidly. At last, alert! Current experience points have reached the upgrade requirement. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Covered in the foul blood of monsters and blinded by rage, Qinlang declared without hesitation, now. Immediately. Chapter 58. The time of slaughter approaches. Ding. Upgrade successful. Current survivor level, Tier 5. Acquired 50 free attribute points. The system's prompt echoed in the air. Qinlang decisively activated his innate talent. Ding. Do you wish to consume 1 free opportunity to super enhance 50 attribute points? Yes. He nodded. Thus, ding. Super enhancement successful. 50 free attribute points have been enhanced to 100 free attribute points. Xiaohei, cover me. Qinlang divided his focus, allocating points to enhance his 5-dimensional attributes. Hearing his command, Xiaohei retreated to Qinlang's side, wielding its dark dragon claws, continuously repelling and slaying the shrimp soldiers and crab generals that dared to advance. Mentality 46, Strength 52, Speed 45, Endurance 53. Magic 59. These were Qinlang's current 5-dimensional attributes. His enhancement style remained consistent, comprehensive improvement. Therefore, each attribute was increased by 20 points, transforming into Mentality 66, Strength 72, Speed 65, Endurance 73, Magic 79. Boom. Upon completion of the enhancements, Qinlang's aura surged dramatically, creating a wave of energy that toppled a large number of low-tier sea monsters around him. As a Tier 5, his attributes exceeded 300 points, rivaling even those of Tier 7 or 8 entities. For these sea monsters, it was a complete dimensional strike. Dragon Might. The active skill of the magic dragon ring was unleashed. A dragon's roar resonated, and an overwhelming pressure descended. In the eyes of the incoming sea monsters, Qinlang, already formidable, now exuded an even more intimidating presence, causing their souls to tremble in fear, desperate to flee. Yet, an unseen force compelled them to attack the duo before them, a man and a dragon. Thus, these sea monsters had no choice but to confront Qinlang and Xiaohei. However, under the influence of Qinlang and Xiaohei's oppressive aura, their already meager strength was rendered nearly ineffective. In Qinlang's presence, they posed no threat whatsoever. No matter how many came, Qinlang would slay them all. He sheathed his flowing silver sword and switched to the crimson sand crossbow with his left hand, while wielding the demon slayer blade in his other hand. With a sinister laugh, he proclaimed, "Now, it is time for slaughter." As the words fell, he mounted Xiaohei, transforming into a dark dragon knight, and commenced his rampage. Qinlang had weathered the initial waves of attacks and even began to turn the tide, mowing down enemies with ease. The system's performance rating had unknowingly risen from good to excellent, and it was just a step away from being remarkable. However, this was merely an exception. Looking across the expanse, among the thousands of survivors still alive when the maritime calamity struck, the vast majority, even those facing a less intense disaster due to slower development, were utterly powerless to defend themselves. Those who observed the regional communication interface would notice that, from the onset of the maritime disaster, nearly every minute, a survivor's avatar would turn black and white, their names reverting to defaults, never to change again. As the total number of survivors steadily dwindled, Clearly, they had perished in the maritime disaster, either swept away by hurricanes, engulfed by towering waves, or crushed as their defenses were breached by invading sea monsters. In any case, they met a gruesome end. The brutality of the situation was evident. It could be said that among the lower-tier survivors, only 1 in 10 would survive this wave of maritime disaster. The mid-tier survivors fared little better. Although they possessed greater strength than their lower-tier counterparts, they remained feeble in the face of natural calamities, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Ming Daxuan, a survivor who had previously teamed up with Chen Lang and others to seek treasures on the cave island, awakened with the talent of a wind mage. While not on par with the first tier, he had managed to cultivate his island to a flourishing state. At this moment, Ming Daxuan gripped the glass staff he had obtained from a treasure chest, casting several wind spells to fend off the invading sea monsters. Cyclone Blade, Wind Barrier, Wind Step. Ming Daxuan's level had risen to Tier 2, illuminating several nodes on the mage's talent tree, significantly enhancing his abilities. The key point was that his island was still only Tier 2. As previously mentioned, each survivor faced differing intensities of maritime disaster based on their development progress. For Ming Daxuan, the strongest invading sea monster was merely at the peak of Tier 2, barely half a step into Tier 3. Although it was challenging to fend them off, he was not without means to retaliate. Hold on. The assault of the sea beasts is beginning to weaken. If we can endure, we will prevail. The first-tier survivors, such as Lu Rinjia, Song Shuren, Lu Zhizai, and Zhang Ro, faced varying circumstances. If Chen Lang was the undisputed champion of the region, then Lu Rinjia could be considered the perennial second. Although he paled in comparison to Chen Lang, when compared to others, he was undeniably dominant. For instance, despite the absence of special structures such as crystal defense towers, the remnants of the island lay in ruins after the hurricane and towering waves, with only half of the structures remaining intact. Yet, during the battle against the sea monsters, Lu Rinjia had managed to elevate his survivor level, breaking through to Tier 4. He hastily allocated his points, and his awakened hunter talent also saw an enhancement, entering a hunting state. With this boost, Lu Rinjia managed to hold the line against the onslaught. If all went well, he too would survive this maritime disaster. Similar situations were observed with Song Shuren and Zhang Ro, who, though typically understated, excelled in both personal strength and island development. Particularly Zhang Ro, who had acquired a crystal defense tower similar to Chen Lang's, albeit at a lower level. The energy crystal barrier provided her, who was not particularly adept at offense, with a means to persist. Among the first-tier survivors, the direst situation belonged to Lu Zhizai and his companions, who were bound to the same island. Lu Zhizai, Han Zhao, Li Yun, and Gu Min, all awakened on the same island and had consistently supported each other, reaping the benefits of collective effort. Their rapid development, especially Lu Zhizai's elevation to Tier 4, had correspondingly upgraded their island to Tier 4. Yet, due to this, they faced a disaster of equal intensity to that which Chen Lang encountered. As the tornado and hurricane ravaged their defenses, hordes of sea beasts landed. Even Chen Lang, with his Tier 5 status and the support of his battle pet Xiaohei, found it somewhat difficult to cope. Thus, Lu Zhizai and his companions bore the brunt of the first wave, suffering significant losses. Once the sea beasts landed, their defenses crumbled in no time. Tragically, Han Zhao was gruesomely severed in half by a Tier 4 red-armored giant crab the size of a tank, meeting a most tragic end. Running fast does not guarantee victory. True success lies in avoiding falls. Lu Zhizai sighed deeply. At that moment, the remaining 3 were encircled by sea monsters, with no escape in sight. Chapter 59. Is there one last wave? With a resounding shout, Chen Lang stomped his foot, unleashing a mid-level ice attribute skill. Instantly, frost spread across a vast area, encasing over a dozen sea monsters and icy sculptures. He wielded the Demon Slayer blade, activating its innate skill, Demon Cleave. A deep purple arc of demonic energy sliced through the frozen sea creatures, annihilating them in an instant. From the moment the first sea monster emerged, over half an hour had passed, and Chen Lang had been ceaselessly slaying for the entirety of that time. Thus far, the majority of the sea monsters had been of the first and second tiers. However, as the survivors' level had risen to the 5th tier, the conditions for gaining experience from kills had grown more stringent. Not only were first-tier monsters obsolete, but even second-tier foes yielded no experience, only drops. Experience could only be accrued from defeating monsters at least 2 tiers above one's own level, meaning only those of the 3rd tier or higher could contribute to his experience bar. Consequently, Chen Lang exchanged opponents with Little Black, allowing it and the automated crossbows atop the fortress to deal with the 1st and 2nd tier cannon fodder, while he focused on hunting 3rd tier and above elite monsters. For instance, before him stood a massive red-clawed giant crab, emerging from the sea with its 6 legs. Beast, red-clawed giant crab, level, Tier 4, description, a large, shell-bearing sea beast with high defense and powerful pincers, currently in a frenzied state due to natural disasters, exhibiting extreme aggressiveness. This gigantic crab, spanning 5 to 6 meters in width, moved with surprising agility, charging at Qin like a heavy armored vehicle painted red. "Humph, do you think I fear you?" Qin scoffed. The red-clawed giant crab indeed charged fiercely, but he braced himself with his arms, forcefully halting its advance. Before the crab could unleash its pincers capable of easily severing steel, Qin swiftly drew the Demon Slayer blade and struck. The 6th-tier blade effortlessly shattered the crab's proud shell, reducing its health by more than half with a single blow. That was not the end. Thanks to the bleeding enchantment applied, Qin strike inflicted continuous damage over time, causing the already dwindling health of the red-clawed giant crab to plummet visibly until it ultimately succumbed. Congratulations! You have slain a Tier 4 sea creature, red-clawed giant crab 1. Earning a Tier 4 energy crystal 1 and 40 experience points. With another 40 experience points added, Qin experience bar had climbed, unbeknownst to him, to 850-3600. For others, this maritime calamity was indeed a disaster, but for him, it felt more like a golden opportunity. The more he killed, the more he gained. The elite Tier 4 monsters were not limited to the red-clawed giant crab. Shortly after Qin victory over the crab, yet another Tier 4 sea creature led a fresh wave of monsters onto land, relentless in its assault. This time, however, the leading creature was an electric eel. Sizzling. The crackling of electricity resonated through the air as a 7 to 8 meter long electric eel, thick as a barrel and shimmering in deep blue, surged from the tumultuous sea. Its body crackling with electricity, almost in synchrony with the ominous clouds above, hovering in midair. Charging its power, it unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The bolts descended at lightning speed, catching even Qin off guard. However, clad in his black-scale dragon armor, a 7th-tier equipment symbolizing formidable defense, it was nearly impossible for even a 6th-tier beast's full assault to inflict a lethal blow upon him. Moreover, Qin had fortified the armor with an enhanced 7th-tier thorn enchantment, which reflected 50% of any damage taken back to the attacker. Thus, the electric eel's onslaught not only failed to harm Qin, but instead inflicted substantial damage upon itself due to the thorn's retaliatory effect. It had hoped to injure its foe while escaping unscathed, only to find itself on the losing end, inflicting 0 damage while sustaining significant injury. Realizing its predicament, the Tier 4 electric eel attempted to retreat back into the sea. "Humph, you think you can just come and go as you please?" Qin would not let this potential prey escape. To him, these monsters represented nothing but walking experience points. The more that came, the more he would slay. With a mental command, the black dragon wings behind his black-scaled dragon armor unfurled, propelling him into the air. The dragon might skill of the dragon ring activated once more. Roar. The deafening dragon's roar struck terror into the heart of the Tier 4 electric eel, rendering it momentarily paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Qin brandished his flame sandhunter crossbow. Activating the lava arrow skill, he launched a molten arrow that pierced through the eel from tail to head, erupting from its mouth. The terrifying heat of the lava arrow cooked the electric eel to perfection, culminating in a resounding explosion as it plummeted to the ground. Congratulations. You have slain a Tier 4 sea creature. Tier 4 energy crystal 1, 40 experience points. With 2 elite monsters dispatched in quick succession, the onslaught of sea creatures seemed to wane, as if the maritime disaster was finally drawing to a close. However, Qin performance rating remained stubbornly at the exceptional tier, failing to reach the dazzling level. Strange, it shouldn't be like this. Qin furrowed his brow, believing that based on his current performance, achieving a dazzling rating should be well within reach. But why was it elevating? Could it be that the maritime calamity was not yet over? Was there one last wave? His intuition proved correct, as just a second later, a massive whirlpool appeared in the waters ahead of Island 2887. Measuring over 10 meters in diameter and emanating a terrifying aura from its depths. Roar. Little Black swooped in. As the dark absolute Black King Dragon, it did not sense a bloodline pressure from the whirlpool but felt an overwhelming sense of dread regarding its power. Qin's brow tightened. The creature within the whirlpool must be incredibly formidable. There was no time to waste. He resolved to strike first, taking advantage of the element of surprise before the foe revealed itself. Thus, he unleashed a volley of arrows from the flame sandhunter crossbow, enhanced with expansion enchantments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Little Black flapped its wings, hovering beside Qin, unleashing a deep crimson dragon breath. Their preemptive strike succeeded in wounding the creature within the whirlpool, inciting its wrath. A 10-meter-long, sharp-hooked tentacle suddenly erupted from the whirlpool, crashing down towards Qin. His pupils dilated, so powerful. Chapter 60 Boss. The Herald of the Old Ones. Chun Lang's exclamation was a testament to the formidable power of the attack he had just witnessed, undoubtedly the most potent maneuver he had encountered thus far. The overwhelming sense of pressure it exerted far surpassed that of his earlier confrontation with the fifth-tier Blackwing Dragon. There was no doubt that the master of the suction cup tentacle was a being of boss caliber. However, that alone was insufficient. As the robust tentacle descended upon him, Chen Lang exhibited no inclination to evade. He gathered his strength with the Demon Slayer sword and unleashed the demon-breaking slash. A flash of deep violet demonic energy sliced through the air, cleaving the descending tentacle in twain mid-flight. The blood-imbued damage manifested visibly, and a pain shriek echoed from the depths of the whirlpool. In the next moment, the hidden boss-level sea creature, unable to maintain its concealment any longer, revealed its true form, a grotesque and fearsome beast resembling the Herald of the Old Ones, a creature of tentacles. Beast, Herald of the Old Ones, Octopus Beast, Level 6, Attributes, Spirit 50, Strength 63, Speed 30, Endurance 28. Magic 20, Description, a minion of the ancient Heralds of the Old Ones, steeped in resentment. This creature seeks to drag all it beholds into darkness upon its return to the mortal realm, offering them as sacrifices to the legendary Herald. Skills: Curse of the Old Ones, Rapid Regeneration, Mighty Arm Strike, Power of Corruption. Gazing at the introduction of the 6th-tier Octopus Beast, Chen Lang's brow furrowed. He realized he was beginning to touch upon deeper realms of existence. What, indeed, were the Heralds of the Old Ones? However, such profound inquiries were beyond his current capacity to explore. For now, his foremost objective was to vanquish this octopus beast and elevate his performance rating to an astonishing level. Thus, exchanging a determined glance with Little Black, they both launched their assault. The air crackled with sword energy. The flowing silver long sword materialized, its enchanted capabilities activated. And with a surge of power, Chen Lang unleashed a blade of white light, extending nearly 10 feet. Simultaneously, he wielded the Demon Slayer sword, initiating the demon-breaking slash once more. A brilliant sword beam and a fierce blade arc crossed each other in their onslaught, having already suffered once. The octopus beast was no longer complacent. It activated its skills, enveloping 2 of its tentacles in the power of corruption, which radiated a faint gray light. This allowed it to withstand the white sword beam, yet the demon-breaking slash still breached its defenses, nearly severing another tentacle. Blood damage continued to manifest, forcing the octopus beast into a defensive retreat, where it hastily invoked its rapid regeneration, visibly regrowing the damaged tentacles at an astonishing pace. Observing this, Little Black, who had been circling the battlefield, sprang into action. Though its hardiness paled in comparison to the 6th-tier octopus beast, its assistance was invaluable. Little Black activated the Dark Energy Dragon Armor skill, its surface cloaked in an aura of annihilation, thereby enhancing its attack and defense. It unleashed the pressure of its draconic lineage, which combined with Chen Lang's dragon's might from his dragon ring, amplifying the effect and further unsettling the octopus beast. Yet, this was not the end. Little Black soared into the air, its dark claws raking fiercely against the octopus beast, leaving numerous vicious wounds in their wake. The octopus beast, in agony and rage, unleashed its mighty arm strike. 8 robust, elongated tentacles, each adorned with barbs, flailed violently, churning the ocean's surface and gouging the island's ground into deep ravines. Fortuitously, both Chen Lang and Little Black possessed remarkable agility, allowing them to deftly evade the monstrous tentacles, narrowly escaping potential fatal blows. With such ferocity in both speed and range, melee combat proved unwise. It was time to shift to ranged attacks. Chen Lang mounted Little Black, distancing himself from the octopus beast. Adapting his strategy, he summoned the Crimson Flame Sandstorm crossbow. After enhancing it with an expansion enchantment, he loaded a single arrow, equivalent to 6 in firepower. Meanwhile, Little Black unleashed its devastating annihilation breath, and together, they bombarded the octopus beast from afar. Gradually, the creature's injuries accumulated, rendering its rapid regeneration futile. This only fueled its fury, prompting it to unleash a powerful skill, Curse of the Old Ones. A dense essence of corruption coalesced into a massive gray sphere, which subsequently detonated, scattering obscure ancient runes that relentlessly pursued Chen Lang and Little Black. Fiery Rock Arrow. Chen Lang activated one of the skills of the Crimson Flame Sandstorm crossbow, firing a molten arrow that obliterated one of the ancient runes. In a moment of desperation, Little Black unleashed its ultimate skill, Black King Annihilation. With its cavernous maw agape, it devoured the runes of the Old One's curse, the power of annihilation counteracting the corruption within. After this exertion, Little Black, drained of energy, descended onto the island. However, it had cleared the path for Chen Lang, who now faced an octopus beast bereft of options. Cornered and desperate, the creature clutched its remaining tentacles together and, with all its might, hurled them at Chen Lang. Come at me. Qin Lang, undeterred, lifted the demon slayer's sword, channeling every ounce of energy within him into this single strike. A 10-foot-long, deep violet blade of demonic energy surged forth. Simultaneously, the octopus beast's desperate counterattack struck Qin Lang. The full force of the 6th-tier sea creature's assault barely penetrated the defenses of the dragon armor, leaving Qin Lang with a dull ache in his chest before everything faded to black. Yet, the enchantment of the thorny barrier still activated, reflecting the unmitigated force of the attack back onto the octopus beast. In that instant, the octopus beast experienced the brutal irony of self-inflicted harm. Its head collapsed under the weight of its own assault, leaving it dazed and reeling. Before it could recover, the 10-foot-long blade of the demon slayer followed suit, severing several of its defenses and cleaving the beast in half. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 6th-tier beast, Herald of the Old One's Octopus Beast 1. Earning 6th-tier Energy Crystal 1, Experience Point 60. The system's notification echoed triumphantly. With the most formidable of the octopus beasts vanquished, the remaining sea creatures, overwhelmed by fear, hastily retreated to the depths of the ocean. The battlefield, now strewn with the remnants of vanquished sea beasts that slowly dissipated into motes of light, bore witness to the conclusion of this maritime calamity. After a considerable time, no further natural disasters or sea creature incursions transpired. The turmoil of the ocean had finally settled. The system's settlement notification resonated in the minds of every surviving seeker in the vicinity. Chapter 61. The catastrophe has concluded. Rankings announced. Rewards distributed. Ding. The maritime calamity, fierce gales, towering waves, and beastly onslaughts have come to an end. A total of 591 survivors participated. 145 individuals remain. Among them, 1 person exhibited extraordinary performance, 10 performed excellently, 178 displayed commendable efforts, 336 showed acceptable skills, and 620 were merely average. Detailed individual performances and rankings are as follows. As the system notification resonated, the survivors, weary from their ordeal, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for the briny sea breeze. Clearly, they had yet to recover from the relentless waves of maritime disasters. However, their eyes remained fixated on the ranking board, hoping to achieve a higher position and, consequently, better rewards. The rankings were revealed in reverse order. The vast majority had merely endured this maritime disaster, bearing countless injuries. With the island left in disarray, nearly a week of development rendered futile. Yet, without that week of progress, survival amidst the catastrophe would have been impossible. Even so, from an initial population of 10,000, only a little over 1,000 remained, marking a staggering death toll exceeding 90%. As the rankings gradually unfolded, some individuals discovered their standings exceeded their expectations, leading to joyous laughter at the superior rewards they received. Conversely, others, despite their desperate efforts, were met with only mediocre evaluations and rewards that hardly compensated for their losses, merely a reprieve from death, prompting them to lament their fates. Ming Daxuan, having acquired a glazed staff, found himself among the stronger contenders of his level, resulting in a commendable performance and securing a good treasure chest. Upon opening it, he was astonished to unveil a 4th-tier mage's robe, glistening silver and resembling both a cloak and a monk's attire. Its attributes were outstanding, enhancing both defense and magical recovery speed, an absolute boon for any mage. Zhang Xiang, endowed with an environmental perception talent, though not skilled in combat, excelled in avoiding calamity. Thanks to this talent, he became a rare survivor whose island structures remained largely intact, earning him a place among the 10 with excellent performances. His reward was also bountiful, bringing him immense joy. Lu Liang and Su Liang, who had previously engaged in transactions with Qin Lang, barely weathered the storm's onslaught. While they received the lowest rating of average, surviving was paramount. As the leaderboard ascended, the distinction of ranks and performance quality became increasingly apparent. For those reaching this echelon were typically the prominent figures in their regions. The top 10 rankings were as follows. 10th, Lu Zhihai, Island 1234, excellent performance. 9th, Zheng Rou, Island 7659, excellent performance. 8th, Wang Baichuan, Island 1005, excellent performance. 4th, Song Shuren, Island 0026, excellent performance. 3rd, Lu Rinjia, Island 9033, excellent performance. 2nd, Gu Xiao, Island 0001, 0783, 2775, excellent performance. 1st, Qin Lang, Islands 2887, 9527, extraordinary performance. Among these, certain rankings were quite unexpected. For instance, Lu Zhihai, who alongside 3 others, would have likely secured a top 10 position had circumstances favored them. However, their solidarity during the novice phase, while initially advantageous, became a liability when the maritime disasters struck, as their collective presence on a single island exacerbated the calamity's severity beyond their coping capacity. Gu Min, Han Zhao, and others perished in the final wave of beastly assaults, leaving Lu Zhihai as the sole survivor, clinging to life thanks to a fourth-tier protective item. This earned him a commendable performance rating from the system. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that this disaster inflicted severe losses upon him, and should his resources dwindle, he risked being surpassed by others. Another surprising twist lay in the top 3 rankings. Previously, there was a widely accepted notion regarding the strongest individuals within the region. Chen Lang, without question, held the top position, with Luringia as his perennial second. Yet, following this maritime upheaval, Luringia found himself relegated to 3rd place. This revelation astonished many, who turned their attention to the 2nd position, only to discover the unfamiliar name of Gu Shao. Such valor raised questions among survivors. Who was this individual? Chen Lang himself was taken aback. It appeared that Gu Shao was a cunning figure, adept at concealing his prowess while quietly amassing power. What concerned Chen Lang most was that Gu Shao had conquered and claimed 2 adventure islands, thus becoming a lord with 3 islands, one more than himself. Capturing islands was no trivial feat, especially seizing 2. Consequently, Chen Lang regarded Gu Shao as a priority to monitor. He could not allow this rival to eclipse him and was determined to maintain his status as the leading authority in the region. Ding! Congratulations on your extraordinary performance during the first wave of maritime disasters, ranking 1st. Reward, Extraordinary Treasure Chest 1. As the clock struck midnight, the day's 3 enhancement opportunities refreshed. Chen Lang decisively utilized one. Ding! Would you like to consume 1 free opportunity to super enhance Extraordinary Treasure Chest 1? Affirmative. Chen Lang nodded. Thus, ding! Super enhancement successful. Extraordinary Treasure Chest has been enhanced to Super Extraordinary Treasure Chest. Open. Chen Lang, brimming with anticipation, promptly lifted the chest lid. A multitude of luminous orbs surged forth from within, swiftly filling his backpack slots. Ding! Super Extraordinary Treasure Chest 1, successfully opened. Acquired items. Ordinary Villager Recruitment Certificates 3. Grade, 3rd tier, description, upon use. You may randomly recruit 3 ordinary villagers of 1st to 3rd tier strength from various professions to your island territory, commanding their obedience. Supplement 1. Different professions possess unique specialties. Judiciously assigning tasks can lead to flourishing development of your territory. Supplement 2. Villagers possess loyalty and will unconditionally execute the Lord's commands. However, should they endure mistreatment or unreasonable conditions, their loyalty may wane, potentially instigating rebellion. Remember, water can both carry and capsize a boat. Villager recruitment certificates? Such a thing exists. Now, assistance has arrived to aid in developing my territory. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow, then activated his talent ability once more. Ding! Would you like to consume Energy Crystals 300 to super enhance Ordinary Villager Recruitment Certificates 3? Ding! Super enhancement successful. Ordinary Villager Recruitment Certificates have been enhanced to Upper Class Villager Recruitment Certificates 3. Chapter 62, the 2nd phase of survival on the island. 7 days until the cataclysm of the frigid apocalypse. Item acquired. Superior Villager Recruitment Certificate X3. Grade, Tier 4, description, upon use. It allows for the random recruitment of 3 Tier 4 villagers of various professions to your island domain, who will serve as your subjects and obey your commands. Note 1. Villagers of different professions possess unique skills. A judicious allocation of tasks will foster the flourishing of your territory. Note 2. Villagers possess loyalty and will unconditionally execute their lord's commands. However, if subjected to mistreatment, their loyalty may diminish, leading to potential rebellion. Remember, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The Super Enhanced Villager Recruitment Certificate promises the acquisition of villagers with even greater prowess. Chen Lang thus begins to discern the trajectory for the next phase of development. It appears that the focus will be on recruiting more individuals to cultivate and construct the island, evolving from a desolate isle to a village, and ultimately into a fortress or town. Muttering to himself, Chen Lang refrained from immediately utilizing the Villager Recruitment Certificate. Instead, he turned his attention to the remaining rewards obtained from the treasure chest. Item acquired. Advanced Skillbook X1. Grade, Tier 7, description, upon use. It grants the random acquisition of a mid-level skill. Skill categories, combat, survival, another skill book, albeit of a higher grade than the previous mid-level skill book. Chen Lang decisively opted to use it, curious about the skill he might learn this time. Ding! Advanced Skill Book successfully learned. Congratulations. You have acquired the mid-level skill, Frost Freeze. Skill, Mastery of Swordsmanship. Level, Advanced. Type, Combat. Description, a passive skill that significantly enhances proficiency with bladed weapons upon acquisition. Once again, the skill learned pertained to combat. However, unlike the active effect of Frost Freeze, this mastery of swordsmanship is a passive skill that requires no active utilization. In an instant, Chen Lang's mind was flooded with a wealth of experience regarding the use of blades, as though he had immersed himself in training for over a decade. Transforming into a master swordsman. Whether wielding the silver longsword or the Demon Slayer blade, he found himself far more adept than before. If previously he had relied on the sheer physical prowess of a survivor, swinging his weapon haphazardly, he now wielded it with grace and precision, effortlessly maneuvering as if the weight was negligible. The difference in technique was on an entirely different plane. The final orb of light appeared. Resource acquired. Primary Spirit Stone Vein X1. Grade. Tier 7. Description. A vein rich in energy crystals, capable of yielding a substantial quantity of natural energy crystals, akin to those found within fearsome beasts. Note: placing the Spirit Stone vein on the island will subtly enhance the overall potential of the territory. A complete Spirit Stone vein? Goodness, isn't this akin to discovering an oil field? If the fungi were to catch wind of this, they would undoubtedly covet it. Chen Lang gasped in astonishment. He hastily retrieved the compact Spirit Stone vein from his inventory, switching to a godlike perspective. He positioned the vein adjacent to the natural cavern for easier access, enabling a seamless transition from one mining spot to the next. Though only primary in nature, the yield of energy crystals here is assuredly staggering. Almost all survivors had claimed their ranking rewards. Just then, the system notification chimed in opportunely. Ding! The national survival on the island has entered the second phase. The power panel, ranking interface, prestige marketplace, and various system functions have been unlocked. Ding! Regional PK has been launched. The system will randomly select 2 domains for spontaneous task challenges. Victorious domains will see their resources increase, while the defeated will see theirs diminish. Ding! In 7 days, the next wave of maritime calamity will arrive, characterized by extreme cold. All survivors are advised to prepare for the impending disaster. A flurry of messages erupted on the World Channel S system announcement interface. Upon reading these notifications, the surviving survivors fell into a brief silence, which was soon shattered by an explosion of chatter in the regional exchange channel. This a version update. 666. It seems that the first 7 days were merely a novice protection period. The difficulty has suddenly escalated. Will we be pitted against other regions? If we lose, our resources will diminish. This just a way to incite competition and mutual consumption? In my opinion, this appears to be the system nurturing a hidden danger. None of that matters. Did you not see? Another wave of calamity approaches in 7 days. Extreme cold? Does this mean a disaster akin to a frozen apocalypse is imminent? Looks like we need to stockpile fuel, food, and water. Best to stay indoors and ride it out. The frigid apocalypse has arrived. Chen Lang furrowed his brow. It seems the developmental plans he had meticulously crafted would require reevaluation. Without delay, he retrieved the 3 superior villager recruitment certificates from his inventory. With a mere thought, he activated them. The certificates soared from his hands, transforming into 3 portals. 3 distinct villagers, each exuding vitality, stepped forth from their respective portals. Upon seeing Chen Lang, they bowed in unison and proclaimed, "Greetings, Lord." Rise. Chen Lang gestured for them to stand and invited them to introduce themselves. The first villager, clad in a tiger-skin skirt, robust in stature and sharp-eyed, stepped forward and stated, "Report, my lord. I am Wang Dazhuang, of Tier 4 and a hunter profession." As Wang Dazhuang introduced himself, his detailed profile materialized in Chen Lang's view. Villager, Wang Dazhuang, loyalty, 100. Level, Tier 4, 1600. Attributes, Spirit 31, Strength 35. Endurance 35, Speed 30, Magic 19. Profession, Sea-level hunter. Skills, Hunter's Mark, Hunter's Tracking, Weak Point Critical Strike. Excellent. Chen Lang patted Wang Dazhuang's shoulder in praise, igniting immediate excitement in him, while the other 2 looked on with envy. The second individual promptly followed suit. Report, my lord. I am Annie, a tamer by profession. Also at Tier 4. Villager, Annie, loyalty, 100. Level, Tier 4, 1600. Attributes, Spirit 50, Strength 20, Endurance 30, Speed 20. Magic 30, Profession, B-level Tamer. Skills, Beast Affinity, Beast Space, Blood Sacrifice Frenzy, Beast Legion Charge. Lastly, the third individual chimed in. Report, my lord. They call me a simpleton, but I am quite astute in life. I am Dada. Villager, Dada. Loyalty, 100. Level, Tier 4, 1600. Attributes, Spirit 50, Strength 20, Endurance 30, Speed 20. Magic 30, Profession, A-level Berserker. Skills, Growing Stronger in Battle, Bloodthirsty Slaughter, Breaking 1,000 Pounds, Critical Strike. Resurgence of fighting spirit. Ding. First recruitment of territorial subjects achieved. Unlocking the achievement. Much sought after experience points 100. Chapter 63. Assigning tasks to villagers. Each in their own role. Wang Dazhuang, Annie, and Dada, 3 exceptional villagers. Each possessed attributes that were increasingly extraordinary, with their professional levels rising in tandem. Chunlang felt an ever-growing satisfaction as he promptly assigned them their respective duties and tasks. Annie, you shall be the beast tamer. The wild beasts on the island are entrusted to you for domestication, and it is time to expand the scale of the ranch. Yes, my lord. Dada, you will be responsible for the island's vigilance, patrolling daily. I understand, my lord. Wang Dazhuang is a hunter. You should also possess skills in crafting simple tools, correct? Indeed, my lord. Provided I have the appropriate materials, I can craft various iron tools and equipment. Very well. You shall manage the Tier 3 blacksmith shop over there. Apart from hunting, dedicate your time to crafting equipment there. Rest assured, my lord, I shall excel. With the assignments completed, it was time to consider housing for the 3 villagers. As Chunlang pondered where they might reside, Annie proactively suggested, my lord. We are capable of constructing simple dwellings for ourselves. We only require basic materials such as stones and wooden planks. You can build your own houses? That is splendid. Chunlang was delighted. This would alleviate one of his burdens and add another structure to the island. He promptly fulfilled their request. From the medium storage chest in the fortress basement, he retrieved the necessary materials and presented them to Annie and the others. Upon receiving the materials, the trio immediately set to work. Chunlang designated an area for them as the village site. Should more villagers be recruited in the future, they could also settle in this designated area. With the sound of hammers and sawing echoing, Annie and her companions swiftly constructed a small wooden house resembling a matchbox. Completed within half a day. The size of this single-room abode was comparable to Chunlang's initial cabin, featuring front and rear windows, yet with a stone foundation, rendering it sturdier. Building, 3-unit side-by-side villager cottage. Grade, Tier 3. Description, a simple dwelling constructed by villagers, capable of meeting basic living needs. Although a Tier 3 cottage, Chunlang furrowed his brow. With the island having ascended to Tier 4, structures below Tier 3 seemed somewhat inadequate. Consequently, as the Lord, he decided to bestow a benefit upon his subjects. Beep. Would you like to consume 100 energy crystals to super enhance the 3-unit side-by-side villager cottage? Beep. Super enhancement successful. The 3-unit side-by-side villager cottage has been enhanced to 3-unit side-by-side stone cottage. With the activation of his innate ability, the system's notification resonated as the glow enveloping the wooden house gradually faded, to Annie and her companions' astonishment. The modest cottage they had just erected had been upgraded by their lord into a sturdier and more spacious stone dwelling. They were instantly overjoyed. Bowing repeatedly to express their gratitude, Chunlang waved his hand dismissively. All right, rise. As the 3 gradually composed themselves, they did not immediately enter the stone house, but instead promptly set about executing the tasks assigned to them. The tallest and strongest among them, Dada, armed with 2 double-edged iron axes, began his patrol around the island with an air of authority. Wang Dazhuang proceeded to the blacksmith shop, following Chunlang's directives to smelt crude iron and other metals in preparation for crafting various tools, essential for excavating natural caverns and spirit stone veins. As for Annie, Chunlang called back the little black creature who had gone fishing at sea, instructing it to guide Annie into the forest. With the dragon's intimidating presence, Annie's beast-taming skills would be even more effective. However, when the fearsome little black creature descended unexpectedly before Annie, it startled her significantly. Even Wang Dazhuang and Dada were alarmed, fearing an incursion by dragonkind. Knowing they would likely be outmatched and even face dire consequences, they prepared to confront the little black creature until Chunlang intervened, clarifying that it was his pet. This incident illustrated the unwavering loyalty of Annie and her companions, who would indeed risk their lives for their lord. As the first calamity subsided, Island 2887 began to prosper. Chunlang, armed with a fishing rod, returned to the shoreline, ready for his daily fishing endeavors. Unfortunately, the port had been ravaged by monstrous waves. Otherwise, fishing from the dock would yield even greater returns. Disasters inevitably entail losses, yet fortunately, the damages remained within Chunlang's anticipated limits. Moreover, with the island's promotion to Tier 4, the fishing rod's drop rates had improved. Each fishing attempt has a 10 chance of failure, 40 chance of obtaining a Tier 4 treasure chest, 25 chance of a Tier 5 treasure chest, 15 chance of a Tier 6 treasure chest, 9 chance of a Tier 7 treasure chest, and a 1 chance of an 8-tier treasure chest. Remaining fishing attempts. 5. The fishing rod's level, akin to that of the sanctuary, remained 1 tier higher than the island's level post-super enhancement. Thus, the current fishing rod had attained a Tier 5 rating. The drop rates for treasure chests and their average grades had also risen, with the potential to catch treasure chests of up to Tier 8. Without hesitation, Chun Lang commenced his fishing. Beep. Fishing successful. Obtained a Tier 4 treasure chest X1. Beep. Fishing failed. 1 failure recorded. Beep. Fishing successful. Obtained a Tier 6 treasure chest X1. Beep. Fishing successful. Obtained a Tier 5 treasure chest X1. Beep. Fishing successful. Obtained a Tier 4 treasure chest X1. From 5 fishing attempts, he secured 2 Tier 4 treasure chests, 1 Tier 5 treasure chest, 1 Tier 6 treasure chest, and 1 failure. The haul was satisfactory to Chun Lang. He promptly activated the remaining 2 free chances for super enhancement. Beep. Super enhancement successful. The Tier 5 treasure chest has been super enhanced to Tier 7 treasure chest X1. The Tier 6 treasure chest has been super enhanced to Tier 7 treasure chest X1. Fortune smiled upon him. Both treasure chests had been upgraded to Tier 7. Chun Lang waved his hand and began to open the chests en masse. Beep. 2 Tier 4 treasure chests opened successfully. Obtained items. Intermediate Workbench Blueprint X1. Obtained resources. Intermediate Solo Treasure Map X1. Beep. 2 Tier 7 treasure chests opened successfully. Obtained items. Island Expansion Card X1. Obtained equipment. Light Cloud Moonstaff X1. Chun Lang meticulously examined each item. First, the Intermediate Workbench Blueprint. His basement workspace currently housed only a basic workbench, which, while functional, fell short when it came to crafting advanced equipment. Thus, acquiring the blueprint for an intermediate workbench was perfectly timed for an upgrade. Chapter 64. The Wand of Light Clouds and Moonlight. Island Expansion Card. The Maturation of the Cleansing Fruit Tree. Item. Intermediate Workbench Blueprint. Type. Production Blueprint. Grade. Tier 4. Description. Gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Required materials. Enchanted Logs 9, Mithril Ingots 1, Lapis Lazuli 3, Copper Ingots 2, Iron Ingots 3. Chun Lang had begun to discern a pattern. Tools such as workbenches, enchantment tables, forging tables, and brewing stations exhibited vast differences between the basic and intermediate levels. The variety of materials required, along with the complexity of crafting, increased significantly. Fortunately, these challenges posed no obstacle for Chun Lang. He had an abundance of lapis lazuli, iron ingots, and copper ingots. During his previous mining excursions, he had unearthed several mithril ores that could be smelted into ingots with a little time in the furnace. As for enchanted logs, though it was the first time he had heard of enchanting wood, he possessed an intermediate enchantment table. He took 9 units of oak logs and spent some energy crystals and lapis lazuli to enchant the logs in no time. Once he placed these materials on the blueprint, a radiant glow enveloped the scene. Ding. Manufacturing successful. Obtained item. Intermediate Workbench 1. Item. Intermediate Workbench. Grade. Tier 4. Description. A surface for survivors to craft various equipment and tools. Supplement. The finished product can range from Tier 4 to Tier 6, and crafting Tier 5 or 6 items will accelerate the wear on the workbench, leading to a quicker reduction in durability. With this new addition, you may take a brief respite. Chun Lang employed his luck-enchanted pickaxe to dismantle the basic workbench and replaced it with the newly crafted intermediate workbench. He then retrieved the blueprints stored in the basic workbench and transferred them to the intermediate one, achieving a seamless transition between the 2 workstations. As for the now redundant basic workbench, Chun Lang had no intention of letting it languish idly. Instead, he planned to repurpose it for another task. Thus, he made his way to the blacksmith shop and presented the workbench to the villager Wang Dazhuang. This workbench is for you. It will make your tasks much easier, he said. Wang Dazhuang expressed his gratitude profusely. Thank you, Lord. I will certainly work hard to serve you. I have faith in you, Chun Lang replied with a smile, patting Wang Dazhuang on the shoulder. He then proceeded to examine the other rewards obtained from the treasure chests. Item. Intermediate Treasure Map. Solo. Grade. Tier 4. Description. A map depicting an ancient treasure. Clicking to use will teleport you to the starting point of the treasure map route to begin your quest until you reach the destination and uncover the treasure. Supplement 1. The area of the treasure map is often fraught with danger. Only approach if your survival level is equal to or higher than that of the treasure map to avoid a high probability of failure. Supplement 2. There is one opportunity to retreat during the treasure hunt. Using this will teleport you back to the designated island. But it will also be considered a failure, causing the treasure map to vanish irretrievably. Supplement 3. Treasure maps come in solo and multiplayer varieties, allowing survivors to team up for treasure hunting. Another treasure map. This marked the second treasure map Chun Lang had acquired, yet it was of a higher tier than the previous one, suggesting that both the difficulty and rewards would be significant. Once he completed his current tasks, he planned to use it. For now, he set the treasure map aside, as he had numerous other endeavors to attend to. His attention then turned to the rewards from the 2 Tier 7 chests. First, he examined the first item. Equipment: Wand of light clouds and moonlight. Grade: Tier 7. Description: a wand of pure silver with a head intricately carved with a pattern of light clouds and moonlight, adorned with a high-grade lunar crystal gemstone. Skill: energy conservation. Casting spells with this wand reduces mana consumption by 30%. Skill: rapid chanting. Casting time is shortened. Some simple spells can be cast instantly without chanting. Skill: light clouds and moonlight, enhances the effectiveness of all spells by 30%. Ice and dark spells receive an additional 20% boost. The skills were impressive, yet Chun Lang lamented, "Alas, I am not a mage, and thus cannot utilize it." But then a thought struck him. Do skills count as spells? There's only one way to find out. He immediately grasped the wand of light clouds and moonlight and activated the intermediate skill Frost Freeze. To his delight, the results were remarkable. The speed at which the frost spread and the hardness of the frozen layer had both seen significant improvement compared to before. After a rough assessment, he concluded that the enhancement effect exceeded 50%. Indeed, the wand's ability to enhance all spell effects and provide a 50% boost to ice and dark spells aligned perfectly with his experience. It seemed that while not entirely useless, it was still a Tier 7 item worth keeping for the time being. He stowed the wand of light clouds and moonlight away. Among the 4 rewards obtained from fishing, the most captivating to Chun Lang was the last one. Island Expansion Card. Item: Island Expansion Card. Grade: Tier 7. Description: designate a specific island to use this card, doubling its area and refreshing its resources. Doubling the island's area? I must see how this works. Chun Lang immediately focused his thoughts and chose to use it. Ding. Island Expansion Card 1. Usage successful. The system notification chimed. In the next moment, Island 2887 trembled slightly, reminiscent of the sensations felt during an island level upgrade. The tide receded, revealing rings of land that quickly transformed into various terrains. Previously, when Island 2887 reached Tier 4, its diameter had expanded to 2,000 meters. Now, it doubled, maintaining its east-west length while extending its north-south maximum length to 4,000 meters. This expansion granted Chun Lang ample space for constructing fields and other buildings. Moreover, the island's resources were intricately tied to its size. With the island's area doubled, the abundance of forests, wildlife, and other resources also increased accordingly. When Chun Lang switched to the Lord's perspective and surveyed the island, he discovered numerous rare creatures and treasures that had not previously existed, all emerging as a result of this island expansion. Green mountains and clear waters are as valuable as mountains of gold and silver. The more resources, the better. Chun Lang nodded in satisfaction. He then strolled over to the 3 fields. Thanks to the protective barrier of the Energy Crystal Defense Tower, the fragile fields had remained unaffected by the maritime calamities. The crops growing within were thriving, nearing maturity. Chun Lang initiated the harvest, reaping a bounty of fire flowers, dew fruits, Chiling grass fruits, coconuts, spirit rice, and oak trees. Naturally, he also harvested the highest tier crop, the cleansing fruit tree, now ready for its first harvest. Towering at 10 meters with a lush canopy, it bore approximately 100 cleansing fruits, all of which Chun Lang promptly picked. Crop: cleansing fruit. Grade: Tier 5. Description: a rare treasure with the effect of cleansing and enhancing physical constitution. Long-term consumption subtly improves one's innate abilities. Supplement: most effective for beings of Tier 5 and below. Effects gradually diminish for Tier 5 and above, ineffective on beings of Tier 10 and above. As I am currently Tier 5, the cleansing fruit will have the best effect on me. Chun Lang chuckled softly. He wiped the fruit and promptly devoured one with great relish. Chapter 65. The Enchanting Essence Fruit. Attribute Enhancement. Another conquest of the Island Lord. The Essence Fruit, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, had previously been discovered by fortunate survivors. At that time, the individual who found it was merely an ordinary person without even a first-tier ranking. After consuming one, they immediately gained 1 point of free attribute value. Although it may seem insignificant, one must understand that the means by which survivors can enhance their attributes are exceedingly scarce. Beyond the fixed allocations granted upon leveling up, the only way to augment one's attributes is through donning equipment with special passive effects. Attributes significantly determine a survivor's strength. Thus, even a mere increase of 1 attribute point would undoubtedly attract throngs of eager survivors. Now, Chun Lang, possessing an entire essence fruit tree, was able to harvest a bountiful supply of essence fruits at regular intervals. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly incite envy among other survivors in the region. The essence fruits were delectably flavorful, bursting with juice, and exquisitely sweet and sour. Chun Lang found himself increasingly addicted to them. Coupled with the immense appetite of a fifth-tier survivor, he unconsciously devoured every last fruit from the tree. The effects were immediate, granting him a remarkable increase of 10 attribute points. Furthermore, the enhancement from the essence fruits was comprehensive, with each of his 5 attributes receiving equal attention. Spirit 68, Strength 74, Speed 67, Endurance 75, Magic 81. This surge elevated Chunlang's total attribute value to an impressive 365 points. In normal circumstances, a 7th-tier survivor's attributes hover around 330 points. Thus, Chunlang's attributes now surpass those of a 7th-tier survivor. It was time to test his newfound strength. Feeling a surge of excitement, Chunlang cast his gaze toward the nearby uncharted adventure islands, 9,527 and its companions. The resources on the 9527 island had already proven immensely beneficial, and there was still more to be harvested. If he could conquer the remaining 2 islands, the benefits would multiply exponentially. Without hesitation, Chunlang, known for his swift decisiveness, took action. With a gentle call, a majestic black dragon, the dark absolute black king dragon, Little Black, descended beside him, wings unfurling like arrows shot from a bow. Chunlang mounted the dragon's back and pointed toward an island. Little Black, let us depart. With that command, Little Black soared into the air, carrying Chunlang swiftly across the ocean's surface. The dragon's fearsome presence sent any lurking predatory birds fleeing in terror. In the blink of an eye, Chunlang landed securely on the new adventure island. With Little Black by his side, traversing between islands had become far less cumbersome, eliminating the need for a teleportation array. Unlike his first landing on the 9527 island, he chose not to establish another teleportation point, as both his black-scaled dragon armor and Little Black enabled rapid travel, making the point redundant. Ding! You have arrived at Adventure Island 9526, a place rich in resources and teeming with monsters, guarded by a powerful island lord who eradicates all intruders. Should you successfully vanquish the island lord, you may usurp their position and become the new island lord. The system prompt echoed in his ears. Previously, he had deemed himself insufficiently powerful to challenge the island lord, necessitating a period of growth. But now he stood firm, eager to see if the island lord of 9526 would dare to confront him. With a newfound confidence, Chunlang's demeanor was decidedly audacious. He was no longer aimlessly scouring for resources. Once the island lord was defeated, all the resources on the island would belong to him. Thus, accompanied by Little Black, he brazenly paraded through the adventure island, issuing a challenge. Come and face me if you have the capability. The island lord, well acquainted with the situation on the island, soon detected the audacious presence of Chunlang and Little Black. How audacious! An invader dares to be so brazen? A raspy voice echoed, revealing the island lord's true form, a zombie king. Monster, Bone King, level, tier 4. Description: the island lord of Adventure Island 9526, a formidable zombie king. A creature of the undead, capable of generating and controlling countless bones, commanding all zombies and skeletal creatures on the island. Skills: Bone Slayer, Zombie King's Command, Decaying Resurrection. Abundant bones. To be frank, the Bone King was no weakling. During the novice phase, most survivors encountering it would likely be easily dispatched. Even among those who had survived the first calamity, no more than 10 could confidently claim a 70% chance of overcoming it. However, the unfortunate Bone King was now faced with Chunlang. Not only had he previously slain a 5th-tier dragon beast while still at tier 4, but now, as a 5th tier with opulent gear and accompanied by a dragon, he approached the Bone King with an air of dominance. The Bone King, for a moment, nearly mistook itself for the challenger, believing Chunlang to be the island's rightful lord. Damn it! It seethed in anger, unleashing its skill, Zombie King's Command. The ground trembled as skeletal soldiers and zombies erupted from the earth, surging toward Chunlang in a chaotic swarm. Do you think sheer numbers will suffice? Chunlang scoffed. At this point, even these minor creatures were beneath his notice. He casually entrusted the task of elimination to Little Black. With a thunderous roar, Little Black unleashed the dark absolute dragon claw skill, its claws glowing with a sharp, lethal red light. In a single swipe, it guaranteed the obliteration of any zombie or skeletal soldier it encountered. Ding! Your battle companion Little Black has slain 5 second-tier monsters, zombies, earning 5 second-tier energy crystals. Little Black rampaged through the horde, while Chunlang advanced, swiftly reaching the Bone King. With no need for flamboyant displays, he brought down his Demon Slayer blade. The Bone King's already pallid visage grew even more ashen in terror as it hastily attempted to counter with various skills. Yet, whether it was the bone armor derived from its abundant bones or its decaying resurrection, all its efforts appeared futile against the overwhelming disparity in strength between it and Chunlang. The deep purple blade light sliced through the air. Crack. The Bone King was utterly vanquished. The system announcement chimed. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the Island Lord, Bone King, and becoming the new Lord of Adventure Island 9526. Chapter 66. The Staff of the Corpse King. The Burial Place of Ancient Warriors. Ding. Congratulations on defeating a 4th-tier monster, Skeleton Corpse King 1. Earning a 4th-tier Energy Crystal 1, 23 Corpse King Bones, 1 Corpse King Staff, and 40 experience points. Ding. Having slain over 100 zombie skeleton-type undead creatures. You have achieved the title, Undead Terminator I, earning 100 experience points. Another piece of equipment dropped? Chen-Lang glanced at his backpack. There lay a staff. Intricately crafted from segments of luminous bone, crowned with a skeletal hand grasping a dark red gemstone. It resembled a mage's staff more than a simple weapon. Upon inspecting the details, his suspicions were confirmed. Equipment: Corpse King Staff. Grade: 4th tier. Description: a staff personally refined by the Skeleton Corpse King, providing additional enhancement effects for necromancers and dark attribute mages. The Corpse King Staff, combined with the Light Cloud Moon Staff, meant that Chen-Lang possessed 2 staves. Though their utility was somewhat limited, he furrowed his brow. Regardless of how exceptional the equipment might be, if he could not utilize it, it would merely serve as decoration. He needed to devise a method to make full use of them. He could fuse them. Fortunately, he had both a mid-level workbench and a forge at his disposal. He would return and merge these 2 staves into a brand new piece of equipment. Setting aside the matter of the staves, Chen-Lang, now the Island Lord, focused his thoughts and entered the Lord's oversight perspective, where various island information unfolded before his eyes. Island 9526, in contrast to the neighboring Island 9527, although numbered sequentially, differed significantly in both terrain and resource types. The resources on this island were rather meager, falling short of his expectations, yet it harbored a unique location. Let us go investigate. With boldness befitting a skilled artist, Chen-Lang mounted his steed, Little Black, and soared to the special area of Island 9526. Before him lay a desolate and ancient ruin, reminiscent not of a palace, but rather the entrance to a lavish tomb. Special location: the burial place of ancient warriors. Description: eroded by time, yet still replete with mechanisms. Tendrils of ghostly energy seep from the ground, naturally attracting undead beings, while harboring the entire wealth of ancient warriors. Indeed, the atmosphere was thick with spectral energy, explaining why a 4th-tier Skeleton Corpse King had emerged here, presumably drawn to the potent aura to become the Island Lord. Moreover, the surrounding remnants suggested that the Skeleton Corpse King had long coveted the treasures within the ancient tomb, repeatedly attempting to breach the entrance, but to no avail. Hampered by its own insufficient power, it was now Chen-Lang's turn. He chuckled lightly and raised his gaze towards the weathered, imposing tomb door. Little Black approached with curiosity, attempting to pry it open with its sharp claws, but even it could only leave a few scratches on the surface. Given its formidable strength, it was no wonder the Skeleton Corpse King had failed to breach the door before its demise, leaving this opportunity for Chen-Lang. He retrieved the Light Cloud Moon Staff, gripping it firmly as he activated his mid-level skill, Frost Freeze. Crack, crack, crack. The crystalline blue frost rapidly spread, encasing the heavy tomb door in ice. Following this, Chen-Lang switched to the Crimson Flame Sand crossbow, knocked an arrow, and prepared to unleash a powerful shot. With a prolonged charge, he pulled the trigger, activating the crossbow's skill, Lava Arrow. Enhanced by the expansion enchantment, 6 molten arrows were released, in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon striking the stone door, the arrows exploded in a cacophony of sound. Boom, boom, boom. With the frost encapsulating the door and the lava detonating, the stone door ultimately succumbed, blasted open to reveal a gaping hole. Let us go. Chen-Lang rushed into the tomb. However, the burial site of ancient warriors was not without its defenses. The moment Chen-Lang and Little Black entered, they triggered a defensive mechanism. The brick floor of the tomb shifted, and 4 stone pillars emerged, each hollowed out in the center, standing guard over mechanical puppets. Upon sensing the intrusion of Chen-Lang and Little Black, the 4 puppets immediately emerged from their columns, eyes glowing red, emitting deep, menacing growls, clearly intent on attack. Monster, Guardian Puppet. Grade, 6th tier. Description: puppets crafted by ancient puppet masters, specialized in close combat, possessing hardened bodies, unwaveringly loyal to their master's commands. For 6th tier puppets confronting me? My fortune knows no bounds. Chen-Lang felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated encountering such formidable opponents on an island with only 4th tier monsters. Without even calling for Little Black's assistance, he prepared to face the 4 6th tier guardian puppets alone. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, with the black scale dragon armor enveloping him. Qin Lang absorbed the majority of the force from the puppet's attacks, triggering the thorny enchantment. Half of the impact rebounded, staggering the puppets and leaving them vulnerable to counterattack. Sword energy surged forth. With the flowing silver sword in hand, and having learned the mastery of blade and sword through an advanced skill tome, Qin Lang's proficiency had soared to unprecedented heights, rivaling that of legendary masters. With a single sweeping strike, even the hardened guardian puppets bore the marks of his assault. Their surfaces marred by deep gashes. Yet, that still was not enough. The flowing silver sword, while formidable, fell short against 6th-tier foes. Without hesitation, Qin Lang switched to the Demon Slayer blade. The demon-slaying strike unleashed a deep purple blade of energy, cleaving through one guardian puppet's chest, leaving a gruesome gash. The bleeding enchantment continued to inflict damage, as remnants of the blade's energy seeped deeper. Seizing the moment of weakness, Qin Lang delivered another strike. At last, the puppet could no longer withstand the assault, shattering into countless pieces. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a 6th-tier monster, Guardian Puppet 1, earning a 6th-tier Energy Crystal 1. A Shattered Puppet Heart 1, and 60 experience points. With one down, the remaining 3 Guardian Puppets posed little threat to Qin Lang, whose strength had transcended conventional notions of power. Even the presence of 7th-tier or higher monsters would not intimidate him. Ding! Congratulations on defeating 6th-tier monsters, Guardian Puppet 3, earning a 6th-tier Energy Crystal 3, Shattered Puppet Hearts 3, and 180 experience points. He glanced at the spoils within his backpack. The Puppet Hearts. A guaranteed drop from defeating puppets piqued Qin Lang's interest. Chapter 67. An Unexpected Regional PK. Item. Damaged Puppet Heart. Grade. 6th description. The driving core of a puppet, though damaged, demonstrates exquisite crafting techniques, with intricate runes adorning its surface. Supplement. Collecting multiple damaged puppet cores can synthesize a complete puppet core, which can be used to create new puppets or repair damaged ones. So this is its function, Qin Lang mused, nodding in understanding. He glanced at his inventory. Whether from defeating the yellow sand puppet, teaming up with Lu Rinjia to hunt for treasures, or shattering 4 6th-grade guardian puppets in one go, he had gradually accumulated a number of damaged puppet cores. With enough assembled, he could synthesize a new complete core. Sound. Item acquired. Puppet Core 1. Grade. 6th description. A complete puppet core. The most crucial component of a puppet, akin to its brain. Supplement. Can drive 6th-grade puppets and below, but only 6th-grade puppets can unleash the core's full potential. Now that I possess the core, yet I lack the means to forge a puppet. First, I shall gather the shattered remnants of these puppets and see if I can piece together a complete one. After a considerable effort, aside from the first guardian puppet that was utterly destroyed and rendered useless, Qin Lang managed to reassemble a complete puppet body from the remains of the other 3. He promptly placed the newly synthesized 6th-grade puppet core into the constructed body. The next moment, the puppet sprang to life, as if powered on, its eyes suddenly glowing. It stood upright with a swift motion. However, it did not initiate an immediate attack as before, but stood there, seemingly in a daze. This core was newly assembled by Qin Lang, essentially rebooting the system of this cobbled-together puppet. The previous master's commands had been formatted and erased, leaving this puppet as a mindless entity without any orders. Qin Lang decisively bit his tongue, allowing his blood to recognize the puppet as its master. Sound. Item acquired. Guardian Puppet, 6th grade, 1. Qin Lang activated his innate talent, sound. Would you like to consume 1 6th-grade energy crystal and 1 super strengthening Guardian Puppet, 6th grade? Sound. Super strengthening successful. Guardian Puppet, 6th grade, has been super strengthened to Guardian Spirit Puppet, 7th grade. Description. An upgraded version of the Guardian Puppet, crafted from higher grade materials. With more sophisticated techniques, surpassing the Guardian Puppet in all aspects, and possessing greater intelligence to understand more complex commands. As the glow faded, the transformed Guardian Spirit Puppet came into view before Qin Lang. Towering and clad in heavy armor, it exuded an imposing presence. Its strength was not to be underestimated. From now on, you shall guard this island, intercept any intruders, and notify me immediately. Qin Lang commanded the Guardian Spirit Puppet. The puppet mechanically nodded, positioning itself in front of Qin Lang to ensure his safety. With the Guardian Spirit Puppet at his side, the other defense mechanisms along the way posed no threat, allowing him to reach the depths of the underground palace unscathed. There, he encountered the remains of an ancient powerhouse. Is this the might of an ancient era? Regrettably, time had eroded it to mere skeletal remains. A ring adorned its bony finger. Equipment, spatial storage ring, grade, 10th, description. A popular storage item among ancient era powerhouses, the ring encapsulates a space of varying sizes, allowing items to be retrieved or stored at will. Supplement. The storage capacity of a 10th grade spatial ring is 100 cubic meters. Supplement. Living beings cannot be stored within the ring's space. It seems this ring contains the entirety of the fallen powerhouse's wealth. Taking a deep breath, Chunlang bowed respectfully before carefully approaching to remove the ring from the skeleton's hand. As the original owner had perished, the spatial ring was now an unclaimed object. After re-establishing his ownership with a drop of blood, he focused his will and retrieved the contents inside the ring. Clatter. Acquired items. 3. 840,000 gold. Acquired item. Advanced Refining Master Skill Book 1. Acquired item. Square Fire Furnace 1. Acquired item. Advanced Enchantment Table 1. Acquired item. Advanced Forging Table 1. Acquired item. Advanced Workbench 1. Acquired resource. Mithril Ingots 76. A plethora of materials nearly filled Chunlang's inventory. The treasures within the ring revealed to him that the skeleton had once been a high-ranking refining master of the ancient era. What was the ancient era truly like? It seems reminiscent of the current survival on islands, yet distinctly different. The more he encountered relics of the ancient era, the more his curiosity deepened. After all, it appeared that the billions of individuals who traversed into this world indeed existed within a realm of prehistoric civilization. And the ancient era must have been rife with formidable beings. But what led to its eventual decline, and what became of those powerful entities? In the end, it all boiled down to strength. As long as I continuously enhance my power, I shall one day uncover the truth of the ancient era. Perhaps it will reveal the mysteries of the universal island survival. Chunlang muttered to himself, his fists gradually clenching tighter. He then departed the underground palace with Little Black and the guardian spirit puppet, sealing the site behind him. The guardian spirit puppet would remain to oversee the island, while Chunlang intended to set forth to conquer the next adventurous island. However, just as he prepared to embark, a sudden system announcement reverberated, filling the screen. It forcibly popped up before every survivor. Sound. A regional PK is about to commence. Current region, number 10086, will engage in a PK with region No. 10,010 in 10 minutes. Regional PK is limited to 48 hours. Upon the countdown's conclusion, the system will compare the development of both regions. Each victory will earn 1 point. The region with the highest accumulated score will win the PK and receive collective rewards. The losing region will face collective penalties, including but not limited to a decrease in total regional resources and an increase in monster levels, etc. Specific PK items are as follows. The highest level of survivors in both regions. The highest level of islands in both regions. The number of 5th grade survivors in both regions. The number of 5th grade islands in both regions. The communication channels between the two regions have been temporarily opened for survivors to interact. The system S-Cold, mechanical voice echoed in the ears of every survivor in region 10086 and their counterparts in region 10010. Catching both sides off guard with this unexpected PK announcement. After a brief moment of shock, the shared communication interface erupted with activity. Chunlang immediately entered the communication interface. Chapter 68 Chunlang. It matters not. I will intervene. 4th update, Luringia. Is the regional PK starting already? How abrupt. Sujanning. Indeed. There has been no preparation at all, and losing will diminish our regional resources. It's quite daunting. Lu Jichai. There are 5 PK projects, which means we must win at least 3 to claim victory in this overall regional PK. Zheng Ro. We are from region 10086. I wonder if our opponent from region 10010 is strong or weak. Song Shurun. Look at the system announcement. The details of our 2 regions projects are clearly marked. The average skill level of the survivors in region 10010 is commendable. We are indeed facing formidable opposition. Upon seeing Song Shurun's words, Chunlang switched to the system announcement interface, and indeed, he found that the system had delineated the 5 PK projects and the status of both regions. 1. Highest survivor level in both regions. Region 10086. Level 5 region 10010. Level 5 2. Highest island level in both regions. Region 10086. Level 4 region 10010. Level 4 3. Number of level 5 survivors in both regions. Region 10086. 1 region 10010. 2 4. Number of level 5 islands in both regions. Region 10086. 0 region 10010. 0 5. Number of level 4 survivors and level 4 islands in both regions. Region 10086. For region 10010, 7. Among the 5 projects, 3 were tied, yet in the remaining 2, their region was significantly lagging, starting off with a 2-point deficit. This disheartening start made Chunlang furrow his brow. The other survivors from region 10086 also lamented. What? We are actually behind. Even the top 10 ranked individuals in our region cannot match the opponents. It's all up to Chun Lang to maintain our dignity. Otherwise, we would be faring even worse. Starting with a disadvantage is not a good omen for victory. The atmosphere in Region 10086 was bleak. Meanwhile, the survivors in Region 10010, reveling in their advantage, were jubilant, with many mocking comments. Haha, starting off with 2 projects behind, Region 10086 is no match for us. Region 10,010 reigns supreme. Exactly. You're bound to lose in this first regional PK. Our region boasts an awakened SSS-level talent. What can you possibly compete with? Indeed, Yi Yunxiao, who awakened the SSS-level critical fishing talent, has already secured 2nd-tier equipment on the first day and now dons complete 6th-tier gear. What can you pit against our esteemed Yi Yunxiao? Just give up your resistance. Ha ha ha. Yi Yunxiao, the darling of Region 10010, stepped forward to speak. Rest assured, with me here, the people of Region 10086 will not rise again. Such words incited outrage among the members of Region 10086, who swiftly retorted, Yi Yunxiao, is he that formidable? Our region has Chen Lang. He's also a level 5 survivor. Yi Yunxiao, still perched high above, replied, oh? What level talent has he awakened? Unless it's SSS, he has no standing to be compared with me. Chen Lang initially intended to remain silent, lurking as he had in the past. However, witnessing Yi Yunxiao's arrogance, he felt it would be too meek to remain quiet. He promptly responded, it matters not. I will intervene. With this statement, the survivors of Region 10086 found their resolve, rallying behind Chen Lang. Chen Lang, you must suppress the Yi Yunxiao. We cannot stand his lofty demeanor. Chen Lang is magnificent. The verbal skirmish in the communication channel did not last long. As emotions settled, many individuals redirected their focus to reality. In the realm of the internet, anyone could boldly declare victory. However, once back to the real world, no one possessed absolute certainty of triumph. With only 2 short days for PK, they needed to act swiftly and seize every moment. Let us proceed to the 3rd adventure island, to slay another island lord and ascend to level 6. Chun Lang mounted Little Black, transforming into a dragon knight, and swiftly soared toward the 3rd adventure island surrounding the 2,887th island. Soon, the man and dragon arrived above the island. Ding! You have landed on Adventure Island 9525, a resource-rich locale teeming with monsters, guarded by a powerful island lord who annihilates all intruders. Should you successfully eliminate the island lord, you may take their place as the new island lord. The familiar sound of the island system prompt echoed once more. This time, Chen Lang was too impatient to follow the usual procedures. He immediately activated the Dragon Might skill from the Dragon Ring, with Little Black emitting a commanding roar. The combined terrifying pressure instantly provoked the island lord. On Island 9525 resided a notorious goblin tribe. Special location, Goblin Tribe. Description, a community formed by numerous goblins, adhering to the principle of might makes right, exhibiting vile behavior, and being extremely exclusionary. Contrary to the traditional image of small, sneaky goblins, the goblins on this island were visibly larger and coarser, seemingly a superior breed. They had proliferated into a tribe of over 100 members, with varying levels from 1st to 3rd, and even 4th and 5th tier individuals. The island lord, also the chief of this goblin tribe, had attained the formidable 6th level, the highest Chen Lang had encountered thus far. Monster, Goblin Chief, Level 6, Attributes, Spirit 20, Strength 60, Endurance 50, Speed 40. Magic 25. Description, the chief of the Goblin Tribe and the Lord of Island 9525, possessing dominion over all goblins in the tribe, with low intelligence, a savage demeanor, and inability to communicate. Despite being a 6th-level monster, its total attributes were relatively low and severely unbalanced. Hardly impressive. In Chen Lang's eyes, the goblin chief below, bellowing at him, was akin to a sack of chaff, unattractive and ineffectual. If this constituted the entirety of its strength, then it would meet its end swiftly. Chen Lang was singularly focused on grinding for experience and leveling up to surpass Yi Yunxiao, who had awakened the SSS-level talent. Thus, he wished to waste not even a second. Observing the goblins below, armed with rudimentary stone weapons and scraps of metal, attempting to leap and attack him, Chen Lang drew forth the Crimson Sandstorm crossbow and unleashed the skill Sandstorm Arrow Rain. Whoosh, whoosh, which a rain of yellow sand arrows cascaded from the heavens. And due to the enlargement enchantment, the scale of the Sandstorm Arrow Rain was several times greater than before. Those goblins, who had been chattering boisterously just moments ago, were swiftly transformed into a porcupine by the descending rain of arrows. The vast goblin tribe was bloodily ravaged under the onslaught of Chen Lang's arrows, turning the landscape into a river of blood in an instant. Chapter 69, The 5th Tier Island. Some rejoice while others lament. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a first-tier monster, Young Goblin X12. You have received first-tier energy crystals X12. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a second-tier monster, Adult Goblin X34. You have received second-tier energy crystals X34. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a third-tier monster, Robust Goblin X13. You have received third-tier energy crystals X13 and experience points X390. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a fourth-tier monster, Robust Goblin X9. You have received. The system notifications resonated incessantly in Xinlang's mind, and his experience points surged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the goblin tribe had been utterly decimated, leaving only the goblin chief. Roar. Humans, die. The goblin chief felt little sorrow for its fallen kin. For goblins, survival was paramount, as long as it could endure and capture a new batch of females. It would not be long before more goblins would emerge. What truly infuriated the goblin chief was Xinlang's prowess and the threat it posed to its authority. It absolutely could not allow anyone stronger than itself to exist on this island. With a swift motion, it seized a bone club and struck fiercely at Xinlang. However, in the next moment, the demon-slashing blade appeared, its blade flashing through the air. With a single stroke, Xinlang severed the goblin chief's club along with its neck. The top half of the club and the chief's astonished head thudding to the ground. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a sixth-tier monster, Goblin Chief X1. You have received a sixth-tier energy crystal X1 and experience points X60. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the Island Lord, Goblin Chief. You have become the new Lord of Adventure Island number 9525. Ding. Having occupied more than 3 islands, you have achieved the title, Pioneer 2, gaining experience points X300. A series of system notifications followed. Xinlang now commanded 4 islands. In terms of land area and resources, his territories far surpassed those of other survivors. Moreover, he had achieved a secondary level Pioneer accolade. Achievements vary in difficulty and tier. The harder the achievement, the higher the tier and the greater the experience points awarded. Advancing from a 5th-tier survivor to a 6th-tier one required 200 experience points. Xinlang had already accumulated over half of that. If he maintained this momentum, he would reach the 6th tier by tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after, just in time for the end of regional PK. He would trample beneath him the one awakened with an SSS-level talent, Yu Xiao. From F to SSS-level talents, it all depended on numerical values, the higher the level, the greater the values. Unique talents, however, function differently, relying on mechanisms. Xinlang was filled with confidence in his victory. For no matter how formidable the numerical monsters might be, they would find themselves at a disadvantage before the mechanism-based ones. In a stroke of double fortune, as Xinlang switched to the Lord's overlook perspective to examine the resources on this newly acquired adventure island number 9525, he discovered that the isolated islands under his command could actually merge. Ding. Do you wish to merge islands number 2887, 9525, 9526, and 9527? The merger will not alter the terrain or resource distribution of each island, but will combine multiple scattered islands into a larger whole. The islands were too dispersed, resembling a pile of loose sand. Without coming together, it would be difficult to concentrate strength and accelerate development. Thus, Xinlang decisively nodded in agreement. Merge. Let us merge now. Thus, across the vast ocean, the 4 islands of varying sizes and shapes, akin to jigsaw puzzle pieces, were drawn together by an unseen force until they began to converge. Boom. After a resounding crash, the merger of the 4 islands was complete. The name retained the original designation of island number 2887, with the addition of a new word in parentheses, formatted as follows. Island No. 2887, new. Xinlang switched to the Lord's perspective and surveyed the newly merged island, which had expanded significantly in size. Most crucially, after the islands merged, the resources and structures from each would be considered as one. This immediately fulfilled the various promotion conditions for what was once a 4th-tier island. The familiar and pleasant system notification chimed. Ding. Detection shows that island number 2887, new, has met all upgrade conditions. Do you wish to promote it? Eagerly anticipating this moment, Xinlang nodded vigorously. Upgrade. Thus, the freshly merged island number 2887 began a new round of expansion. Its already vast area doubled once more. Most importantly, within the newly expanded territory, a village inhabited by villagers appeared. At this moment, the villagers were all in a state of panic and confusion. What is happening? How did our island suddenly acquire such a vast expanse of land? Could it be that the fabled messengers from beyond have descended upon us? Is this not a myth from ancient times? Could the legends be true? A miracle. This is undoubtedly a miracle. Listening to the villagers' chatter, it became apparent that their island had seemingly been relocated from afar by the system's might, merging with Xinlang's island, thus becoming his subjects. Akin to how he had recruited Annie, Wang Dazhuang, and Dada. However, there was a slight difference. Annie and the others were all upper-tier villagers. Their awakened talents starting at sea level, with considerable potential for future growth. In contrast, the villagers from this ordinary settlement generally possessed levels of only 1 or 2. With a few exceptional individuals reaching merely tier 3. If they encountered the goblin tribe that Qin Lang had effortlessly annihilated moments ago, they would likely face utter destruction. Yet, no matter how weak these individuals were, now that they had arrived on his island, they were all his subjects. With proper cultivation, they could very well prove valuable in the future. Qin Lang did not underestimate these ordinary villagers due to their lower base. Instead, he soared above the village on his dragon, proclaiming his identity and declaring that from this moment forth, they would heed his commands and serve him loyally. Initially expecting some resistance, he was taken aback when the villagers gracefully accepted his decree. The village elder, leading a group of men and women of all ages, willingly knelt before Qin Lang, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to you, Lord." Qin Lang nodded, feeling curious, and approached the elder to inquire, "How have you accepted this series of changes so swiftly? What do you mean by the messengers from beyond? What is the current situation in your village? Please share everything with me." In response to Qin Lang's barrage of questions, the elderly village chief, Lu Ning, who was already in his twilight years, dressed in coarse linen and leaning on a cane, began to recount the events. "My lord, the situation is as follows." As Qin Lang listened intently to the village chief's narration, the news of his promotion to a 5th-tier island swiftly spread through the joint communication interface of the 2 major regions, immediately known to the survivors of both areas. The reactions from the survivors of regions 10086 and 10,010 were as varied as the tales of joy and sorrow. "Ha ha ha, did you hear? Qin Lang has swiftly upgraded his island to the 5th tier. Truly impressive, he is indeed a remarkable individual." 666. "I have finally elevated my island to the 3rd tier. My next goal is to reach the 4th tier. Indeed, the esteemed Qin Lang signifies the pinnacle. While the rest of us determine the baseline, we must strive to develop and endeavor to conquer all PK projects." Well said. Once we triumph in the PK, I shall relish witnessing the sorrow of those from the 10,010 region. Humph, what is there to be smug about? They have merely bested us in one aspect. Precisely. Let us not forget, there are 5 PK projects in total. Currently, we lag behind in only 1, while the other 2 are tied. As for the number of 5th-tier survivors in both regions, we still outnumber them, as well as the concurrent presence of 4th-tier survivors and 4th-tier islands. In both respects, our numbers prevail. Regardless, the current score stands at 2 points to 1, and the advantage lies with us. In the 10010 region, on Island 3117. The top-ranked Yi Yunxiao observed with a piercing gaze as Qin Lang swiftly ascended his island to the 5th tier before him. How could he surpass me? This cannot stand. I, Yi Yunxiao, shall never be inferior to anyone. I will break through to the 6th tier before him and ensure that Qin Lang remains beneath my heel forever. Chapter 70. The Ancient Era. The Savage Continent. Celestial Messengers. The Transcendence Position. Since his arrival in this realm, having awakened an SSS-level critical strike talent and consistently outshining others within the region, Yi Yunxiao's demeanor has grown increasingly arrogant. When the system announced the commencement of regional PKs, he brimmed with confidence, certain that he could once again leave his opponents in the dust. However, he was taken aback to discover a contender named Qin Lang within the 10086 region, whose survival level matched his own and who had even managed to elevate his island to the 5th tier faster than Yi Yunxiao. Such a reality was intolerable for him. With the island level still indeterminate, he resolved to surpass Qin Lang in terms of survival level. Venturing alone onto the Adventure Island, he found himself on island number 3117. Surrounded only by a single Adventure Island teeming with monsters that would respawn by the next day, even if he managed to eradicate them all. Thus, after vanquishing the island's lord, Yi Yunxiao designated this place as his personal grinding ground for experience. With a mere thought, he wielded a sinister long-handled scythe. The pitch-black blade swept through the air, cleaving the surrounding monsters in twain, reducing them to ashes. Ding! Congratulations on slaying 7 Tier 3 monsters, obtaining 7 Tier 3 energy crystals. Experience points, 210. Ding! SSS-level critical strike talent has been activated. Experience points doubled. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 420 experience points. Yi Yunxiao's SSS-level critical strike talent had no limitations. Each time he eliminated a monster, he would receive 1 or more drops, triggering multiple times the yield, with a minimum of double and a maximum of tenfold. This instance led to a doubling of experience points, causing his progress bar to surge ahead significantly. While multiple individuals could awaken the SSS-level talent, the unique talents remained singular throughout, with Qin Lang possessing the only supportive unique talent. There were also unique talents corresponding to combat and comprehensive categories. Nevertheless, it remained true that there were no useless talents, only inept individuals. If a survivor could not wield their talent effectively, even an SSS-level talent would be of little use, ultimately leading them to be surpassed by others. On island number 9526, Chen had finished listening to the village elder's lengthy tale. As Elder Lu Ning recounted, this world was known as Blue and White Star, with 9/10 of its expanse covered by oceans, leaving the remaining land fragmented into countless islands adrift upon the waves. Each island was relatively isolated, home to diverse races. However, in ancient times, Blue and White Star presented a vastly different visage. According to mythological legends, there once existed a colossal landmass, the Savage Continent, occupying over 70% of the planet's surface. Amidst the Savage Continent thrived myriad races and formidable beings, with intense competition prevailing. Celestial messengers appeared from beyond the stars, much like Chen Lang and other survivors, wielding a plethora of bizarre talents and engaging in fierce battles with the native beings of the Savage Continent. This eventually spiraled into a brutal war among the myriad races. Ultimately, the celestial messengers emerged victorious, surpassing the native beings. Yet their triumph led to even fiercer conflicts over the legendary Transcendence position. Ancient deities that had lain dormant for eons in the Savage Continent awakened to contest for this coveted position. In the end, the Savage Continent was shattered into countless fragments by the celestial messengers and ancient gods, resulting in countless casualties. The fate of the Transcendence position remains unknown. Many millennia later, the current state of affairs gradually took shape. Chen Lang and his companions were subsequently transported by the system's mysterious forces, becoming survivors in a realm of island survival, igniting a new round of competition. If this were indeed the case, would we survivors not also be compelled to vie for that Transcendence position? Furthermore, as islands under the same survivor continually merged, might we eventually reconstruct the ancient Savage Continent? The thought sent chills down Chen Lang's spine. Shaking his head, he momentarily cast aside these distant musings. The immediate priority was to secure victory in the regional PK. Otherwise, the resources of the region would be halved, stalling development and allowing other regions to pull ahead, leading to a vicious cycle of defeat and resource depletion. As Chen Lang pondered, several villagers clad in hunting garb suddenly rushed into the village in a state of panic. Elder, it's terrible. The neighboring orc tribe has attacked our village again. We were hunting in the mountains and fell victim to their ambush, losing several brothers. What should we do, Elder? The villagers who had narrowly escaped were breathless before the Elder, their faces etched with terror. The villagers, who had gathered due to Chen Lang's arrival, instantly became alarmed. What? Those bull-headed beasts are coming again? They not only seek to seize our farmland, but have repeatedly harmed and killed our people. We must fight back. Fight? With what? The strongest among us is merely Tier 3. The Orc Chief stands at Tier 5. Even if we all charged, we would still be no match. Cough. Calm down. Elder Lu Ning stepped forward to quell the villagers' fears, then knelt, beseeching Chen Lang, "My lord, we implore you to protect your subjects. The Orc tribe is truly overstepping. We cannot resist them, and our village faces annihilation." Ding. Lord Quest activated. As a lord, it is your duty to protect your territory and its inhabitants. But providing fish is less effective than teaching to fish. Quest issued. Defend the village. Quest requirements. 1. Assist the villagers in repelling the orc invasion without personally intervening. 2. Minimize civilian casualties. 3. Enhance the village's overall strength, including but not limited to its buildings and the villagers' abilities. 4. Eliminate the orc tribe. Success rewards, experience points. Villager recruitment certificates, Tier 5 treasure chests, distributed based on the number of tasks completed. Failure penalty, loyalty of surviving villagers decreases by 20. And the orc tribe's strength increases significantly. Goodness, a quest has been triggered. Well, I intended to protect this village anyway. And completing the quest would grant me additional rewards from the system. A perfect twofold benefit. Chen Lang promptly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, with me as your lord, I shall ensure your safe passage through this tribulation. Chapter 71. Is reconciliation possible? When Chen Lang boldly uttered those words, it was not mere bravado. He possessed unwavering confidence. Despite the constraints imposed by his mission, which prevented him and his elite guardian spirits from directly intervening in the village's conflict with the Minotaur tribe, he had numerous strategies to fortify the village's strength. To commence, Chen Lang summoned 3 esteemed villagers he had recruited, Annie, Wang Dazhuang, and Dada. "My lord, you called for us?" they inquired. "Indeed," Chen Lang affirmed with a nod. "In a moment, a horde of Minotaurs will assault this village. I need you 3 to rally the villagers and together repel their attack to safeguard our home." "Understood." They responded with resolute nods. The elder village chief, Lu Ning, and the others beamed with joy upon seeing Annie and her companions. He discerned that they were unlike the rest. They hailed from a superior village, and their innate talents and capabilities far surpassed those of the ordinary villagers, with Annie among them. The village finally had some means to resist the Minotaurs, though defeating them completely would still pose a challenge, especially considering the presence of a formidable 5-tier Minotaur chief. A true boss-level adversary for the villagers. Fear not, I shall intervene, Qin Lang declared. The system may have indicated that he could not personally engage the Minotaurs, but it had not restricted him from enhancing the villagers' strength. Watch and learn. He chuckled wickedly as he summoned the villagers who were erecting the defenses. All right, everyone. Focus your attention on me. I have an important announcement. As the villagers lined up, he proclaimed, I will supercharge your talents and levels. The notion of enhancing innate talent had never crossed their minds. It was a concept they had never heard before. Yet, as the Lord himself spoke, they placed their faith in him unwaveringly. Soon, a long line formed, and Qin Lang proceeded to activate his talent abilities to empower each villager. Ding. Consumed Energy Crystal 1000, Super Enhancement Successful. Annie, Tier 4 B-Class Beast Tamer. Has been super enhanced to Annie, Tier 5 S-Class Beast Tamer. With the expenditure of 1000 energy crystals, both Annie's strength and talent levels surged. The latter even rising by 2 tiers to become an S-Class Beast Tamer. Overwhelmed by her transformation, Annie knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, I humbly thank you, my lord. She was the first to receive Qin Lang's enhancement, and her remarkable change astonished those behind her, igniting their eagerness to receive their own super enhancements. Thus, Qin Lang continued the enhancements one by one. Dada, Tier 4 A-Class Berserker. Has been super enhanced to Dada, Tier 5 S-Class Berserker. Wang Dazhuang, Tier 4 C-Class Hunter. Has been super enhanced to Wang Dazhuang, Tier 6 B-Class Hunter. Lu Ning, Tier 3 D-Class Warrior. Has been super enhanced to Lu Ning, Tier 5 B-Class Warrior. Lu Zhuang, Tier 3 C-Class Archer. Has been super enhanced to Lu Zhuang, Tier 4 A-Class Archer. In total, Qin Lang enhanced nearly 30 villagers of all ages in Lu Family Village. Fortunately, most villagers were Tier 3 or below, so the energy crystals consumed were minimal. Yet the results were impressive. Each individual saw at least a 1 or 2 tier increase in strength, and their talent levels rose correspondingly. Suddenly, what was once an ordinary village boasted a cadre of formidable warriors, with several Tier 5 survivors and numerous Tier 3 and Tier 4 fighters. Even some children, who had not yet fully developed, reached Tier 2. With their newfound strength came extended lifespans, and the rejuvenated elder Lu Ning was moved to tears witnessing this spectacle. I thought I had seen everything in my long life. Yet this is a sight I have never encountered before. The Lord's blessings are immeasurable. The villagers once again surrounded Qin Lang in gratitude. With their power enhanced, it was imperative that their weapons and equipment matched their newfound prowess. Coincidentally, during this time, Wang Dazhuang had forged numerous weapons at the blacksmith shop. Initially, Qin Lang intended to trade them at the marketplace for low-tier exchanges with other survivors. But he decided to allocate them all to the villagers of Lu Family Village. Armed with these weapons, the villagers' combat capabilities surged even further. Their thirst for vengeance against the Minotaur tribe ignited. At that moment, the villagers stationed at the village gate raised the alarm. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of bells rang thrice, signaling the impending Minotaur assault. Elder Lu Ning stood tall, his voice booming with conviction. Behind him, the villagers of Lu Family Village, filled with righteous indignation, gripped their iron swords, axes, spears, hammers, and crossbows, eager to exact revenge upon the invading Minotaurs. Seeing this, Qin Lang raised his hand decisively. Charge. In the next instant, the villagers of Lu Family Village surged forth, roaring as they clashed with the invading Minotaurs. Kill, fellow villagers. The time for vengeance has come. Ha ha ha, you beasts, today marks your demise. With the Lord's enhancement, victory is assured. While the morale of Lu Family Village soared, the invading Minotaurs still assumed that these villagers were the same feeble rabble they had encountered before, easily vanquished, towering and immensely powerful. The Minotaurs believed they could simply trample through the villagers. The 5-tier Minotaur chief scoffed disdainfully, weak humans, perish. However, in the next moment, Annie, Dada, Wang Dazhuang, and Lu Ning, all of whom had attained Tier 5 or above, stood defiantly before the Minotaur chief. The 4 of them unleashed their full might, sending forth a tempest of dust and debris. The charging Minotaurs skidded to a halt, some colliding with those behind them who were unable to stop in time. The Minotaur chief was taken aback. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When did this human village produce so many Tier 5 experts, and even a Tier 6 human hunter? Bewilderment washed over him. Had there been only 1 or 2 Tier 5 warriors, he might have dared to engage them directly. but the sheer number of formidable opponents before him was overwhelming. The Minotaur tribe had anticipated a straightforward victory, yet they found themselves on the receiving end of an unexpected onslaught. Confusion clouded the Minotaur chief's expression, and his previously fierce demeanor faltered. With uncertainty, he hesitantly inquired, "Is reconciliation possible?" Chapter 72. Today, you shall perish. No pleas will avail. Third update. Reconciliation? Absolutely not. The usually composed and amiable village elder, Lu Ning, unleashed a torrent of expletives. The Minotaur tribe relentlessly assails my Lu family village, relying solely on their overwhelming strength, do they not? Without the protection of our lord, my village would have been utterly devastated today. Now that the tables have turned, and you find yourselves at a disadvantage, you dare to seek peace? Such fortune does not befall the world so freely. Today, the Minotaur tribe shall face annihilation, and no pleas will change that. This is the decree of our lord. Dada. Brimming with impatience, interjected, "Old Lu, what are you discussing with this beast? Let me take it down." With that, Dada brandished his dual-bladed axes and struck fiercely at the Minotaur chief. "You think you can kill me? Not so easily." The Minotaur chief, stubborn as a dead duck, wielded his wolf tooth mace, crafted from a century-old iron pine and embedded with dozens of wild beast fangs, and the two clashed fiercely. Renowned for their might, the Minotaurs are formidable opponents among their kind, and the chief anticipated swiftly overpowering this towering human. However, the situation quickly spiraled out of control. Something was amiss. How could this human be stronger than me? And he grows more ferocious with each strike. Haha, that's because my berserker talent has escalated from A to S rank. Dada's axes fell relentlessly, cleaving the earth into deep ravines. The berserker talent is known for its sheer brutality, gaining strength as battles progress. Though Dada may lack sophistication, his physical prowess is remarkable, making him a quintessential berserker. The disparity between talent levels is profound. Ascending from A to S rank may seem like a mere increment. Yet the benefits and growth potential are exponentially greater. In the realm of strength, even the Minotaur chief is no match for Dada. Witnessing Dada dominate the Minotaur chief, Lu Ning and the others felt invigorated, turning their focus to other battles. They rallied numerous villagers, encircling the invading Minotaurs. Group combat entails a high rate of injury, as one must not only confront the enemy at hand, but also guard against ambushes from other directions. Yet, the villagers of Lu family village were undeterred. For each bore healing potions bestowed by Chan Lang. Recently, the harvest from the fields had been bountiful, and materials like the red flame flower had accumulated. Chen Lang had meticulously crafted healing potions from these raw materials, which now proved invaluable, as long as the villagers did not suffer instant fatal wounds. Even the gravest injuries could be mended swiftly with the potions, allowing them to return to full strength almost instantaneously and continue battling the Minotaurs. This strategy of rapid healing left the opposing side in sheer disbelief. The villagers, equipped with rudimentary gear and lacking intelligence, unleashed a nearly one-sided massacre upon the Minotaurs. As subjects of Chen Lang's territory, every Minotaur slain by the villagers also contributed to his experience points. Ding. Your subordinate has slain a Tier 3 Minotaur 12. You gain 360 experience points. Ding. Your subordinate has slain a Tier 4 Minotaur 3. You gain 120 experience points. In the end, Dada unleashed his fury, delivering the final blow to the already battered Minotaur chief. Ding. Your subordinate has slain a Tier 5 Minotaur 1. You gain 50 experience points. The invading Minotaurs were utterly obliterated. The first 3 objectives of the village defense mission had been achieved. Only the final task of exterminating the Minotaur tribe remained. Without needing Chun Lang's reminder, the villagers, fueled by vengeance, seized the perfect opportunity to turn defense into offense, charging into the heart of the Minotaur stronghold. Inside, only the old, weak, and wounded remained to guard the tribe. Faced with villagers who had just vanquished their chief and elite warriors, they offered no resistance and were swiftly eradicated. The Minotaur tribe was thus extinguished. Ding. The village defense mission has concluded. All objectives have been met. Failure penalties waived. Success rewards distributed. Ding. Congratulations, you have earned 1,200 experience points, 9 common villager recruitment certificates, and 4 Tier 5 treasure chests. The villagers returned triumphantly, and the System S notification echoed in Xin Lang's mind. The rewards were granted, accumulating 1,200 experience points. Chen Lang had broken through to Tier 5 amidst the calamity at sea, and after a spree of slaying, he had amassed significant experience. The system also awarded him 1,200 experience points as one of the rewards for completing the mission. Waves of experience propelled Chen Lang's leveling progress forward at an extraordinary pace. The system chimed. Ding. Current experience points have met the requirements for leveling up. Would you like to upgrade? Ding. Level up successful. Current survivor level, Tier 6. Earn 60 free attribute points. Lang followed his usual strategy, employing his talent to supercharge his attribute points, effectively doubling them. However, as his level increased, the energy crystals required for each enhancement also grew significantly, now necessitating at least 10,000 Tier 1 energy crystals or 1 Tier 6 energy crystal. Fortunately, Lang's reserves of energy crystals were ample. Thus, ding! Super enhancement successful. 60 free attribute points have been enhanced to 180 free attribute points. Pure luck. The usual doubling of points this time escalated to tripling. From 60 to 180. The attribute values gained from advancing one tier equaled, if not surpassed, the combined values of an ordinary survivor advancing 8 or 9 tiers. He immediately began allocating points. His original attributes were Spirit 68, Strength 74, Speed 67, Stamina 75, Magic 81. This time, Lang aimed to balance his 5 attributes. After careful calculation, his new 5-dimensional attributes were as follows: Spirit 109, Strength 109, Speed 109, Stamina 109, Magic 109. The total attribute value reached an astonishing 545 points. Such values would leave even a Tier 9 survivor in awe. Tier 6 versus Tier 9. A 3-tier gap. At this moment, Lang felt only one thing: exhilaration. Where there is joy, there is also discontent. At this moment, the group chat interfaces of the two regions mirrored this sentiment. Just a minute prior, the highest level survivor in the region was suddenly refreshed to Region 10086, Tier 5 Region 10010, Tier 6. It turned out that Yu Xiao from Region 10010 had seized the opportunity to level up to Tier 6 through a critical experience surge, instantly boosting the morale of the survivors in Region 10010. Chapter 73. You were too slow. 4th update. Look, our region's Yu Xiao has made a breakthrough. 6th tier survivor. Huh. I bet I'm ahead of you all. Wonderful. Yu Xiao is quite proud. Hey, Lang, you were too slow. The members of the 10086 region were instantly filled with dismay. Oh no. Even Lang's upgrade speed can't compare to theirs. Yu Xiao's upgrade speed is astonishing. This is bad. Not only did we not close the gap, but the difference has widened. Damn it. I just broke through to the 4th tier. I can't be of any help. Lu Rinjia, I have just reached the 5th tier, and I'm still over 3,000 experience points away from the 6th tier. Just as morale was sinking, the PK project refreshed in real time. 10086 region, 6th tier 10010 region, 6th tier Yu Xiao publicly tagged Lang. At this moment, Lang also responded, slow? Yet I feel like we have only just begun. Yu Xiao, Lang, don't rush. The real spectacle is just commencing. Lang continued to check the rewards granted by the system for completing the village defense task. 9 ordinary villager recruitment certificates. Ordinary villagers are somewhat limited in potential and cannot keep pace with the future development of the territory. Lang waved his hand decisively and continued to consume energy crystals for super enhancement. Consumption of energy crystals 900, super enhancement successful. Ordinary villager recruitment certificates 9 have been super enhanced to upper-class villager recruitment certificates 9. He promptly made use of them. With a series of whooshing sounds, spatial portals appeared. Following that, 9 figures emerged from the portals, bowing in unison to Lang. We pay our respects to the Lord. All right, rise. Lang gestured with his hand. His gaze swept over the 9 upper-class villagers, examining their detailed panels. Among them, a youthful girl captured his attention. Villager, Sure loyalty, 100 level, 5th tier, 1600, attributes, Spirit 55, Strength 25, Endurance 20, Speed 30, Magic 60 profession, A-level alchemist skills, alchemical knowledge, intermediate alchemy mastery. Magical prayer, a rare alchemist talent. Lang's eyes lit up. He immediately performed a super enhancement on Sure. Success. Super enhancement successful. Sure, 5th tier A-level alchemist, has been super enhanced to Sure, 6th tier SS level alchemist. Boom. A tremendous success. One super enhancement yielded an SS level alchemist. Lang felt a rush of excitement akin to drawing a golden prize. The young girl, dressed simply and still innocent, was overwhelmed with joy, instinctively throwing herself into Lang's embrace. Thank you for the Lord's blessing. Lang patted Sure's head, smiling. From now on, you will be the leader of this group of 9. You will primarily manage alchemy, and if you have any needs, don't hesitate to seek me out. I will assist you. Yes, my lord. Sure will not disappoint you. Though not tall, Sure displayed remarkable determination, immediately adopting a serious demeanor and assuring Lang of her commitment. Lang chuckled heartily. Good. He entrusted the newly recruited Sure and her companions to the 3 earlier arrivals, Annie and her friends, to settle them in. The original 3 interconnected villager stone houses were relocated to Liu family village. Qin Lang also funded a renovation of Liu family village's houses, wells, roads, and other facilities. As a result, the number of structures on the new island, number 2887, increased significantly. Promotion conditions: 1. Survivor level reaches 6th tier. 2. Possess 18 or more buildings. 3. Have at least 3 individuals of 6th tier or above, including the Lord. All promotion conditions were finally met. The system's prompt echoed in Qin Lang's mind. Ding. Detection shows that island number 2887 has met all upgrade conditions. Would you like to promote? Qin Lang nodded immediately. Promote. Thus, another island, adrift in the vast ocean, was instantaneously relocated by the system's unseen power to the vicinity of island number 2887, merging with it. Fishing rods, shelters, natural caverns, and other structures were upgraded by 1 tier, and a new deposit of fire crystal ore was revealed. Special location: primary fire crystal or vein grade. 6th tier description: a vein rich in fire crystals. Mining it yields abundant natural fire crystals, which contain vast and pure fire attribute energy, serving as materials for forging equipment, fuel for warmth, and other uses. With the island's upgrade and resource refresh, the PK project also updated both regions' highest island levels: 10086 region, 6th tier 10010 region, 4th tier. Qin Lang had elevated his island to the 6th tier, while no one from the opposing 10010 region had yet upgraded their island to the 5th tier. In this aspect, he had created a 2-tier gap. Qin Lang opened the regional communication interface and returned Yi Yunxiao's previous taunts in full. Yi Yunxiao, you were too slow. 10010 region, island number 3117. Yi Yunxiao had just completed a solo treasure map quest. Upon returning, he was infuriated to see that Qin Lang had raised both his personal level and island level to the 6th tier, far ahead, and was publicly mocking him. Yi Yunxiao's fury reached its peak as he roared to the heavens. "Oh, this is infuriating." Qin Lang was unconcerned about the extent of Yi Yunxiao's frustration. He had a pile of chests awaiting his attention. Ding. 5th tier treasure chest 5, successfully opened. Obtained building blueprint, intermediate city wall 1. Type: production blueprint, can be used multiple times without disappearing. Grade: 5th tier description: gather the required materials, place them on the blueprint, and it will automatically synthesize the final product. Required materials: stones 10,000, logs 1,000, planks 1,000, stone fences 300, campfires 100, torches 300, copper ingots 500, iron ingots 300. A defensive wall blueprint? Build it. This must be constructed. Qin Lang immediately handed the blueprint to the old village chief, Lu Ning, instructing, take people to my place to gather materials. If there aren't enough, lead them to mine. In the shortest time possible, we must construct this wall. Understood, my lord. Qin Lang's orders left no room for delay. Lu Ning and the others, not daring to be lax, swiftly gathered all available labor. The stockpiles Qin Lang had amassed over the past few days were almost entirely depleted in an instant, yet it still wasn't enough. Consequently, old village chief Lu Ning led everyone down to the mine to extract stone, copper, iron. Whatever mineral they encountered, they mined. Monsters lurked within the natural cavern, making mining perilous. However, Qin Lang had anticipated this and summoned a 7th tier guardian spirit to ensure the safety of the miners. The mining process was lengthy and required patience. Thus, Qin Lang turned his attention to the rewards within the other chests. Chapter 74, The Thermal Core Tower. A defense against the harsh cold catastrophe. 5th update. Acquired equipment. Frostfire Armor 1. A piece of 5th tier chest armor. I already possess a complete set of 7th tier Black Kale Dragon armor, rendering this chest piece of little use to me. Qin Lang shook his head and stowed the reward in his backpack. Acquired building. Thermal Core Tower 1. Tier. 5th. Description. A technologically advanced tower constructed using cutting-edge methods, capable of tapping into magma to extract and convert geothermal heat. Sufficient to meet heating demands within a radius of 1 kilometer and can withstand temperatures as low as -80 degrees Celsius. Excellent. This is splendid. Upon reading the description of the thermal core tower, Qin Lang's face broke into a broad smile. The first catastrophe had concluded, and the second one would arrive in 6 days, as the system had already announced it would be a cold disaster. The intensity of the second disaster would certainly surpass the first. Traditional heating methods, such as bonfires, would undoubtedly prove ineffective against the severe cold. However, this thermal core tower can withstand temperatures as low as -80 degrees. It should serve as a reliable defense against the impending cold catastrophe. The only issue is the need to extract heat from underground magma. But that's a minor concern. When I advanced to the 4th tier on the island, a vast open magma lake had just appeared, boasting an impressive volume of magma. Although the previous tidal waves had flooded the island, cooling the surface magma into obsidian, I could simply break through the obsidian to access the magma below. Without hesitation, Chun Lang made his way to the open magma lake. The expansive surface was now covered with a layer of jet-black obsidian, resembling a frozen lake in the dead of winter. Yet, this obsidian was far more challenging to deal with than ice. Chun Lang swung his pickaxe vigorously for half a day, but the obsidian remained unyielding, showing no signs of cracking. It seemed that the pickaxe had become outdated. Thus, he returned to the underground workshop of the rock fortress, intending to upgrade his production tools. He also retrieved the set of equipment he had acquired from the ancient relics in the dungeon. Chun Lang crafted a new set of intermediate workbench, enchanting table, and forging table, which had now been entirely replaced by a complete set of advanced equipment from his spatial ring. Advanced workbench, advanced forging table, advanced enchanting table, and a square fire furnace that, fueled by fire crystal, could effortlessly melt materials up to the 7th and even 10th tier. Additionally, he obtained a skill book, advanced blacksmithing skill book. Item, advanced blacksmithing skill book. Tier, 7th. Description, upon use, grants the specified skill, mastery of advanced blacksmithing. Chun Lang promptly chose to use it. Ding. Advanced blacksmithing skill book has been successfully learned. Congratulations, you have acquired the advanced skill, mastery of advanced blacksmithing. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge related to blacksmithing surged into Chun Lang's mind. It was no exaggeration to say he had transformed into a blacksmithing expert. He could now forge equipment that previously required blueprints or recipes with ease. Other survivors who awakened blacksmithing talents must feel similarly, right? Does this mean I have effectively awakened an additional talent? Chun Lang chuckled to himself and quickly got to work. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Previously, while Chun Lang mined alone, even with his lucky enchanted pickaxe, his efficiency was limited. Now, to gather sufficient materials for constructing the city walls, the village elder, Lu Ning, led a group of young villagers, Wang Dazhuang, Dada, Lu Zhuang, and others, into the natural cave to mine. After a busy half-day, they had extracted a large quantity of ores, necessitating Chun Lang to craft several storage chests for the cave to accommodate the mined stones. Of course, the mining efforts of Elder Lu Ning and the others were akin to hunting monsters. As their lord, Chun Lang also benefited from the experience points they garnered. Ding. Your subordinate mined rough iron 876. You gained 87 experience points. Ding. Your subordinate mined rough gold 190. You gained 19 experience points. Ding. Your subordinate mined lapis lazuli 2700. You gained 27 experience points. Ding. Your subordinate mined mithril 7. You gained 7 experience points. Chun Lang took 3 unrefined pieces of mithril from the chest and tossed them into the square fire furnace for smelting. The efficiency of the square fire furnace surpassed that of an ordinary furnace, and even the difficult-to-process mithril melted and was reformed into standard mithril ingots in no time. Chun Lang then opened the advanced workbench and placed the 3 mithril ingots and 3 wooden sticks on the surface. With a thought, ding. Manufacturing successful. Acquired item, mithril pickaxe 1. He then took the finished mithril pickaxe to the advanced enchanting table, preparing to apply some enchantments. The advanced enchanting table offered a wider variety of enchantments at higher tiers. However, the energy crystals and lapis lazuli required for each use had also increased, demanding 3,000 first-tier energy crystals and 1,000 pieces of lapis lazuli. Ouch, that's quite costly. Gritting his teeth, Chun Lang gathered the necessary materials for a single enchantment, along with the mithril pickaxe, and placed them on the advanced enchanting table. Then, the familiar enchanting process unfolded once more. Ancient tomes opened, and lines of obscure runes floated from the pages, aligning in a specific order. 5 enchanting attributes emerged. Durability, increases wear resistance. Extending the lifespan, 4th tier enchantment, luck, when mining for mineral resources. There is a 70 chance of gaining an additional 7 of the same type. 7th tier enchantment, knockback. Each attack that hits an enemy will push them back a certain distance. 6th tier enchantment, efficiency, significantly increases the efficiency of mining minerals. 7th tier enchantment, durability, increases wear resistance. Extending the lifespan, 5th tier enchantment. With 2 enchantments to choose from among the 5, there was no question which ones to select. Chun Lang decisively chose the 2 7th tier enchantments, luck and efficiency. Item, mithril pickaxe enchanted. Tier, 6th. Description, made from mithril and wooden sticks. The material is hard, and the feel is solid, with high initial durability. Note, enchantments of 7th tier luck and efficiency have been applied. With the tools upgraded, Chun Lang promptly wielded the double enchanted mithril pickaxe and returned to the open magma lake sealed by obsidian. Raising the pickaxe, he began to dig. The 7th-tier efficiency enchantment significantly accelerated his mining speed, allowing him to carve through large sections of the hard obsidian in mere seconds. The luck enchantment further enhanced his yield, resulting in impressive returns. Ding. Mining successful. Triggered luck enchantment. Acquired obsidian 7. Experience points 0. 7. Ding. Mining successful. Acquired obsidian 1. Experience points 0. 1. In a short while, Chen Lang had removed most of the obsidian from the surface of the open magma lake. The molten lava churned beneath, glowing red and radiating heat. At last, there was sufficient space to place the thermal core tower. Chen Lang sighed in satisfaction and promptly retrieved the compacted thermal core tower from his backpack, placing it in the open magma lake. Chapter 75. If one can breach the city walls, consider me defeated. With a resounding rumble, a seismic tremor ensued. A towering steel edifice, soaring over 10 meters high and exuding an aura of futuristic design, stood majestically above the lake of molten lava. The base of the tower was deeply embedded in the magma, drawing forth thermal energy that surged continuously, permeating the surrounding air with an intense heat. It felt as though summer had arrived prematurely. This was merely the tower's low-power default state. If fully activated, its effects would be even more remarkable. As the waves of heat enveloped him, Chen Lang nodded with satisfaction. However, he noted that the thermal core tower had its shortcomings. While the temperature was adequate, its coverage area was somewhat limited, extending only a kilometer in radius, comparable to the energy crystal defense tower. The latter merely needed to safeguard the core area of his fortress. Yet he relied on this thermal core tower to shield the entire island from the impending cataclysm of extreme cold. It was imperative to extend the tower's heat distribution to a broader expanse. Addressing this issue was not particularly challenging. First, a round of enhancements was in order. Ding. Would you like to consume one level 5 energy crystal for a super enhancement? Ding. Super enhancement successful. Building, large thermal core tower grade. Level 7 description. An upgraded version of the thermal core tower, boasting a more expansive footprint, along with an increase in both total thermal energy conversion and efficiency. Supplement 1. Significantly increased demand for underground magma and fire crystal stones required for replenishment. Supplement 2. Thermal energy radiation range expanded to a radius of 3 kilometers, with the option to place multiple standard thermal core towers, forming a thermal energy matrix that could cover dozens of kilometers. With a flash of brilliance, the already imposing thermal core tower grew even more magnificent. The core at its apex radiated a deeper crimson glow, reminiscent of a resplendent red sun from afar. With the imminent cold calamity still at bay, there was no need for such a formidable power output just yet. He promptly adjusted the settings to a lower level to prevent the surrounding land from being scorched to cinders. The thermal energy sphere atop the tower dimmed slightly, awaiting its grand unveiling in a few days. With this large thermal core tower, the core area of the island was assured a measure of protection, though additional measures were required for complete island coverage. Patience was essential. One must tread carefully. Chen Lang then observed the progress of the city walls. My lord, we have mined throughout the night. This natural cavern boasts a level 9 rating, and its resources are exceedingly abundant. We have only excavated the first layer. And while formidable creatures may appear, our guardian spirits have ensured the safety of all. At this juncture, all resources necessary for constructing the city walls had been gathered. The elderly village chief, Lu Ning, wielding a well-worn iron pickaxe, approached Chen Lang, dripping with sweat, leading him to a sizable collection of storage chests. These wooden boxes overflowed with mined stones, iron ingots, and other resources sufficient to erect a city wall. The significance of the city wall was manifold. Firstly, it would effectively isolate the island's core area from the non-core areas, minimizing disturbances from wild creatures. Secondly, it was pivotal to the island's ascension to level 7. The transition from level 1 to 3, from 4 to 6, and then from 7 to 10, represented significant disparities in progression, particularly the leap from level 6 to 7, which was markedly more challenging, necessitating the following. 1. The island lord must attain a level of 7 or above. 2. The island must possess at least 3 level 7 structures. 3. A wall must encircle the core area, delineating the central district from the outskirts. 4. The island must host at least 100 residents, with a minimum of 10 at level 6 and 20 at level 5. Advancement became increasingly arduous. To meet these requirements, Chen Lang resolved to tackle the simpler task first, constructing the city walls to delineate the central district from the periphery. He retrieved the wall blueprint and cataloged the necessary materials. 10,000 stones, 1,000 logs, 1,000 wooden planks, 300 stone fences, 100 bonfires, 300 torches, 500 copper ingots, and 300 iron ingots. With a mere thought, all materials vanished, replaced by the compacted wall components within his inventory. Chen Lang shifted to the Lord's aerial perspective, surveying the expanse of the newly designated island 2887. Presently, the most developed regions were twofold: the Lord's Manor area, serving as a sanctuary, and the farmland, natural mines, spring of spiritual water, and pastures nestled within. The other area comprised Lu's village, where village chief Lu Ning and other villagers, along with recruits like Annie and Shi, resided, totaling approximately 30 inhabitants. Therefore, the central district must encompass both regions. Having meticulously plotted the location, Chen Lang exercised his lordly authority to place the city walls. A formidable circle of stone walls, 8 to 9 meters high and 3 to 4 meters thick, took shape, perfectly encircling the Lord's Manor and Lu's village, establishing a clear division between the inner and outer areas. Beasts from outside could not easily breach the walls, ensuring a measure of safety within. This achievement fulfilled the third requirement for advancement. Like the sanctuary, fishing rods, and natural mines, once erected, the walls would also rise in level alongside the island. A level 5 wall would ascend to level 6 upon the island reaching level 7. How could the wall's level be inferior to that of the island? With a touch of obsessive perfectionism, Chen Lang promptly activated his innate ability, utilizing a level 5 energy crystal to super enhance the walls. Ding! Super enhancement successful. The system's notification resounded, and the brilliance faded. The walls transformed into an even more towering and impregnable fortress, their grade elevated from level 5 to level 6. Dada, go test the strength, Chen Lang commanded. Dada, endowed with the S-level berserker talent at level 5, strode purposefully to the base of the wall. Let me break it, he bellowed, swinging his axe with fervor. The sound of the impact reverberated thunderously. Dada's strike bore sufficient force to threaten level 6. Yet the wall merely bore a moderate crack, akin to a mere scrape. Even if Dada were to deliver several more blows, the wall would remain steadfast, remarkably resilient. Impressive sturdiness, Chen Lang remarked, nodding in satisfaction. Had he possessed such a wall during the first calamity, when the sea beasts invaded, defense would have certainly been far less arduous. I would stand atop the wall. If one could breach it, consider me defeated. Chapter 76, The Power of Many in the Blink of an Eye. Another day and night had passed, and the regional competition was now in its final countdown. The rivalry between the 10,086 and 10,010 regions had intensified, with both sides eager to maximize their upgrades in this crucial final phase to surpass the other and avoid punishment. Upon awakening, Chen Lang's first order of business remained his routine of fishing by the seaside. Little Black, now noticeably larger and more imposing, excitedly approached him, having remarkably advanced to the 3rd tier. While Chen Lang engaged in fishing, Little Black soared beyond the city walls, hunting the wild creatures that randomly materialized on the island. Meanwhile, Chen Lang had appointed tasks for the villagers of Lu family village, directing the able-bodied to continue mining. Currently, the island boasted 3 mineral resources: a primary spirit stone vein, a primary fire crystal vein, and a 9th-tier natural cavern. With so many resources buried beneath the ground, they could not aid the island's development unless excavated. Of course, to achieve excellence in any endeavor, one must first wield the right tools. To enhance the villagers' mining efficiency, Chen Lang thoughtfully upgraded their tools, distributing enchanted iron pickaxes. Although the enchantments of luck and efficiency were not of high caliber, the resulting improvements were quite remarkable, yielding hundreds to thousands of minerals daily. Over the past 2 days, Chen Lang found it necessary to visit the trading square to exchange for architectural blueprints, constructing a large warehouse to store the minerals harvested by the villagers. In addition to mining, the villagers had other duties, namely, farming. The strength in numbers proved beneficial. Among the villagers, a few had awakened the profession of planter, displaying an innate talent for cultivation. Chen Lang employed his innate abilities to supercharge the farmland of Lu family village, elevating it to the 2nd and 3rd tiers, and then using putrid meat and bone meal to enrich the soil, enhancing it to match the quality and yield of his own fields. As the Lord, Chen Lang benefited from the villagers' mining and farming endeavors, which were all accounted for by the system, allowing him to achieve several accolades. Ding! Achieved the milestone of planting more than 10 types of crops, earning the achievement, Master Planter 3, experience points 50. Ding! Mined over 1,000 blocks of ore, earning the achievement, Golden Miner 3, experience points 50. Ding! Utilized the furnace more than 1,000 times, earning the achievement, Smelting Master 2, experience points 30. Ding! Felled over 1,000 trees, earning the achievement, Lumberjack 3, experience points 50. Ding! Achievements popped up one after another, steadily increasing his experience bar. However, the requirement of 6,400 experience points was indeed substantial. Currently, Chen Lang could only gain experience by slaying monsters of the 4th tier or above. and the elite creatures on the island were swiftly defeated upon his arrival. To level up their monster hunting, he would need to explore alternative avenues. For now, fishing remained the priority. Chen Lang resolved to focus on completing his daily tasks. With the upgraded fishing rod, the probability of catching rare items had significantly increased. Each fishing attempt has a 10 chance of being unsuccessful, 40 chance of yielding a 5th-tier treasure chest, 25 chance of a 6th-tier treasure chest, 15 chance of a 7th-tier treasure chest, 9 chance of an 8th-tier treasure chest, and a 1 chance of a 9th-tier treasure chest. Remaining fishing attempts. 5. After concluding 5 rounds of fishing, Chen Lang had managed to reel in 2 5th-tier treasure chests, 2 6th-tier treasure chests, and 1 7th-tier treasure chest. Upon opening them, one of the 5th-tier chests yielded a blueprint for a 5th-tier recurve bow, which was of little use. The other contained a 5th-tier farmland, which he promptly placed alongside the other plots. He then transplanted a 5th-tier cleansing fruit tree into this new farmland, hastening its fruit-bearing speed from 3 to 4 days to just 1 or 2 days. Henceforth, the yield of cleansing fruit would double, compared to the 5th-tier treasure chest. Chen Lang was far more intrigued by the remaining 2 chests. Ding! Successfully opened a 6th-tier treasure chest. Obtained building. Energy Crystal Defense Tower, 6th tier, X1. Another Energy Crystal Defense Tower, 2 tiers higher than the one he currently possessed, was perfect for upgrading. Chen Lang positioned the newly acquired 6th-tier Energy Crystal Defense Tower in his lord's residence area, relocating the original 4th-tier tower to Lu Family Village. Finally, Ding! Successfully opened a 7th-tier treasure chest. Obtained building. Advanced Beacon Teleportation Array X1. Grade, 7th tier. Description: a mysterious teleportation array left over from ancient times, capable of connecting with intact teleportation arrays on other islands, allowing free transit between different islands at the cost of energy crystals. Note: each use incurs a cooldown period of 1 hour. With curiosity piqued, Chen Lang immediately invested 1,000 energy crystals as a starting fee to activate the Beacon Teleportation Array. Instantly, a flurry of fleeting regional maps flashed before him, each adorned with 1 or more glowing points, signals emitted by other beacons. The teleportation array was attempting to establish a connection with these beacons, but due to the extreme antiquity of the ancient era, many beacons had succumbed to damage. After several attempts, the teleportation array finally linked with an island. Upon closer inspection, Chen Lang was pleasantly surprised by the destination to which he was being teleported. This place. I have been here before. It's the desert island I first visited during my treasure hunt. In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped Chen Lang, and as he gradually vanished from sight, he found himself once more amidst the endless sands. Beneath him lay an ancient teleportation array buried under the dunes. However, due to the nature of the teleportation, his arrival point on the desert island differed from where he had been transported by the treasure map. This time, he was clearly deeper inland. Although still desolate, the energy in the air felt far more potent. The monsters lurking in the depths of the desert were likely to be significantly stronger than those on the periphery, which promised an exhilarating hunt. Emerging from the remnants of the teleportation array, Chen Lang summoned his black-scaled dragon armor, fully donning it, and unfurled his pair of black dragon wings. With a swift motion, he soared into the sky, surveying the surroundings from above. Soon, he spotted a 5th-tier monster. Monster, Yellow Rock Giant. Level, 5th tier. Attributes, Spirit 23, Strength 71, Speed 33. Endurance 58, Magic 10. Description: a rock-type monster that dwells in the yellow sands, possessing low intelligence and a volatile temperament. Skills: Sandstorm, Rock Collision, Giant's Quake. Without hesitation, Chen Lang switched to his Crimson Flame Sandstorm crossbow, loaded an arrow, and with a charge release, let loose a barrage of 6 lava arrows. The Yellow Rock Giant, situated 1,000 meters away, failed to react in time and was instantly riddled with arrows. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 5th-tier monster, Yellow Rock Giant X1. Earning 1 5th-tier energy crystal, 1 rock crystal cluster, and 50 experience points. Chapter 77. Leading the villagers to hunt monsters. Defeating the first Yellow Rock Colossus. As if triggering a chain reaction, the surrounding desert suddenly trembled, akin to an earthquake, with sand and stone swirling violently. Several Yellow Rock Colossi emerged from the ground. It seemed these colossi spent their days buried in slumber, emerging only occasionally. Having just vanquished one, the death of its kind roused the others, presenting me with an opportune moment to ensnare them all. Chen Lang had come to this place to hunt monsters, and for him, the more creatures there were, the better. He immediately unleashed another skill of the Crimson Flame Hunter crossbow, the Sandstorm Arrow Rain. With a swift whoosh, he fired 6 split arrows, which traced arcs in the air. continually multiplying until they transformed into hundreds, even thousands of arrows, swirling like a sandstorm and raining down upon the standing yellow rock colossi. Although the yellow rock colossi possessed some resistance to Earth-type attacks, the arrows, imbued with a 6th-tier attack power, were still deadly despite being partially mitigated. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain 3 4th-tier monsters, Yellow Rock Colossus 3, earning. The yellow rock colossi on this dune were swiftly dispatched. Chen Lang then scanned the horizon in search of his next prey. As his level continued to rise, only the defeat of higher-tier monsters would yield experience. Anything below Tier 3 offered no rewards. However, elite monsters were rare. He needed a strategy to expedite his leveling process. Eureka! An idea flashed in his mind, and he snapped his fingers in delight. I shall return to the island and bring the villagers of Lu Family Village with me as my subjects. Their kills will grant me a share of the experience, and crucially, this experience source will not be hindered by level restrictions. Even if the villagers slay monsters of Tier 3 and below, I will still receive experience. They can assist me in clearing the minor foes. And I shall engage when we confront a boss. This is the plan. The more he explored, the more Chen Lang realized that the villagers on his island were not burdensome liabilities, but rather significant assets for his rapid development. Thus, as soon as the teleportation array cooled down, he promptly returned to Island 2887. He summoned the village elder, Lu Ning, instructing him to gather the combat-capable villagers to accompany him on an expedition to another island to hunt monsters. Currently, the recruited Annie and the other esteemed villagers had integrated seamlessly with the original inhabitants of Lu Family Village and remained fiercely loyal to Chen Lang. Therefore, upon hearing his call to arms, nearly all capable villagers eagerly volunteered. Lu Ning's son, Lu Zhuang, raised his hand and declared, "Lord, I volunteer." Hunter Wang Dazhuang chimed in. "What prey shall we pursue? Leave it all to me." Berserker Data added, "Count me in as well." Thus, after meticulous selection, Chen Lang chose a total of 9 villagers to accompany him to the desert island to hunt monsters. He also brought along the small black creature, which he had not taken on his initial visit. Additionally, the SS-grade alchemist, the shy girl Shur, approached Chen Lang and timidly requested, "Lord, may I join you? I'm currently in need of a rare herb that grows in the desert for my potion making." Chen Lang readily agreed, recognizing Shur as a vital figure on the island. While others engaged in mining and farming, she had been diligently working in Chen Lang's sanctuary, the rock fortress's basement, utilizing her full suite of alchemical equipment to concoct various potions. Initially, Chen Lang possessed only the recipe for a basic healing potion, but since Shur took charge of alchemy, his potion stock had become rich and diverse, now including fire-resistance potions, strength-enhancing elixirs, and growth-enhancing solutions for crops, among others. However, the scarcity of high-tier materials on the island limited her creations to mid-tier potions. Had she access to more advanced ingredients, she could concoct a greater variety of powerful potions. Nevertheless, even in its current state, the benefits to Chen Lang and the entire island were substantial. Consuming a basic potion could increase strength by 10, elevating his modest strength attribute from just over 100 to nearly 130. When combined with his equipped damage, even 8th or 9th tier foes would suffer grievous wounds. In summary, as the team assembled, the cooldown period of the beacon teleportation array concluded. Chen Lang, along with his gathered crew, infused energy crystals into the array and activated it. With a flash, their figures were enveloped in light and reappeared atop the ancient teleportation ruins, half buried in yellow sand, returning to their initial starting point, humming a tune. Chen Lang entrusted the task of monster hunting to Hunter Wang Dazhuang. The hunter class possesses 3 distinctive traits: a proficiency in ranged attacks, the ability to craft and upgrade ranged weapons such as bows and crossbows, and the capability to mark a prey's weak points, guaranteeing a critical hit if successful, inflicting considerable damage. Even if not lethal, their strikes often inflict serious injuries. The third trait is an adeptness in tracking. Any trace left behind, no matter how minute, can be keenly sensed by a hunter, who can then pursue their quarry along the trail. Chen Lang had witnessed these capabilities during his treasure-seeking adventure with fellow hunter Lu Rinjia, and now he observed them in Wang Dazhuang. After a thorough examination, Wang Dazhuang indeed made a discovery, promptly reporting, "Lord, to the southwest, there appears to be a group of fierce beasts gathered. Their numbers should be significant. We are likely to reap considerable rewards." Excellent. Chen Lang clapped in approval, envisioning a substantial influx of experience. However, Wang Dazhuang then shifted his tone, his expression serious. "But we are not the only ones eyeing those prey. I have also detected signs of another group, likely local indigenous tribes, moving in the same direction, presumably also after those creatures. If we delay, they may seize the opportunity before us." Upon hearing of potential competition for his quarry, Chen Lang could not acquiesce. What are we waiting for? Let us pursue them now. Move. With a grand gesture, he led his team swiftly through the desert, determined not to be outpaced. Chapter 78, The Main Beast and the Stone People. In this expedition, Chen Lang meticulously selected the elite among the villagers, whose attributes excelled remarkably compared to their peers. Thus, even while traversing the vast expanse of the desert, their pace remained swift. Under the guidance of hunter King Clawdius, the team drew ever closer to their quarry. They could already discern the chaotic array of footprints that had yet to be erased by the shifting sands. Just ahead, Chen Lang's expression brightened, prompting him to urge the team to quicken their pace. At last, upon surmounting a sand dune, a verdant oasis unfolded before their eyes. Special location, desert oasis. Description, a spring gushes forth from beneath the earth, transforming into a babbling brook that nourishes the vegetation lining its banks, creating a small oasis. It serves as a gathering place for countless fierce beasts and monsters within a radius of several dozen to 100 miles. Frequently, creatures come to drink and feed, and the intelligent races often occupy it as a stronghold, developing into tribes, villages, and even towns and cities. Chen Lang observed that by the brook of the oasis, a group of beasts, comparable in size to bison, with coarse, sand-colored skin and sharp tusks protruding from their jaws, were congregated, drinking water. My lord, it is a pack of maned beasts. Hunter King Clawdius was the first to identify these fierce creatures. Chen Lang's interface displayed the details. Fierce beast, maned beast, level, first order, sixth order. Attributes, spirit 31, strength 62, speed 43, endurance 55. Magic 10, description, a fierce beast inhabiting the desert, with a varied diet, often moving in groups comprising males, females, and young. When faced with an enemy attack, they utilize their tusks as their primary means of offense. Skills, pack trample, main charge, upon a cursory glance. Chen Lang noted that there were approximately 20 to 30 of these maned beasts. The weakest was a recently born first-order cub, while the strongest among them comprised 3 adults at the 5th order. Overall, they were not overly challenging. However, to capture them all at once, strategic planning was necessary. Yet, just as Chen Lang and the others pondered their tactical approach, an unexpected group of uninvited guests materialized. It was another indigenous team from the desert islands, previously detected by Clawdius. However, they were not the anticipated human villagers, but a band of stone people. Race, stone people. Description, humanoid beings composed entirely of rock, possessing a modicum of intelligence. They typically gather in tribal formations, enhancing their strength by consuming various minerals, and occasionally hunting earth attribute beasts to absorb their energy crystals. Supplement 1. The stone people are rigid in nature, venerating the ancient rock deity, Clawdius. The simultaneous death of numerous stone people triggers a sacrifice, merging them into the subordinates of Clawdius. Supplement 2. Due to their racial characteristics, the stone people, akin to goblins, are often enslaved by other intelligent races, relegated to mining various ores. As the introduction of the stone people unfolded, Chen Lang's understanding of this world deepened. It appeared that the tales of an ancient era teeming with diverse races were not mere fabrications. At the very least, he could still witness such a plethora of vibrant races. Yet, regardless of their kind, none could rob him of his prey. Seeing the towering stone people, entirely composed of rock, charge into the oasis to hunt the drinking and resting maned beasts, Chen Lang decisively commanded, charge. Everyone, attack. Forget about tactics. Eliminate those stone people and the maned beasts. With a single command, the black dragon wings of his black-scale dragon armor unfurled, propelling Chen Lang forward like an arrow. Grasping the intermediate skill staff of Cloud and Moon, he unleashed the Frost Freeze skill upon landing. Crack, crack, crack in an instant. A thick layer of frost enveloped a radius of 100 meters around Chen Lang. The oasis stream was instantly encased in ice. The rampaging stone people and the panicked maned beast found themselves immobilized, their feet frozen in place. At this moment, the villagers surged forward, following Chen Lang to attack the maned beasts and the stone people. With a force that could shatter mountains, a berserker of S rank, unleashed his ability. Wielding dual axes with tremendous might, the 4th Order Stone People warrior, relying on its rocky physique, attempted to withstand the blow, but was swiftly cleaved into debris. You have slain a 4th Order monster, Stone Person 1. You have gained a 4th Order Rock Crystal 1, 40 experience points. Hunter King Clawdius readied his bow. The arrows he wielded were no ordinary projectiles. With Chen Lang's consent, he had crafted a 5th Order enchanted longbow at the workbench, imbued with a 3rd Order splitting effect. Aiming at a maned beast's head, he activated his hunter's talent, marking its weak point. Releasing the arrow, it split into 3 mid-flight, all striking the maned beast's head with pinpoint accuracy, triggering a critical hit. Its health bar plummeted instantaneously. You have slain a third-order Fierce Beast, Main Beast 1. You have gained a third-order Energy Crystal 1, 2 Tusk, for Beast Skin, 9 Beast Meat, 7 Bones, 30 experience points. Not only Dada and Zhuang, but also Lu Zhuang, the village elder's son, and other villagers joined the fray, unleashing their wrath. Meanwhile, the main beasts and stone people remained immobilized due to Chunlang's frost-freeze skill, unable to evade or resist. Casualties mounted rapidly. The system's kill notifications echoed incessantly in Chunlang's mind. Experience points accumulated through the villagers served as a conduit for his own leveling progress. As the frost-freeze skill dissipated, the main beasts and stone people had suffered grievous losses, with only the 4th and 5th order formidable individuals left standing, finally ready to retaliate against Chunlang and the villagers. But soon, they grasped the sheer disparity in strength. Chunlang slowly retrieved the Demon Slayer's sword from his inventory. After a brief moment of charging, he activated the sword's inherent demon/skill. With a swish, a deep purple blade of energy swept forth. The overwhelming power swiftly obliterated the remaining main beasts and stone people without exception. Calculating the spoils, he had amassed nearly 1,000 experience points. If this momentum continued, he would soon gather the requisite 600 experience points to ascend to the 7th order. Chunlang felt profoundly satisfied with his haul. At the same time, his gaze remained fixated on the corpses of the stone people. For the introduction had noted that the simultaneous death of numerous stone people would result in their bodies merging into the subordinates of the legendary rock deity. The ancient deity's subordinates were at least elite monsters, possibly even boss level. The potential rewards were enticing. Chunlang could hardly contain his anticipation. Not long after, the shattered remains of the stone people indeed began to exhibit peculiar changes. The subordinates of the ancient deity were about to manifest. Chapter 79, Vanquishing the 10th Order Boss. Dropping the extraordinary Sand War Soul Sword. Amidst the vast expanse of yellow sands, ancient and enigmatic magical formations suddenly illuminated beneath the scattered rubble. These formations multiplied in number and expanded in size, radiating a tawny glow. The stones, bathed in this luminescence, began to levitate as if manipulated by an invisible hand, assembling together like building blocks. Ultimately, they coalesced into a colossal rock statue, devoid of legs, suspended in midair, clad in rocky armor, bearing a longbow and a longsword of the same stone material on its back, exuding an imposing aura that instilled fear. Monster, Rock Goddess Minion, Sand Guardian, Level, 10th, Attributes, Spirit 60, Strength 103, Speed 40, Endurance 98. Magic 88, Description, a guardian of the ancient Yellow Sand Legion under the rock god Clawdius during the primordial era, now awakened from its slumber by a sacrificial summoning. Its lingering soul seeks vengeance for its fallen kin. Skills, Power of the Sandstorm, Sand Arrow Formation, Sandsword Chi, upon the emergence of the Sand Guardian. A collective gasp echoed among the villagers. Panic ensued, for they were mere villagers, the strongest among them barely reaching the 6th tier. The chasm between them and a 10th tier foe was monumental. Even with all their might, it seemed impossible to vanquish such a formidable adversary. They urged Chunlang, their lord, to flee. My lord, that is a 10th tier monster. We must run. We cannot withstand it. Wang Dazhuang, Dada, Lu Zhuang, and others implored Chunlang to avoid a direct confrontation. Chunlang understood their concerns, but the Sand Guardian had already been summoned. Even if they wished to retreat, escape was no longer feasible. A confrontation was inevitable. Moreover, he felt confident in his own strength. Defeating a 10th tier boss promised bountiful rewards. Resolute, Chunlang reached out to pat the little head of the girl, Shirshir, and prepared to engage in battle. Observing this, Shirshir quickly rummaged through her satchel, producing several vials of potions, which she eagerly handed to Chunlang. My lord, this is a strength potion, this is a healing potion, and here is a speed potion. Please take them. They will surely aid you in battle. Very well. Chunlang beamed. He promptly consumed the strength and speed potions, resulting in a 10% increase in both attributes for 3 minutes. His 5-dimensional attributes now stood at Spirit 109, Strength 120, Speed 120, Endurance 109, Magic 109. With his already exceptional 6th tier attributes bolstered, he felt undaunted even against the 10th tier Sand Guardian. At that moment, the Sand Guardian brandished a bronze-hued long sword of sand. Charging forward, the sword measured nearly 10 meters, and the Guardian's formidable stature made it akin to battling a giant. With a thunderous strike, the Guardian's sword cleaved downwards, causing the earth to tremble, dunes to collapse, and the desert floor to be rent asunder, creating a chasm hundreds of meters long. Fortunately, Chunlang soared into the air just in time, evading the cataclysmic blow, and immediately counterattacked. The Crimson Flame Sandstorm crossbow was drawn. unleashing a torrential rain of arrows that cascaded from the sky. Yet, the Sand Guardian possessed a similar skill. It drew its stone longbow, knocking an arrow, and activated the sand arrow formation, unleashing a storm of arrows in return. The air was filled with a cacophony of arrows clashing, with most canceling each other out, failing to inflict any harm. Roaring in frustration at its inability to land a blow, the Sand Guardian let out a deafening bellow. The villagers, who had retreated 1,000 meters away, were astonished to witness their lord engaging the 10th-tier boss with such fervor, their jaws dropping in disbelief as they cheered for Qinlang. "Go, my lord. Defeat the foe. You are mighty." Encouraged by their fervor, Qinlang changed tactics, whistling for his eager companion, the little black dragon, to join him. The dark, bloodline-imbued dragon, despite being a mere hatchling, possessed strength rivaling that of 7th or 8th-tier beasts, making it a capable ally. Together, they formed a pincer movement, one distracting and the other launching fierce assaults, gradually gaining the upper hand in the battle. The Sand Guardian, overwhelmed by the dual assault, unleashed another roar and activated the power of the sandstorm, releasing a pure energy shockwave in an attempt to suppress both Qinlang and the little dragon. "Who fears whom?" Qinlang thought, nearly laughing at the absurdity. Although the dragon ring was ineffective against such a high-level opponent, the little dragon unleashed its own might. With a resounding roar, the bloodline pressure from the dark dragon surged forth, overwhelming the Sand Guardian, which, despite being a minion of the ancient god, was merely an elite among the ranks of the Yellow Sand Legion. The pressure exerted by the dragon proved too much. The Guardian faltered under the sheer force, its own might rebounding against it. Seizing the opportunity, Qinlang's eyes sparkled with determination. True to the adage, strike while the iron is hot, he unleashed every damaging skill at his disposal: Silver Flow Longsword, Sword Chi Convergence, Demon Slayer Blade, Bloodletting Exorcism Slash, Crimson Flame Sandstorm Crossbow, Expanding Fiery Rock Arrow. The little dragon followed suit with its signature abilities, unleashing Dark Absolute Dragon Claw and Great Annihilation Breath upon the Sand Guardian. A wave of attacks ensued, leaving the Sand Guardian battered and cracked, with chunks of rock cascading from its form, clearly on the brink of defeat. Realizing its dire state, the Sand Guardian prepared for a final desperate strike, activating the Sand Sword Chi and locking onto Qinlang with a colossal arc of deadly energy. With no time to evade, Qinlang crossed his Silver Flow Longsword and Demon Slayer Blade to brace for impact, simultaneously donning the 5th-tier shimming armor, fully activating the Black Scale Dragon armor. The ground quaked as the sword light struck, launching Qinlang backward, rendering his weapons and armor inoperable. With a deep gash etched into the chest of his dragon armor, a testament to the overwhelming force of the attack. Due to the enchantment of the hard thorns, the more damage Qinlang endured, the greater the damage he could return. This strike reflected a whole half of the damage back, impacting the Yellow Sand Guardian itself. With only a sliver of life remaining, the Guardian's thin health bar was instantly obliterated by the rebounding damage. Its rocky form dissolved into fine yellow sand, carried away by the wind. "I have inflicted my own demise." Ding. Congratulations on defeating a Tier 10 monster, Yellow Sand Guardian X1. Earning a Tier 10 Energy Crystal X1, Yellow Sand Soul Sword X1, Earth Element Seed X1, and 100 experience points. Ding. Achieving a feat. Defeating an enemy 3 tiers above, you have gained the achievement Overleveling Kill 3, earning 1,000 experience points. The system notification chimed. After vanquishing the formidable Tier 10 foe, Qinlang eagerly perused his spoils in the backpack. Equipment: Yellow Sand Soul Sword. Grade: Tier 10. Description: a battle sword that harbors the lingering souls of the Yellow Sand Legion, remaining as sharp as ever despite the ravages of time. Having yet to utilize today's 3 free opportunities, Qinlang promptly expended one. Ding. Super enhancement successful. The Yellow Sand Soul Sword has been super enhanced to Yellow Sand Battle Soul Sword. Equipment: Yellow Sand Battle Soul Sword. Grade: Superior Class Mid-Tier. Description: an extraordinary long sword forged from various rare earth attributes, capable of sealing the souls of slain monsters within its blade, transforming them into battle souls to assist in combat. Skill: Sandstorm 9 slashes, unleashes 9 massive sandstorms in succession, causing sustained area damage. Skill: Battle Soul Summon. The souls of defeated monsters are absorbed into the sword, consuming each other to form one or multiple battle souls. When activated, they manifest in a body of yellow sand, reappearing to assist their master in battle. What a magnificent sword! As his fingers danced over the blade, Qinlang could not help but extol the virtues of the Yellow Sand Battle Soul Sword, which shimmered with a dark golden hue under the desert sunset. Simultaneously, he delved his consciousness into the sword and discovered that the slain Yellow Sand Guardian soul had diminished to a Tier 9 strength but had been transformed into a battle soul, completely obedient to Qianlang. With a sweep of his sword, the battle soul summon skill was activated. Amidst the raging winds and sands, the yellow sand guardian reformed its body, manifesting once more into reality. The colossal figure hovered in the air, bowing respectfully before Qianlang. He sensed his mental energy rapidly depleting, estimating it could sustain for about 10 minutes. Clearly, the stronger the battle soul, the greater the demand on the Master's mental attributes. Qianlang, at Tier 6, could summon a Tier 9 battle soul for a whole 10 minutes. An astonishing feat akin to having an additional ally. The crucial aspect was that the battle soul could continue to grow. Perhaps one day, he could restore the yellow sand guardian to its peak prowess. Moreover, through this yellow sand battle soul sword, Qianlang finally discerned the classification standards beyond Tier 10. It was the superior class. This classification subdivided survivors, ferocious beasts, and monsters into lower, mid, and upper tiers of the extraordinary. Equipment, items, and the like were categorized into inferior, mid, and superior extraordinary grades. Chapter 80, Extraordinary Skills. Universal Slave Seal. Qianlang turned his attention to the next prize. Item, Seed of Earth Element. Grade, Tier 10. Description, a seed infused with a trace of extraordinary power. Refining and absorbing it can awaken a skill of the Earth attribute. Is this akin to a skill book? However, the range of obtainable skills seems more precise compared to a random skill book. Let me see what skill I can awaken. Qianlang resolved to first observe the skill that would manifest before deciding whether to employ his ultimate enhancement talent. He promptly ingested the yellow-brown crystal, resembling amber. Instantly, a warm sensation radiated from his stomach. Qianlang felt a newfound kinship with the earth beneath his feet. Ding! Refinement of Seed of Earth Element complete. Congratulations on acquiring the advanced skill, Slave Seal of Rock. Skill, Slave Seal of Rock. Type, Combat Skill. Level, Advanced Skill. Description, consumes mental energy to condense an Earth attribute soul mark, branding it upon the souls of other Earth attribute beings, thereby enslaving them. Supplement 1. The success rate of enslavement is contingent upon the user's mental prowess. The strength and mental state of the enslaved subject. The stronger the user, the more panic and fear the target exhibits, thus increasing the success rate. Supplement 2. Successfully enslaved subjects will unconditionally obey the commands of their master. Supplement 3. The greater the number of enslaved subjects, the heavier the mental burden on the user. Exceeding one's capacity will result in backlash, with the mental attributes of Tier 10 beings typically around 100 points. I can enslave at most 1 Tier 10 servant or 3 Tier 9 servants. Fortunately, the invocation of the Sand War Soul Sword's soul summoning skill does not interfere with the casting of the Slave Seal of Rock. I can freely execute both skills. After some contemplation, Qianlang decided to expend another opportunity for a free enhancement. Ding! Super enhancement successful. Slave Seal of Rock has been super enhanced to. Skill, Universal Slave Seal. Level, Low-grade extraordinary. Description, consumes mental energy to condense a universal soul mark, capable of enslaving beings of all attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, poison, and more. The rest of the description remained largely unchanged, yet the skill level elevated from Tier 10 to low-grade extraordinary, marking a significant transformation. Originally limited to Earth attribute beings, the seal now extends its efficacy to nearly all creatures across the realm. The value of the skill has skyrocketed exponentially. What sheer delight! This skill is invaluable. Qianlang felt a surge of satisfaction within. Immediately, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! First acquisition of extraordinary grade equipment. Achievement unlocked. Extraordinary Equipment Master I. Experience points 1000. Ding! First acquisition of extraordinary grade skill. Achievement unlocked. Extraordinary skills are never burdensome. I. Experience points 1000. Once more, he received the long-awaited achievement notifications. Upon reaching a higher tier, the rewards indeed became more generous. 2 achievements granted him a total of 2000 experience points, significantly advancing his leveling progress. Qianlang conceived a new plan. The recently vanquished Stone Man hunting party was merely a unit dispatched by a tribe. If he could locate this tribe and find a way to bring the entire group under his influence, he could establish a foothold and exert power in this desert isle. Without hesitation, after acquiring the Universal Slave Seal skill, Qianlang's mind began to put into action ideas that had previously been limited by circumstances. He instructed Wang Dazhuang, the hunter, to track the footprints of the stone men. Wang Dazhuang's tracking skills were unparalleled. Despite the surrounding environment being ravaged by recent battles, he managed to discern faint traces from the edges. After traversing mountains and waters, they indeed discovered the tribe from which the stone men hailed. My lord, look. Ahead lies the tribe of the stone men. Wang Dazhuang reported back, excitement brimming in his voice. It turned out to be a tribe built within a vast mine. Following Wang Dazhuang's pointed direction, Qinlang beheld a deep sandstone gorge, within which lay a shadowy, expansive mine. Peering inside, he could see numerous excavated caverns where hundreds of stone men resided. They were not merely expanding their living quarters, but also foraging for food, as the stone men, resembling humanoid beings, had entirely different habits from humans. These stone men could thrive on rocks alone. Coarse iron, gold, diamonds, and mithril were considered feasts for them. It was a literal case of eating earth for strength. This was precisely why many powerful races would capture these stone men to serve as laborers in mining operations, as they merely required supervision while consuming earth and leaving the minerals for extraction. Qinlang intended to do just that. Enslaving the entire tribe of stone men was impractical. Thus, he decided to capture the tribe leader first. Once subdued, the entire tribe would inevitably follow his commands. Without delay, Qinlang activated the soul-summoning skill of the Sand War Soul Sword. Amidst the howling winds, the Sand Guardian, loyal to him, materialized in the sandstone gorge, startling the entire stone man tribe. Look, it's the Sand Guardian, a servant of the ancient god of rock? Has Lord Carcius manifested? As the stone men erupted in astonished exclamations, they swarmed around the Sand Guardian while maintaining a respectful distance. The tribe leader, a towering and venerable old stone man, hurried forward, visibly agitated at the sight of the Sand Guardian, believing it to be a manifestation of their ancestral god. Seizing the moment, Qinlang, concealed behind a sand dune, quickly unleashed the universal slave seal skill. Mental energy swiftly drained as a soul mark shot forth from his brow, soaring directly to the forehead of the old tribe leader. Since it targeted the ethereal essence of the soul, the entire process remained discreet, unnoticed by the other stone men. Ding! Enslavement successful. Congratulations on acquiring a Tier 10 servant. Shijian, Stone Man Tribe. 1. Enslavement does not yield drops or experience rewards from kills, which might seem a loss at first glance. However, it is a guaranteed profit. Let us proceed to claim the Stone Man Tribe. Qinlang retracted the Sand Guardian and gestured for the villagers and Little Black to follow him as he boldly approached the Stone Man Tribe. The enslaved elder, Shijian, addressed his kin with reverence. The divine envoy is conveying the counsel of Lord Carcius. A noble guest from afar has arrived in our tribe. By following this esteemed guest, our tribe shall surely rise in strength. The stone people are generally characterized by their robust physiques and simplistic minds, fervently venerating the ancient deity of rock, Calcius. Coupled with the esteemed position of the elder chieftain, Shijian, there exists no doubt among them. They all followed Shijian to the entrance of the sandstone gorge, eagerly welcoming the distant travelers led by Qinlang. Chapter 81. The Treasures of the Stone People Tribe, passed down through generations. The stone people, in essence, are a rather insular race, generally preferring to live in isolation, with minimal interaction with other races. However, due to the emergence of the Yellow Sand Guards and the veneration of the elder chieftain, Shijian, the distant visitors, including Qinlang, received a warm welcome from the Stone People Tribe. Naturally, revealing one's identity at this juncture and attempting to forcibly annex the stone people would likely incite rebellion. Thus, Qinlang subtly enhanced several smaller, newly awakened stone individuals, significantly elevating their levels and potential. This display of skill further convinced the stone people that Qinlang was indeed a distinguished guest sent by the ancient rock deity, Calcius. The enslaved elder chieftain, Shijian, seized this opportunity to present several rare mineral treasures from the tribe's collection as offerings to Qinlang, all of exquisite quality, ideal for forging equipment. Qinlang graciously accepted the gifts. Soon, the party settled in the spacious cave of the chieftain. After a brief conversation, the elder chieftain signaled for the others to leave, allowing only himself and Qinlang to remain. Then, a slave mark on Shijian's forehead glowed, and he respectfully knelt on one knee. Master, it was inconvenient with so many witnesses earlier. Now, please allow this old servant to pay his respects. Rise, Qinlang gestured, permitting Shijian to stand. He instructed, I shall not linger here for long. You must foster a sense of belonging among your tribe towards me over these next few days, ensuring that your people propose the merger voluntarily. With your years of experience and control over the tribe, this should not prove difficult, correct? The elder chieftain, Shijian, promptly affirmed, rest assured, master. I shall not fail your expectations. As Qinlang nodded, the elder chieftain revealed a secret known only to the lineage of past chieftains. Master, the first chieftain of the stone people discovered a mysterious mine hundreds of years ago, believed to contain treasures from ancient times. However, due to various constraints, the treasure door has remained unopened, and only some peculiar metals were retrieved, such as those I presented to you earlier. Oh, a treasure? Qinlang's interest peaked as he raised an eyebrow. Where is it? Please elaborate. Thus, the elder chieftain began to narrate, and with each detail, Qinlang grew increasingly convinced that it was indeed an undiscovered treasure. Generally, treasures are well hidden, only accessible to seekers with a map, guided by the system. To Qinlang's surprise, the indigenous stone people tribe had such good fortune. Moreover, from Shi Jian's description, the treasure appeared to be of considerable rank. Likely a high-level treasure he had yet to encounter. This opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. With resolve, Qinlang rose and addressed Shi Jian. We must not delay. Take me there at once. Yes, master. Shi Jian promptly organized the expedition. Qinlang gathered his team, and under Shi Jian's guidance, they departed the sandstone gorge, embarking on their journey. After traversing the vast desert for some time, they arrived at a towering rocky peak. Here it is. Shi Jian pointed to the weathered rock face before them. He approached and discovered a mechanism. With a click, a large portion of the rock face recessed and slid aside like a door, revealing a hidden, deep tunnel behind the rock. Illuminating stones were periodically placed along the tunnel's sides, casting a dim light that prevented total darkness. There are traps within, master. Please follow my steps carefully to avoid danger. As the tribe's leader, Shi Jian was evidently familiar with this ancestral treasure site, expertly guiding Qinlang and the villagers past various traps. After navigating the winding tunnel for a while, they finally emerged into a spacious cavern, approximately the size of a football field. Is this the treasure site? Qinlang surveyed the surroundings. Shi Jian shook his head. Master, yes, but not entirely. This resembles a foyer. Behind that large door lies the treasure's storage. However, opening the door requires a special token, which has eluded our tribe's chieftains for centuries. Let me see. Qinlang approached the heavy stone door. Observing a distinct indentation at its center, shimmering faintly, he struck it with his fist, only to have his blow repelled by a barrier of light. Clearly, this was the treasure's protective mechanism. Without the token, brute force would not suffice to breach it. Would he be forced to leave empty-handed? Qinlang sighed deeply, then accessed his system panel. The area PK between zones 10086 and 10010 was now on a countdown. Initially, zone 10086 was at a disadvantage, but now, with Qinlang's comprehensive lead over competitors such as Yi Yunxiao, Lu Rinjia, Song Shiren, Lu Zhukai, Zheng Rou, Gu Xiao, and others, Zone 10,086 gradually turned the tide and began to gain the upper hand, with the score reaching 3-2. Zone 10010 trailed by 1 point, causing its survivors to lose their earlier confidence and scramble to catch up, though it appeared increasingly difficult. Suddenly, Qinlang heard a commotion. Ha! We made it. After all this effort, especially with those traps in the tunnel. Yet, fortune favors the diligent. With this treasure map, I have finally discovered this ancient treasure. Other individuals? Qinlang immediately grew alert. He signaled Shi Jian, the villagers, and Xiaohe to disperse and conceal themselves nearby, cautiously peering out. He was taken aback by the identity of the unexpected visitors. It was none other than Yi Yunxiao, the top-ranked survivor of Zone 10,010. Yi Yunxiao, along with 4 other top contenders from Zone 10010, held a treasure map, exuberantly exclaiming, Ha! This high-level treasure was indeed elusive, but I found it. Our efforts in slaying countless monsters to obtain this key were worth it. Once I claim this treasure, our personal strength and island level will surely soar, allowing us to easily trample over that Qinlang. How dare he steal my spotlight? After losing this area PK, he will have plenty to weep about. Yi Yunxiao unabashedly revealed his thoughts, believing there were only he and his teammates present, growing increasingly audacious as he shifted the treasure map to his left hand. With a deft motion, the right hand retrieved the treasure keys from the compartment of the backpack, acquired with great effort from various places as guided by the treasure map. It was poised to be placed into the indentation at the center of the stone door to deactivate the luminous barrier and secure the treasure. Such a delightful thought. At that moment, Qinlang struck decisively. The crimson flame sandstorm crossbow was raised and unleashed with a swift shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several molten arrows hurtled directly towards Yi Yunxiao. The latter reacted with commendable swiftness, narrowly evading the ambush. However, the treasure map and the token were struck down to the ground by the arrows. Meanwhile, the dark figure hiding nearby, like a bolt of black lightning, surged forth with the speed of a released arrow, swiftly seizing both the treasure map and the treasure keys, delivering them into Qinlang's hands. Qinlang, mounted on the dark steed, was followed closely by Shi Jian, the elder of the Stone Clan. Wang Dazhuang and other villagers also emerged from various corners, effectively surrounding Yi Yunxiao and his treasure-seeking team. Chapter 82. One punch to defeat Yi Yunxiao. The regional PK concludes. The moment of reckoning. Qinlang, is that really you? Due to the real name system for regional communication, with profile pictures being actual identification photos, Yi Yunxiao was astounded upon glimpsing Qin Lang riding a dragon, accompanied by a throng of followers, emerging from the dim cavern of the mountains. His heart raced with disbelief. How did you end up here? Do you possess a treasure map as well? Yes, Qin Lang replied, raising an eyebrow, intentionally withholding an explanation, eager to witness Yi Yunxiao's shocked and perplexed expression. At that moment, Yi Yunxiao realized that regardless of how Qin Lang had arrived here before him, his treasure map had been snatched away, and his entire team was unable to relinquish their quest for the treasure. They were trapped, unable to return to their respective islands. And the key to unlock the treasure had also been seized. To make matters worse, they were surrounded by a multitude of adversaries. The situation had deteriorated to its utmost severity. Just moments ago, he had reveled in the thought of surpassing Qin Lang and redeeming himself, only to find the tide had turned against him in an instant. This drastic reversal was particularly intolerable for the prideful Yi Yunxiao, whose gaze now burned with murderous intent directed at Qin Lang. Beep. Survivors from both regions have encountered each other. The system is live streaming. As the system notification sounded, survivors from regions 10086 and 10010 were greeted with a live broadcast. Lu Rinjia, Qin Lang, and Yi Yunxiao? Ha ha. What a surprise that these two have crossed paths. Zhang Ro, go, Qin Lang. Show that guy what you're made of. Su Liang, Yi Yunxiao, why provoke someone from our side like Qin Lang? Looks like you've bitten off more than you can chew. Song Shuren, have you noticed? The villagers around Qin Lang are all at levels 3, 4, and 5. And wait, is that a level 9 stone golem beside him? Lu Shichai, are those all his subordinates? We just reached level 5. And he already has level 9 minions? Yang Zhe. We're the underdogs here, but could someone enlighten me on what villagers are? We've never seen them before. Fong Ting. Those are typically accessible only to those at level 5 and above, summoned through villager recruitment certificates. Generally, they are below level 3, but Qin Lang's must be elite villagers. How enviable. Liang Hui, I think the stone golem behind Qin Lang is the real powerhouse. At level 9, it could probably take us out with a single punch. Lu Liang, ha ha ha. No matter what, it seems like Yi Yunxiao and his crew are finished. The survivors of region 10086 were mainly astonished by Qin Lang's formidable lineup, while the survivors of region 10010 were engulfed in despair. This is terrible. Even our top-ranked Yi Yunxiao has been outpaced by Qin Lang? Are we about to be completely wiped out? No, please. If Yi Lang falls, our region is doomed. I believe Yi Yunxiao has other strategies to turn the tide. The system's live broadcast allowed Qin Lang and Yi Yunxiao to see the unfolding scenes. Qin Lang remained unfazed by the barrage of comments, while Yi Yunxiao's face reddened with rage as his teammates struggled to restrain him. Qin Lang, I will fight you. Yi Yunxiao charged forward, intent on clashing with Qin Lang. To be fair, Yi Yunxiao was no weakling. With the talent of doubling critical hits from dropped items, he had acquired commendable gear through slaying monsters, level 6 armor, a level 7 spear, and a level 7 shield. With this equipment, he could withstand attacks from level 6 or even 7 monsters. However, the unfortunate reality was that he was up against Qin Lang. Go, take him down, Qin Lang commanded. His eager battle pets, including the diligent Xiaohong, subordinate villagers, and the sturdy stone Jian, were all eager to impress him. Ultimately, it was the level 9 stone Jian who took action. With a charged punch, he unleashed a devastating blow. Yi Yunxiao, having exhausted all his means, was sent flying, crashing against the cavern wall with a thunderous impact, causing the ground to quake. He fell, his gear shattered around him, bloodied and battered. Is that it? Stone Jian, the chief of the stone golems, was genuinely surprised. He had expected someone deemed significant by his master Qin Lang to be a formidable opponent. To his astonishment, Yi Yunxiao could not even withstand a single punch. Thus, Yi Yunxiao's fate was sealed. I was defeated. I am gone. I am dead. Beep. Your servant Stone Jian has slain the level 6 survivor Yi Yunxiao. You have acquired all items in his backpack and 3,100 experience points. Beep. First kill of another survivor achieved. You have unlocked the achievement, King of Victory I, gaining 100 experience points. The system notification chimed. The defeat of a survivor not only granted Qin Lang all of Yi Yunxiao's items, but also half of his total experience points. With this victory, Qin Lang reaped substantial rewards, especially in terms of experience. His progress bar, already more than halfway full from the prior slaughter on the desert island, surged ahead with this windfall. Beep. Current experience points have reached the threshold for leveling up. Would you like to upgrade? Beep. Level up successful. Current survivor level, 7. You have gained 70 free attribute points. Qin Lang consumed a level 7 energy crystal, supercharging his attribute points. The 70 points doubled to 140. This time, He focused on enhancing his mental and magical attributes to increase his enslavement capacity and skill effectiveness. Thus, his new 5-dimensional attributes were as follows: mentality, 149, strength, 129, speed, 129, endurance, 129, magic, 149. Now, even level 10 survivors would find themselves overshadowed by Chen Lang's attributes. Only foes of extraordinary caliber could pose a threat to him. As Yunxiao's body gradually dissolved into data streams, the last flicker of potential victory for Region 10,010 vanished into oblivion. Regional PK countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the regional PK reached its climax, entering the moment of reckoning. 1. Highest survivor level from both regions. Region 10086. Level 7 Region 10010. Level 5 2. Highest island level from both regions. Region 10086. Level 6 Region 10010. Level 5 3. Number of Level 5 survivors from both regions. Region 10086. 7 Region 10010. 3, 4. Number of Level 5 islands from both regions. Region 10086. For Region 10010. 2, 5. Simultaneous presence of Level 4 survivors and islands from both regions. Region 10086. 13 Region 10010. 9. In all 5 criteria of the PK conditions, Region 10086 emerged victorious, while Region 10010 faced utter defeat. The outcome of the regional PK was crystal clear. The system promptly announced, beat. Regional score, 5 o'clock. Congratulations to Region 10086 for winning the reward. Rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Each member of Region 10086 will receive a resource chest corresponding to their level. Reward. The uncharted resources in the 10086 region are doubled, encompassing, but not limited to, the quantities of adventure islands, rare treasures, and monsters. In stark contrast, the survivors in the 10010 region have been informed of the penalty imposed by the system for their defeat in the regional PK. The penalty is singular yet brutally straightforward. Targeting the core issue, penalty, all uncharted resources in the 10010 region are doubled. Consequently, a highly contrasting scene unfolded. In the 10086 region, numerous survivors joyfully received treasure chests, marveling as the resources on the islands and in the sea seemingly duplicated, resulting in an unexpected bounty that left them grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, the survivors in the 10,010 region wore expressions of profound despair, each one appearing as if they had suffered a great loss. Chapter 83, Extraordinary Skill Book. Spirit Ancestor Tree. Sacred Radiance Nebulous Set. Many survivors in the 10010 region witnessed, with their own eyes, the resources on their islands vanishing at an alarming rate. The once lush forests abruptly became sparse, while the caves, previously rich in minerals, began to yield meager returns. Numerous adventure islands, isolated and awaiting exploration, gradually disappeared in large numbers. The only silver lining was that the ferocious and powerful monsters had also been halved. However, the reduction in monsters meant a corresponding decrease in the experience points gained from slaying them. The survivors of the 10,010 region would find their leveling up significantly slowed. In the realm of island survival, resources are paramount. With sufficient resources, even a humble beginning can lead to rapid ascension. Conversely, if one lands in an empty locale, even the most gifted individual would struggle to thrive. If the 10,086 and 10,010 regions had developed normally, the overall strength of their survivors would not have diverged significantly. Yet, the outcome of the regional PK has now been determined. 10086 has doubled its resources, while 10010 has seen a halving. Consequently, the 10,086 region possesses 4 times the resources of the 10,010 region. It can be confidently stated that the survivors of the 10010 region will never catch up to those of the 10,086 region. System notification: regional PK rewards have been issued. Congratulations! You have received Grade 7 Treasure Chest X1. A sound echoed as a Grade 7 treasure chest appeared in Chen Lang's backpack. With a mere thought, he chose to open it. System notification: Grade 7 Treasure Chest X1. Successfully opened. You have obtained Building Thermal Matrix X1. Description: composed of several ordinary thermal nuclear towers interconnected, it can warm the land within a 10-mile radius, resisting the harsh cold. Supplement: when paired with large thermal nuclear towers, the strength of the thermal matrix can be enhanced, increasing its cold resistance limit. To his delight, the thermal matrix was precisely what he needed, as he had recently super-enhanced a large thermal nuclear tower and lacked this component. A perfect opportunity had presented itself. Chen Lang beamed with joy. Upon glancing at the chat channel, he realized this wave of rewards was a unified benefit from the system. The vast majority of survivors, upon receiving their corresponding reward chests, found that their rewards were related to warmth and cold resistance, thereby increasing the survival rate of the 10,086 region survivors in the next wave of disasters. He planned to connect the thermal matrix with the large thermal nuclear tower as soon as he returned. Chen Lang then turned his attention to the 4 survivors from the 10010 region who had teamed up with Yi Xiao. He recognized them to some extent, as they were among the more prominent survivors in the 10010 region, which explained their invitation by Yi Xiao to seek this high-level treasure. However, these 2 men and 2 women had experienced a dramatic fall from grace. Not only had they lost the regional PK, but they had also become prisoners following Yi Xiao's swift defeat. There was no chance they would be allowed to return. 2 choices surfaced in Chen Lang's mind: to eliminate them, or to. After a moment of contemplation, he activated his extraordinary skill, the Universal Slave Seal. In a flurry, 4 seals flew forth and embedded themselves in the foreheads of the 4 survivors, marking their souls. Not only would they retain their self-awareness, but they would also instinctively obey orders. With a mere thought, Chen Lang could detonate their souls, holding their lives in his hands. System notification: slavery successful. Congratulations! You have acquired a grade 5 servant, Guan Xiao, Huang Yun. Experience points 3,100. System notification: slavery successful. Congratulations! You have acquired a grade 4 servant, Wang Chong, Sun Sudong. Experience points 1,500. The cold mechanical voice of the system echoed. Chen Lang now had 4 new survivor servants. Guan Xiao and the others immediately bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Master. Simultaneously, the islands they were bound to were stripped from the 10010 region and transferred to the 10086 region, now under Chen Lang's command. They fused with Chen Lang's new island number 2887. Boom, 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 boom. 4 islands, each several thousand meters in diameter, merged with island number 2887, expanding the overall area by nearly 1/4. The most crucial aspect was that these 4 islands, having suffered a resource reduction due to the PK defeat in the 10010 region, would now benefit from the doubled resources as part of the 10086 region. The net effect was that the resource levels remained unchanged, significantly easing the development challenges and conserving Chen Lang's efforts in subsequent expansions. With the intricate matters resolved, it was time for the main event. Chen Lang retrieved the key to open the treasure door and approached the stone gate, placing the key in the central groove. Buzzing. A harsh grinding noise erupted as the stone door cracked open down the middle and slid apart, revealing a vast mountain space. Before them lay the treasure chest. Chen Lang hurried forward to the luxurious chest, which measured over 1 meter in length and half a meter in both height and width. Item: high-level treasure chest. Grade: 10. Description: a chest lost from ancient times, containing unknown treasures. Opening it may yield 1 or more random rewards. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. However, Chen Lang did not immediately choose to open the chest. That would be unwise. He needed to super enhance it first. Thus, he activated his talent ability. System notification: do you wish to consume 1 free opportunity to super enhance high-level treasure chest X1? Yes. Chen Lang nodded. System notification: super enhancement successful. High-level treasure chest has been super enhanced to extraordinary treasure chest. Item: extraordinary treasure chest. Grade: extraordinary low grade. Description: an ancient chest containing unknown treasures. Opening it may yield 1 or more random extraordinary low-grade rewards. The chest's rewards had escalated from 10 to extraordinary grade, marking a significant transformation. Without hesitation, Chen Lang flung open the chest lid. Instantly, 3 brilliantly radiant orbs of light soared from the chest and entered his spatial backpack. System notification: extraordinary treasure chest X1. Successfully opened. You have obtained extraordinary low-grade skillbook X1. You have obtained resource spirit ancestor tree X1. You have obtained item Sacred Radiance Nebula Set Blueprint X1. 3 extraordinary grade prizes were now in his possession. Chen Lang led his team back to their home, where he briefed the elder of the Stone People tribe, Shi Jian, who understood immediately and promptly assigned several robust stone beings to accompany Chen Lang to Island No. 2887 for mining. Chen Lang then gathered a large contingent and located the ancient teleportation array, half buried in the yellow sands. The cooldown period had long since elapsed. Chen Lang infused the energy crystal, and with a flash of light, everyone returned to island number 2887. It was now past midnight, marking the 10th day of the collective island survival endeavor. There are merely 4 days left until the next impending natural disaster strikes. Chapter 84, the 10th day of the apocalypse. Today's first endeavor remains fishing. The hook is cast into the ocean, and within less than an hour, All 5 daily fishing opportunities are exhausted. I managed to reel in a 5th-tier creature, 2 6th-tier, 1 7th-tier, and an 8th-tier treasure chest. Since encountering the realm of the extraordinary, items of 10th tier and below have gradually lost their allure for Chun Lang. Thus, even though the contents of these chests are quite commendable, he merely expresses a fleeting sigh before stowing them away in his spatial backpack. He takes out only a large port blueprint from the chests, gathers the necessary materials, and constructs it, placing it at the island's edge, thereby adding an 8th-tier building to the isle. He also sets up the system-rewarded thermal matrix, consisting of 9 ordinary thermal core towers, throughout the island. The thermal matrix connects to the large thermal core tower above the magma lake, ensuring a continuous supply of heat for the entire island. Akin to relocating the island to the mouth of a volcano. With such heating capability, he is confident it will withstand the frigid calamities. Chun Lang, hands on his hips, muses about his own prowess. He then examines the 3 rewards from the extraordinary treasure chest. Item: Extraordinary Skill Book. Grade: Low Extraordinary. Description: Upon use, grants a chance to randomly learn a low extraordinary skill. Skill categories: Combat, Survival, Skill levels: Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Extraordinary. With this, I have now acquired a total of 3 skills. Chun Lang, with a mere thought, chooses to utilize it. In an instant, he enters a state of deep realization. Moments later, ding! Extraordinary Skill Book successfully learned. Congratulations on acquiring the low extraordinary skill, Elemental Bomb. Skill: Elemental Bomb. Level: Low Extraordinary. Type: Combat. Description: Fuses multiple energy attributes into an unstable energy mass akin to a bomb, causing explosive output. Supplement: Skill effectiveness is influenced by the caster's magical attributes. Higher magical attribute values yield stronger effects. A purely offensive skill? Delightful. I am fond of this. Chun Lang immediately attempts to activate it. An energy vortex begins to swirl in the palm of his right hand, with energy continuously flowing from within. The vortex expands gradually, yet does not undergo a qualitative change. Perhaps it is due to the limited variety of energies? Chun Lang promptly calls over Little Black and invokes the Battle Spirit summoning skill of the Yellow Sand Sword, summoning the Yellow Sand Guardian. Little Black exhales a torrent of Annihilation Dragon breath, while the Yellow Sand Guardian infuses its energy into the vortex. As the powers of Annihilation and Yellow Sand merge, the energy vortex in Chun Lang's palm swells tremendously. Upon reaching its limit, it rapidly contracts, increasing in energy density, displaying a blend of pure white, black-red, and yellow-brown hues. Despite possessing attributes comparable to the 10th tier, the burden of activating an extraordinary skill is still immense. Merely condensing the elemental bomb has left him drenched in sweat. Should he continue to hold it, there is a significant risk of it detonating in his hand. Thus, he bellows, hurling the elemental bomb into the sea. In the next moment, the seabed trembles violently, and a colossal wave rises 10 meters high, akin to a tsunami. With a water column soaring skyward, numerous fish are thrust into the air, including the massive black shark that had previously pursued Chun Lang during his voyage to Adventure Island 9527. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the 6th-tier beast, Blackfin Blade-Toothed Shark 1, acquired. Ding! Congratulations on slaying. The notifications ring out incessantly. The aftershock of the elemental bomb engulfs a large portion of the island, startling the villagers, stone golems, and enslaved survivors like Huang Yun, who quickly rush over. Upon discovering that it was Chun Lang testing the skill's potency, they collectively gasp in awe. All hail the Lord! Our master is magnificent! Chun Lang waves his hand, signaling them to return to their tasks, then turns to inspect another reward. Ding! First-time acquisition of an extraordinary blueprint. Achievement unlocked. Extraordinary Blueprint Collector I. Experience points 1000. Item: Starlight Nebula Armor Set Blueprint. Type: Production Blueprint. Can be used multiple times without disappearing. Grade: Extraordinary. Can grow. Description: Gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Required materials: Starlight Stone 9, Radiant Gold Ingot 18, Glazed Ice Crystal 3, Mithril Ingot 21, 9 Heaven Star Spirit Dragon Scale 9, Tears of Holy Radiance. My goodness, all materials I have never even heard of. The extraordinary set is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. These materials can only be found on more prosperous and powerful islands or require enduring several calamities to elevate the overall survival strength, resulting in upgraded rewards. Sigh. Sometimes leveling up too swiftly can be a burden. Others need only to worry about whether they can withstand the impending calamities, while I, the greatest overlord of the region, have far more to consider. Chun Lang jestingly laments. In any case, without other significant opportunities, Gathering all the materials to forge the Starlight Nebula armor set will undoubtedly be a time-consuming and laborious endeavor. Yet, it is undoubtedly worth the effort. After all, the Starlight Nebula armor set encompasses not just a complete set of extraordinary armor, but also an extraordinary weaponry suite. From longswords to spears, shields to crossbows, it encompasses offense, defense, and both ranged and melee capabilities. Most importantly, this set is a rare growth-type equipment. Its level is not fixed upon creation, but can be upgraded continuously, always aligning with the owner's strength without the fear of obsolescence. This is truly remarkable. It is well known that the strength of growth-type equipment may vary in the early stages, but in the later stages, they all become formidable. Chen Lang, brimming with excitement, rubs his hands together. No matter how challenging it may be, he is determined to forge the entire Starlight Nebula armor set as soon as possible. Lastly, Chen Lang gazes upon the final treasure from the extraordinary treasure chest, the Ancestral Spirit Tree. Resource: Ancestral Spirit Tree. Level: Low Extraordinary. Description: in ancient times, many tribes, families, towns, and even nations would venerate ancestral spirits to seek protection and prosperity. These spirits took various forms: beasts, plants, or artifacts. By offering tributes to the spirits, one could receive their blessings. Though a plant, the Ancestral Spirit Tree does not require cultivation in fields like other crops. Therefore, Chen Lang plants it at the very center of the island. In an instant, a towering tree, reaching a height of 100 meters with a trunk several meters thick, emerges, its branches lush and verdant, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. In front of the tree stands a sacrificial altar, where offerings can be placed for the ancestral spirit to receive. As the wind blows, the leaves rustle, and the time-worn, steady sound reaches Chen Lang's ears. The Ancestral Spirit Tree acknowledges the presence of its lord. Chapter 85. Upgrading while reclining. Simply delightful. Chen Lang engaged in conversation with the Spirit Ancestor Tree. Through their exchange, he gleaned an understanding of the tree's extraordinary abilities. It required the consumption of entities imbued with spiritual essence, which encompasses the energies of heaven and earth. This includes, but is not limited to, energy crystals, various rare treasures, and even the flesh and blood of monsters. Once it accumulated enough spiritual essence, it could bestow blessings upon all living beings within the territory, with the Lord having the autonomy to select those who would receive such blessings. The Spirit Ancestor Tree would grant them a spiritual seed, which, when activated in dire circumstances, would allow the blessed individual to significantly enhance their strength by sacrificing their life force, enabling them to turn the tide of battle. Following the activation, the life force expended could be replenished through other means provided by the Spirit Ancestor Tree. In critical moments, this act of explosive growth served as a safeguard against despair. The capabilities of the Spirit Ancestor Tree extended far beyond this. As a botanical spirit, it could cultivate a vast array of precious plants. For instance, it could produce the red flame flowers required for healing potions, the azure spirit fruits, or even the legendary dragon phoenix origin fruits and soul infant fruits, ensuring that the island would have a plentiful supply of these invaluable resources. All that was needed was to offer sufficient tributes to the Spirit Ancestor Tree. In addition to providing spiritual seeds and cultivating rare flora, the tree could also unleash a myriad tree barrier, functioning similarly to an energy crystal defense tower, yet exponentially more potent. In summary, possessing the Spirit Ancestor Tree was immensely advantageous, not only for the island itself, but also for its inhabitants and for Chen Lang, the island's lord. The tree understood the principle that investment yields returns, even though it had only recently been relocated to Island 2887 and had yet to receive any tributes. It willingly consumed its own spiritual essence to bless everyone on the island, from Lord Chen Lang to Annie, Lu Ning, and other villagers, including Huang Yun, Guan Xiaoxiao, and the enslaved survivors, even extending to the little black creature and the stone golems mining in the caves. Each individual bore a spiritual seed mark upon their chests. Activating this mark would allow them to enter a state of explosive growth, catching their adversaries off guard during life and death struggles. Overjoyed by such fortuitous blessings, the island's inhabitants expressed their heartfelt gratitude to both the Spirit Ancestor Tree and Lord Chen Lang. "We are grateful to you, esteemed Lord and Spirit." As survival gradually fell into a rhythm, time seemed to fly by. In the blink of an eye, 2 to 3 days had passed. It was now the 13th day of the communal survival on the island. During these past few days, the entire 10,086 region had flourished remarkably. Foremost among the developments was Chen Lang. His daily schedule had become remarkably consistent. Every morning, his first task upon rising was to wash up and tidy himself. Do not inquire about the source of his toiletries. Some were salvaged from treasure chests, while others were exchanged with fellow survivors for various trifles at the trading square. Though on an island, He believed in living as exquisitely as possible. If a person cannot manage their daily life, it is difficult to ensure they would not falter in critical matters. Returning to the topic at hand, after freshening up, Chen Lang would grab his fishing rod and head to the large port's dock, engaging in his daily ritual of fishing. Thanks to the increased drop rate from the upgraded fishing rod and the enhanced production rate of the port facilities, he had not encountered a single empty catch in days. Each time, he successfully reeled in 5 perfectly arranged treasure chests. Over the course of 3 days, he had accumulated at least 15 chests. With a single breath, he opened them all. The contents of the 5th, 6th, and even 7th tier chests had begun to lose their allure, though he occasionally stumbled upon some noteworthy rewards, such as a 7th tier finished wall structure. Chen Lang had supercharged it, elevating its grade to the 9th tier, significantly extending its length and fortifying its strength, which he then affixed around the original perimeter of the walls. This meticulous arrangement effectively delineated the island into 3 distinct regions: the outer city, the inner city, and the main urban area, with Lu's village nestled within the inner city and the main urban area solely belonging to Chen Lang. A crucial factor enabling such precise territorial delineation was the substantial increase in the island's size. Over the past 3 days, Chen Lang had advanced the island from 7th to 8th tier, resulting in several new islands merging seamlessly with Island 2887, thereby enhancing its area, resources, and governance challenges. This led to frequent incursions from large groups of high-level beasts or monsters, launching repeated assaults. However, this also presented excellent opportunities for leveling up. Chen Lang took matters into his own hands, although he could not claim all the experience points. Instead, he opted to oversee the situation from the watchtower of the vastly expanded rock fortress, remotely commanding Huang Yun, Guan Xiaoxiao, the village elder Lu Ning, and Hunter Wang Dazhuang to repel and eliminate the beasts and monsters that frequently harassed them. System notifications chimed incessantly. Ding. Your servant Guan Xiaoxiao has slain 13 4th-tier beasts, purple-eyed demon wolves, earning you 520 experience points. Ding. Your citizen Lu Ning has defeated 9 3rd-tier monsters, skeleton archers, earning you. Ding. Your battle pet Little Black has vanquished a 6th-tier beast. The system alerts rang out melodiously. Chen Lang reclined in a rocking chair he crafted from his workbench, savoring the tender and flavorful roasted beast meat while sipping on a health elixir concocted from various rare plants by the spirit ancestor tree. Experience points flowed in continuously, and his upgrade progress steadily advanced. Upgrading while reclining was simply delightful. Ding. Current experience points have met the upgrade requirement. Would you like to upgrade? Ding. Upgrade successful. Current survivor level, 9th tier. You have gained 90 free attribute points. Ding. Super enhancement successful. The 90 free attribute points had doubled to 270. Furthermore, during this period, Chen Lang had consumed several batches of cleansing fruits and energy-rich spiritual rice, resulting in a significant increase in his attribute values. His total 5-dimensional attributes now reached an astonishing 1039 points. Mentality, 228, Strength, 198, Speed, 170, Stamina, 184, Magic, 259. Ding. Total attribute value exceeds 1,000 points. Achieving the accomplishment, a beauty of strength, earning you 3,000 experience points. The system notification chimed. A beauty of strength? Chen Lang mused, intrigued by the name of this achievement. Upgrading had undeniably lifted his spirits. Chapter 86, The Second Wave of Catastrophe, The Arrival of the Frigid Apocalypse. Day 14 of survival on the island. Once again, it is the final day before the impending disaster. All survivors are actively preparing. Thanks to the victory in the regional competition, the overall resources in the area have doubled. In the 10086 region, the development speed of numerous survivors has seen a remarkable enhancement compared to before. Currently, on the regional leaderboard, apart from Chen Lang, who stands unassailable at the pinnacle with his 9th tier rank, the ranks from 2nd to 13th have reached levels 6 and even 7. With the island's overall level averaging 6 or higher, the top tier survivors are thriving, while those in the middle tier have generally achieved levels 4 to 5, matching the status of the top tier just 6 or 7 days ago. Presently, the number of survivors lingering below tier 3 has dwindled significantly. To speak brutally, these individuals are all but certain to be eliminated by the forthcoming frigid apocalypse, lacking both robust shelter and means to generate warmth against the biting cold. Their shortcomings are glaringly apparent. As dusk descends, the chat interface for regional communication buzzes with the anxious discussions of survivors regarding the imminent second disaster. Filled with trepidation and uncertainty, Zhao Xiaoyu, the second disaster is about to arrive. I barely survived the first one by sheer luck. I wonder if my fortune will hold this time? Du Zitong. I'm fine. I awakened a fire-based ability, allowing me to generate heat and combat the cold. so I should manage through this disaster without issue. Wu Tao, I awakened an Ice Mage ability of B rank, although I can't provide warmth. I am naturally attuned to cold environments. The colder it gets, the more effective my ice magic becomes. Meng Dashuan, you two have personal advantages. After winning the regional competition, the system rewarded me with a blueprint for a large furnace. I've been busy gathering materials through mining and trading. And I've finally constructed the furnace, which can reach terrifying temperatures and smelt metals. It's a double boon for me. Song Sangue. Alas, how fortunate you all are. I just broke through to Tier 4, while my island remains at Tier 3, and I don't even have a single heating device. I'm likely doomed. Each survivor faces their own circumstances. Some believe their survival through the second disaster is a foregone conclusion, while others feel their time is nearly up. Meanwhile, Chunlang is not idle. The blueprint for the Sacred Radiance Nebula set encompasses a complete array of equipment, from armor to weapons, requiring an extravagant amount of resources. However, crafting individual pieces, such as greaves and arm guards, consumes relatively fewer materials, making them easier to gather. In recent days, Chunlang has not forgotten the 3 opportunities for super enhancement provided daily by his super enhancement talent, using them judiciously in critical areas. For instance, on the 9525 Adventure Island, he obtained one of the many legacies from the remains of an ancient powerhouse, a high-level blacksmithing skill book. Upon using it, he mastered advanced blacksmithing skills, enabling him to restore damaged equipment. The flowing silver longsword, demon slayer blade, and the damaged black scale dragon armor, which were affected during his battle with the sandstorm guards, have all been meticulously repaired. Recently, Chunlang activated his talent again, enhancing the skill from advanced blacksmithing to extraordinary blacksmithing. With this skill, he ascended to the rank of an extraordinary blacksmith, also known as a master craftsman. Armed with this newfound capability, he swiftly disassembled the entire blueprint for the Sacred Radiance Nebula set into several parts. Helmet blueprint, chest armor blueprint, greaves blueprint, battle boots blueprint, arm guard blueprint, gauntlet blueprint, sacred sword blueprint, longbow blueprint, and nebula arrow blueprint, among others. Each blueprint requires different materials. Thanks to the upgrade in the island's level, the fishing rod's yield limit and drop rate have also increased. Now, Chunlang can catch 10th tier resource chests. By sheer luck, he opened a crucial material for crafting the Sacred Radiance Nebula set from a 10th tier chest, the scales of the 9-spirit dragon. The 9-spirit dragon is the juvenile form of the 9 heavens star spirit dragon, akin to the current state of Little Black. Once matured, the scales of the 9 heavens star spirit dragon will serve as one of the materials for creating the Sacred Radiance Nebula armor. Thus, upon acquiring this reward from the chest, Chunlang promptly consumed one of his free enhancement opportunities to super enhance the 9 spirit dragon scales into 9 heavens star spirit dragon scales. Additionally, after leaving the desert island and being taken as a servant by the elder patriarch Shi Jian, who graciously presented several ancestral treasures, including several gleaming gold ingots and a piece of glass ice crystal, Chunlang successfully gathered enough materials to craft a pair of gauntlets. He immediately placed the materials upon the disassembled blueprint for the Sacred Radiance Nebula gauntlets. A flash of light ensued. Ding. Manufacturing successful. Acquired equipment. Sacred Radiance Nebula gauntlets, equipment. Sacred Radiance Nebula gauntlets, grade, extraordinary lower tier, description, gauntlets imbued with sacred light and the power of the stars. Capable of delivering powerful strikes while also protecting the body. Only extraordinary grade or those with a total attribute value exceeding 1,000 can wield them without burden. Skill, Sacred Light Guardian, releases sacred light to form a barrier against attacks. Skill, Stellar Heavy Fist, concentrates stellar power for a mighty punch. Supplement 1. This equipment possesses growth potential, absorbing sacred light or stellar power to enhance its level. Supplement 2. Collecting the entire Sacred Radiance Nebula set activates the set attributes, granting additional benefits. Chunlang donned the resplendent golden gauntlets, which felt neither cumbersome nor unwieldy. Instead, they exuded an aura of nobility and sanctity, imposing a significant presence. Most importantly, the Sacred Radiance Nebula gauntlets harness both sacred light and stellar power, allowing Chunlang's elemental bomb skill to merge and amplify 2 distinct powers, drastically enhancing its destructive capability. He fervently hopes that the final boss of the second disaster will reach the extraordinary level, granting him the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Eager and poised, Chunlang glanced at the countdown to the impending disaster and gathered all individuals within his island territory, diligently utilizing the final moments to prepare for the catastrophe. They donned their weapons and armor, inspected the large thermal core tower and the entire energy matrix, and stocked up on fire crystal stones mined by the Stone Man as backup fuel, among other tasks. As time slipped away, Time until the maritime disaster arrives. 9 minutes, 36 seconds. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. A system prompt sounded. Second wave of catastrophe. The arrival of the frigid apocalypse. Chapter 87. Some individuals overestimate themselves while underestimating the wrath of nature. The countdown has concluded. The second survival calamity has arrived, as anticipated. The performance rating mechanism remains in place. Common, acceptable, good, excellent, stunning. The better one performs amidst the disaster, the more substantial the system rewards upon settlement. Last time, a stunning performance was achieved. This time, there can be no regression. I must firmly secure the position of regional champion. Chen Lang brimmed with confidence, for he now commanded a formidable foundation. A frigid wave approached. A sharp gust of icy wind swept through, causing temperatures to plummet rapidly. The once pleasant and temperate climate plummeted below freezing, as dark clouds enveloped the sky. And heavy snowflakes fell like feathers. The tumultuous sea began to crystallize, and fish leapt from the water, only to be caught in the surging waves and frozen forever. At this moment, the entire 10,086 region appeared to have been transported to the Ice Age. All survivors found themselves instantaneously enveloped in an Arctic abyss. Ah, it is unbearably cold. I fear I shall be frozen solid. What manner of weather is this? I cannot even ignite a campfire. How shall I keep warm? Fortunately, I had drafted the plans for insulated outer walls, having worked tirelessly in recent days to gather materials. I managed to construct them and affix them to the shelter's exterior. Otherwise, my abode would soon resemble a cold storage facility. The furnace area remains warm, thanks to the system's generous offerings. Damn it. The temperature drop correlates with strength. The stronger one is, the harsher the cold. My fire affinity is suppressed by the frigid air, rendering it ineffective. Cursed be this fate. In just a brief moment, survivors began to display their vulnerabilities. Some overestimated their capabilities, while others underestimated the calamity, succumbing to the extreme cold. The already dwindling number of survivors in the 10086 region decreased further. Only a handful remained steadfast and unafraid. For instance, at this very moment, on Island 2887, a gathering of individuals stared solemnly at the approaching icy tempest. Should the cold front reach the island, it would likely transform the entire land into a frozen wasteland. Activate the thermal energy matrix. Chen Lang commanded. Those already stationed at the large thermal core tower, including Huang Yun and Guan Xiaoxiao, promptly sprang into action, activating the structures. Gurgle, gurgle. The pipes writhed as the searing magma from the open lava lake was swiftly extracted and channeled into the reactors of the large thermal core tower. The entire thermal energy matrix powered up. In an instant, the new island 2887 seemed to be situated within a scorching desert. The temperature soaring as the air warped under the heat. Whoosh. The cold front made landfall. The sub-zero Arctic current violently collided with the high-temperature airwaves emitted by the thermal energy matrix. The island was instantly plunged into a chaotic clash of ice and fire. The opposing air masses collided and transformed, generating fierce turbulence, and tornadoes spiraled upward, battering the island's sturdy outer walls. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As temperatures continued to plummet, the falling precipitation gradually shifted from snowflakes to massive hailstones. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy impacts resounded, stirring up clouds of dust. An increasing number of larger hailstones descended like a barrage of artillery fire from the heavens, the largest akin to a small car plummeting from thousands of meters above. The sheer kinetic force was reminiscent of meteorites crashing to Earth, creating deep, exaggerated craters within Chen Lang's territory. Lord, if this continues, the environment will be devastated. The elderly village chief, Lu Ning, exclaimed, his voice trembling with urgency. Thankfully, Chen Lang had anticipated this situation. Activate the Energy Crystal Defense Tower. During the first calamity, he had successfully protected the island's core development area with the Energy Crystal Defense Tower. Following that experience, he became acutely aware of its value, especially after fishing up a 6th-tier Energy Crystal Defense Tower previously, which he promptly super-enhanced to the 8th tier. Now was the time to put it to use. On the 12th day of survival on the island, the Stone Golem tribe leader, Shi Jian, successfully restored harmony within his tribe and pledged allegiance to Chen Lang. Hundreds of robust stone golems were dispatched to the natural caverns, mining the fire crystal and spirit stone veins. The stone golems were natural mining machines, outpacing even the enchanted pick-wielding villagers. In just a few days, they amassed a plethora of various minerals, filling several large storage chests with gold, silver, copper, iron, fire crystals, energy crystals, and more. At present, Chen Lang poured copious amounts of energy crystals into the Energy Crystal Defense Tower, activating its protective barrier. A shimmering barrier enveloped the core area of the island, securing it against the colossal, cerulean hailstones that fell like torrential rain. The barrier held firm, preventing any damage. Within the protective shield, all remained calm and undisturbed. As time ticked by, the cooling effects of the cold front reached their zenith. The tumultuous azure sea froze into a thick layer of ice, while towering icebergs formed from the fallen hail, blanketed in pure white snow. At dawn, under the glow of the morning sun, the snow sparkled brilliantly, and the icy surface mirrored the light, creating a veritable kingdom of ice and snow, eerily silent. In stark contrast, Chenlang's governed Island 2887 thrived with vitality and vigor, thanks to the thermal energy matrix and energy crystal defense tower. The island had not succumbed to the cold front, save for a thin, uneven layer of ice and snow at the interface between land and sea. The true core areas of the island, where the Lord's shelter, farmland, villages, mines, and pastures resided, remained entirely unaffected. Villagers continued their labors as the stone golems feasted and mined vigorously within the caverns. Chenlang lounged leisurely in a recliner, listening to the system notifications chiming in. As experience points accumulated steadily, while he appeared content, he understood that this calamity was far from over. Indeed, this extreme cold apocalypse might persist until the next calamity arrived in 7 days, overlapping with the subsequent disaster. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sentry towers surrounding the island triggered alarms. One of Chenlang's survivor subordinates, Sun Sudong, rushed over in a flurry. Master, trouble. A large horde of unfamiliar beasts and monsters has suddenly appeared on the ice, attacking our island. Sun Sudong's awakened talent, akin to that of another survivor, Chen Xiang, was called Boundary Alert. He could delineate a safety zone by connecting several coordinate points in a line. Should any unknown entity breach this boundary, an alarm would sound. Thus, Sun Sudong was primarily responsible for monitoring and patrolling the island. Upon discovering the monster invasion, he wasted no time in reporting to Chenlang. Simultaneously, the other inhabitants of the island were stirred by the alarm from the sentry towers, realizing that enemies were encroaching. Villagers with combat capabilities gathered in anticipation, ready to follow Chenlang's command to engage. Xiaohei, come, let us take a look. Chenlang beckoned to Xiaohei. He swiftly mounted the dragon's back and soared towards the coastline of the island, which lay blanketed beneath a shroud of ice and snow. From his elevated vantage point, he beheld a startling sight. Upon the frozen surface of the sea, a formidable throng of newly emerged ferocious beasts and monsters was advancing relentlessly towards the island. It was evident that they aimed to replicate the catastrophic scene of the initial tempestuous calamity, when the sea creatures had first assaulted the shores of the island. This was not confined to the island numbered 2887, where Chenlang resided. As the second wave of disaster unfolded, the entire region of 10,086 found itself besieged, with all surviving inhabitants now facing an onslaught of numerous glacial monstrosities. The survivors, who had barely endured a night of plummeting temperatures, were left with no choice but to muster their trembling bodies and engage in a grueling battle against the icy creatures. Chapter 88. The monstrous horde resurfaces. An onslaught of ice attribute beasts. The arrival of the frigid calamity has dramatically transformed the regional environment, leading to the gradual disappearance of many once common monsters. The beast populations have undergone a resurgence, replaced by numerous ferocious ice attribute creatures that thrive in the cold. These monsters have coalesced into vast hordes, roaring as they traverse the 1,000-mile icy expanse, launching an assault on the remaining 500 islands within the 10086 region, where survivors have taken refuge. Hunter's Mark, Rapid Fire. Meteoric Blaze. Lu Renjia stood atop the walls of his island, unleashing a barrage of fiery arrows from his 6th-tier longbow, striking several snow-maned wolves that dared to approach the shore, their crimson critical damage indicators flaring into view. The lethality was evident, yet against such a massive horde, it was but a mere drop in the ocean. My lord, our arrows are depleting too quickly. At this rate, we will run out, cried a blood-soaked villager captain, panting heavily as he ascended the walls. The foremost survivors, having recognized the island's next developmental phase, understood that expanding their populace and territory was imperative. Each had recruited a contingent of villagers to bolster their ranks. At this moment, the captain, with an anxious expression, rushed to Lu Renjia's side to deliver some grim news. Prepare for close combat. If any beasts breach the walls, strike them down. Our defense must not falter. If these ice attribute monsters penetrate the island's heart, we will have no means to resist. Lu Renjia's determination was unwavering. The severity of the horde's threat was intrinsically linked to the survivors' developmental level. The greater their personal strength and the island's advancement, the more formidable the beasts they attracted. To falter would mean annihilation. However, if they endured, they might seize this opportunity for great gain. Prosperity often dwells in peril. With a thunderous roar, a frost giant bear, at the pinnacle of the 6th tier and towering over 8 meters, charged toward the walls, seemingly intent on breaching them. Observing this, Luringia exchanged a few words with the villager captain to maintain the defense, then leaped from the walls, engaging the imposing ice beast in fierce combat. Even Luringia, ranked among the top 3 survivors, found the onslaught daunting. The plight of others was undoubtedly perilous. Song Shiren, Gu Xiao, and other equals managed to hold their ground, albeit precariously. In contrast, those ranked slightly lower, such as Lu Zhukai, Zheng Rou, and Du Zitong, faced dire situations, suffering casualties among their recruited villagers, exacerbating their already scant combat capabilities. Zhang Xiang, aided by his talent for environmental detection, had narrowly evaded peril multiple times, yet luck invariably runs dry. Some calamities. One may escape once, but not indefinitely. Zhang Xiang's developmental level lingered in the mid-lower tier, his personal strength was lacking, and without a substantial populace to assist in battle, the defense he painstakingly established crumbled under the charge of several 5th-tier beasts. Losing the defense was merely a matter of time. In a desperate moment before being engulfed by the beasts, Zhang Xiang resorted to an unorthodox method, unfolding a treasure map and teleporting to an unknown adventure island, momentarily evading disaster. Yet, solo treasure hunting had its time limitations. Once the time elapsed, he would be transported back to the now monster-occupied island. It was a hopeless cycle. Unable to conceive a solution, Zhang Xiang found himself engulfed in despair. Furthermore, many survivors lacked even the means to temporarily escape, having barely survived the lethal drop in temperatures only to succumb to the beasts by the next day. After the cold wave, the number of survivors had plummeted from over 500 to barely 300. Initially, there had been over 10,000 in the region. The brutality of the situation was evident. Survival on these islands was a hell for the weak and a paradise for the strong. And Chen Lang was undeniably the strongest in the area. On Island 2887, monstrous torrents surged from all directions, descending upon the outer walls in an instant. With sharp fangs and claws, and an array of diverse abilities, they relentlessly attempted to breach the walls and invade the island's depths, seeking to eradicate all life within. My territory shall not be desecrated by these wild beasts, Chen Lang commanded, his eyes blazing with fury. All units, advance. With his order, the entire surviving force on Island 2887 rallied to the forefront of the defense, standing atop the towering walls, prepared to withstand the monstrous tide. Unlike other survivors, who faced dwindling numbers and strained supplies, Chen Lang's strategy relied on sheer numbers and abundant resources. First among them were the villagers, the residents of Lu family village. Alongside villagers Chen Lang had recruited, and the few villagers under the command of Han Chong, Sun Sudong, Huang Yun, and Guan Xiaoxiao, brought their numbers close to 100. Moreover, through diligent monster slaying and leveling, not only had Chen Lang reaped substantial rewards, but each villager had also gained several levels. Except for a few elderly and frail individuals, the capable young villagers now boasted combat strengths of at least the 4th tier. Elite villagers like Wang Dazhuang and Dada had even surpassed the 7th tier, easily overpowering other survivors, Chen Lang excluded. Not only were their levels impressive, but the villagers were also outfitted with exceptional gear. Chen Lang had an entire process for crafting, from processing and forging to final enchantment. Coupled with his extraordinary skills as an enchanter, he quickly equipped the villagers with enchanted armor, weapons, and even enchanted bows. This synergy resulted in a dramatic enhancement of their combat efficacy. The 7th tier S-class Berserker Deda, clad in enchanted mithril armor and wielding 2 enchanted axes, could hold his ground against 8th-tier beasts. Even the more ordinary villagers could effortlessly handle 4th and 5th-tier monsters, while those below the 3rd tier were easily dispatched without posing any threat. With the villagers exhibiting such prowess, it was crucial to note that Chen Lang's combat strength extended beyond just them. The Stoneman tribe, accustomed to diligent mining, was equally fearless when thrust into battle against the beasts. Thanks to the efforts of the venerable elder, Shi Jian, Chen Lang had become the recognized chieftain of the Stoneman tribe. His commands were akin to divine decrees. A multitude of skilled warriors, all exceeding the 6th tier, with some even reaching the 7th or 8th tiers, transformed into towering rock giants, charging into the fray against the ice attribute horde. Clang, 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 clang. The system's kill notifications rang continuously, with a steady influx of loot and experience flowing in. The progress bar, the upgrade, steadily ascended, swiftly advancing from the initial stage of the 9th tier to the mid and then to the later stages. This brought an undeniable sense of joy to Chen Lang. Come, come, let the beast tide surge forth with even greater intensity. Chapter 89, The Extraordinary Boss, the Leviathan of the North Sea, Siren. Third update. As if in response to Chen Lang's plea, several majestic azure icebergs shattered with a tremendous roar across the vast expanse of the icy ocean, revealing formidable figures emanating powerful auras, each a creature of the 9th or even 10th rank. They joined the beast tide, launching a fierce assault on the island's defenses. Get back! The berserker Dada, caught in the throes of battle, charged forward upon seeing a towering frost giant bear, its back and forepaws adorned with glistening blue eye spikes. Instead of retreating, he brandished two mighty axes, eager to compare strength with the 10th level beast. Yet, the frost giant bear regarded Dada with disdain. It rose half upright, inhaling deeply before unleashing a chilling roar that encased Dada in ice, sending him crashing against the city wall. Only through immense effort did Dada shatter the ice encasing him. The superiority of strength was now evident. Undeterred, Dada prepared to charge at the frost giant bear once more. Stop! You handle the other beasts, Chun Lang intervened, redirecting Dada to support the island's defenses on the other side, while he took the stage himself, eager to gauge the true might of this frost giant bear. 10th level beast. I hope you do not disappoint. With a steely gaze, Chun Lang unleashed his full aura. Although he was merely a 9th level warrior, his attributes far surpassed those of the average 10th level creature, sufficiently overpowering the frost giant bear to cause it to take a half step back. Realizing it was intimidated by this human, the bear, in a fit of shame and anger, roared again. The roar, capable of freezing everything within 1,000 meters, was deafening. A vast array of ice formations erupted from the ground, yet Chun Lang did not flinch. He refrained from wielding the Sands of War sword, instead summoning the radiant power of the extraordinary gauntlets, part of the Starlight Nebula set, to adorn his hands. The appearance of this extraordinary equipment dramatically amplified his aura. Chun Lang felt invigorated. With a mere thought, the gauntlets shimmered with divine brilliance. Skill, Holy Guardian activated. The power of holy light surged forth, forming an invisible barrier that stood resolute before him. No matter how frigid the frost giant bear's roar, it could not penetrate the sacred barrier nor inflict even the slightest harm upon Chun Lang. Finished? Then it is my turn. Chun Lang chuckled ominously. In the next moment, another grand skill of the Starlight Nebula gauntlets was unleashed. A dreamlike radiance flickered, resembling a constellation of stars, rich with celestial power, enveloped in his grasp. A wave of extreme danger emanated, and the frost giant bear instinctively sensed the peril. It slammed its paws against the ice, raising a towering ice wall before it. However, it was futile. Celestial fist. Chun Lang bellowed, delivering a straightforward yet devastating punch. Boom. The towering ice wall crumbled instantly into countless fragments. The compressed celestial energy surged forth, swiftly penetrating the frost giant bear's chest, causing a fan-shaped ice surface behind it to crack and splinter. The residual force rippled through the 100-meter-thick ice layer beneath the sea. Facing the full brunt of the blow, even the 10th-level frost giant bear met its demise. Congratulations! You have slain a 10th-level beast, Frost Giant Bear 1. Earning a 10th-level energy crystal 1. Experience points, 100. With the frost giant bear vanquished, the battlefield still brimmed with formidable creatures. Chun Lang hastened to the next conflict. In the northern part of the island, 3 powerful monsters emerged, a 10th-level snowmane wolf king leading 2 9th-level beasts, a 9th-level frost giant bear, and a 9th-level ice swordsman. Switching to the Sands of War sword, Chun Lang whistled, summoning the now 7th-level Little Black, who swiftly joined the fray against the 9th-level frost giant bear, quickly gaining the upper hand. Then, Chun Lang wielded the Sands of War sword, activating the soul summoning skill. As the winds howled, the Sands Guardian was summoned. Over time, Chun Lang had utilized the Sands of War sword to slay numerous elite monsters of 6th rank and above, transforming them into war souls that battled within the sword, ultimately allowing the Sands Guardian to break through to 10th rank. Upon its summoning, the Sands Guardian harnessed the winds, materializing an exaggerated sand greatsword. With a single stroke, it brought the ice swordsman to its knees, cracking the surrounding ice surface with intricate spiderweb-like fissures. It was evident that the Sands Guardian would soon conclude the battle. Meanwhile, Chun Lang focused on the 10th-level snowmane Wolf King, with the Sands of War sword in hand. His mastery of swordsmanship was unparalleled. The sword techniques he executed were fluid and varied, leaving the snowmane wolf grievously wounded, its pristine white fur stained with crimson. The wolf's once ferocious gaze shifted from aggression to trepidation, ultimately transforming into fear. It lowered its tail in submission, whimpering as if pleading for mercy. Chun Lang had effectively beaten the wolf into submission. Seeing this, Chun Lang decided to change tactics, activating the Soul Slave skill. He inscribed a soul mark deep within the snowmane Wolf King's essence, fully subjugating it to his command. Spirit, heal it, he ordered. The spirit tree at the heart of the island responded promptly, coalescing a seed of life to merge with the snowmane Wolf King. The activation of the seed unleashed a torrent of life energy, akin to an extraordinary healing potion. In an instant, the battered snowmane Wolf King was restored to full strength, shrinking its size and circling Chun Lang's feet, wagging its tail eagerly, resembling a playful husky. Chun Lang gave it a swift kick. I spare your life for your usefulness. Now, go and deal with those monsters, he commanded sharply. The snowmane wolf king's eyes brightened with clarity, returning to its original size. The 7 to 8 meter long white wolf howled and bounded towards the beast tide, its 10th level strength mowing down creatures of lower ranks with ease. Your pet little black has slain a 9th level beast, Frost Giant Bear 1. You have received a 9th level Energy Crystal 1. Experience points, 90. Your War Soul Sands Guardian has slain a 9th level monster, Ice Swordsman 1. You have received 2 system notifications chimed as Little Black and the Sands Guardian concluded their battles, dispatching the 2 9th level foes. The onslaught of the beast tide began to wane. Just when it seemed the assault was drawing to a close, a hauntingly beautiful lament echoed from an unknown source, reverberating throughout the island, lulling villagers and stone beings into a deep slumber, rendering them unconscious. Only the likes of Xiao He, Shi Jian, Huang Sha the Guard, the Snowmane Wolf King, and Chen Lang, either of noble blood or formidable strength, could withstand the haunting resonance of this ethereal chant while remaining lucid. Then, Chen Lang beheld the thick ice before him, which had ominously split apart, revealing a narrow, menacing fissure stretching hundreds, even thousands of meters. From the icy depths emerged a stunning figure, reminiscent of a mermaid, with a human torso and a fish's tail, suspended in midair, gazing down upon the world with an imposing presence. A terrifying pressure, far surpassing that of any 10th tier entity, suddenly descended. Beast, North Sea Giant Demon, Siren, Level, Inferior Transcendent, Attributes, Spirit 629, Strength 654, Speed 577, Endurance 589, Magic 601. Sea God Path 15. Description: a legendary terror from the North Sea, belonging to a race of formidable giants, capable of both mermaid and true form. Skills: Ice Sea Chant, Ice Crystal Shield, Ice Spike Piercing, Mermaid's Tear, Frost Wave, Cold Domain Ice Crystal Lock. Eternal Sink of the Ice Sea. Chen Lang stood firm against the oppressive force, his eyes devoid of fear, brimming instead with eager anticipation. A North Sea Giant Demon? A Siren? What of an extraordinary level boss? If you had chosen to remain hidden today, it would have been one thing. But now that you have revealed yourself, I shall ensure you do not retreat. Let us engage in battle. Chapter 90. Can the boss enter the second phase? Chen Lang proclaimed boldly. At that moment, the system in the 10086 region also issued a public announcement. Ding. Survivor Chen Lang vs Extraordinary Boss North Sea Giant Siren is currently underway. Ding. Survivor Chen Lang vs Extraordinary Boss North Sea Giant. Ding. Survivor. This marked the second time the system activated an all-region broadcast following the initial encounter between the two parties in the regional PK, both instigated by Chen Lang. Instantly, it captured the attention of numerous survivors, who, while battling the beast tide, diverted part of their focus to this unexpected boss battle broadcast. Wait, what's this? Another spectacle? Is the esteemed Chen Lang going to battle a boss again? Hold on, what does extraordinary BOSS even mean? Is it anything above Tier 10? We have no idea when we will break through Tier 10, and Chen Lang is already clashing with an extraordinary boss. Did we really all begin our island survival on the same day? So that's the extraordinary boss, the North Sea Giant? Is it really a mermaid? How beautiful. Brothers, I can handle this. It's understandable, given the circumstances. Look, the fight has begun. Faced with the extraordinary boss, Chen Lang did not dare to be complacent and immediately unleashed all his abilities. He summoned the Tier 7 Little Black, called forth the Tier 10 Sand Guards, and summoned 2 Tier 10 servants, the Snowmane Wolf King and the Stone Tribe's Elder, Stone Jian, representing the strongest forces at his disposal. Taking the initiative, he launched an attack against the siren in the sky. The impact was earth-shattering. Stone Jian propelled his giant form skyward like a cannonball, fists clenched, intent on bringing the mermaid-like boss siren crashing down. A full-force strike from a Tier 10 powerhouse could obliterate an island with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Yet, the boss siren remained utterly unfazed, not even deploying her defensive ice crystal shield skill. With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, the ice elemental energy in the surroundings rapidly coalesced, freezing into sharp, crystalline ice spikes that rained down upon Stone Jian. Minor skill, Ice Spike Piercing. Aya! Stone Jian roared in fury, swinging his fist with all his might, but in the moment of collision with the ice spikes, he was overwhelmed, crashing onto the frozen surface. The sturdy body of the Stone Tribe was riddled with cracks from the devastating blow. Clearly, he had suffered a severe injury from a single attack. Elder Stone Jian. Witnessing their revered leader fall so easily, the morale of the Stone people plummeted. The SS-level alchemist, Villager Shi, hurriedly rushed from the rear defensive line. My lord, I have concocted a batch of advanced healing potions and other high-effect potions. Here, take them. You must win. As Shi stuffed bottles of potent potions into Chen Lang's arms, she encouraged everyone. However, the other survivors watching this scene shook their heads in despair. It's hopeless. The gap in strength is too great. That Tier 10 stone man couldn't withstand a single blow and was gravely injured. Even Tier 10 is like an ant before the extraordinary level. Sigh. It seems even Qianlang won't survive this second calamity. Are we doomed as well? If the extraordinary boss goes on a rampage, we won't even be able to resist. Let us pray, may Qianlang win. Can Qianlang actually win? It's unlikely. It was evident that even those top survivors like Lu Rinxia and Lu Zhichai, who had interacted with Qianlang, felt a chill settle in their hearts after witnessing the overwhelming power of the extraordinary boss. Imagining themselves in Qianlang's position, they could not conceive of a way to turn the tide, resigning themselves to the notion that Qianlang was doomed to failure. When? I cannot comprehend. Qianlang, too, observed the live broadcast and the comments from other survivors, yet his mindset was not as pessimistic. He helped the gravely injured Stone Jian to his feet, administering a bottle of the advanced healing potion freshly concocted by Shi, and in the blink of an eye, his severe injuries were healed, revitalizing him. All in, Qianlang shouted. In the next moment, he, Little Black, Stone Jian, and the Snowmane Wolf King ignited the blessings bestowed upon them by the Spirit Ancestor Tree. Entering a state of explosive growth, their vitality surged, resulting in a significant enhancement in combat prowess. Furthermore, the batch of potions recently delivered by Shi was distributed among them. After consuming them all, everyone's attributes saw a substantial increase from their previous levels. Coupled with the Sand Guard summoned through his battle spirit identity, 5 formidable forces simultaneously besieged the Siren. Group assault on the boss. Sand arrow formation. The Sand Guards drew their long bows, unleashing hundreds and thousands of sand arrows that filled the sky. The Tier 7 Little Black, due to the racial advantage of the Dark Absolute Black Dragon, exhibited strength on par with Tier 10, now unleashing a torrent of deep crimson dragon breath. The Snowmane Wolf King and Stone Jian, both of similar strength, unleashed their ultimate techniques. The Snowmane Wolf King howled to the heavens, summoning the ice and snow to form a pack of ice wolves, leading them into a charge. Stone Jian slammed his fist into the ground, causing massive stones to erupt from the island's surface, reshaping into rocky armor that adorned him, further enhancing his attack and defense capabilities, ensuring he would not be easily breached again. Finally, Qianlang unleashed all his skills. Sandstorm Arrow Rain, Fiery Rock Arrow, Sword Chi Slash, Bloodshed Demon Slash. Previously proven techniques flowed forth as if they consumed no energy. Then, with the Yellow Sand Battle Soul Sword in hand, infused with surging energy, the sword expanded to 100 meters in length, its broad, sharp blade blotting out the sun as it fell. This wave of concentrated assault was enough to make even the extraordinary boss hesitate to withstand it. In her mermaid form, the siren quickly activated her defensive skill. Ice Crystal Shield. An ice sphere enveloped her entirely, blocking all attacks from every angle. Boom. As the aftershocks gradually subsided, the surface of the siren's ice crystal shield was riddled with cracks, and her fish-like form swayed precariously. Just one final blow. Give me a break. Qianlang could not afford to grant the boss a moment's respite. The Starlight Nebula gauntlets adorned his hands as the black dragon wings behind his black-scaled dragon armor flared open, propelling him skyward like an arrow. The power of the stars coalesced. Skill activated. Starry Heavy Fist. Qianlang's fist struck down upon the siren's cracked ice crystal shield. Crack, 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 crack. Boom. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The ice crystal shield, pushed to its limits, shattered into fragments beneath this blow. Qianlang's fist, still brimming with momentum, laden with potent starlight, slammed into the chest of the mermaid siren, sending her plummeting back into the shattered icy sea. Did we win? Stone Jian and the other citizens were so tense they forgot to breathe. The multitude of survivors watching the screen held their breath in anticipation. Did we win? Qianlang actually possesses extraordinary level equipment, and 2 pieces at that. The ultimate equipment has been unveiled. Victory is surely within reach, right? I cannot fathom how defeat could be possible. Yet, hold on. Observe the expression of the esteemed Qianlang. There is not a hint of alteration. Shouldn't he be overjoyed after vanquishing the boss? A chilling realization dawns upon everyone. Qianlang remains unyielding, as the barrage of comments suggests. If he were truly victorious, his demeanor would not be so composed. The reason for his vigilance lies in the absence of the system's defeat notification. If it has not sounded, the boss is undoubtedly still alive. Either it has fled, or it is preparing an even more formidable attack. As anticipated, shortly after Qianlang delivered a powerful blow, sending the siren, in her fishwoman form, back into the icy depths. The surface of the fractured ice erupted. A swirling vortex, hundreds of meters in diameter, emerged, seemingly leading to the abyssal depths of the ocean, threatening to engulf all in its path. From this whirlpool, a towering monstrosity, robust and adorned with numerous tentacles, surged forth, a terrifying 100-meter-tall creature, the boss siren. However, it had transformed from its initial mermaid form into an utterly sanity-shattering aberration of the Cthulhu mythos. The spectators witnessing the broadcast erupted in disbelief. No way, my friend. The boss can enter a second phase? Chapter 91, Slaying the Leviathan of the North Sea. Upon witnessing the boss transform, the hearts of the other survivors, which had begun to settle, were once again filled with trepidation. Concern for Chen-Lang surged amongst them. Oh no, this is truly the end. The boss has entered its second phase. How can we possibly contend with this? The first phase was already formidable. What can we expect from the second? I don't understand. The first phase was such a beautiful mermaid. Yet the second phase reveals this grotesque creature. It's utterly unappealing. Seriously, at this moment, your priorities are quite peculiar. Nonetheless, I must admit, Chen-Lang is truly remarkable, able to withstand even a transcendent boss. If it were us, a mere breath from the foe would spell our doom, wouldn't it? Indeed. Let us hope Chen-Lang has a hidden card to play. A furious roar erupted from the depths of the Leviathan's throat. Its second form represented the full extent of its power. Until now, it had regarded Chen-Lang and the others as insignificant ants, easily extinguished. However, it nearly faced defeat, which forced its transformation. This feeling of being belittled by the weak filled the Leviathan with profound humiliation and rage, necessitating an outlet for its pent-up fury. Thus, the Leviathan unleashed its skill, chant of the frozen sea. Unlike the hypnotic song of the mermaid in its first form, the true form of the Leviathan emitted a strange, indescribable cacophony, infiltrating the air and invading the minds of those present. Even Chen-Lang, whose mental fortitude was the strongest among them, felt dizzy and disoriented. No, I must steady my mind. He bit his tongue, the sharp pain bringing clarity as a trickle of crimson flowed from the corner of his mouth. At last, he regained his composure, though his comrades, including Xiaohei, Shi Jian, and the Snowman Wolf King, struggled to break free from the Leviathan's influence. If this continued, they would surely succumb to its deception. Consequently, Chen-Lang activated the skill of the Holy Radiance Nebula Gauntlet, Holy Radiance Guardian. The power of divine light enveloped not only Chen-Lang but also shielded his higher-tier allies, aiding them in resisting the Leviathan's ensnaring melody. They regrouped and launched an assault against the Leviathan. The creature, taken aback by Chen-Lang's hidden prowess, found its manipulation thwarted. However, the Leviathan was undeterred. Unable to conquer them on a mental plane, it resolved to obliterate these ants through brute force. The Leviathan summoned a multitude of ice spikes, each nearly 10 meters long, filling the expanse of the ocean sky. With a sweeping motion of its arms, its claws and countless ice spikes rained down upon Chen-Lang's Holy Radiance shield. Relentless in their assault, Chen-Lang's energy was rapidly depleting. Fortunately, he had a potion concocted by Shi. He swiftly consumed a high-grade mana potion, feeling a surge of energy flood his body, replenishing him to continue his defense. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for some time. Realizing that this level of attack could not breach Chen-Lang's defenses, the Leviathan shifted its strategy, executing a new skill. Its massive body submerged into the icy sea, circling beneath the frozen surface where Chen-Lang and the others stood, before launching upward with tremendous force, shattering the thick ice and unleashing a freezing tidal wave. Caught off guard, Chen-Lang and his companions fell into the frigid water. Ordinarily, even the coldest of seas posed no threat to beings of 10th-tier strength. However, the Leviathan's frostwave skill imbued the icy waters with debilitating effects, including rigidity and frostbite, coupled with the gradual freezing damage from the frozen domain ice crystal lock. They began to suffer continuous damage from the moment they hit the icy depths. The spiritual seeds provided by the spirit ancestor tree were nearing the end of their explosive state. Should this state conclude, they would be left in a weakened condition. Without swiftly vanquishing the Leviathan, their demise was all but certain. Thus, Chen-Lang spread the wings of his black-scaled dragon armor, while Xiaohei flapped his wings in the icy sea, attempting to ascend. Yet, hindered by the negative effects, they struggled to escape. To make matters worse, the Leviathan seized the moment to strike again, unleashing its formidable skill, eternal descent into the frozen sea. A whirlpool, reminiscent of a gateway to the underworld, re-emerged. As the Leviathan opened its gaping maw in the deep, devouring the seawater to form a consuming vortex, intent on swallowing Chen-Lang and the others whole. You wish for my demise? Not so easily. Chen-Lang gritted his teeth, finally unleashing his trump card. An energy vortex coalesced in his palm. Realizing Chen-Lang's intent, Xiaohei, Shi Jian, and others channeled their energy into him. Although the Snowman Wolf King was unaware of the specifics, he followed suit. Thus, a myriad of elemental energies began to merge within Chen-Lang's hand. his own energy, the holy light and stellar power from the Holy Radiance Nebula Gauntlet, the sandstorm power from the Sand Guardian, the rock power from Shi Jian, the annihilation power from Xiao Hei's Dragon Breath, and the ice elemental power from the Snowman Wolf King. These energies fused within his palm, forming a wildly unstable sphere of multicolored light, radiating dangerously. This was the elemental bomb, his highest output skill. As the casting concluded, without a moment's delay, Chunlang willingly allowed himself to be engulfed by the deep-sea vortex, drawn into the Leviathan's maw. Spectators among the survivors were left dumbfounded. Is Chunlang out of his mind? What is he doing? A showdown of ultimate skills? Chunlang is prepared to perish alongside the boss. It seems he thinks, even if I must die, you shan't escape unscathed. After Chunlang was consumed by the Leviathan, the whirlpool vanished. Shi Jian and Xiao Hei finally regained control, returning safely to shore. Moments later, a tremendous roar erupted from the depths of the ocean. The explosion's shockwave reverberated across thousands of meters, churning the currents and sending waves soaring. The towering Leviathan vanished without a trace. From the tumultuous sea, a figure emerged, not another but Chunlang. Clearly, in the final clash of titanic powers, it was Chunlang who triumphed. The system's kill notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the lower-tier, transcendent beast, Leviathan of the North Sea, Siren 1. Rewards: 3 water elemental source, 1 universal elemental source, 10,000 experience points. Acquired equipment: complete deep-sea ballad set, including full armor and weapon. Acquired item: fragment of the sea god trial token, 1/5. Acquired materials: mermaids tier 1, blood of the giant 1, Lioli ice crystal stone 9. Ding. First kill of a transcendent boss. Achievement unlocked. Transcendence Eye, 10,000 experience points. Announcing to all regions. Chapter 92. Early completion of the Novice Village. Third update. A regional announcement emerged. Attention all members. Chunlang has remarkably completed the second disaster challenge ahead of schedule, successfully clearing the Novice Village and advancing to the regional competition phase. Chunlang's performance was astonishing, successfully clearing the Novice Village, and has taken the lead into the regional competition phase. Chunlang has gained an early entry into the regional competition phase. Upon witnessing the system's announcement, the survivors of the 10086 region were left utterly astounded by Chunlang's ability to defeat an extraordinary level boss despite being at a lower tier. They had not expected such a master to emerge. Is it possible to end the disaster challenge early? So it turns out that defeating the final boss allows for an early conclusion. Why wasn't this mentioned sooner? Keep boasting. Your last post was a plea for help, and now you can defeat a boss? So, surviving 2 disasters allows one to clear the Novice Village. Astonishing performance. When has Chunlang not been impressive? Even I, a mere observer, am left awestruck. Does the end of the Novice Village signify the commencement of the regional competition? What does that entail? Is it an upgraded version of regional PK? Uncertain. But the competition is bound to intensify. Chunlang has truly seized the advantage. Indeed, while we are still in the Novice Village, Chunlang has already unlocked the next phase. There's no comparison. I am envious. Beat. Entering the regional competition phase, achievement unlocked, graduation from Novice Village. Experience points gained, 30,000. Chunlang himself was somewhat surprised. However, as the survivors had noted in their comments, the fiercer the competition in the next phase, the greater his early advantage would become. For instance, there exists an invisible barrier separating different regions. Survivors from different areas are akin to crickets confined in distinct cages. No matter how fiercely they battle within their respective territories, they cannot escape to other regions. The only exception would be a rare occurrence, similar to when Chunlang encountered Yi Yunxiao, who was transported via a treasure map on the adventurous island. But such events are exceedingly rare and statistically insignificant. Returning to the main topic, Chunlang accessed his survivor panel. Indeed, a brand new feature section labeled Regional Competition had been added. Upon clicking it, a list of regions appeared, neatly arranged like an online game server selection, spanning from region number 0000001 to 999999. In total, there were 990,000 regions. With just a thought, Chunlang could select a region and construct a spatial portal, connecting his island to the corresponding area. He could then dispatch forces or personally engage in conquering islands within that region, regardless of whether those islands had an owner. The conquered islands would merge with his current island, identified as 2,887, akin to piecing together a jigsaw puzzle. The more islands one conquers, the larger the assembled area, resulting in greater resources and accelerated development. Conversely, individuals from other regions could also utilize spatial portals to launch direct assaults on Chunlang's island. He could opt to sever the spatial portal, rendering that region inaccessible for an extended period, forcing him to select another area to attempt to compete. In summary, the second phase of island survival emphasizes territorial expansion on top of mere survival, resembling a lordly competition, coupled with the ancient legends of a shattered wilderness continent. Chen Lang speculated the system's intent behind this design. Could it be that the aim is for players to gradually piece together the fragmented wilderness continent through this means? Once the continent is restored, would the legendary transcendent position, which incited a conflict between ancient messengers and deities, also emerge? It appears this is the ultimate goal of the global island survival endeavor. Survivors and extraordinary beings are not the end. The true culmination lies in becoming a transcendent being. As Chen Lang spoke, his eyes sparkled with fervor. The system's alert chimed again, this time announcing the rewards for his outstanding performance following the disaster conclusion. Beep. Congratulations on your remarkable performance in the second extreme cold apocalypse disaster, ranking first. Reward, Astonishing Treasure Chest 1. Chen Lang activated his innate ability. Beep. Would you like to consume one free opportunity to super enhance the Astonishing Treasure Chest 1? Beep. Super enhancement successful. The Astonishing Treasure Chest has been enhanced to Super Astonishing Treasure Chest. Upon completing the enhancement, the quality of the chest and its internal rewards experienced a qualitative leap. He immediately focused his thoughts. Open the chest. Beep. Super Astonishing Treasure Chest 1. Opened successfully. Acquired building. Growth type Citizen Class Transition Platform 1. Acquired materials, Extraordinary Low-Grade Resource Selection Box 10. Acquired items, High-Grade Villager Recruitment Certificates 100. The rewards were limited to 3 items, but each was exceptionally valuable. Firstly, the Citizen Transition Platform, an extraordinary level growth type building, allows the citizens within the territory to transition their professions. They can either enhance their existing roles or switch to other, more advanced professions. For instance, a C-level planter can transition to a B-level SSS level planter, with the potential for advancement entirely reliant on luck. Alternatively, an A-level hunter can freely choose a new profession, such as an A-level blacksmith or alchemist, while retaining their current level. This mechanism enables the Lord to swiftly cultivate an elite battalion to conquer other regions. The second reward. The Extraordinary Resource Selection Box consists of 10 items. Upon opening, it allows for the selection of 10 units of low-grade extraordinary materials. Without hesitation, Chen Lang opened them all, opting for the materials required to craft the Sacred Light Nebula set. Beep. Obtain Sacred Light Tier 1, Glazed Ice Crystal 3, Radiant Gold Silver Ingot 3. Thus, he gathered enough materials to create one piece of equipment from the Sacred Light Nebula set. Chen Lang retrieved a prepared blueprint. A radiant light enveloped him as the blueprint vanished, revealing a magnificent longbow adorned with starry patterns. Beep. Manufacture successful. Obtained equipment. Sacred Light Nebula Bout 1. Equipment. Sacred Light Nebula Bout Grade. Extraordinary Low Grade. Description. A longbow imbued with divine brilliance and stellar power. Drawing the bowstring charges it to unleash arrows of stars, enabling ranged attacks, which can only be utilized without burden by extraordinary beings or those with a total attribute value exceeding 1,000. Skill. Piercing Star Arrow charges to release a single, highly penetrating star arrow. Skill. Holy Light Baptism, after charging, releases a multitude of light arrows with tracking effects, causing widespread damage and possessing strong counter effects against dark and evil attributes. Supplement. This equipment possesses growth potential, absorbing holy light or stellar power to enhance its level. Current growth progress. 0. Supplement. Collecting all pieces of the Sacred Light Nebula set activates set attributes, granting additional benefits not yet unlocked as a part of the set equipment. The description of the Sacred Light Nebula bow is quite similar to that of the gauntlets, yet the intended uses differed. The gauntlets primarily serve for defense and close-quarters combat, whereas the longbow specializes in targeting distant foes. With the Sacred Light Nebula bow, the blazing sandstorm crossbow could finally take a back seat. He muttered to himself. Chen Lang cast another glance at his upgrade progress bar. Following the recent onslaught of ice attribute beasts, he had vanquished several extraordinary level bosses and achieved a series of formidable accomplishments, earning himself a substantial amount of experience points from the system. The experience bar surged dramatically. Beep. Current experience points have reached the requirements for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? Beep. Upgrade successful. Current survivor level, Tier 10. Gained 100 free attribute points. Beep. Super enhancement successful. 100 free attribute points have been enhanced to 200 free attribute points. Ascending from Tier 9 to Tier 10 was merely the beginning. The upgrade progress bar still overflowed with experience. The upgrade notification chimed once more. Beep. Current experience points have reached. Now, he had become a Tier 10 survivor. To advance further meant entering the wondrous realm of the extraordinary. Chen Lang knew that even a moment's hesitation would be a disservice to himself. He nodded resolutely. Upgrade. I wish to ascend to the extraordinary level at once.